Chapter 1. I missed the moment you most wanted to marry me. In the evening streets, the dim glow of streetlights illuminated the narrow alleys of late autumn, as a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, creating a scene both beautiful and desolate. In the center of the street, a couple strolled hand in hand, radiating happiness. The girl lowered her head, her swinging hand charmingly animated. It is said that only those deeply in love can express such carefree abandon. Sui Yu, let us play a game. Whoever lies shall be the little dog, she exclaimed as she spun around, playfully bouncing in front of the boy with a mischievous smile. Sure, Sui Yu replied, gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. I'll go first. Actually, the girl pouted, tilting her head slightly, as if deep in thought. Actually, you weren't working overtime that day. You were lying to me about being busy, weren't you? Oh dear. Caught in his own deception, Sui Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I was at the internet CAF. Ouch. Before he could finish, the girl seized Sui Yu's ear, pinching it firmly. No, that I am sorry, he quickly pleaded, but not to be outdone. He retorted, then did you use my towel to dry your feet again yesterday? The girl chuckled awkwardly, releasing her grip and taking a few steps forward, slightly embarrassed. You're right. Hey, you little rascal, Sui Yu said, hastening to catch up, wrapping his arms around her from behind. How could he truly be angry over such trivialities? The girl laughed and moved on to the next question. Actually, that day, your camera wasn't lost, you sold it. Sui Yu released her, his expression faltering. The money from the sale was to buy me this necklace, wasn't it? She pointed to the necklace adorning her neck. Sui Yu nodded gently, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yes. He sighed heavily, closing his eyes as he spoke. Now it's my turn. And then you don't actually enjoy eating spicy hot pot. You claim to like it only because it's inexpensive, right? True. The girl lowered her head, walking in silence. The pair no longer held hands as they reached a traffic light, yet neither took a step forward. The next question belonged to the girl. Actually, she hesitated, prolonging the word as if it were difficult to articulate. But ultimately, she gritted her teeth and said, Sui Yu, you don't really want to buy a house in my hometown, do you? No, Sui Yu responded quietly, turning his head away and closing his eyes. Actually, you are yearning for your mother's opinion, wishing to return home to work, relying on family arrangements to fulfill your dreams. Am I right? You're correct. Her voice grew softer. You don't want to marry me because… Yes. This time, Sui Yu did not allow her to finish her sentence. The bustling evening streets felt devoid of life and warmth. I missed. Turning his head, Sui Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice hoarse. And then, I missed the moment you most wanted to marry me. Didn't I? The girl did not cry. A pained smile graced her lips, for she believed that parting should retain its dignity. She exerted every ounce of strength to gently nod her head. Yes. Upon uttering that word, the girl bit her lip, yet tears betrayed her innermost feelings uncontrollably. But I can't bear to part. The girl wept heart-wrenchingly. Sui Yu remained silent. A breakup is not always a grand spectacle, nor does it stem from a lack of love. It is simply an overwhelming affection. It is just unavoidable. Silence enveloped the night in the magical city. Despite the bustling nightlife, with lights ablaze and neon signs clamoring for attention, this vibrant world could never accommodate two sincere hearts. After a long while, Sui Yu gently placed his hand on the back of the girl's head, just as he used to, caressing her softly. Alahait, don't cry. Let's play another game. His voice retained its familiar tenderness, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Sui Yu led the girl to a corner, then stood back to back, closing his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Close your eyes and count to 3. This time, don't look back. The girl nodded through her tears, fully aware that Sui Yu could not see her point. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Memories flooded back, each fragment transforming into the sharpest of blades, piercing her heart repeatedly. And then goodbye. Sui Yu could not help but glance back. Her silhouette remained as beautiful as ever. Yet everything was coming to an end. As he rounded the corner, he turned in, but could not take another step forward, collapsing onto the ground in silent sobs. Sui Yu, I can't bear it. I truly can't bear it. Sui Yu, you look back. I don't care. You did look back. Sui Yu, my name is An. Remember, I am An who seeks peace with fate. The girl's voice echoed in his ears, yet Sui Yu ultimately could not take another step outside. I end the first month post-breakup. Sui Yu longed for an An. relying on alcohol to coax himself to sleep each night. He did not blame her, he merely felt that fate had played a cruel trick. I end the second month post-breakup. Sui Yu perceived himself as noble, having facilitated another's pursuit of happiness. In the third month post-breakup, Sui Yu received news of an end for the first time, seeing her on a variety show where she had risen to fame. In the fourth month, and then publicly announced a relationship with a popular young star the world deemed them a perfect match. Sui Yu could not believe it. He refused to accept that and could forget so swiftly. He sent her a message for the first time, simply 4 words, "Is it true?" and then replied a day later with a terse response, "Yes, do not contact me again." That night, Sui Yu drowned himself in alcohol once more. A year after the breakup, Sui Yu gradually emerged from his sorrow, becoming a 996 worker, while it had begun to shine, emerging as the most sought-after star of the season. 2 years after their separation, An, now increasingly popular in the entertainment industry, participated in an interview where she shared a poignant reflection. She stated that true affection does not lead to breakups. Any separation arises from a lack of love, yet sometimes a girl may still feel heartache and reluctance, causing her to cry out in despair at the moment of parting, not out of love, but from a desire for her ex to remember her. When the host inquired if she had experienced such a relationship, and then responded with a smile, "Who hasn't been foolish in their youth?" That night, Sui Yu, while accompanying a client, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. His superiors often praised his capabilities, and when asked about his success, he would modestly deflect the compliments. Yet, deep within, he pondered whether he had merely been a fleeting folly. 3 years had elapsed since their breakup, and it had ascended to the status of a pop diva, excelling in both singing and acting. Meanwhile, Sui Yu embarked on a new career, starting afresh, vowing never to engage in matters of the heart again. In the 4th year post-separation, and was embroiled in scandal as paparazzi captured her entering a hotel with a rumored boyfriend. The following day, she publicly announced a new romance. However, this relationship was short-lived. Speculation arose regarding the authenticity of the affair, but the line between truth and fabrication remained blurred, leaving many uncertain. During this time, Sui Yu secured an investment, transforming himself into an entrepreneur. Upon hearing news of it, he found that his heart no longer ached as it once did. By the 5th year, Sui Yu faced the demise of his business and returned to a life of simplicity he seemed to have entirely forgotten in, and news of her no longer stirred any emotions within him, while An's career continued to flourish. The narrative ultimately propelled the two further apart, with their paths no longer intersecting. Yet, on a fateful day, 5 years later, a reality show captured the attention of many. Chapter 2. The ordinary pursuing the celebrity. Who among the ordinary can succeed in winning the heart of a celebrity? A reality dating show featuring ordinary individuals vying for the affection of female stars has ignited fervent discussions across the land. Have you ever fantasized about your idol becoming your life partner? What does it feel like to be in a relationship with a star? Can a celebrity truly fall for someone ordinary? The most authentic dating show, devoid of any contrived plots, has made its grand entrance, broadcasting live with absolute transparency. Every promotional message resonates deeply within the hearts of the audience. Instantly, this yet-to-be-aired program has become the focal point of attention. Viewers have taken to commenting beneath the show's announcements. Who are the female stars involved? Don't waste our emotions on unknown third-rate personalities. Which big names are willing to partake in this? Are they not afraid of tarnishing their reputations? What are the criteria for the ordinary contestants? Can I participate? This must be a FA. Reality dating shows are often scripted. Where is the authenticity? The official responses were selectively provided, stating that all participating female stars are currently top-tier celebrities, with only possibilities beyond imagination. The selection of ordinary participants will be random. Anyone wishing to join the show may have a chance after submitting their application form. There is no script, and viewers might witness dazzlingly unexpected developments. Consequently, the show's popularity soared, with numerous hopefuls eager to pursue their dreams of romance with stars filling out application forms. After all, there is no loss in trying, if selected. Wouldn't that present an opportunity for intimacy with a celebrity? However, none of this initially concerned Sui Yu, who was preoccupied with the demands of daily life and lacked the inclination to follow a variety show. Yet, he could not escape the fervent discussions that surrounded him. Do you think we'll participate? She is so popular now. The recent drama she starred in made me cry multiple times. I do prefer Liu Tianxian to join. Her ethereal presence is utterly captivating. Hey, have you forgotten about Bossiong? That figure, that appearance, paired with the words my husband? Unmatched. I adore Reba. That S beyond debate. I've recently developed a fondness for my Mai. How I wish I could be an ordinary contestant. And a name both familiar and unfamiliar. Will she participate? Yet, whether she does seems irrelevant to him. Sui Yu's heart has grown tranquil. At this moment, he holds a proposal, ready to print several copies. The sorrow has long faded from his demeanor. Sui Yu, we've signed you up for the show too. The more, the merrier. Sui Yu smiled, not declining the suggestion. Surely, there must be some hidden agenda. How could he possibly be chosen? As he stood by the printer, preparing to commence printing, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Love system initiating. Detecting that the host has been single for 5 years, now a 5-year singleton. This system is officially activated. It can assist the host in acquiring more love, alleviating the loneliness. A novice gift package is being distributed. Will the host accept? What is this? A system? Sui Yu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly. Having perused countless online novels over the years, he was no stranger to this phenomenon. However, why had it chosen him? Newbie gift pack distribution in progress. Will the host accept? Accept, he replied instinctively, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The system urged him once more, and he subconsciously echoed, accept. Newbie gift pack distribution complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an enhancement in charisma and a comprehensive love manual. The distribution has concluded. Please experience the effects personally. What is this? He muttered in disbelief. Others received divine elixirs, or at the very least a monetary reward. But what was this triviality? System, are you jesting with me? This system is a dating assistance program designed to aid the host in finding companionship. To achieve this, the foremost priority is enhancing one's image and charisma, followed by understanding the sentiments of women. The newbie gift pack aims to bolster these two abilities. The effects may be perceived by the host. What nonsensical drivel! Sui Yu cursed silently. He had already discerned that his mind was flooded with various flirtation techniques, such as how to engage in conversation and how to bring joy to a girl. The most absurd of all was the advice on how to care for a girl during her menstrual period, suggesting not to merely drink hot water, but rather to sip on magma. It was akin to a compendium of female wisdom. Sui Yu felt utterly bewildered. Is this truly effective? Hey, Sui Yu, were you lost in thought? Suddenly, the manager called out as he observed Sui Yu motionless before the printer. Nothing. Sui Yu jolted back to reality, raising his head and stammering a response. Why do you suddenly look more attractive? Though your complexion appears a bit off. Are you unwell? You haven't rested in days. If you're tired, you should take half a day off. Thank you, boss. Sui Yu nodded appreciatively before requesting a leave and departing the office. He needed to unravel the mystery of this system quickly. Upon returning home, Sui Yu could hardly contain his excitement. System, are you still there? I'm here, host. No need to raise your voice. He chuckled softly before inquiring. Do you possess any other functions? This system includes exchange and lottery features, which the host may access via popularity points. Gaining the affection, attention, or astonishment of others will earn you popularity points. The exchange shop is now open for the host as perusal. Sui Yu immediately explored the exchange shop. The selection was limited, currently featuring only 3 items: basic skill proficiency, advanced skill proficiency, and mastery skill proficiency. Acquiring basic skill proficiency required 10,000 popularity points. Advanced skill proficiency demanded 100,000 points, while mastery required a staggering 10 million. The lottery also had tiers: basic, advanced, and supreme, with the lowest requiring 1,000 popularity points per attempt. Gazing at his current 0 popularity points, Sui Yu let out a bitter laugh. Who could fathom the agony of lacking wealth? And who could comprehend the wounds inflicted by a lack of popularity? How could he acquire these coveted popularity points? Should he become an internet celebrity? Engage in live streaming? Stir up some news? Perhaps concoct a scandal? Sui Yu found himself embroiled in a headache. Just then his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Sui Yu? We are from the Rising Star program. And congratulations, you have been fortunate enough to be selected as one of our guest participants. A scam, perhaps? Do you think I've grown too old or incapable? Next time, try something more sophisticated. With that, Sui Yu abruptly hung up the phone. The phone rang incessantly once more. Are you not tired? I've already stated I won't be fooled. I apologize, Mr. Sui Yu, we are not scammers. If you doubt us, you may visit our official website and enter your account information to verify your selection. Should you choose to forfeit this opportunity, we will also notify you on our website. Is it truly so? Sui Yu was taken aback, his skepticism wavering. It certainly did not feel like a scam. Chapter 3. Long time no see. With a lingering sense of doubt, Sui Yu decided to access the program's official website. He logged into his account on his phone, and, to his astonishment, the displayed information dazzled his eyes. Goodness, I was indeed selected. What a turn of events. Just as he had recently joined the system, he was chosen for this romantic reality show. If he performed adequately, gaining popularity would surely be within his grasp. Elated, Sui Yu promptly completed his information and submitted his application. Over the next week, he participated in 3 rounds of video interviews, ultimately securing a spot among the final 6 contestants. Today marked his first visit to the program's filming location. Upon arrival, Sui Yu's tall and handsome demeanor immediately drew the attention of many. This young man was even more striking in person than on screen, and once the program aired, he would surely attract a legion of admirers. Engaging in a romance with such a charming individual seemed entirely plausible. Clearly, the director had a discerning eye. With his enhanced charisma, Sui Yu appeared even more captivating to others. As a result, he faced little difficulty, and the staff treated him with warmth and enthusiasm. The first day was dedicated to arranging logistics, with live streaming commencing the following day. Once everything was settled, Sui Yu decided to venture downstairs to familiarize himself with the surroundings. He pondered who the female celebrities participating this time might be. However, it mattered little, as it was merely a fleeting encounter. As he walked, he passed the hotel front desk when suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice caught his attention. "Xiaolu, hurry up. Are you not done yet?" "And Jia, I'll be right there." Sui Yu turned, electrified by the voice, his eyes initially brightening before dimming with an inexplicable expression. The hotel lobby was now bustling with people. "Wow, and Jia, I adore her. She is my idol. And Jia, I'm your fan. Can we take a photo together? Absolutely stunning, even more beautiful than on television. I'm in love. Indeed, she is breathtaking. It's been such a long time. Is she also here for this program?" Sui Yu silently mused from a distance. He was an ordinary participant, while she was a star. The disparity between them was immense. Perhaps Aaron has long forgotten Sui Yu, so why deceive oneself by standing here? Sui Yu turned to leave, yet could not resist glancing back at Aaron, only to feel a jolt as he noticed her gaze fixed in his direction. His heart raced. Did she see him? Did she recognize him? Perhaps she had forgotten. It must be mere overthinking on his part. A sense of melancholy washed over Sui Yu as he hastened his steps out of the hotel. The breeze outside was gentle, yet he felt a chill creeping in. Passing by a quaint tavern, Sui Yu stepped inside and ordered a jug of aged wine. With each sip, his troubled heart found a modicum of solace. Did he still long for her? Sui Yu shook his head. Perhaps the yearning had long since faded. It was merely the pang of realizing the distance between him and his former love that brought sorrow. After all, when 2 individuals have shared a past, neither wishes to be left behind. Sui Yu downed another glass of wine, feeling no sting at all. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A text message appeared. "Have you changed your number? Are you participating in this show too?" "It's Aaron." Sui Yu smiled faintly, his fingers poised to respond. "Lucky you. I cannot compare. Rest assured, I won't speak out of turn. Let's just be strangers. That sounds nice." "Yes, strangers. Quite nice indeed." Aaron must have reached out to prevent him from disrupting her show. Otherwise, after all these years, why had she remained silent if he hadn't changed his number? Soon, another message chimed in. "Shall we meet tonight?" How curious. Was she afraid he would affect her career? Sui Yu scoffed softly and replied, "Sure, where to?" Since fate had brought them together, it was best to confront the matter head-on. 2 hours later, in the underground parking lot, within the vehicle with the last 4 digits 0056. Sui Yu chose not to respond further. Perhaps it was time to bring closure. 2 hours later, In the underground parking area, Sui Yu found Aaron waiting quietly inside the car. Without a mask or a trench coat, she wore a simple white top. Her long hair cascading down, her light makeup exuding an enchanting charm. A big star like you, aren't you afraid of being photographed out in the open? The headlines about a celebrity meeting a young heartthrob would be explosive, Sui Yu teased. Ansmilet gently, unfatset, as she leaned over to open the passenger door for him, cheerfully remarking, "Doesn't it feel like the old days?" "What do you mean?" Sui Yu asked, feeling a bit bewildered as he settled into the passenger seat. "I meant, does this scene remind you of our past? Back then, when you had just bought your car, you would open the door for me like this. Do you remember?" Sui Yu was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. How could he forget? Not long after graduation, he had scrimped and saved to purchase a second-hand car, driving Aaron through the city's streets and alleys, feeling as if he possessed the entire world. Seeing Sui Yu lost in thought, Aaron continued speaking. "Reflecting on that time, it seems I was quite foolish. With that old clunker of a car. The only sound it made was the honking horn, and in winter, the cold wind blew right through, making me catch a cold. Yet, why did I feel such happiness?" Sui Yu lowered his head, a bitter smile escaping his lips. "Yes, I was foolish then, oblivious to the essence of enjoyment. Unlike you now, who seems to possess everything and no longer cares." "No," and firmly rejected. "No, it wasn't foolishness back then. Rather, I was deeply enamored with you, truly in love. I genuinely wish for you to be injured, perhaps even paralyzed, so I could care for you for a lifetime." He, Sui Yu nodded, reminiscing about the intensity of those feelings. Indeed, at that time, one could truly sense it. However, Sui Yu raised his head, and though a smile lingered on his lips, a sudden air of melancholy enveloped him. But yesterday was April 12th. And Anne's expression shifted from the sweetness of reminiscence to shock, her eyes wide, her lips forming an L. She hurriedly covered her mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Happy birthday. I truly forgot." "No, no need for that." Sui Yu quickly waved his hand. "Really, it's unnecessary. I simply feel that the affection I had back then was genuine, and now, the memories have truly faded. Indeed, back then, this day would be planned months in advance, regarded as the most significant day of the year. And now, silence, an eternal silence. I cannot recall when it began, but the two once inseparable in conversation have fallen into silence." And turned her gaze toward the window, tears welling in her eyes. "Perhaps it truly has been forgotten. All right, rest assured." Sui Yu opened the car door. "You can be at ease. This time, I will not pretend to know you, nor will I bring you any trouble." After speaking those words, Sui Yu stepped out of the car. Lastly, I must say it's been a long time, and then watched as Sui Yu's figure faded, ultimately refraining from calling out to him. "Farewell, it's been a while, though we have parted." Much like two intersecting railway tracks that continue onward in divergent directions, I sincerely cherish the moments we shared on this journey. Chapter 4. The live broadcast commences the following day. The live broadcast officially began. First, the female guests made their entrance. The production team directed the camera to a desolate room, devoid of any presence. Clank! With the sound of the door, the first female guest made a dazzling entrance. Upon seeing her silhouette, the barrage of comments erupted in disbelief. Am I seeing things? How did she arrive? Is this program suitable for her? A goddess? No. A strong woman? I find myself praying for the male guests. Ha, I apologize. I simply cannot help but laugh at the sight of her. Jia Ling, what brings you here? If all the female guests are like this, I might as well thank the production team for their decision to exclude me. The comments went into a frenzy. A plump figure stepped into the frame, her endearing smile radiating charm. Wait, why am I the only one here? Wasn't it said there would be men? Where are the men? I arrived late. Have they all been chosen? Why didn't anyone leave one for me? The chubby figure looked around, muttering to herself, evoking laughter and tears from countless spectators. No, Ling Jia, you arrived too early. They haven't come yet. Someone from the production team reminded her. Oh, is that so? Ling Jia suddenly realized. This situation is quite the commotion. Hearing about love makes me anxious. I've only had 5 buns for breakfast. Hilarious laughter erupted throughout the venue. The first female guest was indeed Jia Ling, one of the leading figures in the comedy realm today, enjoying immense popularity and possessing an impressive figure. All right, next. Just as Jia Ling settled down, the door swung open again. The second female guest made a stunning entrance. A girl radiating a powerful aura strode in confidently. Jia Ling immediately rose to her feet. Wow, Mimi, you're here too. Indeed, this production team has an eye for talent, inviting only stunning beauties like us. Hee hee hee. Hee hee, right, all beautiful women. Yang Mi responded, bursting into laughter. Jia Ling approached Yang Mi for a hug, marveling at her figure. This physique is simply outstanding. Why is it that every time I see you, my heart races? That just means you're in good health, Yang Mi replied with a smile. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. I can't take it anymore. I can tolerate Jia Ling's humor, but Yang Mi too? Good health? Now that is a classic response. Yang Mi, I adore you. Who would dare to be my rival in love against Yang Mi? The second female guest was Yang Mi, one of the most popular artists in the entertainment industry today. She runs her own company and is becoming increasingly influential. Next came the third guest, Reba, who cautiously entered and sat beside Yang Mi. She is an artist under Yang Mi's company and one of the hottest rising stars. Her ethnic features have been praised as the most beautiful in the entertainment circle. As a newcomer, she respectfully greeted Jia Ling. The fourth and fifth guests appeared simultaneously, Mai Mai and Liu Tianxian, drawing considerable attention as well. The allure of these women had completely overshadowed Jia Ling. The comments on the screen reflected the audience's rising appreciation for the show. Besides the first, Jia Ling, the subsequent guests were indeed of goddess caliber. Why didn't the director choose me? I refuse to accept it. I would love to date Liu Tianxian. I'm envious. Who do you think the final guest will be? Can even Yang Mi not take the spotlight? Yes, who would be the finale? Generally, the closing act is of significant stature, at the very least, not lower than the preceding guests. So, among the 6 female guests, who would take the final bow? Just then, the door rang once more. The answer was about to be revealed. Not only were the audience members curious, but the 5 female guests also looked on with intrigue. Until today, the production team had kept the identities a secret. Soon, the door slowly creaked open. A cascade of long hair framed her face, complemented by a simple denim jacket and jeans, yet could not conceal the innate elegance and beauty that radiated from within. Greetings. I am Anan, she said with a warm smile, eliciting cheerful responses from several female celebrities. Hello, Anan. It's been a while. You're as stunning as ever. Kulme, take a seat. Soon, the gathering encouraged Anan to settle down. The final guest was indeed Anan, the most prominent star of the moment. Having debuted 5 years ago, she boasted an abundance of resources, with whispers of powerful allies propelling her success. In terms of both talent and background, she stood at the pinnacle of the current entertainment industry. The audience was taken aback. Wow, it's Anan. Didn't she just get photographed switching boyfriends? Is she really participating in this kind of show? While she might not match the status of the current Mr. Yang, and though her beauty was on par with several others present, in terms of popularity, she unquestionably held the spotlight. Goddesses, all of them, exclaimed one viewer. Did the production team seek my approval for inviting so many of my wives to this show? As the female guests took their places, the director of the program approached the stage. He began graciously, "Thank you all for joining us for the comeback of Female Celebrity Show. We eagerly anticipate whether you will form romantic connections with the ordinary contestants." He continued, "Next, we will introduce our male guests. Each of them has prepared a talent showcase to capture your attention. After watching their performances, you will write down the name of the boy who first made your heart flutter. We call this the first experience of love. Without further ado, let us turn our gaze to the stage." The first ordinary contestant emerged. A short-haired young man came into view, his chiseled features and sun-kissed skin instantly exuding a sense of security. Wow, he clearly spends a lot of time outdoors. His physique and complexion are just my type. He may not be conventionally handsome, but he possesses a certain charm, reminiscent of that one, Wu Jing. Being with him would surely feel incredibly safe. Brother, could you share your contact information? The audience echoed their approval. At that moment, the self-introduction of the first male contestant resonated through the live stream. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Long, but you can call me Along. I am a police officer, constantly on the front lines battling against criminals. I fear not even the most ruthless of foes, yet I find myself apprehensive around women. Thus, I have remained single. Today, I will perform a martial arts demonstration for you, and I hope you enjoy it. Stand like a pine, lie like a bough. As the music played, a long martial prowess dazzled the audience, eliciting sighs of relief from the female guests. Thank goodness, that was quite impressive. They had feared that the production team might invite some rather unremarkable individuals, which could have dampened their spirits regardless of the show's popularity. Fortunately, it seemed the program was quite discerning. As a long performance concluded, the female guests found themselves increasingly charmed by him. The second male contestant, a chef named Jia Ling, appeared next. He was somewhat plump, yet his endearing demeanor bore a resemblance to Jia Ling. He showcased his culinary skills, claiming that being with him would ensure no one ever goes hungry. The audience chuckled in amusement, and the female guests showed little disdain towards him, perceiving him as an ordinary individual. The third participant was a typical white-collar worker in sales, whose words flowed effortlessly, entertaining everyone with a segment of comedic dialogue. However, a few of the female guests slightly furrowed their brows, finding him somewhat excessive. The fourth individual was a doctor who, upon his entrance, began to babble about the physical conditions of each female guest. Although they were indifferent to his remarks, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Yet, upon learning of his credentials as a chief physician at the top hospital in the capital, several guests shed their initial dismissive attitudes. The fifth participant was rather intriguing. A security guard whose catchphrase was that at 20 years old, he became a guard, thereby avoiding 40 years of misdirection. He entertained the audience with a display of marching that had everyone in fits of laughter, although the female stars ranked him last. After the first 5 performances concluded, the final participant was about to take the stage. Finally, it was Sui Yu's turn. Chapter 5. A song for you. Wow, he is so handsome. Upon closer inspection, his features are quite similar to mine, yet when combined, he appears so strikingly attractive. Young man, are you in need of a girlfriend? I would love to bear your children. As Sui Yu appeared on camera, a flurry of admiration flooded the comments. His charisma was exceptionally captivating, creating an aura of warmth that enveloped everyone. In the studio, the female stars were abuzz with discussions. Wow, he resembles Huazai. Jia Ling was the first to exclaim. Young boss chuckled, remarking, indeed, I've heard Jia Ling is a super fan of Huazai, right? No way. Jia Ling quickly denied. I am Huazai's wife. Laughter erupted in the room. After the laughter subsided, Jia Ling unabashedly continued. Let me tell you, I have reserved him. No one is allowed to compete with me. All right, we want to compete with you, the crowd joked. Although they were all impressed by Sui Yu's looks, being in the entertainment industry, they had seen numerous handsome men and were not overly astonished by him. Furthermore, given that this was a show, they understood the need for dramatic effect and to extend mutual respect. Only Aaron remained silent. He has come. He has truly come. After such a long time apart, he looks even more dashing. Just yesterday in the car, it was hard to see clearly. I thought I had forgotten. Yet why do I still feel a pang of loss? Before the camera, Sui Yu beamed a sunny smile. Hello everyone. My name is Sui Yu. Sui Yu. The crowd turned to Aaron, who merely offered a polite smile. She had grown accustomed to the charades over these 5 years. Sui Yu's voice resonated once more. This name has accompanied me for over 20 years. Back then, Aaron had yet to rise to fame. So I'm not riding her coattails. If anything, she is riding mine. This remark delighted the audience in the comments. Young man, I find your confidence quite appealing. How dare you insult Aaron? Where's the family army? You are not only handsome, but also articulate and amusing. I long to see you and Aaron together. The comments section has already begun to buzz with excitement. Unknown to Sui Yu, he continued, I have been single for 5 years, and reflecting on it now brings me a tinge of regret. I chose a career for survival when I had nothing, and I let go of my dearest love when I knew nothing of love. Having come here, I wish to bid farewell to the past and allow myself a fresh start. Tears welled in Aaron's eyes upon hearing these words. She lifted her gaze, striving to keep them from falling. In the beginning, we both chose our dreams, and in doing so, we chose to relinquish each other. But now, why must we meet again? Is it a torment bestowed by fate or a second chance? Sui Yu's voice was gentle as he continued. I am a useless person. After 5 years since our breakup, I remain as I was. My career is in shambles. Yet recently, I encountered that person from my past, and I suddenly felt that I had truly let go. Therefore, I wish to sing a song. Long time no see, a song I wrote for her for my ex. Of course, this song was not penned by Sui Yu. It was a gift from the system, bestowed upon him after it learned he would perform. However, Sui Yu felt that this song was indeed his own creation. Anne's heart ached. She was uncertain whether it was due to reluctance or lingering feelings. Hearing those words about letting go, she felt a constriction in her heart. Had he truly moved on? The prelude began softly, deep and mournful. Sui Yu's voice emerged, still as captivating as it once was. I arrived in your city, traversing the path you once took, imagining how lonely you must be without me. Holding onto the photograph you gave me, on that familiar street. Yet without your presence, we can never return to that day. Sui Yu's singing may not have been exceptionally professional, but it evoked tears from listeners. Indeed, he was already weeping. He had once envisioned many things, visiting cities associated with air and dreaming dreams tied to her, breathing the air she had breathed, feeling the remnants of time. But ultimately, he could not endure the heartache. So today, let everything fade into the past. After all, we cannot return to that day. In a live stream, many female celebrities wore somber expressions. Who hasn't experienced a love that etched itself into their very soul? Who has not felt heartbreak? Who has gone mad? The song continued, and Sui Yu's emotions deepened. Will you suddenly appear in the corner CAF? I would greet you with a smile, wave hello, and sit down and chat with you. How I long to see you again, to witness your recent changes, to refrain from speaking of the past, merely exchanging pleasantries. Saying to you, long time no see, no mention of what once was. Was there truly no past? Erin quietly wiped away her tears, her demeanor still steeped in solitude. Only now did she fully comprehend. They had indeed parted ways, and they had genuinely lost each other. As the song articulates, when we reunite, let us refrain from discussing the past and merely exchange pleasantries akin to strangers engaging in brief cordiality, nothing more. Once the melody concluded and rose gracefully, striving to display a sweet smile, feigning nonchalance, she gently applauded, prompting the other stars to unconsciously join in. The atmosphere transformed into a heartwarming scene. Sui Yu, since you have chosen to start anew, let us embark on this journey together. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude for the song you gifted me. I cherish it dearly. The comments section erupted with enthusiasm. Such a beautiful song. I reluctantly admit it made me cry. Listening to this melody post-breakup is undeniably heart-wrenching. Is this truly an ordinary person? Could it be that some prominent figure in the music industry is masquerading? As the performance concluded, the female guests harbored their own thoughts. Boss Yang discreetly summoned Reba aside. In a moment, you will write about Sui Yu. What? Reba was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that it would be for Ling Jia? You must choose. Ideally, we can secure this talented individual. He possesses good looks, a remarkable singing voice, and can compose music. Bringing him into our company would undoubtedly yield a promising asset. Boss Yang, ever the astute businessman, was always focused on opportunities. Very well. Reba nodded vacantly. Liu Tianxian also silently made her decision. She would select Sui Yu. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to her past infatuation, the carefree brother. Rarely participating in variety shows, she had made a significant commitment to attend this one. Thus, she believed it essential to choose someone visually appealing, at least someone she wouldn't find off-putting, right? As for my, her criteria were straightforward. She aimed to select the youngest-looking contender. Among them, Sui Yu appeared to be the youngest. Therefore, he would be her choice. As for Ling Jia, she humorously acknowledged that everything was for the sake of the show. Chapter 6. The contest for affection. After the 6 male guests completed their performances, they sequentially entered the live studio and took their seats. Aside from Sui Yu, the others seemed somewhat restrained, sitting upright with unnatural expressions. In contrast, Sui Yu appeared significantly more at ease, perhaps due to his inherent disposition. After all, he possessed a system and had previously shared the stage with several female guests. He exuded confidence. At that moment, the director stepped onto the stage, smiling as he announced, "Now, we arrive at the thrilling moment of selecting our heartthrob. Allow me to share a secret. This selection is closely tied to the subsequent tasks, so please choose wisely. If multiple girls select the same boy, we will automatically enter the boys' counter-selection phase, and that could lead to quite the predicament. The director smirked slyly. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. Choosing someone isn't daunting. Failing to be chosen is what is embarrassing. If two goddesses select the same boy, and he counters. How humiliating for the one left unchosen. This is truly a precarious situation. Oh no, I'm torn between selecting Reba or My. Such a tough decision. My head aches. All right, you have 5 minutes to decide. After that, I expect your answers, the director commanded. Soon, several female guests began to whisper among themselves. Tianxian, who will you choose? Young boss inquired tentatively. Oh, I'll just pick someone who hasn't been chosen yet. Number 5, the security guard, seems fine, Liu Tianxian replied. That is safe. Aren't you considering number 6? He is rather handsome, young boss pressed on. Handsome men are unreliable, and besides, he is too sought after. If he gets picked by someone else, it would be quite embarrassing, Liu Tianxian reasoned convincingly. I agree. My chimed in upon hearing Liu Tianxian's words. Handsome men are deceivers. As my mother says, we should not choose them. None of you should. True, I don't find him as charming as Huazai. He is not appealing enough for me, added sister Jia Ling. Young boss, contemplating, glanced at the stoic and beside him and finally asked, Anin, who will you choose? Anin smiled. I want to tell you, I fear you might compete with me. Me? Are you inquiring because you wish to choose number 6? How could that be? Young boss quickly denied. I prefer strong men. Number 1 is my type, you know? I think number 6 would suit you well, easygoing and all. Never mind. I'm a foodie, so I must choose the chef, Anin replied with a smile. Young boss felt slightly reassured, confidently writing down Sui Yu's name. Since no one is choosing number 6, though their words may not all be truthful, there is a good chance only 1 or 2 might dare to pick him. I will choose number 6, and with Reba, even if another joins, we still have a 2/3 chance. It's secure. This was young boss's line of thought. 5 minutes swiftly passed. Everyone submitted the notes they held in hand. The 6 male guests appeared tense. After all, if no one chose them, they would face embarrassment in front of the entire nation. Such a feeling is far from pleasant. The director smiled subtly. Everything was under control. Machinations and intrigues. This was precisely what he wished to witness. He opened the first note, which belonged to My. Upon seeing the name inscribed, he felt even more elated. My chose number 6, Sui Yu. All the female guests were taken aback, collectively turning to look at My. What happened? Didn't your mother say that handsome boys are unreliable? And yet, here we are. What happened to the good girl? My awkwardly chuckled. I forgot to tell you all, I'm 18 this year and still in my rebellious phase, not quite obedient. Puffed. Everyone burst into laughter. Sister Jia Ling even gave a thumbs up. Being a mom isn't easy. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments went wild. My is so adorable, haha. She cracks me up. She is right. It was her mother's words, not hers. She is inherently in a favorable position. I don't have such a daughter. Don't call me mom. My's mother chimed in. The director was also amused. This was the program's effect he had aimed for. Absolutely perfect. Seizing the moment, he began to read the second note, that of Sister Jia Ling. Her choice was. The director widened his eyes, his mouth forming a Na shape. Jia Ling chooses number 6, Sui Yu. This answer left the entire audience astonished. Isn't number 6 beneath you? Why did you choose him? Mr. Yang was the first to inquire. In response to the question, Jia Ling smiled broadly. Alas, I cannot help it. I am in my rebellious phase, and my thoughts change like the wind. I simply cannot resist. Her words were utterly perplexing. The program was becoming increasingly entertaining, and the barrage of comments surged, leading to a remarkable increase in viewership ratings. The director was overjoyed. This is what a dating show should be. Absent the cliché drama of 2 women vying for 1 man, could it still be called a dating show? However, Sui was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated being so popular. Yet, the expressions of the other male contestants were far from pleasant. With 2 already having chosen Sui Yu, it meant that at least one among them would go unselected, which would be quite awkward. Nevertheless, with only two, it was not a significant issue. The director swiftly revealed the third note. Exciting. This time, his expression was even more animated. The third contestant, Mr. Yang, chose number 6, Sui Yu. Goodness. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Hadn't they all claimed they would not choose him? What was happening now? Mr. Yang chuckled awkwardly. Facing the disapproving gazes of all the female contestants, he began to explain, "Oh dear, I noticed you all said you wouldn't select number 6. So I thought I might take a chance. Who knew you were all bullying the honest man? You're the least honest." However, no one had much to say at this point. They could only hope that they would not hear Sui Yu's name again. The fourth note revealed by the director was from Liu Fairy. Upon reading its content, his expression darkened immediately. "Oh no, I intended for you two women to compete for one man, not for all of you to choose the same person. How am I supposed to proceed from here?" However, there was no choice. The director had to continue announcing the selections. Such are the drawbacks of live broadcasting. Liu Tianxian chose number 6, Sui Yu. Like Mr. Yang, I also aim to take a chance, believe me, Liu Tianxian preemptively explained. The viewers were delighted. "We believe you, Tianxian, we truly do. I am convinced this is unscripted. It's astonishing. Sui Yu, you are now my idol. My heart aches for the other gentlemen." Director's team, did you inform them that he was merely meant to be a supporting character? Back at the scene, 4 contestants had now chosen Sui Yu. The hostility among the 5 gentlemen present towards Sui Yu intensified. Sui Yu believed that if looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. However, it was not his fault. This was beyond his control. Sui Yu felt the sweet burden of trouble. The director, unable to fabricate anything in the live broadcast, gritted his teeth and continued to announce the votes. The 5th contestant, Reba, chose Sui Yu once more. "I too wish to take a chance," Reba quickly stated. She, of course, could not reveal that this was Mr. Yang's directive. She had to comply. Thus, she chose to follow suit. The final contestant, and, unsurprisingly, also selected Sui Yu. "I must confess, I am a food enthusiast, yet I find Sui Yu's charm utterly delectable, which is why I have made my selection." At this point, no one is particularly interested in the reasoning behind it. However, it appears that the female contestants have collectively sighed in relief, for we are all in the same boat. If we're to feel awkward, let's all do so together. Jia Ling stepped forward, half-jokingly remarking, well, with 6 of us harboring a multitude of intentions, it seems we are all destined to be chosen by contestant number 5. I can't shake the feeling that I am about to be selected as a consort. It's rather exhilarating. Chapter 7. The selection of a consort on the internet. The barrage of comments is as varied as ever. The selection of a consort? Jia Fei, you ought to refrain from participating. Perhaps take a moment to admire your reflection. With so many beauties around, one could argue that it is the emperor who is truly fortunate. I admit, I am envious of you, Sui Yu. Shall we flip a card? Perhaps choose a bedmate? But let us spare Jia Fei from that. Please remove that card from the deck, At this juncture, the director found himself in a state of exasperation. He had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet he never envisioned a situation where all 6 female contestants would gravitate towards a single male. Nevertheless, even though it was entirely unforeseen, he had no choice but to face it head-on. This is a live broadcast, and the greatest fear is an unforeseen mishap. Greetings, everyone. I truly did not expect that 6 female contestants would simultaneously favor the same gentleman. While I extend my congratulations to contestant number 6, I would like to inquire about the sentiments of the other participants. How do you feel about this? It was a piercing question. Aside from Sui Yu, the expressions of the other 5 contestants soured instantly. How could one articulate this predicament? To admit feeling embarrassed? To acknowledge that not being chosen signifies inadequacy? The sting of rejection was already painful enough. Why must they add insult to injury? After a prolonged silence, the first contestant, a police officer, was the first to grasp the microphone. To be honest, I have never felt this nervous even when confronting criminals. I have never experienced such dejection in the face of failure. Today, I am genuinely flustered. I have envisioned this moment countless times and anticipated this outcome. Yet now that he stands before me, I can only utter one thing. Damn it, eliminate number 6, and I shall be the victor. The audience erupted in laughter. What a bold declaration. One wonders if contestant number 6 felt the weight of such pressure. Next, let us invite the second male contestant to share his thoughts. The director hastily turned to the second participant, mindful of the program's limited duration. The second contestant, a chef, grinned broadly, his dialect adding a humorous touch. I'm not convinced. This segment is not in my favor. My mother always said that if they truly tasted my cooking, they wouldn't disdain me. I demand to prepare a large goose in an iron pot right here, right now. With that, he attempted to step off the stage, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Wait, there will be other opportunities. The director quickly intervened, ushering him back to his seat before handing the microphone to the third male contestant. The third contestant, a salesman, harbored a palpable hostility towards Sui Yu. Clients have tormented me endlessly, yet I treat them as if they were my first love. I intend to employ the same tactics I use with clients to win over the female contestants. Just wait and see. As for number 6, he is merely a showman, and I shall outlast him. Without exception, the initial 3 contestants expressed their discontent towards Sui Yu. When men become petty, their jealousy can be a formidable force. As the fourth participant took his turn, the doctor wielded a brush, twirling it in his hand like a surgical scalpel. I am a meticulous individual, requiring the female guests to gradually familiarize themselves with me. As for contestant number 6, I wish you good health. The fifth contestant was even more intriguing. Among the myriad of professions, security personnel reigned supreme. Number 6, which neighborhood do you reside in? I assure you, your deliveries will never arrive. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The online audience reveled in the drama, exclaiming, number 6 is in for a rough time. It seems he is destined to be targeted. Exceptional individuals often attract attention, and number 6, I stand by your side. This show is quite entertaining. It has been a while since I witnessed a group of men engaging in such verbal sparring. Once everyone had spoken, the director revealed a satisfied smile. Though flawed, this was precisely the spectacle he wished to see. A program thrives on excitement to garner viewership. His gaze shifted to Sui Yu, who wore a slight smile. Having noticed the surge in popularity on the system panel, he needed only to ignite a little more excitement to secure a basic skill. With that thought, Sui Yu cleared his throat. Thank you to the 6 of you for choosing me. Congratulations on possessing at least a semblance of normal aesthetic appreciation. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions on the faces of the other 5 male contestants soured. What did he mean? Was he implying they were unattractive? Yet, as they glanced at the disparity between themselves and Sui Yu, their urge to retaliate diminished. The enhanced Sui Yu was undeniably striking. However, the Real frenzy was just beginning. Sui Yu continued, as for the other gentlemen present, I must say, you are all younger brothers to me. My apologies, I am not targeting any specific individual. I merely mean that all of you here are my younger brothers. Upon uttering this statement, he felt several piercing gazes directed at him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Observing the rapid increase in his popularity, he felt that life was indeed worthwhile. The online comments erupted, teeming with powerful and audacious phrases flooding the screen. The program pressed on. Next, the male contestants entered the selection phase, wherein Sui Yu had to choose one female guest as a prospective partner. This was the most challenging and the moment the audience had eagerly anticipated. All right, number 6, which female contestant do you wish to select? Sui Yu fell silent. The 6 female guests displayed their unique charms, each regarding him with varying expressions. His gaze first landed on Ran, and he instinctively shivered. How is it possible that after a breakup, she still possesses such an audacious demeanor? And Ran's eyes sparkled with a defiant challenge, as if to say, dare you to choose someone else? Determined, Sui Yu resolved to disregard her. Next, his attention shifted to Boss Yang, who immediately greeted him with a sweet smile. You're Sui Yu, aren't you? Do you fancy age gap relationships? Perhaps there's a different experience awaiting you. A blatant temptation hung in the air. The piercing gaze seemed capable of ensnaring Sui Yu's very soul. In a moment of urgency, he pinched himself sharply, striving to regain a semblance of clarity. He inwardly lamented, alas, it must be disregarded. Boss Yang is a businessman. Engaging with her could lead to a situation where nothing remains. Subsequently, Liu Tianxian appeared considerably more composed, smiling gently, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to convey that the choice was entirely up to them. Sui Yu shook his head regarding my Mai and Sister Jia Ling. One was too young, and the other, well, she was not the one. Having eliminated 5, only one remained. He gazed upon the somewhat bashful Riba, his heart swelling with delight. It would be her, a girl with a hint of ethnic charm. He realized he had yet to experience such a connection. Sui Yu immediately resolved, the girl I fancy is Riba. A gasp reverberated through the crowd. Several contestants who had not been chosen expressed their displeasure vocally. Sister Jia Ling lacks discernment. I am the queen, radiating confidence, yet you fail to appreciate it. Liu Tianxian added, this is my first rejection. I shall remember you. Mai, a spirited girl in her youth, boldly declared, fear not failure. I shall choose you again next time. Boss Yang demonstrated foresight, asserting, Riba is as exceptional as I am. Riba, win him over, only, and remained silent, her gaze fixed on Sui Yu, who dared not meet her eyes. Lowering his head in quietude, I missed the moment you most wished to marry me, did I not? N's voice floated softly to him, sending a tremor through his being. His mouth opened and closed several times, yet no sound emerged. It felt akin to 5 years prior, but had he truly moved on? With countless thoughts swirling, Sui Yu found himself at a loss for words. On the sofa, and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, gust, I feel we're destined to be. Since you did not choose me, ought you not to offer some form of compensation? Compensation for what? Sui Yu inquired. I have yet to devise an answer. I shall inform you when I do, and replied with a mischievous smile, endearing in its charm. Chapter 8, 200 for 3 days. Meanwhile, the comments section buzzed with lively discourse. He actually chose Riba. Sui Yu, I have a vendetta against you. I must avenge the betrayal of my beloved. N's words, I ultimately missed my chance with you, sent shivers down spines, and the seriousness of her demeanor led many to suspect a deeper narrative. Fortunately, it was merely a jest. Sui Yu had inadvertently offended 5 male contestants and 5 female ones. It seemed he was in a precarious position. Yet, N's final remark felt off to many. Surely there was a story behind it. Anticipation among the audience grew palpable. Observing all this, the program's director was elated, for as long as ratings soared. Nothing could be deemed a mistake. The director stepped forward, addressing everyone. Next, you shall each have another opportunity to choose. Each female contestant may freely select one male contestant anew. We shall call this a second chance at love. This selection must be made with great care, for it will significantly impact our forthcoming tasks. What? We can choose again? Sister Jia Ling exclaimed, her mouth agape with delight. Such delightful news. Can happiness truly come a second time? Gentlemen, your sister Ling has arrived. Ha ha ha. Jia Ling, the undisputed master of enlivening the atmosphere, effortlessly alleviated all awkwardness with a single remark. Jia Ling, we have agreed that you shall choose first, and no one will contest your selection, declared several female guests graciously. After all, it is just a show, and no one is taking it too seriously. Jia Ling, upon hearing this, felt elated. Ah, my dear sisters, how considerate you are. I shall not be modest then. Without hesitation, Jia Ling opted for chef number 2. In her own words, the universe may be vast, yet the belly is paramount. Let's first satisfy our hunger. The chef, entirely agreeable, nodded enthusiastically and remarked to Jia Ling. My mother always said that a woman of your stature is bound to bear sons. Nay, I could bear twins, Jia Ling replied, truly the only woman capable of embracing any jest. Subsequently, Boss Yang chose the white-collar saleswoman, instantly evoking the imagery of a female boss and her junior employee. Liu Tianxian selected officer number 1, citing her need for a sense of security, and chose the doctor with a straightforward rationale. We share a common dream. We both wish for number 6's good health. Mai settled on the security guard, exclaiming, well, this is the only option left. Once all selections were made, the director initiated the second round of tasks. A notable figure once proclaimed, beauty lies in the details, and true love emerges from poverty. Only a man who prioritizes you despite having nothing is capable of genuine affection. Excuse me, director, who uttered that profound statement. Liu Tianxian interjected with a smile before the director could finish. My uncle. He was perpetually broke and shared this wisdom with me in my youth. The director, unfazed, glanced at Liu Tianxian with a chuckle. Come now, is this not a universal truth? Can my uncle's wisdom truly be dismissed? Laughter erupted in response. Once the mirth subsided, he continued, thus, our second task is to experience poverty for 3 days. The production team will provide each pair with a mere 200 yuan. Remember, this is your only allowance for the next 3 days. You must use it wisely to survive. Should it prove insufficient, you will need to devise your own means of earning more. The rules are strict. No borrowing from fans or friends, and no use of additional funds. Any violation will result in immediate termination of participation. The challenge begins tomorrow morning. Once everyone has signed this agreement, you may return to rest. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? Such cruelty? 200 yuan barely covers a single hot pot meal. Indeed, what can 200 yuan accomplish nowadays? It does not even account for lodging. Production team, I implore you to reconsider. The female celebrities began to voice their grievances. The director's expression darkened instantly. Is it even a challenge if there is no struggle? It seems you have lived too comfortably and are unaware of life's hardships. Countless individuals in this world cannot afford a meal, yet you dare to complain about a mere 200 yuan. Allow me to enlighten you on its potential. A cabbage costs 5 yuan, and with 200 yuan, one can purchase 40 cabbages. Yet, half a cabbage constitutes the entirety of vegetables for many individuals' meals. Potatoes are priced at 2 yuan per pound, allowing for the acquisition of 100 pounds with 200 yuan. Merely 2 potatoes suffice to prepare a dish of shredded potatoes. A bun costs 1 yuan. With 200 buns, how long could you sustain yourselves? As we embark on this program, we must act with integrity. As celebrities, one ought to comprehend the struggles of the common folk. Do you wish to be perpetually labeled as gilded canaries confined within a cage? Is it impossible to survive through one's own endeavors? The silence was deafening. Several female stars lowered their gazes. No, we are not, exclaimed the youngest Mamai, as she boldly proclaimed, I accept the challenge. I assent at merely surviving for 3 days on 200 yuan. I am confident I can manage it. Mamai, do not act rashly. This is a toxic proposition. Jia Ling whispered in caution. However, Mamai, undeterred, signed her name and proceeded to lead the security personnel out. Jia Ling sighed in resignation, casting a glance at the other female stars. Well, we're already deep into this. Let us embark. With Mamai's signature, the others had little choice but to follow suit. They faced the daunting task ahead. Soon, the remaining stars signed their names as well, leaving only the director smiling subtly at their antics. At that moment, someone approached to compliment him. Director, your words were truly inspiring. I now feel that I've been taking my meals for granted, not valuing 200 yuan as I should. The director nodded. Indeed, you are not mistaken. For I too do not regard 200 yuan as substantial. It barely covers a single meal. It's merely talk with them. Do you genuinely believe one can survive 3 days on such a sum? It is the struggle that makes it interesting. The internet erupted in laughter. I can't believe I was momentarily moved. It turns out the director is the true mastermind behind this. The comments continued. Don't be naive. What can 200 yuan achieve in this world? Cooking does not require oil, salt, sauce, or vinegar. The director conveniently omitted that. Moreover, where will these individuals find lodging? With 200 yuan, even the cheapest inns cannot last 3 days. Thus, it becomes evident that the director possesses a cunning nature. Chapter 9. 9 meals starved in 3 days. As the first day of the program concluded, everyone returned to their resting quarters. Sui Yu glanced at the system panel, noting a popularity value of 150,000. He could either purchase a basic skill proficiency or partake in 15 ordinary lottery draws. However, Sui Yu refrained from hastily redeeming anything, as such matters could wait until truly necessary. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, the group arrived early at the live broadcast site. Today marked the beginning of their 3-day journey of frugality. Shall we come up with a team name? Suggested Boss Yang as the program commenced. Let us call ourselves the All beautiful combination. Jia Ling promptly declared, I believe this name perfectly encapsulates our team's essence. Yes, all beautiful, echoed the rather naive chef, nodding in agreement. Laughter erupted in the comment section. Do they not look in a mirror? Following this, the other teams also settled on names that were considerably more conventional. Boss Yang and the white-collar sales team aptly named themselves the 996 combination, showcasing their commendable virtue of prioritizing work over life. In stark contrast, Mai and the security guard adopted the name Laid Back to the end, a reflection of the youthful attitude towards life. Liu Tianxian and the police officer chose the name Flower of the Police, exuding an ethereal charm. And in the doctor, however, opted for a more straightforward moniker, Avengers, vowing to fight to the bitter end, though they did not specify against him. Ultimately, only Sui Yu and Ba remained, and when they revealed their names, everyone was taken aback. 3 days, starving 9 meals, they declared, formally debuting. The crowd was left in disbelief. What kind of name is that? 3 days, starving 9 meals. I mean, will Ba not starve to death? Poor Ba. Indeed, the handsomest are often the most unreliable, just a pretty face without substance. Ron, those upstairs. If I could be with Sui Yu, I would endure a week of hunger. Too handsome to resist, love him to death. A moment of sympathy for Ba. Once the groups were formed, they dispersed, and the live broadcast was divided into 6 rooms, capturing the action in real time. Several stars held their breath. Although there was no competition, the popularity of each live room had its stakes. All were hot commodities, and none wished to be outshone by the others. Thus, the stars swiftly commenced their endeavors. When job hunting, we must avoid those who underpay. We need daily wages, ideally with meals and accommodation included, at the very least meals, to save some money. With this in mind, Yang Boss made bold strokes, listing restaurants, hotels, sales, flyer distribution, and cinemas. Impressively professional. Truly, a testament to his entrepreneurial prowess. The white-collar sales team brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, Sister Yang, I am skilled at making money. We will surely clinch first place. In another live room, Jia Ling and the chef had a clear objective. Restaurants. With my culinary skills, I can definitely support you. All right, I'll eat a bit more. They cheerfully headed toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, the others scoured the bustling streets of the city in search of livelihoods. Until the scene shifted to Sui Yu and Ba's live room. The audience was mesmerized. Here, the hustle of job hunting and the stress of making a living were absent. Instead, the air was thick with the delightful aroma of life's simple pleasures. Brother Sui Yu, this lamb is delicious. Your skills are exceptional. I want more, and that steak, don't cook it too much. You're wonderful. Ba exclaimed, savoring each bite, unconcerned about appearances. Indeed, they were at a self-service barbecue restaurant, indulging in grilled delights while enjoying the elegant music in the background. Let us make do with this for lunch. I'll take you for something better tonight. Sui Yu gently offered Ba a piece of steak. This revelation stirred envy among the onlookers. Lunchtime? This is merely making do? What will they do tonight? Sleep on the streets. Such a person clearly doesn't know how to live. Poor Ba, alas. I once visited this establishment, where the average expenditure per person is 80, meaning their meal cost them 160, leaving them with 40. However, my dear friends upstairs, you seem to be mistaken. They arrived at this barbecue restaurant by taxi, spending 23, thus leaving them with only 17 yuan. With merely 17 yuan, one could only afford to nibble on steamed buns. I suspect that soon even that 17 will vanish, given the rapidity with which we, in the Sui era, spend money. The philosophy of 3 days of hunger for 9 meals has become clear to me. It seems the strategy is to exhaust one's funds at the outset and endure hunger thereafter. Having dined well, Sui Yu and Ba exited the barbecue joint. At this moment, a hint of worry began to etch itself upon Ba's countenance. Sui Yu, it seems we might not have much money left, right? She inquired. Laughter erupted among the online audience. Yet, Sui Yu remained unfazed. Fear not. Wealth may dissipate, but will return. We are not mere commoners. I shall take care of you. How brazen. Just a silver tongue. The viewers in the live stream had their opinions of Sui Yu plummet. Indeed, he was but a decorative pillow, However, Reba, undeterred, brightened at his words. All right, brother Sui Yu, I trust you. Oh, foolish girl. So naive. I hope she doesn't end up being taken advantage of. Many voiced such sentiments. Then, Reba innocently asked, where shall we go next? Having just dined, perhaps a stroll in the park to digest? Follow your heart. Sui Yu responded. It was evident that Reba had completely succumbed. Without regard for the evening's sustenance, Sui Yu indeed led her to the park, and they strolled leisurely, entirely at ease. This infuriated many onlookers, who felt a strong urge to shout, "Release my goddess." As they wandered, they passed by a print shop, where Sui Yu entered for a brief moment, the purpose of his visit shrouded in mystery. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a stone bench, where Sui Yu settled down and produced a sheet of paper along with a roll of tape. "Let us commence our work," he proclaimed. "Work? What sort of work?" Reba asked, bewildered. Come, help me affix this. Tonight we shall set up a stall." Sui Yu handed her the paper. Upon unfolding it, Reba discovered 2 printed sheets. One read psychological counseling, and the other no fees required. "Is this some sort of fortune-telling?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Do not speak nonsense. Superstitions lead to ruin. This is psychological counseling, understand? It is grounded in scientific principles." As he spoke, Sui Yu took a seat. Secretly activating a skill he had won in a morning lottery, a fortune-teller experience card for 4 hours. This meant that for the next 4 hours, he would possess a fleeting ability to perceive the past and present of others. Henceforth, he intended to utilize this gift to secure funds for the evening. Chapter 10. I do not foretell. Can this truly work? Reba questioned, her faith wavering. Like Zhang Taigong fishing, those who wish to bite will do so. We shall surely be able to persuade. No, we shall definitely assist someone, Sui Yu replied, feigning an air of mystery. Reba nodded, inconditionally trusting Sui Yu. At that moment, she wore a mask, concealing her face thoroughly, which prevented any fans from recognizing her. Thus, the two of them sat on a stone bench for over 2 hours, during which numerous passers-by glanced their way, yet no one approached with inquiries. The live-stream audience was in a frenzy. Live psychological counseling? ISNT, it just fortune-telling? What audacity to deceive. It's truly impressive that he could conceive such a ruse. If someone were to be fooled, I would stand on my head while washing my hair. How dull it is to simply watch these two sit here. Don't you worry about what Reba might eat soon? I reckon this foodie might truly go hungry. Meanwhile, in the park, Sui Yu remained composed and collected. Glancing at his watch, he knew it was time for action. If no one arrived soon, the effectiveness of his skills would expire. Sui Yu surveyed his surroundings and suddenly fixated on a chubby young man. Ah, how amusing. This one will do. As the chubby fellow approached, Sui Yu called out to him. Hey there, I see a dark cloud over your brow. Has love been treating you poorly lately? Allow me to offer some guidance. The young man halted in his tracks, surprised as he looked around, pointing at himself. Me? Are you talking to me? Sui Yu nodded. Meeting is fate. Why not sit down and have a chat, my friend? The chubby man glanced at the words scribbled in front of Sui Yu, furrowing his brow. A fortune teller? No. We are offering psychological counseling. Sui Yu astidi clarifed. It matters not, scoffed the chubby man. If your predictions are inaccurate, then let me tell you, I'm about to get married, so there are no romantic issues here. With that, he started to walk away. Indeed, you are about to wed. Yet you've noticed your girlfriend growing increasingly distant, as if she has something to express, but hesitates repeatedly. You're quite perplexed, aren't you? Sui Yu remarked coolly from behind. The young man abruptly halted, astonishment etched on his face. Hey, how did you know? In a live stream, viewers were left dumbfounded by the turn of events. No way, did he actually guess right? Is this chubby fellow a plant? What a coincidence. Those of you upstairs don't understand. This is an advanced trickery. Those in love often harbor doubts, oblivious to their girlfriend's issues. This game revolves around psychology. That makes sense. Yet, the unfolding tale kept everyone wide-eyed. Sui Yu gestured for the chubby man to sit and continued, recently, as your wedding approaches. Your girlfriend has been somewhat unhappy, attempting to share her thoughts, but unable to articulate them. This has left you feeling troubled, yet you dismiss it as mere pre-wedding jitters. Correct? The chubby man chuckled. You're right. However, if that is all you've got, then I'm afraid I must take my leave. In this day and age, How many people truly lack relationship issues? It's entirely normal to have some conflicts in love. Who doesn't experience disagreements? I'm not one of those easily deceived individuals, so you cannot fool me. The chubby fellow, a beacon of clarity amidst the chaos of the world, elicited a chorus of applause in the comment section. Indeed, he was quite astute. His seemingly foolish demeanor belied a sharp intellect, proving that appearances can be deceiving. Observing this grand deceiver, the audience eagerly awaited his words, eager to see him berated. Yet, I felt a pang of sympathy for Reba, lamenting my hunger. Once the chubby fellow concluded his remarks, he attempted to depart, but Sui Yu remained unfazed, calmly interjecting. Do you not wish to know the reason your girlfriend refrains from speaking? The chubby fellow paused, slowly turning back. Do you know Ling Ling? Sui Yu shook his head. Though it was evident that Ling Ling was indeed the chubby fellow's fiancée, I do not know her, but do not forget my profession. I am a psychologist. Sui Yu remarked enigmatically. Psychologist, a noble vocation indeed. From your micro-expressions, body language, and even your forehead, it's all quite fascinating. Sui Yu found himself at a loss for words. Realizing the complexity of his assertions might elude the other's comprehension. The chubby fellow, somewhat at a loss, felt his curiosity reignite, compelling him to sit once more. Firstly, if you continue with your nonsensical chatter, I shall leave. Secondly, if your insights prove inaccurate, I shall pay you nothing. Sui Yu smiled, gesturing toward a paper that promised no charge for inaccuracies. Rest assured, my reputation is impeccable. Your fiancé, he has been troubled lately because she is concealing something from you. This was common knowledge. Everyone harbors secrets. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the nature of her secret, which piqued the chubby fellow's interest deeply. Sui Yu maintained his composure. Her secret is that your fiancé, he has undergone a significant surgery, one she has hesitated to disclose. While she felt it insignificant during your courtship, the impending marriage has transformed it into a source of inner turmoil. Impossible, the chubby fellow exclaimed, laughing in disbelief and shaking his head vigorously. I assure you, our relationship is strong. I love her deeply, and she loves me in return. Even if she were gravely ill, I would stand by her side. Thus, if this is the only matter at hand, she would never feel burdened. His conviction was palpable, and even Reba felt a twinge of anxiety. Sui Yu, should we reconsider? Sui Yu gently patted Reba's head, signaling that all was well. What if this surgery is a difficult subject to broach? A difficult subject? He echoed. Indeed, what if the surgery pertains to her appearance or health? Appearance? Health? The chubby fellow suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting cosmetic surgery? Ah, that is indeed a delicate matter. Suddenly, a shadow of despondency crossed his face. Nevertheless, she should trust me. She should believe in my love for her, irrespective of her beauty or lack thereof. I love her for who she is. I must tell her. With that, the chubby fellow grew impatient, pulling out his phone to make a call. Sui Yu swiftly intervened. Have you considered the ramifications? Once you place that call, you may find yourself deeply hurt. No, I want to. The chubby fellow fervently shook his head. No matter what happens, I will never leave her. I love her. No matter what happens? Sui Yu inquired. Indeed, no matter what. The chubby boy affirmed with unwavering certainty. Very well. Sui Yu withdrew his obstructing hand. Then go ahead. Chapter 11. The tears of the chubby boy. The chubby boy dialed his fiancée's number. On the live stream, viewers were moved by the chubby boy's love. Ah, this brother is undoubtedly a true romantic, a genuinely good person. His fiancée, he must be incredibly fortunate. Women place great value on appearance, and having undergone cosmetic surgery, it can be somewhat delicate to discuss. Yet I firmly believe this girl truly loves him, which explains her turmoil. I haven't witnessed such pure love in a long time. Mother, I've begun to believe in love once more. The chubby boy successfully connected the call. As soon as the line was active, he anxiously inquired, Hello, darling. Did you undergo a major surgery before? Why didn't you tell me? Silence ensued on the other end. You knew all along? After a prolonged pause, a gentle voice responded. The sound from the chubby boy's phone was loud enough for both the live stream and Sui Yu to hear clearly. Upon hearing Ling Ling's words, the chubby boy realized that what Sui Yu had said was indeed true. A pang of heartache and a sense of despondency washed over his face. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was afraid to say it. I love you too much, and I feared that revealing it would make me lose you. Do you understand? You are my sole source of courage and motivation to live. My dear, I cannot bear children. Although the surgery was successful, I will never be able to give you a child. Will you despise me for that? Cannot bear children? The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he comprehended the meaning behind Sui Yu's earlier words about being hurt. However, he smiled, allowing a carefree demeanor to envelop him, though his voice remained tender. Silly, you should have told me long ago. What does it matter if we cannot have children? As long as we are healthy, everything will be just fine. In the future, we can adopt a child. It will be the same. Really? My love, you truly do not despise me? Rest assured, I will never abandon you. I love you. The chubby boy declared with deep affection. The number of people touched by their exchange grew exponentially in the comments. What is love if not this? This is true love. Chubby boy, your image in my heart is truly grand. One should seek a partner like you. So warm. My goodness. I want my husband to watch this video 100 times. After seeing this, will my infidelity even matter? Unbeknownst to the chubby boy, who continued to console his fiancée tenderly, the comments were filled with astonishment. Darling, how is your recovery post-surgery? Are there any lingering effects? There are no lingering effects. My love, it's just that I'm still somewhat unaccustomed to squatting to urinate. What? Upon hearing this, the chubby boy was struck as if by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. Not accustomed to squatting to urinate? What sort of issue is this? Does it mean she used a stand to relieve herself before the surgery? The comments were equally bewildered at this revelation. Oh my goodness, I never expected this. She is actually a cross-dresser. Alas, it seems that my elder sister has transformed into an elder brother. How amusing. Mother, I have erred. I find myself once again doubting the existence of love. Is it truly the case that only same-sex relationships embody genuine affection? What on earth should I believe regarding love? The chubby boy stood foolishly in place, tears streaming down his cheeks. Whether mourning a lost love or laughing at the absurdity of the past remained uncertain. The phone call had been inadvertently terminated, and he turned to Sui Yu, bowing deeply in respect. Then, he took out 2,000 yuan and placed it on the table before Sui Yu. Having completed these actions, the chubby boy silently departed, uttering not a single word throughout the entire ordeal. Reba gazed dumbfoundedly at the boy's retreating figure, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. He was truly pitiable. Sui Yu pondered whether it would be better to withhold the truth from him, allowing him to remain blissfully unaware for a lifetime. However, Sui Yu shook his head. With the skills bestowed by the system, he could effortlessly glimpse the chubby boy's future. He spoke softly. There are no secrets that remain concealed forever. If I do not reveal the truth now, there will come a day when he discovers it, and the pain will be more profound. By then, he will be older, and the wounds will run deeper, leaving him disillusioned and suspicious, ultimately leading to a solitary existence. Conversely, if he learns now, he will experience hurt and anguish. Yet he will eventually rise and embark on a new chapter in life. Each person, I believe, has their own answer to which outcome is preferable. Regardless, Sui Yu had gained 2,000 yuan, ensuring that his meals and lodging for the night were secured. That evening, he and Reba indulged in 2 bowls of beef noodles, each adding an extra egg, and chose a modest yet clean hotel. Reba remarked that they needed to save money. They rented 2 rooms, one at 200 yuan. After factoring in their meals, Sui Yu still had over 1,500 yuan remaining. By being frugal, they could easily navigate the next 3 days without issue. In comparison to others, their circumstances were significantly more favorable. Jia Ling and the chef found a restaurant where the cook prepared meals while Jia Ling washed dishes, with room and board provided, earning 100 yuan a day. However, their lodging was merely a makeshift arrangement in the kitchen, where 10 or so individuals shared a cramped space. Boss Yang and the sales representatives sought promotional work selling toilets, but after a day of no sales, they found themselves bargaining in a dilapidated inn. And then the doctor fared somewhat better. The doctor, skilled in his craft, set up a stall in the community, earning a few hundred yuan by day's end, with accommodations remaining relatively decent. Mai and the security guard had it even simpler. the guard returned to his former profession, securing a night watch position in a community, while my made do in the guardhouse, occasionally disturbed by the sound of car horns. Liu Tianxian and the police officer opted for labor-intensive jobs. The officer, possessing good physical fitness, worked as a supermarket mover, earning only 150 yuan, which covered the cost of a room where Liu Tianxian slept, and the officer made do on the sofa in the lobby. On the first day, aside from Reba, everyone else felt the harsh realities of life. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As night fell, everyone began to rest. Exhausted from the day's toil, they quickly succumbed to slumber. At 2 a.m, a commotion stirred Sui Yu from his sleep. What could be the matter? What had happened to Reba? Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped my abdomen, possibly a flare-up of my gastric ailment. The child has little restraint in her eating habits. We must rush her to the hospital. As Sui Yu stepped out, he observed the staff bustling about in a state of disarray. He seized one of them and inquired about the situation, only to learn that Reba was unwell. "I shall accompany you to the hospital," he said, his urgency palpable. "There is no need, Mr. Sui. You likely have your own troubles to attend to. The director will seek you out shortly, and with so many of us here, we shall manage," came the reply. Troubles? The director is coming? Sui was somewhat bewildered. Chapter 12. Yet another calm that night, while the guests of the program rested. The director was engrossed in a tense review of the day's events with the staff. The performances of the other 5 guests had proceeded as anticipated, but the live broadcast of Sui Yu and Reba had sparked considerable controversy. Staff members reported on the day's occurrences. Some claimed that their fortune-telling in the park reflected a rejection of scientific reasoning and an adherence to superstition, suggesting that Sui Yu and Reba ought to be penalized. The director frowned. "I advise against such suggestions. What do these fools understand? Have you seen today's data?" The other 5 broadcasts were utterly mundane, while Sui Yu and Reba's segment soared to unprecedented heights in terms of engagement and discussion. "You want me to punish them? I can hardly contain my excitement, let alone impose penalties. Ratings are paramount. Do you not grasp this?" The staff hesitated, then summoned their courage. Director, the authorities have also issued a notice requesting that we exercise caution regarding the program's content to avoid disseminating any negative influences. Ignore them, right? Wait, did you say the authorities? Just as the director was about to dismiss the matter, the mention of the authorities struck him with a sudden jolt of concern. Indeed, the staff confirmed. The authorities have sent a notice? The director was taken aback. Very well, inform Sui Yu to cease the fortune-telling and psychological counseling. His demeanor shifted rapidly. There was no choice. One must bow when under pressure. Rather than confront the situation, he chose to concede. Ultimately, the director resolved to personally seek out Sui Yu. He recognized the potential for high ratings and could not afford to let it falter. On his way to find Sui Yu, the director received a call regarding Reba's illness, leading him to promptly divert to the hospital. The well-being of a star is of utmost importance. Thus, after addressing Reba's situation, he finally located Sui Yu at 5 a.m. The director, lacking sleep, appeared fatigued, while Sui Yu, abruptly awakened, wore an expression of displeasure. "Brother Sui," the director exclaimed warmly, "I have come to discuss 2 matters with you. The first," he cleared his throat, somewhat sheepishly, before continuing in a conciliatory tone. "The first is that we have received an official notification stating that you are no longer permitted to engage in fortune-telling or psychological counseling. I understand this seems unjust, but as you know, the program is susceptible to scrutiny, and we should avoid any potential pitfalls." Sui was at a loss for words. Is this how we commence? How brazen! Yet, he reasoned, it was of little consequence. The validity of the skill has long expired. Sui nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I understand." These 5 words elicited a nod of approval from the director, who was thoroughly pleased with Sui Yu. Where could he possibly find such a popular and obedient contestant? It felt as though heaven had smiled upon him. Having addressed the first matter, the director deemed the second task to be even simpler. He stated directly, "The second issue concerns Reba. Her stomach is somewhat unwell, and her gastric condition has flared up. After careful consideration, we have decided to switch her partner with an N. An NS partner is a doctor, so should any discomfort arise, prompt treatment can be administered, ensuring the health of our guests." "What? An N?" Sui Yu sprang to his feet, instantly devoid of any drowsiness. Director, might this decision be a tad hasty? Sui Yu was still somewhat reluctant to confront the situation. Hasty? The director furrowed his brow. The girl has already consented. Are you unhappy about it? Suddenly, the director's expression shifted as he recalled something. Sui Yu, you aren't truly infatuated with Reba, are you? You must understand, this is merely a show. She is a star, and this is just a game. Do not take it to heart. Taking it seriously would mean losing. We are all adults here. Let us behave maturely. Sui Yu quickly shook his head, an expression of helplessness on his face. Am I truly taking it seriously? Is it not you who wish to stir things up, to play for real? Why is it that I cannot escape this entanglement with an N? He sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Hasn't agreed? The director nodded. Both girls have consented. Very well. Sui Yu relented. Since he must inevitably confront this, he might as well brace himself for the storm to come. The following morning, the production team announced the switch between an Un and Reba. They briefly explained that the decision was made due to Reba's sudden gastric flare-up the previous night, considering the well-being of the guests. The audience had little objection, as the show had only just begun and the emotional investment was not yet strong. However, after merely a day together, Reba expressed a hint of reluctance. Brother Sui Yu, you are leaving me. I will miss you dearly. If you miss me too, please send me a dream. Sui Yu felt a chill run down his spine and pinched her hand firmly. Reba, remember, I am leaving, not passing away. There is no need for dreams. Just remember to eat less. Is your mind filled with remnants of digested food? But I told you, my stomachache last night wasn't due to overeating. Reba replied like a child. The two bid farewell for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting ways. Meanwhile, Anne had been waiting for Sui Yu for quite some time. Upon seeing him approach, she coldly remarked, So, your little tryst has concluded? Are you ready to return? Sui Yu chuckled. Reluctant to leave, are you? Perhaps you too should switch back. Go away. And then immediately swung her small fist at him, resembling a petulant child. Instinctively, Sui Yu raised his hand to block, catching her fist in his palm. Little girl, do you think I can't handle you? Who wants your help? And then retorted. 3 days of silence lingered, and yet Sui Yu had not completed his sentence. Memories from 5 years ago flashed before him like a cinematic reel. Once upon a time, they would jest and revel in each other's company. However, what he had thought was forgotten resurfaced, and upon their reunion, everything felt achingly familiar. Some individuals, upon first sight, evoke a sense of defeat. The show is about to commence, and Rand finally broke the silence after a lengthy pause. Indeed, Sui Yu nodded, gathering his thoughts. Where shall we go next? To indulge in hot pot, my favorite. And Rand exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. He had spent the previous day with that tedious doctor and felt suffocated by the monotony. Today, he had finally managed to catch a wealthy companion and felt compelled to repay the favor with fervor. However, as Sui Yu rummaged through his pocket, a hint of shyness crossed his face. Do you have money? None whatsoever. And Rand replied nonchalantly. You earned 2,000 yesterday. Don't think I'm unaware. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to treat me? Not at all. Sui Yu hastily shook his head. I'm more than willing to treat. But how about this? I'll pay for the meal, and you settle the bill. And Rand was incensed by this suggestion. You scoundrel. Where's your money? Did you squander it all on your ex-girlfriend? I've never seen you treat your other exes so generously. Jealousy brimmed in his words, and then Rand was teetering on the brink of fury. Sui Yu quickly stepped back, anxiously imploring, calm down, calm down. The world is so beautiful, and yet you are so irate. This won't do, it won't do. It won't do, you say? You big-headed fool. An enraged woman was beyond heeding such counsel. Tell me, who did you give your money to? Or have you stashed some away for yourself? I didn't give any away. Sui Yu shouted in exasperation, then pointed toward the director. It was him. He took it, claiming my method of earning yesterday was incorrect, and demanded it back. Director, think carefully, is that true or not? Help! The audience gasped, as if the hot pot had fallen from the heavens. It seems so, doesn't it? The director timidly replied. Chapter 13. Boss Yang's breakdown in the livestream room. Viewers were stunned. Have you ever seen An Ran like this? She seemed like a little girl. Just yesterday, she was aloof with the doctor, and today, it's as if she has been possessed. There was a prevailing sense that these two had known each other for ages. Their connection felt too intimate, akin to a pair of playful adversaries. What enchantment did Sui Yu possess that transformed Ba into a child yesterday and turned and ran into a spirited adolescent today? Surely, being handsome does not exempt one from societal norms. Indeed, it appeared that being handsome rendered one immune to such norms. In the live stream, and Ran and Sui Yu had arrived at a hot pot restaurant. They were not there to seek employment. How could they possibly be? They were there to feast. Way to go, this shrimp paste is absolutely delicious. I haven't had it in ages. It's divine. Bastard, why are you staring? Hurry and peel the shrimp. I want to finish every last one. What's next, you? Sui Xiao Cho. I truly wish I could enjoy meals with you like this every day. And Ran could eat more than Ba. This was Sui Yu's sole realization. He wore a smile on his face, but inside, a tempest raged. How is it that dining with beautiful women results in such disparate treatment? Just yesterday, with Ba, she affectionately called him Brother Sui Yu at every turn. Yet today, he is derisively labeled as a big dog, clown, and scoundrel. It seems every species is represented here except for humanity. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. I tell you, we have merely 300 yuan. This meal costs 268, leaving us with 32. Let us see how you manage this afternoon and evening. Sui Yu declared with frustration. This 300 yuan was something he had to beg back from the production team in the end. It's simple. Give me 30, and you can keep 2 for your ride. Go earn a living for me. And didn't exhibit an ounce of shame. Hey, this show requires 2 people to earn money. You know, naturally, Sui Yu was displeased. Would you be willing to do that? And asked with wide, innocent eyes. I would. Sui Yu emphatically nodded. Scoundrel, and retorted vehemently. Meanwhile, Boss Yang and the top salesperson continued to promote toilets under the sun. Boss Yang, feeling fatigued, sought refuge in a shady spot to rest. The salesperson, however, was energetically extolling the virtues of the toilet not far away. Rest assured, our toilet has strong suction capabilities, ensuring you never face constipation again. Sir, our toilet is of excellent quality. It can easily support 300 pounds. Our toilet doesn't smell. As long as you don't use it, it will remain odorless. Boss Yang observed the salesperson and shook her head. Alas, the words flow easily, yet alas, the product choice is misguided. Some things cannot be sold merely by eloquence. Sincerity is also required. Unfortunately, the market is currently misguided, with exaggerated sales pitches dominating and bringing disrepute to the industry. When will they truly prioritize the user? With a sigh, Boss Yang took out her phone to check out other live streams. The first one she opened was Anne's. Few knew that Boss Yang and her were very close friends in private. Such pure friendships are rare in the entertainment industry. Thus, when Ba fell ill yesterday and in switched male guests, Boss Yang was not overly upset. Upon entering the live stream, a fragrant hot pot came into view. With an leisurely humming a tune at the dining table, Boss Yang instantly felt her own situation was pitiable. Of course, if it were only this, she could withstand it. Then, and suddenly spoke directly to the camera, I really want to sip on some iced cola, eat ice cream, and watch the sun beat down on Big Honey. Crash! Boss Yang's phone fell to the ground, her fury bubbling to the surface. The boat of friendship had capsized. Boss Yang snapped. She removed her promotional attire and stormed forward. Sister me, where you going? You haven't finished work yet. The top salesperson called after her. Don't mind me. I must go eat hot pot. Boss Yang shouted. She was aware that the restaurant wherein was dining was not far from her location. The name of the establishment had appeared in the earlier scene, and she had spotted it on her way here. Thus, she felt compelled to join in for a meal. Nothing could alleviate the hurt inflicted by Anne's words, except perhaps an invitation to indulge in hot pot. Yang, the boss, moved swiftly and arrived at the entrance of the restaurant within 5 minutes. As soon as she stepped inside, a server approached her. Hello, are you dining alone? Before she could finish her sentence, the server suddenly covered her mouth. You are Yangmi? Is it really you? I am your devoted fan, the kind that loves only you. Yang quickly pulled the server aside. Don't shout, we are filming a show. Are you here to eat? No, I'm looking for someone. After saying this, Yang scanned the surroundings and soon spotted an who was enjoying her meal heartily. Oh dear, eating so blissfully. Have you forgotten the promise we made to lose weight together? Yang immediately walked over. The server, following Yang's gaze, instantly recognized him as well and became overly excited. To encounter 2 stars in one day. How could she contain her enthusiasm? In an instant, she rushed past Yang, darting to Anne's side. And is that you? Am I really seeing you? I adore you. I even like you more than Yang me. At that moment, Yang had just passed by and caught the server's declaration, which made her face darken instantly. She appeared dejected, as if she might devour someone out of frustration. Liars, all of them. Just a moment ago, you claimed to love only me. Now how amusing. And I'm hungry. Yang shouted in frustration. After enduring so many disappointments, only Hot Pot could mend her wounded heart. Moreover, she believed and would warmly invite her to join. Ah, you're hungry? And instinctively shielded her bowl, wide-eyed as she turned to Sui Yu. Sui Yu, someone is trying to snatch my food. Received. Sui Yu yelled back. Server, bring another pair of chopsticks. No hurry. Hearing Sui Yu's call, Yang couldn't help but smile faintly. Not bad. Having a best friend means there's Hot Pot to enjoy. She took a seat, and 2 minutes later, she received her chopsticks. But then she cried. At that moment, Sui Yu was desperately piling food into both Anne's and her own bowls. By the time Yang attempted to take action, the entire Yang pot had only a solitary slice of potato floating atop. Go ahead and eat. Me, that potato slice is just for you. And said with a smile. Yes, don't hold back. Eat more. Sui Yu encouraged. Eat what? You two are simply too much. Yang abruptly stood up. I tell you. And if you find yourself hungry in the future, don't come looking for me. With that harsh remark, Yang stormed out incensed. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. Inside the restaurant, and with a beaming smile, flashed a victory sign at Sui Yu. Business hasn't dulled at all. Absolutely, my head could be severed, blood could flow, but the food must not be lost. Sui Yu declared, thumping her chest. Once they were simply this joyful. The barrage of comments was equally ecstatic. When it comes to the worth of our friendship, the answer is that it is worth less than a single hot pot meal. Ha ha. Oh, Boss Yang, never mind. I can only blame myself for encountering the wrong people back then. Hurry and eat the potato chips. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. After feasting, Sui Yu and Air and exited the restaurant. Sui Yu glanced at the 2 yuan in his hand, casting a pitiful look at Aaron's sister. Is it really just 2 yuan? Can't you spare a bit more? The subway is expensive. Brother, that's all I have, Aaron replied with a mischievous smile. It's 12:30 now. Let us each seek employment. We shall reconvene here at 7. If you return with less money than I do, you shall sleep on the streets tonight. How ruthless. Sui Yu felt helpless. The most challenging ordeal in life is encountering an ex-girlfriend, especially an unreasonable one. It's truly difficult. Watching Aaron hail a taxi and depart, Sui Yu felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Who can comprehend the agony of being broke? Ah, forget it. He should focus on job hunting instead. He had no intention of utilizing the system again. After a day's experience, Sui Yu's popularity within the system had already surpassed 60,000. He wished to save up further before exchanging it for mastery of a high-level skill. Thus, at least for today, he resolved to rely on his own abilities to earn money. But how to earn it? Sui Yu fell into contemplation, seeking a bookshelf. Chapter 14. Have you ever had a dream? Seeking a bookshelf, Sui Yu's gaze landed upon a utility pole before him. This is quite good, he muttered to himself. The cameraman behind him watched curiously, his pupils dilating in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. Brother, don't do this. If life has you feeling despondent, talk to your buddies. You've got a long road ahead. We mustn't take the wrong path. Unmoved, Sui Yu continued to stare intently at the utility pole, asking earnestly, have you never harbored such dreams? Huh, dreams? The cameraman was taken aback, then reminisced about his youthful, carefree days, feeling a twinge of shyness. Well, actually I did. The cameraman began to recall. In my youth, I fantasized about romance without labor, thinking little of beauty or ugliness, believing that once the lights were off, it wouldn't matter. Ideally, the partner would be considerably older so I could inherit her wealth, as long as there was money. Stop. Sui Yu suddenly interrupted, raising his voice. What are you saying? What sordid thoughts are you harboring? He was astonished to discover that the seemingly innocent cameraman was such a base individual. Ah, it's not what you think. The cameraman, flustered, turned to look at the utility pole again, pointing at a small advertisement affixed to it. Aren't you referring to this? At that moment, the live stream camera shifted, focusing on the utility pole, revealing a brightly colored paper adorned with an eye-catching illustration, beneath which were 2 lines of text. Due to business needs, this nightclub urgently requires a number of male public relations personnel with a monthly salary starting at $20,000. Both full-time and part-time positions are available. Interested parties are encouraged to contact us. Additionally, this nightclub is frequented by numerous affluent women, and dozens of public relations personnel have already fulfilled their dreams, achieving swift success. If you too have aspirations, do not hesitate to take action. Isn't it this? The cameraman pointed out. How vulgar. Sui Yu scoffed at the cameraman. A smaller one still exists below. Can't you see? The camera shifted downward, revealing a smaller recruitment advertisement beneath the male public relations ad. It could easily go unnoticed if one did not pay close attention. Recruitment, several positions for distributing flyers, salary 100, daily payment, contact number. The cameraman was left dumbfounded, staring at Sui Yu. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Sui Yu, squinting his eyes, remarked meaningfully, those who do not aspire for brightness will forever see only filth. I ask you, have you never dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, running away from home, starting from distributing flyers to becoming a wealthy magnate? What are you talking about? Disgusting. The cameraman felt like he might vomit blood. The barrage of comments flooded in, with countless viewers laughing. I bet if Sui Yu wasn't looking at that ad, I'd run naked. The cameraman's mind was overwhelmed with frustration. Honestly, I did think about running away from home as a child, just to wash dishes and distribute flyers to support myself. Indeed, I'm just like Sui Yu, equally handsome. You truly have no shame, the cameraman exclaimed, falling silent thereafter. Sui Yu then dialed the number from the small advertisement and took a bus to the agreed location. Are you here to distribute flyers? Alone? Asked a man with a small mustache. Sui Yu shook his head and pulled the cameraman over. No, 2 people. Isn't this a person? Brother, the cameraman began to explain. What do you mean? Is it because I'm not paying you? Sui Yu decisively stated. It's settled then. 2 of us, we will both do it. The man with the mustache gave Sui Yu a thumbs up. Brother, you are impressive. I can see you have leadership qualities. I trust you with this task. He then pulled out 2 large bundles of flyers. This is it, 1 bundle each. And continue until finished. See those telephone poles outside? And the walls of the subway, the shopping mall walls. Stick them wherever there is space until completed. All right. I have the most experience with such morally dubious tasks, Sui Yu replied, taking the flyers. What did you say? The mustachioed man asked. Nothing. How do we settle the payment? Sui Yu hastily waved his hand. Call me when you're done, and I will check it. If everything is in order, you will be paid. Rest assured, I won't run away. Got it. After giving a few more instructions, the mustachioed man departed. Sui Yu immediately began distributing the work. You take 1 bundle, I take 1 bundle. Follow me wherever I stick them, and let us finish everything in 3 hours. The cameraman stared at the flyers, somewhat dazed. I also have to stick them? Big brother, that is not my job. What do you mean it's not? Sui Yu showed no sign of compromise. Do you still want to earn money? Is it not true that I earn more by filming myself than by filming others? And yet, I am not inclined to exert myself further. Do you believe that I would hesitate to request a replacement for the director tomorrow? Do I strike you as someone easily intimidated? The cameraman, with a sense of righteousness, snatched the flyers from Sui Yu's hands. Let me tell you, Sui Yu, I take great pleasure in posting advertisements. It invigorates me. Do you understand? This is my dream. Sui Yu chuckled. Stubborn as a dead duck, but it matters not. As long as you can work, that is sufficient. Thus, the 2 embarked on their journey of affixing flyers. In no time, the cameraman was gasping for breath. Good grief. If it weren't for the meager earnings, would he endure such toil? After all, cameramen also have performance metrics. The most popular live streaming room garners the highest commission bonuses. With yesterday's rankings released, he stood at the top. If replaced, the losses would be substantial. As the cameraman pondered this, he affixed another flyer and straightened his back. Hey, don't stand up yet. I must tell you, You ought to post more. On this one telephone pole, you can affix at least 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 flyers. How can you possibly just put up one and leave? Sui Yu shouted. Huh? The cameraman looked momentarily bewildered. Isn't that a bit excessive? What is wrong with that? You follow my lead, and I'll follow yours. We're doing contracted work. We'll keep at it until we're finished, so let us be as efficient as possible. Sui Yu admonished. Remember, that person earlier was merely an intermediary. Once the job is nearly done, they pay us without regard for quality. Let us expedite our work. You could trust me on this. Stick a few flyers on the ground as well, quickly now. Well done. The cameraman nodded vigorously, resembling a woodpecker. 2 hours later, they completed their task. Upon calling the intermediary, he arrived on his electric scooter within 10 minutes. After surveying their work, he nodded in approval. Good job, my friends. Impressive efficiency. Leave me your contact information, and perhaps we can collaborate again in the future. Sui Yu smiled and declined. He was merely participating in a program and would not know where he would go tomorrow. Leaving contact information seemed futile. Let us leave it for another time. What about today's payment? No problem. The intermediary promptly produced 2 crisp red bills. Let us work together again. With that, he departed with a wave. Sui Yu pocketed the 200 yuan, feeling quite pleased. It appeared that even without a system, he could earn money on his own. The cameraman watched Sui Yu stash the money, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Brother, shouldn't there be some for me in there? Is there? Is there? Sui Yu fiend ignorante. Didn't you come to help me? And now you want money? Huh? The cameraman was taken aback. But I work too. You were assisting me. Sui Yu asserted with conviction. Do you remember your duties as a cameraman? Your role is to film the live broadcast and provide timely assistance to the guests when needed. The cameraman recalled this well. Indeed, just now you did assist me. Sui Yu replied with a grin, continuing on his way, leaving the cameraman dumbfounded. Most notably, he found Sui Yu's argument quite compelling. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, a masked girl was vigorously scraping off flyers, cursing under her breath. Damn it, who plastered these everywhere? There's still more on the ground. I curse you to a lifetime of instant noodles without seasoning. Chapter 15. 2 old scoundrels achoo. Achoo. Sui Yu, gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly sneezed twice. Who is thinking of me? Can't even enjoy fried chicken in peace, he muttered, when he felt a chilling gaze piercing through him from behind. Sui Yu cautiously turned his head, only to quickly snap it back. It's just an illusion. It's all in my head, he reassured himself, patting his racing heart as he looked towards the cameraman. Hey, I just saw in. Can you believe it? How about you be here? It's impossible. The cameraman stared at him blankly. Brother, what if that wasn't an illusion? Nonsense. It must be an illusion. Sui Yu exclaimed. How could it not be? Just because I gave you $100 doesn't mean you could take revenge on me. I want to fall for that. The cameraman appeared speechless. Why don't you just turn around and check? Huh? Sui Yu cautiously turned back. But before he could fully pivot, a pink fist swung towards him. Sui Yu, a thunderous voice echoed, causing him to nearly lose his wits. You scoundrel. I'm out there working my fingers to the bone while you're here, gorging on fried chicken and sipping cola. Are you even human? Sui Yu quickly jumped up from his seat, hands raised in surrender. Please, I'm sorry. I truly am. And then, listen to me, it's all an illusion. Everything you see is just a figment of your imagination. An illusion? And was still furious, pointing at the remnants of food on the table. Then what is this? Flour, chicken-flavored flour. He replied hastily. And this? And then gestured towards a cup of cola. Carbonated water. Not tasty at all. Very spicy. Sui Yu. Anand's fury escalated. You bastard. I sent you out to earn money. And this is how you repay me? Where's the money? I earned some. Sui Yu quickly pulled out the only 160 yuan he had. I spent 40 on fried chicken and cola, so I have 160 left. I made a profit of 160. And how did you earn that? And impressed, glaring at the cameraman. He helped me out. I had him do some work for me, Sui Yu explained. Upon hearing this, and fumed even more. You scoundrel, are you even human? Eating and drinking here while making someone else earn money for you? Do you have no conscience? Have you ever considered the feelings of others? At her words, the cameraman was brought to tears. Finally, someone has spoken the truth after a whole day. And then, from now on, I will be your loyal servant. Yet, and an S tirade was not over. You had this plan, and you didn't even tell me? You kept it all to yourself. Do you know my cameraman has been behind me, filming all day? Doing nothing? Why didn't you tell me we could have them work? The weeping cameraman wiped away his tears. Never mind. Let us pretend I did not cry. You could be so naive. This pair, their hearts are callous. 15 minutes later, beneath the lamppost in the square, four figures were laboriously scraping off the flyers. Where? Where I cannot see it. Yes, there, exert yourself, though it seems futile. Have you not eaten? After all this time, this is all you have accomplished? I wonder which scoundrel plastered these everywhere. I curse him to never find a beautiful companion in his lifetime, and was incessantly chattering while scraping. Upon hearing the last remark, Sui Yu immediately stood up, and I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from cursing others so casually. Why? Because the individual who posted those flyers. Could it not be someone you know? Perhaps even someone with whom you have shared romantic moments? How could that be? At this moment, the cameraman following Sui Yu straightened up. I confess I only put up the ones on top. The rest, those on the ground, are not my doing. They were placed there by Sui Yu. The wind was chilling, and felt utterly bewildered. She had not inquired how Sui Yu earned his living earlier. Now, upon realization, she discovered the world to be so cold. The source of her suffering today stemmed from her two partners? And, listen, allow me to explain, Sui Yu hurriedly interjected. Do not speak. I merely wish to gather my thoughts. Whom can a wounded heart love, and only desire to sit and rest in peace? Life is far too arduous. She silently walked away into the distance. I must be feeling deeply hurt. You all continue working. I shall comfort her, Sui Yu said to the two cameramen. Go ahead, do not worry. We will manage here. Thank you for your hard work, brother, and remember to secure the camera. The live stream must not falter. At 7 o'clock, the two cameramen wearily returned to their original spot. Brother, the live stream did not cut off, did it? The cameraman, ever dedicated, asked first. It did not. Everyone is quite pleased. That is good. That is good. The cameraman nodded gratefully. What did you capture earlier? We filmed our outing, and then I indulged in some snacks, strolled through the park, captured the beauty of the sunset, and even took a boat ride. Sui Yu replied nonchalantly. What? Both cameramen exclaimed in unison. What did you say? We were here working for you. You were out on a date? Are you even human? The two cameramen were on the verge of tears. They should never have believed Sui Yu's empty words. At 7:15, and went to submit her work. Boss, I worked all day, and I had a few friends assist me. There were just too many flyers, it was impossible to finish. The agent smiled faintly. No witties. If you could finish in half a day, how will we earn money in the future? Here is 150, your wages for today, by the way. Could you remove your mask? I have not seen your face all day. Even if you're unattractive, it is crowded here, and it would be quite awkward, and declined. The agent did not press further and glanced at Sui Yu beside an all right. If you need anything in the future, just reach out to me. What about your friend? Perhaps you could leave a contact number? No need, I have work to do. Sui Yu replied. What work? Posting advertisements. The agent, unwilling to linger any longer, immediately rode off on his electric bicycle. This was the first time he felt swindled in this line of work. Damn, these two, one posts, the other tears down. Isn't that tantamount to doing nothing? Isn't that fraud? What has happened to this world? Even the mice are serving as groomsmen for the cats. At this moment, the barrage of comments also became quite lively. Haha, here I am, an agent exploiting others, yet I've been played by you all. Is there no justice? Is there no law? This live stream could laugh away the wrinkles of my entire life. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Please don't tell anyone I died laughing. Chapter 16. I can't let go, requesting comments for the bookshelf. Thus, the day's live broadcast concluded in laughter. That evening, Sui Yu and Aaron, with 300 yuan in hand, chose a reasonably decent chain hotel, booking 2 rooms for a total of 280. And so, the day of broadcasting came to an end. The production team understood that they could not film celebrities sleeping. After all, this was merely a variety show. As soon as the live stream wrapped up, a staff member approached Aaron and Sister Aaron. Your new demo has been completed. Would you like to take a look? Aaron nodded. All right, I'll head over shortly. The place where the demo was produced was not too far from her location, about a 40-minute drive. She instructed her assistant and manager to leave first, deciding to go herself a bit later. Unable to dissuade her, they complied. After a brief tidying up, she made her way to Sui Yu's room and gently knocked on the door. Sui Yu opened the door, surprised to see Aaron. "I heard from the production team that you drove here. Take me to a place," Aaron stated directly. Sui Yu felt overwhelmed. Indeed, he had driven here, and his car was parked in the production team's lot, sometimes used for props. However, the thought of driving Aaron made him reluctant. "Come on, you're a big star. Surely you don't lack for transportation," he replied. "My assistant and manager had other matters to attend to. It's inconvenient for me to take a taxi alone, so will you take me or not?" Aaron insisted, showing no sign of pleading. "Fine." Sui Yu, feeling helpless, nodded heavily. Upon hearing this, Aaron chuckled. "You, as always, have no idea how to say no. See you in 10 minutes at the parking lot," she said, before departing, leaving Sui Yu slightly bewildered. He couldn't quite discern whether her remark about not knowing how to refuse was a compliment or a reproach. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much. 10 minutes later, Sui Yu, with the car keys in hand, arrived at the parking lot. Aaron was already waiting by the car. "Wow, how did you find it?" Sui Yu asked, astonished. "I used to ride in this car for several years. You haven't changed it. So is it surprising that I found it?" Aaron replied with a smile. "All right then." Sui Yu opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. "Earlier, I felt that after 5 years, regardless of our familiarity, memory should have faded considerably," and did not respond to this sentiment, instead taking her place in the passenger seat and sending Sui Yu a location, falling into silence thereafter. Throughout the journey, both remained quiet. Before their meeting, it seemed there were countless words to share, yet in person, not a single word could be uttered. Sui Yu drove into the record company, and after she finished her tasks, he returned her to the hotel, and it was already past 9 in the evening. In truth, and could have chosen not to return. The production team merely requested that they start from the hotel where they had stayed the previous night before the broadcast the following day. But there was no obligation to remain there, and, however, mentioned that waking up early was exhausting and it would be better to catch a bit more sleep there. As they returned to the parking lot, Sui Yu parked the car and turned off the engine, neither of them in a hurry to exit. "Sui Yu, do you remember? You used to pick me up like this every day and was the first to break the silence. Indeed, back then we had no money, just this one car to take us anywhere. No, it was more about going wherever it was free, unlike now," Sui Yu chuckled, reminiscing. "What about now? Mr. Su, have you struck it rich?" "No." Sui Yu shook his head earnestly. "Now, it's that even if we know it's free, we want to go, because we can't even afford the gas." They both burst into laughter. "Sui Yu, you're still quite the joker. Honestly, how many girls have you charmed with that mouth over the years?" "You think too much," he replied. After a few exchanges, Sui Yu relaxed completely. People these days are savvy. Girls expect money and houses, unlike back then when it was so easy to deceive. "Shut up," and retorted. "Regretting it now, are you? Realizing how good your sister was? It's too late, just so you know." "Yes." Sui Yu lowered his gaze. Reflecting on those times, he realized they were genuinely happy moments. Young and reckless in love, everything felt joyous, yet unfortunately, it's impossible to return to that time. The atmosphere turned somber, and bit her lip, feeling a pang of discomfort. "In truth, I am quite grateful to have participated in this program. Today, being with you, it feels as though I've completely forgotten our separation, forgotten my current identity. Everything seems unchanged, just like before. Yet, once I regain my composure, discomfort washes over me, reminding me that it's all in the past. But I truly felt happy today, exceptionally so. It seems I haven't laughed like this in years." Sui Yu remained silent, desiring a cigarette but searching his pockets fruitlessly. The moonlight scattered softly, enveloping them in a hazy glow, and took a deep breath, her voice quivering slightly. "Sui Yu," she called out, "I believe our breakup was too dignified, too calm, which perhaps wasn't ideal. Why? Because it leads one to feel there is still hope. Don't misunderstand, I mean no offense. I've been doing quite well lately, busy with work, yet I've read many books and met many people, including a few nice boys, and explained further. What makes them nice?" Sui Yu's voice was barely a whisper, as Anne rested her head against the car's seat, her eyes wide open as if in deep contemplation. She ultimately refrained from answering Sui Yu's question. Lowering her gaze, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears welling in her eyes, fighting desperately to hold them back. Sui Yu, and seemed to exert considerable effort before finally uttering those two words with weight. Sui Yu, I truly believe I should have scratched your car back then, or perhaps we should have had a fight. Otherwise, why would I be so haunted by it all? Sui Yu remained silent. No, I must scratch it now, and rummaged through her bag for a tool with one hand while the other reached for the car door. Sui Yu gently placed a hand to stop her. Enough of this nonsense, just let it go. I cannot let it go, and cried. Sui Yu bit his lip, gazing at her. If you cannot let go, then why do we part ways? If you cannot let go, why do we so meticulously plan our separation? Sui Yu buried his head in the steering wheel, memories from 5 years ago swirling in his mind. In truth, 5 years ago, I had already sensed your desire to part ways. I inadvertently discovered your notes, overheard your calls. You were counting down, and the day you uttered the words to break up was the day the countdown concluded. That day, I did not inquire about the reasons. Yet I pondered them countless times. You wanted to sing, and I could have accompanied you. I had promised to visit your city, though reluctant. I would have indulged you in many matters. But why did you still choose to abandon me? And I did not question you back then, but now, I wish to understand. Can you tell me? Chapter 17. The wedding, and turned her head towards the window. The scenes from 5 years ago once again pierced her heart. If only she had been a bit stronger back then, what might have transpired now? But for now, she decided it was best to let it go, and restored her icy facade. Is it so difficult to think of a reason? I wish to enter the entertainment industry, and I cannot have a boyfriend. No matter how much I love you, is that reason not sufficient? It is enough. Sui Yu sighed. In truth, no reason was truly necessary. I merely overthought it. Let us regard everything that follows as mere theatrics, as if we were dreaming. With those words, Sui Yu exited the car. The air inside felt suffocating, and he struggled to breathe, and followed suit, stepping out into the cool night air, shivering slightly. Instinctively, Sui Yu reached to remove his jacket, but hesitated midway. Observing his actions, and smiled and approached, taking it upon herself to remove his jacket and draping it over her own shoulders. Just theatrics, is it not? I shall return this jacket to you tomorrow. With that, and departed the parking lot and returned to the hotel. The night's breeze was truly chilling. The next morning, as everyone gathered, the production team would transport all 6 groups of guests to a common location, checking each individual supplies and relational progress. Upon their arrival at the meeting point, Sui Yu and noticed Heba glancing over from a distance. Sui Yu, brother. Upon witnessing Sui Yu alight from the vehicle, Reba immediately sprang forth with exuberance. Brother Sui Yu, how did your day unfold yesterday? She inquired. I must tell you, my day was quite arduous. That doctor attended to patients all day long, and being unfamiliar with the intricacies, I could only assist in a minimal capacity, utterly exhausted by the end. The physician partnered with Reba indeed possessed remarkable medical skills. Within just a day, he had garnered a modicum of fame in that community. The following day, the influx of patients had significantly increased, resulting in a notable rise in earnings. Clearly, Reba was thriving. Sui Yu chuckled lightly. You're truly a fortunate soul. Without you yesterday, I spent 2 hours distributing flyers, took a brief boat ride, enjoyed a leisurely stroll by the lake, and savored a hot pot meal. My life pales in comparison to yours. Such a display of vanity. The surrounding guests shot him incredulous looks. Can you believe this? You claim to be exhausted after merely 2 hours of work, while the remainder of your time was spent in leisure. How shameless! Only Reba remained unfazed, instead gazing at him with admiration. Wow, Brother Sui Yu, you are incredible. Your life is so vibrant. I feel my stomach ailment has dissipated. Perhaps you could take me back. I wish to be with you. A cough interrupted the exchange, emanating from behind, and then her expression decidedly unwelcoming. Reba, dear, Sui Yu is my partner now. It is rather inappropriate for you to attempt to steal him away in my presence, don't you think? What is wrong with that? And if I succeed, I'll send you a bonus, Reba retorted undeterred. Others have been watching the unfolding drama, and upon seeing and intervene, Boss Yang immediately rallied in support of his employee. Serve her right. After all, and didn't he allow her to enjoy hot pot yesterday? She deserves to be opposed. He declared. With the boss's backing, Reba unleashed her full charm. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around an ass, playfully pouting, sister in. Haven't you found that new boyfriend of yours? I heard you two are even getting engaged. Aren't you worried he might feel jealous? Therefore, dear sister, why not relinquish him to me? Reba referenced recent news of him being spotted with a potential romantic interest. As for the truth behind it, who could tell? And was not swayed by Reba's antics, and gently withdrew her arm from Reba's grasp. Sister, don't heed the rumors. I am currently single, and considering my age, it might be best if you refrain from competing with me. No. Reba gazed pitifully at Jia Ling's sister Jia Ling. Look, it is bullying me. Jia Ling burst into laughter as she approached. Reba, fret not. Let me tell you, love is a fickle affair, full of comings and goings. Just wait. Sui Yu will eventually be yours. I was not pleased. Sister Jia Ling, do you consider yourself quite experienced? Of course. Jia Ling exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I've been married 6 times. What of it? Laughter erupted throughout the room, and the director, joyfully, stepped forward. The more such banter, the more popular his program became. He smiled at everyone and remarked, Today marks the final day of our 3-day budget journey. By now, everyone should have gained a fundamental understanding of their companions. Therefore, today, we shall slightly alter the rules. Typically, places that witness love are most conducive to the blossoming of affection, while locales that bear witness to happiness evoke profound emotions. Thus, today, we have decided that everyone will attend a wedding ceremony, where you shall serve as employees of the wedding planning company, fully engaging in the nuptials of a newlywed couple. Upon hearing this announcement, the group remained unresponsive. The director, feeling somewhat flustered, inquired, Do you have any questions? Their reluctance stemmed from the fear of contributing financially, as they were short on funds after these past few days. We won't contribute anything, Jia Ling blurted out. The director quickly clarified, You will not need to contribute financially. With Jia Ling's bold statement, the male and female attendees began to voice their thoughts. What are we going to the wedding for? To eat? Questioned a white-collar salesman. Eat? You are there to work. Whatever tasks you are assigned, you will carry them out. Of course, you're not solely there to labor. With so many handsome men and beautiful women, we must engage in some extraordinary activities. Thus, the director proclaimed, Your objective is to have no cavities. The audience chimed in unison. The director was momentarily speechless. What do you mean, no cavities? Our goal is to ensure they have an unforgettable wedding. Those who excel will receive greater rewards in the forthcoming activities. Do you understand? Understood. The director nodded in satisfaction, though he remained unaware of the chaos his words would soon incite. Chapter 18. An unforgettable wedding. A group of 12 arrived at the wedding venue. Upon entering, the wedding planning company divided them into 2 groups. Ladies, follow me to the bride's side. Gentlemen, stay here and attend to your duties. The genders were promptly separated. On the men's side, apart from Sui Yu, the other 5 male guests were sharpening their competitive edge. Damn it, Sui Yu stole the spotlight the past few days. This time we must reclaim it. As soon as they arrived, the 5 men clustered together. We must collaborate this time. Only through cooperation can we achieve mutual success and show that Sui Yu is not invincible. For the sake of the celebrity and the reward, we must give it our all. The salesman passionately rallied the group. Think of what skills you possess that can stand out. We must strive to be the best. The others nodded in agreement. I can cook. My culinary skills have received praise from a national banquet chef. I can prepare a dish called blossoms and full moon that the newlyweds will remember for a lifetime. The chef was the first to raise his hand. Cooking had always been his forte. The salesman immediately brightened. Great. I will help you contact the kitchen so you can showcase your talent. With the chef's example set, others began to contribute their ideas. I am a doctor. I practice traditional Chinese medicine. I can offer them some health advice, especially on how to conceive more quickly. The doctor spoke with unwavering confidence. All right, I will contact the newlyweds for you. The salesperson, brimming with enthusiasm, added, Such matters undoubtedly enhance the occasion. No couple is indifferent to it. The policeman interjected, A few years ago, I earned a commendation, and, as a reward, I received a coveted spot in a prestigious school district, allowing me to enroll my children without the need for purchasing a home. Presently, I have no children and do not require it at home, so I can offer it. His investment in this matter was substantial. This is exceptional. The salesperson nodded repeatedly, his confidence growing. He then turned his attention to the security guard, who scratched his head, appearing somewhat awkward. It seemed he had little to contribute. After much contemplation, the guard timidly suggested, I can ensure their safety. Would that suffice? The salesperson burst into laughter, exasperatedly raising his hands in surrender. Forget it, you can assist me. That's settled. Everyone prepare. This time, we shall decisively overshadow Sui Yu. With renewed determination, the five of them felt invigorated. Thus commenced the most chaotic wedding in history. With time to spare before the ceremony, the salesperson first led the chef to the kitchen. After much persuasion, they finally agreed to let the chef prepare a dish. Meanwhile, the doctor and policeman busied themselves, while Sui Yu found himself neglected in a corner. He was unbothered. In fact, he appreciated the solitude, relishing the peace. With idle time on his hands, Sui Yu glanced at his system panel. His popularity had surged to 1.16 million, granting him the opportunity to draw a high-level skill, along with several chances for a lottery. He resolved to exchange for a high-level skill, curious about what the system would bestow upon him. He hoped it wouldn't be something trivial like pig farming or poultry raising. That would be a significant loss. Contemplating this, he casually spent 10,000 popularity points for a standard 10 draws. A sharp knife, this is essential for the lottery. Ding ding ding. With each concluding chime of the lottery, Sui Yu's expression darkened. The first 9 results were all thank you for participating. What a scam. Is the success rate this dismal? Until, with the 10th result, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. A song? Quite decent. Sui Yu smiled inwardly. Although he considered it somewhat useless at the moment, it was better than nothing. Next, he began his eagerly awaited exchange for the high-level skill. Heaven and earth, Amitabha, Jade Emperor, and the great sage Sun Wukong, bless me with a high-level stock trading proficiency. Indeed, this was the skill he yearned for most. Stock trading could undoubtedly lead to swift wealth. He was, after all, a man of worldly desires. As the great wheel in his mind gradually came to a halt, the pointer finally settled on a red zone. High-level singing proficiency. So he was left dumbfounded. Was this luck or misfortune? High-level singing proficiency, in light of the 2 songs previously granted by the system, made him ponder, is this truly a pure love system? Or perhaps an entertainment system? Is it truly necessary to compel oneself towards a career in the entertainment industry? To compete against Tian? To experience the sweet agony of love and rivalry? Sui Yu found himself slightly troubled. At this moment, it was nearly noon, and the bride had already arrived at the hotel. Most of the guests had gathered. The ceremony was about to commence. Backstage, the bride was overwhelmed with joy. Wow! Boss Yang, Hian Riba, Lu Tianxian, my sister Jia Ling, is it really you? Why do I still find it hard to believe? Am I not dreaming? Hian smiled behind her, adjusting her hair. It is indeed real, the most beautiful bride. As promised, we are here to give you an unforgettable wedding. Today, you are the star. Be joyful. I'm already overwhelmed with unforgettable moments. Can I take a picture with you all later? I truly admire you, she exclaimed. Of course, but you must wait until the ceremony concludes. After all, we cannot be too conspicuous, Boss Yang replied. All right. The bride nodded repeatedly, brimming with excitement. At that moment, the ceremony time was approaching, and the host began to urge the bride to make her entrance. The bride, adorned in splendid makeup, walked blissfully towards the altar. Let us all listen to the chimes of wedding bells. The joyous bells have already rung. Let us welcome the newlyweds with a round of applause as they gracefully approach us in this river of love. Friends, your applause is the finest gift for them. The ceremony commenced, following a familiar sequence, and tears of happiness flowed from both the bride and groom. If it were to conclude now, it would surely result in a harmonious ending for all. However, how could the 5 male guests allow this to end so simply? Just as the host was about to declare the conclusion, a sales representative intervened. Wait, he shouted, leaping onto the stage and snatching the microphone from the host's hand. Hello, everyone. We are from Surprise Event Nonprofit Organization. Our mission is to deliver surprises to newlyweds. Today, we have brought 3 special surprises for the bride and groom. A sense of confusion enveloped the stage and audience alike. What was happening? No one had been informed of this segment. Observing the bewilderment, the sales representative leaned towards the bride and whispered, We're the ones who appeared with the female celebrities you just met. We are here to make your wedding unforgettable. Please help me explain. The bride suddenly realized. Moments ago, the celebrities had mentioned these individuals' presence. It couldn't be anything negative. She smiled, understanding. Hello everyone, I invited them. I hope to have an unforgettable wedding, and I eagerly anticipate what they will bring me. Chapter 19. A perfect union? Upon hearing the bride's words, everyone comprehended the situation, and the entire venue erupted in applause. The sales representative, now quite pleased, spoke into the microphone with fervor. To celebrate this joyous occasion for the couple, we have specially invited a national banquet chef to prepare a dish named A Perfect Union, wishing for the couple's everlasting happiness. Wonderful! Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice called out, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause. Flourishing flowers and full moon, a name that resonates with joy and celebration. The vendor beamed with delight, while the chef, who merely claimed to have once been a state banquet cook, remained unfazed by any skepticism. The truth was inconsequential. It was the presentation that mattered most. Soon, the chef approached with his meticulously crafted dish. The pig's trotters symbolized the moon, and the bean sprouts were artfully arranged to resemble flowers. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite visually appealing. My mother always said that this was her favorite dish, and since it was my first attempt at making it, I urged everyone to try it. As the chef brought the plate closer, the bride and groom immediately furrowed their brows at the sight of the ingredients. They stared at the chopsticks offered by the chef, but refrained from taking them. Their expressions grew increasingly grim, while the chef continued to chatter incessantly. Come on, eat up before it gets cold. My mother always said pig's trotters are a good omen for swift feet. At last, the chef's words pushed the groom over the edge. Damn it, just die already, he shouted, abruptly knocking the flourishing flowers and full moon dish from the chef's hands. After the dish toppled, he glared furiously at both the chef and the vendor. Are you two here to ruin my wedding? The vendor, bewildered, retreated in confusion, while the chef, finding himself sprawled on the ground alongside the fallen dish, felt increasingly aggrieved and tears welled in his eyes. Why? Do you think it's not delicious? But you haven't even tasted it. Why hit me? Why? Get lost. Stop pretending. The groom, incensed at the chef's demeanor, moved to confront him again. However, by this time, the crowd had tightly restrained him. Discussions erupted among the onlookers. Frankly, it was not surprising that the groom was angry. These two were clearly disrupting the occasion. Who serves such a dish at a wedding? It's inappropriate. Bean sprouts are mere side dishes, and serving them at a wedding disrespects the bride's family. Pig's trotters symbolize running away, and don't the younger generation understand such meanings? To curse a couple's future happiness right after their wedding is truly a heartless act. The murmurs reached the vendor's ears, plunging him into embarrassment. He glared at the chef. Did you not know any of this? The chef retorted, I've never been married. How could I know? My mother never mentioned it. Although the chef heard the discussions, he maintained an innocent expression. You have done more harm than good. The vendor scolded. At this moment, the bride stepped forward to mediate. It's all right, it's all right. He didn't know. It was well-intentioned. Just take it away. What a disastrous start. The vendor felt a tinge of awkwardness, but years of navigating social challenges had endowed him with a thick skin, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. He soon donned a welcoming smile once more. I apologize for the minor mishap earlier. However, please trust that the surprises we have in store will surely delight you all. The second surprise was meticulously prepared by us. Enough. Before the salesman could finish his pitch, the groom interrupted him, visibly displeased. We don't need it. Just return from whence you came. Return from whence I came? The salesman was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. This was his only opportunity to counteract the situation in recent days. He could not afford to relinquish it so easily. Groom, trust me. What just occurred was merely an accident. What follows will undoubtedly be a surprise. Believe me, it will be. I said enough. Do you not understand? The groom had lost all patience. I have stated that I do not require your services. Kindly leave my wedding. Upon uttering these words, the two groomsmen immediately stepped forward, intent on pushing the salesman off the stage. Outnumbered, the salesman felt the pressure mounting as he faced imminent expulsion. In desperation, he called out, Mr. Groom, We have sought out the finest traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the realm to help you and your spouse achieve optimal health and ensure the arrival of your offspring. We have even secured a coveted spot in a prestigious school district for your future children. Do you truly not desire this? Wait. The groom halted his groomsmen with this proclamation. Is what you say true? He turned to the salesman, who nodded vigorously and summoned the doctor and official to the stage. It is indeed true. You may inquire of them. The doctor and official exchanged awkward glances, embarrassed by the earlier commotion. How had a moment meant to showcase their expertise devolved into such chaos? The groom scrutinized the two individuals, his heart racing. May I ask where you are employed? At Tongji Hospital, the doctor replied nonchalantly. This name elicited gasps from the audience. Tongji? That is the finest hospital in the realm. Is this genuine? It cannot be a scam, can it? I have heard that appointments with their doctors can take up to 6 months to secure. If we can have them examine us, it would be a tremendous blessing. This individual does not appear to be a fraud. Perhaps it is indeed true, murmured some in the crowd. The doctor's confidence swelled as he heard the audience's praise. I am not a fraud. You may verify my credentials on our hospital's website. Several groomsmen quickly pulled out their phones to search, and soon nodded in agreement to the groom. Realization dawned on the groom, and his demeanor shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to grasp the doctor's hand. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I truly did not mean to offend. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. He then turned to the official, his tone now markedly respectful. And you are? This is the official representative. You may also verify this on the official website. No need to check. No need to check. The groom was now thoroughly convinced. It appeared this organization was quite reputable. My apologies once more. It seems I was blind to your significance. When shall we commence our surprise? The groom's heart brimmed with joy. The notions of marital bliss paled in comparison to the promises of children and educational opportunities. These were truly monumental matters. At that moment, the doctor regarded the groom with a hint of disdain for his materialistic priorities, speaking in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. I find myself quite content here. Please provide your identification details to the individual beside me. He will swiftly fulfill your requests. Yes, indeed, promptly. The groom, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly beckoned the two individuals. Shortly thereafter, the doctor seated himself on a chair, first checking the groom's pulse and then the bride's. Soon, a frown creased his brow. After obtaining the groom's identification, the police officer commenced a phone call. 5 minutes later, upon hearing the response from the other end, his heart tightened. This situation diverges from what I had anticipated. Chapter 20. The King's Court. Is everything ready? If so, please announce it quickly. Do not keep the bride and groom waiting. At this moment, the salesperson resumed his earlier bravado, urging them on. The doctor glanced up at him. It's a bit difficult to articulate. What is there to be difficult about? Spare us the medical jargon. Just speak plainly. The salesperson grew increasingly anxious. What on earth is going on? If you don't speak now, when will you? Behind closed doors? The production crew isn't filming anymore. What use is that? Our objective is to make a spectacle. Do you comprehend? Nevertheless, the doctor remained hesitant. The groom, growing impatient, stepped forward and reassured him. It's all right, doctor. Please speak freely. Everyone present is my close family and friends. So there is no need for discretion. Just tell it as it is. Upon hearing this, the doctor gritted his teeth and glanced at the bride. Very well. Such matters are rather commonplace these days. Groom, your health appears to be mostly fine. However, bride, may I inquire if you have undergone any surgeries in the past? The doctor asked, gesturing towards his abdomen, believing he had been sufficiently discreet. Surgery? No, I haven't. The bride, clearly flustered, hastily denied it. That's not true. The groom interjected with a smile. Darling, didn't you once tell me that you were rather naive? You mentioned that while cutting fruit, you accidentally inflicted a wound over 10 centimeters long on your abdomen and asked whether I minded such a foolish act. Doctor, you must be referring to that. Your medical skills are remarkable. Huh? The doctor seemed momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. Oh yes, that must be it. Bride, that incision seems to have affected your health somewhat. I shall prescribe some medication to help you recover. It should be no cause for concern. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Truly, all are experts here. Impressive. The comments section was equally astonished. Goodness. Was that a wound inflicted while chopping baby vegetables? The explanation was so absurd that the man believed it. I feel for this fellow for a minute. It's a classic script of marrying an honest person. Yet the tale does not end here. After the doctor concluded, it was the police officer's turn. The officer looked at the groom and sighed. My friend, this isn't your first time, is it? Huh? First time? What do you mean by that? The groom appeared bewildered. Oh, have you forgotten? You've told me before, the bride interjected. Didn't you say you have a foolish younger brother? Just how foolish is he? A marriage was registered with the wrong identification, leading to an immediate divorce once the truth was revealed. You inquired whether I would be bothered by having such a foolish brother. My friend, surely this trivial matter will not affect our school district quota, will it? No, it will not. The police were utterly speechless. This couple displayed remarkable prowess. One with a knife wound of several centimeters, the other mistakenly using the wrong ID for marriage. Indeed, this is a scene worthy of kings. The audience was captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, exclaiming, "What a perfect pair! They should marry at once." I too have had my moments of folly, having once found two children who insisted on calling me mother. You wouldn't mind, would you? One has experienced divorce, and the other has given birth. Is that the implication? At the wedding ceremony, the bride and groom strolled together, hand in hand, bowing to the guests. Please, do not overthink it. We are focused on our future. I love her deeply, and she loves me in return. As for the past, let it remain in the past. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, the others felt hesitant to comment. Nevertheless, this incident would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation long after the event. As the banquet commenced, guests began to eat. Many felt that the array of dishes had lost their flavor, for gossip was the most tantalizing dish of all. The salesperson, visibly frustrated, had fulfilled his obligations, yet the desired effect seemed elusive. Everyone was captivated by the sensational drama, rendering their so-called surprises utterly forgotten. The salesperson, unwilling to concede defeat, felt an overwhelming surge of determination. Seizing the moment when everyone had just begun their meals, he dashed back onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, while you enjoy your delightful meal, we have a member who wishes to present a gift to the newlyweds. The mention of a gift left the audience in stunned silence. What? 3 gifts resulted in 3 blunders? Do you dare come again? Ignoring the surrounding astonishment, the salesperson shouted at Sui Yu, who lingered in the corner. Sui Yu, we have all expressed our intentions. Will you not do the same? Express what? Sui Yu responded, "Somevat bewildered." We agreed to give them an unforgettable wedding. We have all made efforts. All that remains is for you to contribute. What have you prepared? Hurry up. Prepare 6. Sui Yu's expression darkened. The salesperson pressed on. You haven't prepared anything, have you? Or perhaps you possess no skills to showcase. You must admit your shortcomings, and then I shall refrain from insisting you present a gift. The salesperson's intent was clear, to humiliate Sui Yu and demonstrate to the live audience that, apart from his handsome appearance, he was utterly lacking. Sui Yu sighed, feeling that he could no longer endure the situation. Initially, he sought a low profile, yet some were determined to oppose him. He rose and slowly made his way to the stage, his gaze drifting towards the 6 female celebrities standing at the rear of the ceremony. Several female celebrities displayed anxious expressions at that moment. Reba urged Sui Yu, ignore them. They're all ill-intentioned. Boss Yang advised, just say a few words of blessing. It's nothing, don't take it too seriously. Jia Ling suggested, brother, let me offer you a strategy. Why not claim you are my man? I am quite strict, forbidding you from gifting other women. I can reluctantly play the role of your wife. I don't mind a little sacrifice. Think it over. However, Sui Yu's gaze remained fixated on Anan. He yearned to discern how this once-beloved figure would react amidst his tribulations. Anan remained silent, merely nodding at him, her eyes seemingly conveying 4 simple words. I believe in you. A smile graced Sui Yu's face. Sometimes, indeed, a mere glance suffices to fill his heart with courage. Could you assist me in finding a guitar? Sui Yu spoke softly. Guitars were not hard to come by. The wedding venue already featured a band. After acquiring a guitar, Sui Yu settled onto a chair on the stage. I wish to sing a song for the bride and groom. This song, not particularly festive, served as a tribute to the newlyweds and, in a way, to himself. The bride and groom were individuals with stories, finally discovering their sanctuary. Thus, this song would serve as a farewell to the past. Chapter 21. Guess the song was titled Guests. Sui Yu began to strum the guitar gently. Indeed, this was the song drawn during the last lottery. Initially deemed insignificant, it now seemed to have found its purpose. Moreover, with his advanced vocal prowess, he stood among the elite in the entertainment industry. As the music played, Sui Yu's voice became even more enchanting. How many winters have passed since our separation? What day of the week is it today? While everyone else rejoices for you, I find myself foolishly awakened, realizing that someone has long since tailored a wedding gown for you. The verses unfolded like a narrative, a vignette, a poignant tale of an ex-lover discovering the news of their former partner's impending marriage after many years apart. It captured the initial bewilderment and hesitation, evolving into an eventual clarity and heartache. It was only at that moment that he comprehended he had irrevocably lost his dearest love. Sui Yu's eyes turned toward none, shaking his head as if to admonish himself to cease pondering her. But how could he? Countless times, he had envisioned what it would be like to encounter and in once more, having mourned the day of her marriage in his mind repeatedly. Would it mirror today, this silent exchange of glances without uttering a word? Or would he, disregarding all else, exert every effort to reclaim a fragment of their past? Perhaps he would choose the most painful path of letting go, witnessing the one he cherished walk into another's embrace. How could one possibly reconcile such emotions? Sui Yu closed his eyes, pouring his heart into the chorus, his voice reaching a fervent crescendo. Thank you for your special invitation to witness your love. I constantly remind myself not to evade the truth. I relinquish all memories to fulfill your affection, yet I remain unwilling to believe that this is fate. Why must I deliberately conceal my world in his presence? Once united, the hands slowly drift apart. Tears dampen the makeup, and both hearts harbor unuttered tales. Did you not claim to be my first love? Why are you weeping? The groom, choking on his words, inquires. The wind howls, blurring my vision. Yet why do you weep as well? Someone below is smoking, causing distress. You should retreat to the backstage and touch up your makeup, lest you appear unseemly. The groom remarks. Scoundrel. The bride's tears flow even more abundantly. He never before would have deemed me unappealing. Never. The groom stands stunned, as if struck by lightning. Who is he? On this joyous occasion, what chaos is this? In his agitation, the groom forcefully pushes the bride. Who are you referring to? Have you deceived me? The bride stumbles, nearly losing her balance, her mind consumed by the forceful shove. Dare you strike me? She can no longer contain her tears, glaring at the groom with wide eyes. No, I did not. The groom attempts to clarify. Bastard, I shall retaliate. The bride pays no heed, shedding her high heels and lunging at the groom with fierce intent. Unprepared, the groom is struck twice, instantly igniting his fury as he shoves the bride away. Feeling the scratches on his face, cursing furiously. Damn it, you insolent woman. Do you think you can challenge me? The bride, not one to back down, rises to retaliate. The tender exchanges of moments ago dissolve into animosity. The wedding venue is left in disarray. Those surrounding the couple finally react, rushing in to separate them. On this momentous day, do not fight, do not fight. It is all a misunderstanding. The groom did not act with intent. With so many present, do not provide a spectacle for laughter. The audience is utterly astonished. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This is undoubtedly the most captivating wedding I have ever seen. The deadly claw strikes and relentless kicks surpass any cinematic masterpiece. Can this marriage even endure? Such a plastic couple, easily rent asunder. Fight on, do not restrain them. Hasten to strike. The excitement is far from over. The newlyweds, now thoroughly unable to suppress their tempers, struggle against those trying to hold them back. The bride, albeit smaller in stature, endures several more blows amidst the chaos. Witnessing this scene, someone at last can no longer contain themselves. Beast, who permitted you to strike her? I will end you. A burly man rises from the crowd, charging forward. Do you have any idea? This is a woman I could scarcely bear to touch in the past. How dare you, you wretched cur? With that, the man delivers 2 robust kicks aimed at the groom. Taken by surprise, the groom receives the blows heavily, just as he prepares to retaliate. Ah! A piercing scream resounds once more. How dare you strike him? On what grounds do you lay a hand on him? I will claw you to death. A long-haired girl, consumed by madness, instantly joined the fray. The entire scene erupted into utter chaos. What began as a duel had transformed into a four-way melee, leaving everyone astounded. In the background, Jia Ling slapped her forehead, her eyes wide with disbelief. Goodness, this is astounding. It surpasses even my 6 divorces. At that moment, Boss Yang began to ponder the relationships involved. The bride and groom were current lovers, while the burly man and the woman appeared to be former partners. Thus, the current scenario was a clash of exes? No, it seemed the present couples were also embroiled in conflict. This is a tangled mess. Who can help me untangle it? I can't make sense of it. Untangle what? Aren't you concerned whether this wedding can proceed? Unremarked. I see it as highly uncertain. Liu Tianxian lamented. Who could have imagined that a perfectly fine wedding could devolve into this? Sui Yu, impressive. At this juncture, the production team was also in a state of panic. We intended to create an unforgettable wedding, not this chaos. Director, what now? Should we cut the live broadcast? Cut it. The director, overwhelmed, replied. We cannot cut it. Someone immediately countered. Director, our viewership is currently the highest in this time slot. We've never been this popular. What? We're popular? The director became even more conflicted. Others continued to argue. We cannot solely focus on ratings. You must understand, should this program air and provoke the authorities, we could face a ban. It's not that serious. We haven't violated any regulations. If we miss this opportunity, it won't come again. We cannot take even a slight risk. If we get banned, it's all over. The production staff was embroiled in heated debate. Enough. The director, his ears ringing, shouted. Broadcast it. Let the sky fall. I will bear the weight. Chapter 22. Who is right and who is wrong? Meanwhile, Sui Yu had long departed from the wedding stage. It was too perilous up there, and he sought refuge backstage with the female guests. Upon seeing Sui Yu approach, Reba was the first to welcome him. Sui Yu, were you hurt in the scuffle? Your singing was truly enchanting. I'm fine. I ran quickly, Sui Yu replied with a smile. Of course, you were unharmed, Jia Ling quipped, reveling in the chaos. Sui Yu, you're incredible. Those male guests struggled for ages without disrupting the newlyweds, and with just one song from you, it all unraveled into pandemonium. You truly are the wedding killer. Ha, Ling Jia, please don't tease me. I can't take credit for this. Imeriti sanga song, Sui Yu insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Boss Yang joined in the laughter, jokingly suggesting, Ling Jia, when it's your turn to marry. Why not invite all your exes and let Sui Yu deliver a grand finale? That won't do. Jia Ling quickly shook her head. If I invite them all, we'd have hundreds of guests. Finding a venue would be impossible. Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the mood considerably. After the laughter subsided, Liu Tianxian cast a profound glance at Sui Yu. Sui Yu, I am truly intrigued to learn about your past experiences. The songs Long Time No See and Guest resonate deeply within me, and I congratulate you on successfully piquing my curiosity. It's nothing, Sui Yu replied, shaking his head, refraining from casting a glance at it. The stories are in the past. Let us not entangle ourselves further. Who hasn't squandered a few absurd years? At present, I'm doing quite well, Sui Yu stated calmly. Liu Tianxian chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that some matters are best left unspoken. This is emotional intelligence. I look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future, Liu Tianxian added. Throughout, neither Sui Yu nor an exchanged a single word. Whether it was understanding without words or merely a shared silence, tears flowed abundantly. At the wedding venue, the chaos had nearly subsided. 2 men and 2 women had been separated to either side, though the individuals beside them had changed. The bride was now with a robust man, tears glistening in her eyes as she wept uncontrollably. The groom stood with the girl who had appeared later, her arms wrapped around him, her face etched with indescribable sorrow. I've seen through you, you heartless one. You spoke of living well together in the future and promised to care for me for a lifetime. Such lies, all lies. You deceitful swindler. The bride lamented. Bah, the groom was not one to be trifled with. I am deceiving you, and what of it? Damn it. How did I not see before that you are nothing but a mad woman, lacking in decorum? If it weren't for your decent appearance, would I ever have been with you? Dream on. I'm not going through with this marriage. I absolutely refuse, the bride shouted, tearing off the floral adornment from her head in a fit of emotion. She had lost control and was utterly beside herself. The sturdy man beside her gently embraced her with one arm, while with the other, he picked up the fallen floral piece. Do not cry, do not cry. Everything will be all right, he softly consoled her. Then, he gazed at the flower on the ground, his eyes clouded with emotion. How beautiful it is, do not discard it. Do you know, I have dreamt countless times of you wearing this flower, donning a wedding gown, with me standing beside you. Ching Ching, I'm sorry. I have uttered those 3 words to myself countless times in the dead of night. In the past, I was impoverished and hurt you. Back then, I always thought my career was paramount and that you could not understand me. Even when you were pregnant, I was oblivious. At this point, the man finally broke down in tears. Today, you look exceptionally beautiful. I once held that beauty in my embrace, but alas, this is your wedding with him. Ching Ching, could you grant me one more chance to transform this moment into our wedding? With that, the man knelt on one knee in the midst of his ex-lover's wedding, proposing once more. The atmosphere was serene, the entire ceremony enveloped in tranquility. No calls for togetherness echoed, nor did anyone intervene. Unwept, her tears flowing upon hearing the words. I always thought my career was more important. I always felt you could not understand me. For those words seemed to echo her own past. Bosyang gently embraced him. There is no right or wrong, only choices. She merely uttered those 8 words. These stars of the entertainment industry have gained much, yet who among them has not sacrificed even more? On the barrage, netizens found their viewpoints completely overturned. I found myself a loss for words. Who is truly in the right? In truth, the groom and bride merely reached an age of maturity, only to find social compatibility and an exchange of equivalence, while the bride and the burly man might have discovered genuine love. So, what holds greater significance? Conducting oneself in such a manner at another's wedding seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I am uncertain. A part of me wishes to laugh, while another yearns to weep. Ultimately, I can only laugh through my tears. There's no right or wrong. The bride gazed at the burly man, frozen in place, her heart a tumult of turmoil, unsure whether to accept or reject. Who could have anticipated that today would unfold so remarkably? The groom, too, stood dumbfounded, making no move for an extended period. For a moment, the entire venue seemed to be suspended in time. After much contemplation, the groom finally exhaled deeply. So be it. I once genuinely believed my life would unfold in this manner. Who I spent it with mattered little. What difference did it make? Yet now, perhaps it is for the best to remain alone. Stop your nonsense. At that moment, a girl beside the groom suddenly grasped the hem of his garment tightly. I am still waiting for you. I have always been here for you. If you turn back, I will surely be here. The groom turned around and embraced the girl tightly, tears streaming down his face. Ultimately, the wedding proceeded. Yet, many soon believed that in this city, there would soon be 2 true pairs of newlyweds, known as love. Whether today's tale is a good or bad one remains uncertain. Following such an event, the day's filming concluded hastily. The director briefly mentioned that they would resume shooting promptly the next day before halting the live broadcast. However, the ripples of this incident had only just begun to spread. That day, a certain blog surged to the top of trending topics. A guest has ruined a couple's wedding. The forbidden song list freshly released. Trending second. In this era, how many individuals truly marry for love? Trending fourth. Long time no see. Guest. The new generation of musical prodigies. Trending sixth. A female star's triumphant comeback creates a record, potentially becoming the new sensation. Meanwhile, many in the entertainment circle began to take action. A certain music company announced, "We have commenced discussions regarding collaboration with Sui Yu. He is a superstar of this era." A certain entertainment newspaper declared, "The untold stories of Sui Yu and a host of female stars." A certain actress stated, "Sui Yu is my ideal partner." Chapter 23. Temptation. That night, Sui Yu returned to the hotel with the production team. The director harshly reprimanded the other 5 male guests, excluding Sui Yu. "Who allowed you to create such chaos? Who gave you the audacity to disrupt someone else's wedding? If there were to be a broadcasting mishap, who would take responsibility? Who can bear the burden? Let me remind you, our contract is crystal clear. If your foolish actions lead to any issues, prepare to face the consequences of breach of contract. I am utterly exasperated, yearning to delve into the minds of you all, only to find a jumble of nonsense. The guests lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. As for why the director refrained from reprimanding Sui Yu, it is hardly a mystery. He is the current linchpin of viewership. Would one dare to offend him? After chastising the 5 others, the director turned his gaze to Sui Yu, instantly adopting a different demeanor. You should all express your gratitude to Sui Yu. Had it not been for his final song, which turned the tide, you would have found yourselves the subjects of ridicule. The 5 male guests stole glances at Sui Yu, their faces etched with resentment. What does it mean that he turned the tide? Was it not his final song that drove the audience away? And now he seeks accolades? Is his good looks truly enough? Their disdain for Sui Yu deepened. Hearing the director's words, Sui Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Please, director, let us not speak of it so. They meant well, and it's fortunate nothing went awry. The director nodded in acknowledgement. Look at him, so magnanimous. You all ought to learn from him. However, Sui Yu, I must address you as well. Could you not shoulder every burden alone? Is it not exhausting? Next time you have a new song, do notify us in advance. We could assist in some way. Sui Yu found himself speechless. This director is hardly virtuous. Nevertheless, to return to the matter at hand. The 2 songs' guests and long time no see have rapidly gained immense popularity across various platforms, revealing Sui Yu's potential to the production team. Indeed, the director began to regard Sui Yu's significance as comparable to that of several prominent female stars. He sensed that this young man would undoubtedly continue to surprise him. Sui Yu offered a few brief responses before taking his leave back to his room. However, this night was destined to be eventful. The first to arrive was Boss Yang, accompanied by Reba. Sui Yu, are you asleep? I need to discuss something with you. No, just a moment. Sui Yu opened the door, greeting Boss Yang and Reba with a smile. I want to beat around the bush. I wish to talk about your aspirations in the entertainment industry. This matter was not urgent, but given the explosive success of your recent songs, countless individuals will undoubtedly reach out to you. So, I must act swiftly. Boss Yang, you exaggerate. No one will contact me. Sui Yu responded politely. Just because no one has reached out today does not mean that tomorrow will be the same. I know this industry better than you do. To the point, I, Youngmi, have navigated the entertainment world for many years and have managed to establish my own company on solid ground. Therefore, I wish to create a music division and invite you to join. Rest assured, I started as a newcomer myself and understand what newcomers truly need. Boss Yang spoke earnestly. Yes, Sui Yu, my brother. Yami is truly wonderful and treats us exceptionally well. She even suggested matchmaking us. For my sake, please agree. Reba chimed in enthusiastically. Sui Yu felt overwhelmed. What is this? Matchmaking? For your sake? Is this a ploy? Who could withstand such a scheme? Boss Yang gazed at Reba, internally bestowing upon her 32 compliments. This was precisely the effect he desired. He was convinced that she would eventually bite the bait. However, Sui Yu ultimately shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Yang, but I truly do not wish to enter the entertainment industry at this moment. Nevertheless, I am willing to entrust you with the management of those 2 songs, and in the future, you will always be my first choice for any new releases. This decision stemmed from Sui Yu's careful contemplation. Once those 2 songs gained popularity, their value would rise, bringing forth royalties, commercial performances, and a myriad of other opportunities. Undertaking all of this alone would be unfeasible, especially since he lacked the necessary expertise. Thus, whether he sought Boss Yang or another, he needed assistance. Through their recent interactions, he had also come to recognize Boss Yang's remarkable generosity, further solidified by the charming presence of little Reba. Hence, reaching this decision was not particularly challenging. Why? Boss Yang still refused to concede. Do you comprehend what entering the entertainment industry entails? Fame, fortune, and an array of unforeseen opportunities. Stop. Sui Yu swiftly interrupted Yangmi. It is precisely these things that deter me from pursuing a career in the entertainment industry at present. I have witnessed individuals abandon what I consider the most precious for the sake of such pursuits. If I were to make a similar choice now, I fear I would come to despise myself. I realize this may sound dramatic, but believe me when I say that these thoughts resonate deeply within me. Sui Yu spoke from the heart, fully aware that many might struggle to understand his perspective. Yet, as he confronted this decision anew, he recognized that he was not yet ready to enter the entertainment realm. He feared he would be unable to maintain his resolve. Most importantly, with a system now in his grasp, why should he seek to mingle within the entertainment industry when the business world beckoned enticingly? Is it not more appealing to amass wealth quietly? Thus, he felt no regret in his refusal. Boss Yang sighed, observing Sui Yu's steadfast demeanor, and refrained from further persuasion. Well, each has their own aspirations. I intended to establish a music department within the company and had hoped to make you my first signed artist. But it seems fate has yet to align. Nonetheless, I sincerely hope that if you ever reconsider, you will think of us first. Absolutely. Sui Yu naturally did not decline this proposition. Subsequently, Boss Yang rose to depart, and Reba could only follow with a hint of reluctance. Observing Reba's wistful expression, Boss Yang could not help but smile. Sui Yu, don't go stealing our company's little flower away. That would be quite a loss for me. How could that be? Sui Yu shook his head vigorously. There are so many who admire Reba. Who am I in comparison? Haha, do not belittle yourself. I seldom witness our company's first beauty exhibit such affection. You, my friend, possess a certain charm. Boss Yang jested further. Please, spare me the jokes. Besides, with you around, the position of our company's leading beauty will always remain secure. Sui Yu complimented in return. Oh, is that so? Boss Yang blinked his eyes, then feigned a look of regret. Ah, it seems I was mistaken. If I were to come alone tonight, would you then be mine by tomorrow? I may be older, yet I care for nothing at all. His captivating gaze left Sui Yu somewhat disoriented. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such temptation. Sui Yu found himself at a loss for words. Just teasing you, Boss Yang chuckled, alleviating the awkwardness before stepping out the door. Haiba followed behind, somewhat foolishly, and just as she was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly turned back. Brother Sui Yu, I earnestly tell you, you are first in my heart. Chapter 24. My discomfort after bidding farewell to Boss Yang and Haiba. Sui Yu intended to lie down, but his phone rang once more. It was an Sui Yu. Do you need a manager? I can assist you. No, Boss Yang has taken care of it for me, but thank you anyway. Upon sending the reply, a wave of discomfort washed over him, particularly with the last three words. Thank you. Once upon a time, they had been so close, yet now they felt like strangers. On the other side, and stared at Sui Yu's message, taking a long time to respond. The distance between them seemed to grow ever wider. Sui Yu was no longer the partner who revolved around her, discussing everything at the first opportunity. Boss Yang, Haiba, even Liu Tianxian, her heart grew increasingly bitter and empty. It felt as if something genuine had truly vanished from her heart. Overwhelmed with emotions, and then could no longer bear it, she flung open the door and rushed out. She made a phone call. Mr. Wang, do you have any places? I want a drink. Sui Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep until late into the night when his phone buzzed again. Sui Yu, I've had too much to drink. Can you come pick me up? It was in once more. Sui Yu felt a pang of exasperation. What does your drinking have to do with me? We've broken up and in. After successfully sending the message, he lay back down. This time, Anne's message felt different, hinting at a desire for reconciliation. However, while casual flings for a show were acceptable, a true reunion, perhaps not. I'm not your plaything. You cannot just take me when you wish and cast me away when you desire. 5 minutes later, his phone vibrated again, revealing a location and a simple message. Haiba and Boss Yang are here too. They've drunk too much, and I can't handle it. Haiba and Boss Yang? Sui Yu furrowed his brows, contemplating before deciding to get dressed. After all, they had treated him well on the show, and it would be kind to lend him a hand. On the way, Sui Yu drove swiftly, speeding along, and within 15 minutes, he arrived at the destination, which was not a bar or a bustling area, but rather an upscale private vineyard. As he exited the car, he intended to enter, but the security guard promptly blocked his way. Hey, what are you doing here? Do you even belong here? I have a friend inside. She asked me to come, Sui Yu replied, maintaining his composure. Your presence is a mere illusion, my friend, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. In a month, I must have intercepted no fewer than 100 like you. Now, kindly remove yourself from my sight. Do you hear me? Do not provoke me to action. The security guard's arrogance was palpable. Sui Yu was left utterly speechless. Yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to engage with the guard. I can make a call. My friend is indeed inside. He attempted to reason, but the guard, accustomed to his authority, dismissed him outright, adhering to the principle of action over words, and forcefully shoved Sui Yu aside. A call? Who knows who you're contacting? Hurry up. Sui Yu, gritting his teeth, sprang forward with all his might, determined to push past the guard and breach the entrance. Damn it. There's no way I can't deal with you. Brothers, we have a disturbance. Take action. The guard momentarily faltered, thrown off balance by Sui Yu's force. As Sui Yu darted towards the entrance, the guard urgently summoned his companions. Soon, 3 or 4 guards emerged. What a coincidence. It's been ages since I've had some exercise. Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? Are you looking for trouble? Young man, will you lie down on your own, or shall we assist you? The unexpected arrival of the guards momentarily halted Sui Yu's advance. Desperation flooded him. He was unwilling to yield. My friend is inside. She asked me to pick her up. Please step aside. I can prove it with a phone call. Can't you come up with a fresher excuse? Do you know who frequents this place? Celebrities and tycoons. And you, with your pathetic demeanor, claim to have a friend? You must be a pest. One guard jeered, while the others readied themselves to confront him. Take this elsewhere. We wouldn't want to disturb the guests, another guard cautioned. Consequently, the group began to drag Sui Yu towards the backyard. Let me go. Release me. Sui Yu resisted vehemently, casting a glance at the system. Are there any combat skills available? He inquired. Advanced grappling mastery, redeemed for 200,000 popularity points. Would you like to proceed? Sui Yu's eyes lit up. This was a must-have. He silently affirmed the redemption. In an instant, a surge of unique power enveloped him. Mastery of advanced grappling coursed through his veins. With a smirk, he executed a swift reversal, breaking free from the guard's grasp with a triumphant shout. Damn it, I just learned this grappling technique. How dare I endure such indignities? 2 minutes later, all 4 guards lay sprawled on the ground. Sui Yu surveyed his handiwork with a satisfied smile, reaching into his pocket in a display of bravado. As I once said, back in the day, with my hands in my pockets, I knew not the meaning of an adversary. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed in the distance. More individuals were arriving. A vehicle came to a slow halt, and the window rolled down to reveal a rotund, balding figure. What's going on? One guard struggled to his feet. Mr. Wong, this kid is causing a ruckus, attempting to sneak inside, and has even resorted to violence. Mr. Wong turned his gaze towards Sui Yu. Did you do this? Sui Yu nodded. I was merely here to find a friend. Mr. Wong appraised him from head to toe and inquired, who are you looking for? Anin. The conversation between the 2 individuals was rather straightforward. Anin? Mr. Wong turned his gaze towards the security guard, who subtly nodded in affirmation, indicating that it had indeed arrived that evening. Get in touch and inquire whether an orchestrated this. Mr. Wong instructed. Understood. The security guard, suppressing his discomfort, hurried into the security office and promptly made a call. Upon his return, he appeared somewhat awkward. It seems that it is indeed a friend of Sisterin. She mentioned she would be out shortly. Sui Yu, having cleared his name, was consumed by frustration. I already stated I was here to see a friend. You assaulted me without any inquiry. How will you rectify this? Huh? The security guard was taken aback. He wanted to retort, aren't you the one who attacked us? Yet, he refrained from voicing it. Mr. Wong shot the security guard an angry glance, his tone turning frigid. Still not apologizing? Mr. Wong, we didn't actually hit anyone. The security guard protested, feeling unjustly treated. 4 against 1, and you say you didn't hit? You lot are worthless. You ought to apologize immediately. Mr. Wong's fury escalated. Yes, I apologize. We failed to recognize the situation and should not have engaged with you. Please, have mercy on us. The security guard meekly pleaded. Sui Yu scoffed, choosing to ignore the security guard. His thoughts were solely on Un and Mr. Yang. Before long, a swaying figure came into view, supported by 2 individuals. Sui Yu quickly rushed over, steadying her. Why are you alone? Where are Ba and Mr. Yang? And cast a cold glance at Sui Yu, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet she chose to address Mr. Wang instead. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the trouble. This is my friend. I hope it hasn't caused any inconvenience. No worries. It seems my young friend has endured some unjust treatment. As long as we have clarified things, I shall take my leave. Allow me to apologize on behalf of my friend. He lacks understanding of the rules, and added. Mr. Wang offered a slight smile. Rest assured, I have long surpassed such trivial matters. However, your friend is rather impetuous. It would be wise for him to temper his demeanor, lest he encounters further misfortune. Mr. Wang departed Sui Yu and exited the private vineyard. The cold wind seemed to dissipate her inebriation. She walked ahead in silence, not uttering a word. Sui Yu followed closely. Hey, where are the other two? Don't just ignore me. And why did you apologize on my behalf? I did nothing wrong. Sui Yu called out from behind, and turned around, her expression frosty. Is it only them that occupy your thoughts? Sui Yu, I clearly mean nothing to you now. Do I? Chapter 25. A different game. The wind was frigid, the night dark, and the moonlight faint. On the desolate road, only Anne's sorrowful sobs could be heard. Sui Yu, I feel so pained. I truly do. It's been 5 years, and I thought I had forgotten, but why do I still feel this way upon seeing you? They didn't come, yet I cannot say that. How would you have come otherwise? I can no longer endure the sight of your intimacy with other women, even if I am aware it is merely pretense, even if I know it is but a fleeting farce. I am acutely aware of my unworthiness, yet I simply cannot bear it. Witnessing the anguish on your face stirs a tumult of emotions within me. Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? She murmured softly. What is past is past. It has been so long. Would it not be better to part amicably? You raise your head, your eyes glistening with moisture, tinged with a hint of resentment. Sui, do you truly despise me so? Sui incident. Despise? It cannot be termed as such. I merely feel it is unnecessary now. Though memories linger, they are but echoes of the past. You offered a cold smile, rising to your feet, and walked away alone. Sui followed closely behind. After an indeterminate time, you abruptly turn around. Sui, we have parted ways. Why do you persist in trailing me? I am returning to the hotel. Sui replied helplessly. We are on the same path. You fell silent. The tears you had struggled to contain once again overflowed, your voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Sui, could you not utter a single word of concern for me? Even if it is feigned, it would suffice. Upon uttering this, your gaze was fixed intently on Sui. Ultimately, Sui shook his head, remaining motionless. You wept once more, fervently wiping away your tears. Yet your voice remained choked with sorrow. I apologize. I should not have sought you out today. I will soon be well after a brief moment of weeping. Sui lit a cigarette, still saying nothing. What would he possibly do? Could they ever return to what they once had? Would an incomplete severance only bring deeper pain? Can a lingering affection post-breakup still be considered tenderness? Sui was uncertain. As the alcohol coursed through your veins, you began to sway. Perhaps the effects of the drink were overwhelming, or perhaps you genuinely wished to drown in oblivion. Ultimately, you succumbed to inebriation, finding solace in its embrace. Sui escorted you back to the hotel, guided you to your room, and then quietly departed. That night, Sui pondered much, yet it felt as though clarity eluded him. Before he realized it, dawn broke. At 6 a.m., you gradually awoke. Sui had risen early to bring you breakfast. After a brief moment of gathering your thoughts, memories of the previous night began to resurface in your mind. You then offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I truly overindulged last night. Oh, by the way, are you all right? I seem to recall you had a confrontation with the security guard. You were not harmed, were you? Not at all. Sui waved his hand dismissively, gesturing toward the breakfast on the table. I brought this from the hotel for you. The breakfast was simple: whole grain bread, unsweetened milk, and a softly cooked egg. You smiled upon seeing it. After all this time, I cannot believe you still remember my favorites. Indeed, the items on the table were once your cherished delights, and they had been prepared by Sui daily. Having done so for several years, how could he possibly forget? Sui spoke gently. He handed breakfast to Anin. In truth, he had come today to express that he had forgotten the events of yesterday. Anin quickly and decisively interrupted him. Sui Yu, there's no need to say more. I have encountered many men over the years, and their performances have been quite commendable. What you see is merely an illusion. It is delightful to see you this time. So let us participate in this program earnestly, as if we are redefining the conclusion of our youth. Sui Yu remained silent, gently nodding in agreement. Wasn't this precisely what he desired? He had come this morning to convey to women that they could act within the confines of the program, while leaving reality aside. Redefining a conclusion might not be such a bad thing after all. Thus, he found it commendable that an could articulate her thoughts. As for what transpired after filming concluded, dust returns to dust, and what does it matter? After finishing breakfast, Sui Yu and Anna descended the stairs together. A new day of shooting was about to commence. This was their work. The director had begun preparations early, and upon seeing Sui Yu and Anna emerge together, he jokingly remarked, "Oh, are the two of you beginning to advance and retreat as one? Is this screen couple turning their act into reality? Isn't it merely to immerse themselves deeper into the role? Director, look at our dedication to this program. Shouldn't there be a bonus?" Anna replied with a smile, having navigated the entertainment industry for years with ease. With such words, sister, and do you even regard my meager finances? I will still rely on your assistance in the future. Flattery in business is an unescapable norm across all professions. Half an hour later, everyone had gradually assembled, and the director prepared to commence today's recording. After 3 days of budget travel and the unforgettable wedding on the last day, cough, cough. Speaking of that wedding, even the director found it hard to continue. However, he swiftly regained his composure. In any case, over these 3 days, everyone had come to understand the people around them. Thus, our program has reached the genuinely intriguing segment. Today, we shall engage in something different, a game that combines luck and skill. Chapter 26. Regrets and Missed Opportunities. The director smiled mysteriously and continued, before revealing the answer. I would like to ask everyone, do you remember what you were like during your school days? Was that period not the happiest time of your life? Upon hearing this question, many faces lit up with longing. Indeed, those carefree and vibrant years. Who could forget them? Back then, there were no names or fortunes. Yet life was not as tumultuous as it is now, flowing with the currents of society. The director pressed on, "Sister Jia Ling, what did you do in college? Could you share with us?" Upon hearing this, Jia Ling smiled shyly, a rare display of bashfulness. "Oh, dear director, why do you ask such things? It makes me quite embarrassed. I went to school, and alas, I did nothing but fall in love. Who actually goes to college to study?" Laughter erupted from the director, who was never disappointed by Jia Ling's responses. "Sister Jia Ling, how many did you date?" Jia Ling sighed, seemingly filled with regret. "The number is insufficient. There is only one, and it happens to be from the same class." "This simply won't do, Jia Ling." The director hastily shook his head. "Rabbits do not graze near their burrows. Why not seek out a few more dancers, especially from the performing arts department, filled with handsome young men?" Upon hearing this, Jia Ling felt defiant, crossing her legs and instantly embodying the persona of Hongxing's 13th sister. "How do you know I don't have others outside?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. Jia Ling truly lived up to her reputation. The director gave her a thumbs up. He then turned to Boss Yang and asked, "Boss Yang, how many romantic relationships did you have during your school days?" Boss Yang immediately glared, his face marred with displeasure. "Director, I take offense to that. What do you mean by how many? Are you suggesting I frequently change partners? Besides, I've had 5 relationships, and do you think I can just divulge that? People always remain single, you understand?" Impressive. The director was left speechless. Initially, he thought only Jia Ling would respond this way. Little did he expect this attitude to be contagious. Without pause, he inquired of the third individual, And how was your university experience? Surely, it was to you all about romance? And shot a sideways glance at the director. What do you mean by that? Am I unattractive and unworthy of love? Why can't I have a relationship? What does being a university student mean one must remain loveless? The director repeatedly waved his hands. This group of guests was proving to be quite the handful, each possessing a distinct personality. No, and is renowned as a great beauty. Who in the South doesn't know her? Now, could you share your experiences with university romance with us? And slightly turned her head to look at Sui Yu. her expression devoid of the earlier ease. She spoke softly. Since then, I have been indifferent to loving nights, allowing the bright moon to descend upon the western tower. In truth, if given the chance, I would tell that person. If only we had met later, how wonderful it would have been, you maturing just as I became gentle. And our past selves, akin to a jest. However, what is past is indeed past. Yet, even now, I often find myself recalling a particular line, amidst the flowers. I am too lazy to glance back, half due to my pursuit of the Tao, half due to you, and spoke at length, with a poetic flair that tugged at the hearts of many viewers. It felt bittersweet, though I scarcely understood the full meaning of her words. Indifferent to loving nights. Beneath the moon at the western tower, it seems to express a sense of regret. After parting from you, splendid moments no longer concern me. As for the final line, I believe it intended to convey the sentiment of the first half. Once you've seen the vast sea, no other water can compare, unless it's the clouds of Mount Wu. All else is but a memory. What is past is truly past. Who could that special person in Anne's heart be? He must be so fortunate. I've studied your visitors and secretly listened to the songs you enjoy, yet later, I could no longer discern whether it was affection or obsession. No one knows whom it refers to, except for Sui Yu. He gazed longingly into the distance, concealing the tumult within his heart from all. Sometimes it seems, being together has little to do with love itself. The director chose not to press further. He turned to inquire of several other female guests. The responses have become rather conventional. Subsequently, he began to discuss his forthcoming arrangements, inquiring about everyone's academic pursuits, which are indeed related to our upcoming plans. Everyone has experienced youth, and the romances of that time were devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, I have often pondered what it would feel like if we could return to that campus, to that ivory tower. Today, we are to revisit the university campus. Upon hearing this, a chorus of applause erupted from the guests. The production team has finally embraced a more authentic approach. I'm quite fond of this segment. The mere thought of the university campus is delightful, and I am filled with anticipation. Jia Ling, brimming with excitement, bounded over to Sui Yu and affectionately wrapped her arms around his. Sui Yu, let us pair up today. When I was in college, I was the campus belle, and you must have been the campus heartthrob. We will make quite the pair, both being so attractive. Yang, the director, could no longer bear to watch and quickly intervened. Jia Ling, don't you think that if your future husband sees this, he might have some thoughts? Puffed. Jia Ling dismissed this concern, tightening her embrace around Sui Yu. How do you know Sui Yu won't be my husband in the future? Laughter erupted once more, heightening everyone's anticipation for the upcoming program. However, the director seldom allows the atmosphere to remain entirely joyous. Do not celebrate prematurely. I have yet to finish my announcement. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to engage in something different this time. I possess 6 slips of paper, each representing today's tasks. I require you to form pairs to complete these assignments. Let me forewarn you, these tasks are not simple. We shall begin with the male guests drawing lots, after which the female guests may select their partners for collaboration in fulfilling today's missions. These tasks promise to be quite intriguing. The director wore a mischievous expression. Chapter 27. Hand in hand, the director produced 6 slips of paper and laid them before the 6 male guests. His smile sent chills down their spines. Who will step forward first? He inquired cheerfully. None of them dared to approach, sensing that this was far from a benign proposition. But what could they do? After a moment's deliberation, Sui Yu decided to take the plunge. Better to face it early than later. I shall go. He stepped forward and drew a slip at random. The onlookers widened their eyes in curiosity, eager to discover the director's intentions for the day. Sui Yu did not keep them in suspense and slowly unfurled the paper, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. Seriously, director, are you for real? This is rather ruthless. Isn't it? Ruthless? Let everyone see what you drew, the director replied with an innocent smile. Reluctantly, Sui Yu presented the slip to the camera. It contained but a single line. Today's task, to break apart a deeply in love couple. Target, Chin Feng and Chu Chu. What on earth is this? The comment section was suddenly in an uproar. What kind of task is this? Why must they break apart a couple? Are they simply bored? If I were that couple, I would certainly make them regret their actions. This task is utterly unethical. Sui Yu also felt a headache coming on. He turned to the director and inquired, "Do these two have any conflicts?" The director shook his head. They have been together for 2 years, and their relationship has been quite harmonious. Sui Yu pressed further. "Have they offended you in any way?" "How could that be? I don't even know them." Sui Yu was at a loss for words. Without any grievances between them, why on earth would you want to disrupt their relationship? The director chuckled lightly. Without experiencing the bitterness of love, how could one appreciate its sweetness? "I am merely trying to do a good deed." "Good deeds, my foot," Sui Yu thought, utterly exasperated. "Director, do you believe I am a person of ill intent?" The director nodded, empathizing with him. "Indeed, even the agents say you're a fraud." "Damn it." Sui Yu could only express his frustration with a classic saying. The director gently patted Sui Yu on the shoulder. "There's no way around it. One must accept the consequences of their choices. After all, you simply had bad luck. Your task for today is to make either the male or female participants say let's break up. If you succeed, you win." "Can I refuse?" Sui Yu attempted to resist further. "Of course, but if you fail the task, one of you and your partner will be eliminated." Sui Yu was rendered speechless. After he finished, the other male contestants exchanged glances, bewildered. They had just remarked that the production team had finally done something humane. But now it seemed they didn't know the meaning of humanity at all. Everyone is equally flawed. For the sake of the show, their hearts are never pure. "Next contestant, who will step forward?" The director urged once more. The 5 male contestants lowered their heads or glanced around, none daring to take a step forward. "What are you afraid of? It's inevitable. If you don't take the initiative, I'll just call someone out myself." The male contestants remained unmoved. "Salesman, you typically do all the talking. You go first." The director called out directly. "Fine." The salesman resignedly stepped forward, thinking that whether he faced death today or tomorrow, he might as well embrace the storm. With determination, he pulled out a piece of paper. "Task: help a guy who has failed to confess 20 times to find love." The salesman was taken aback. This task seemed to be laden with moral implications. Failing to confess 20 times? That man must have some issues. However, a spark ignited in the salesman's mind. "I'll take this task. I guarantee I will complete it." After saying this, he winked at the female contestants, as if to say, "Choose me, and victory is assured." Yet, no one paid him any mind. The third contestant, a chef, stepped up next. His task was rather amusing: to catch 3 or more couples sneaking into the woods. Upon seeing this, netizens burst into laughter. "What are you planning to do?" "You'll let that girl go, I'm coming." No, the chef could bring along some kidney and say, "Buddy, you need a boost. Let me help you out." Ha ha. I'm starting to look forward to this episode. The fourth contestant was a police officer. Task: to locate the missing contraceptive supplies. A task fitting for a professional, indeed. A role befitting a police officer, yet luck appears to be scarce. However, the online community is in fits of laughter. Surely, one must search in a hotel for such items? And upon finding them, what then? More offspring for more blessings? Such items are hardly reusable, are they? The public's interest in these tasks is undeniably piqued. Next, we have the 5th participant, a security guard. Task: to elicit a confession of love from the campus belle. The guard furrows his brow. Contemplating the impossibility of such a feat, how could the belle ever harbor feelings for him? He feels utterly helpless. Lastly, we have a doctor, tasked with assisting a love-stricken young woman in regaining her normalcy. At last, a task that seems relatively sane. The doctor breathes a sigh of relief. At least this assignment appears less daunting. With the unveiling of the 6 tasks, the online spectators are left with but one sentiment. This program is indeed quite frivolous. As the time arrives for the female participants to make their choices, the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. Failure to complete the tasks will result in the elimination of one partner from the duo. With the show's ratings soaring, none of the female participants are inclined to withdraw at this crucial juncture, making their choices all the more significant. On the male participant side, the salesman is brimming with confidence. He exclaims loudly, "Ladies, choose me. I assure you, I will fulfill the task. Should I fail, I will eliminate myself." Such blatant temptation is palpable. The salesman has been harboring a determination to reclaim the spotlight previously overshadowed by Sui Yu. Witnessing this, The other male participants also voice their sentiments. If we lose, we place no blame on the ladies. We will exit ourselves. A gentlemanly demeanor must prevail in this moment. Only Sui Yu remains silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Soon, the first female participant makes her choice, Liu Tianxian. She selects the police officer, just as she did in the inaugural round. We were partners before. He is quite attentive. She reflects, rendering this choice unsurprising. Next is Mai, who opts for the doctor. I know a love-struck girl, so I believe this task will be relatively easier for me. As a newcomer, her ambition is to remain in the show long enough to elevate her visibility. The third to choose is Sister Jia Ling, whose decision is far more intriguing. She glances at the security guard, then turns to the director. Hey, director, I was once the campus belle, widely recognized. If I confess to him, does that count as a success? The director quickly shakes his head. Sister Jia Ling, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. This cannot be permitted. With a huff, Jia Ling first looks toward Sui Yu, then toward the chef. She exhales deeply. Alas, dear Sui Yu, truth be told, I truly wish to select you, but my heart cannot endure the mischievous nature of your task. Thus, I shall choose the chef instead. After all, I am well acquainted with the little grove, having ventured there many times in my youth. Such high emotional intelligence ensures that her choice does not incite ire among any. The remaining female participants are now reduced to Bossiong, Hiba, and Un. Reba raised her head to glance at the remaining three, pondering where Sui Yu had lingered the longest. She gently took a step forward, preparing to approach him. At that moment, Bossiong suddenly grasped her arm from below. Do not choose Sui Yu. Just look at that unwilling expression on his face. He surely does not wish to complete the task. Do you want to be eliminated? As the boss, her words were understandable. Reba hesitated, uncertain of her next move. Just then gracefully approached Sui Yu. Together? She inquired softly. We might lose. Sui Yu replied with a smile. Does it matter? And then extended her hand. Not at all. Chapter 28. The Average Man? And Sui Yu successfully matched once more, stirring a pang of jealousy within Reba. Sister me, does calculating gains and losses truly hold such significance? Is there nothing more vital than mere profit? Without waiting for Bossiang's response, Reba directly walked over to Sui Yu, softly uttering a word of apology. I'm sorry, she said, then stood beside the security guard. Perhaps it was simply because the guard was closer to Sui Yu. Without him, did it still matter whom she chose? Bossiong and the sales team automatically formed a group. Despite their efforts, they ended up in last place. What good were all their schemes if they still faltered? With the teams formed, the next task awaited. Today, we shall venture to Dashan Media University, the director announced, holding a megaphone. This institution is quite renowned, filled with handsome and beautiful individuals, as well as a multitude of talents and stories. Today, we shall arrive there and commence our mission. With that, everyone began to prepare for departure. Aside from the chef and the security guard, each participant had their own objectives within the tasks at hand. Their first step was to locate their designated targets. As the crowd dispersed, the live broadcast divided into 6 rooms, allowing the audience to observe each team's progress. The first to find their target were Bossiong and the sales representative. The latter, skilled in conversation, quickly discovered a boy who had faced rejection 20 times in his romantic pursuits. Upon their encounter, their initial impression was striking. This boy was truly unique. Sporting a free-spirited haircut, he donned a trench coat despite the mild weather, confidently perched in the corner of the classroom with his legs crossed. This was far from the image the sales representative had envisioned. She had assumed that someone who had been rejected 20 times would possess certain flaws. Perhaps he would be overweight or unattractive, or even dreadfully insecure. Yet, the young man before her, while not conventionally handsome, certainly was not ugly. His attire exuded a sense of individuality, and the way he sat with legs crossed seemed far removed from any sense of insecurity. Curiosity piqued. The sales representative settled in front of the boy, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. Classmate, are you Li Xian? It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Xian glanced up from the corner of his eye at the sales representative before rudely lowering his gaze once more. Your approach to flirting is rather cliché. However, your gender is quite intriguing. I never expected to be so appealing to men. Indeed, remarkable individuals cannot conceal their brilliance regardless of their surroundings. Goodness. The salesperson is bewildered. What does this even mean? Why have I suddenly lost my words? The salesperson turned to seek help from Mr. Yang, who smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lixin, I believe you are mistaken. We are here to assist you. Assist? Ridiculous. Do I truly need help given my exceptional qualities? Lixin shook his head disdainfully. Madam, is your mask intended to capture my attention? Though your figure is quite commendable. Ah, I understand now. That rather unattractive young man was merely a front for you. The one truly aiming to attract my notice is you. Congratulations. You have successfully piqued my interest. Mr. Yang was speechless. I apologize, but I think you've misunderstood. Oh, are you feeling shy now? Lixin smirked, wearing an expression that suggested he understood everything. My dear, one cannot deceive with their gaze. Furthermore, desiring me is merely a natural inclination, albeit you are unworthy of me. Mr. Yang, exasperated, shot a fierce glance at the salesperson and inquired, Am I permitted to strike him? Please no. The salesperson quickly interjected. Stay calm. It's all for the sake of the mission. He hastily continued. Could you refrain from speaking for a moment and allow me to explain? Why should I listen to you? You hardly possess a charm that warrants my attention. If you intend to speak positively on behalf of the lady beside you, I have but one remark. This woman is unworthy of me. The salesperson was at a loss for words and turned to Mr. Yang, sincerely stating, Yang, go ahead and hit him. Indeed, he was a typical man, embodying mediocrity to the extreme. Mr. Yang and the salesperson encountered a rude awakening upon their first meeting. The scene then shifted to Liu Tianxian and the police in a live broadcast. Their task was to locate lost contraceptives. Following the clues, they swiftly found a young man named Lu Guang. I want to break up. I desperately want to break up. Upon learning of their intentions, Lu Guang appeared tormented. Yet, I am reluctant. I truly do not know whether to trust her. We have been together for a long time, since freshman year, and now I am in my third year. I love her dearly. We were once inseparable, to be together at all times. We rented a place off campus during our sophomore year. Everything was beautiful. Our relationship was genuinely wonderful. Of course, after living together, we experienced everything that should occur. However, I know I will be responsible for her for a lifetime, and I believe we can endure to the end. But just last month, I participated in a competition and was away for a week. Upon my return, I was eager to be intimate with her. I longed for her. However, when I eagerly retrieved the item I had purchased online, I was left in shock. I am a student of the sciences, sensitive to numbers. I distinctly remember that before I left, there were still 12 of these items remaining. Yet now, there are only 8. Where have the other 4 gone? The boy lamented, cradling his head in his hands, manifesting profound distress. Observing his anguish, Liu Tianxian gently inquired, Have you not asked her? The boy fervently shook his head. I did not. I dare not, I am afraid. But I know who is responsible. It must be the monitor of their class. I am certain, for they are all engaged in the same project. I have seen them together numerous times. My girlfriend even fetched water for him. It must be him, it must. On the screen, many netizens began to empathize with the boy. Stay strong, brother. To navigate life, one must embrace a hint of green. Love is a radiant light, green enough to make you uneasy. In a week, for we're used, the frequency is manageable. My friend, you are not too green yet. Goodness, that green fellow is quite bold, using what another has purchased and sleeping with another's woman. What audacity. Chapter 29. Never parting. The third scene unfolds in my Mai's live broadcasting room, where she is accompanied by a doctor. They encounter a girl consumed by romantic thoughts. At this moment, the love-stricken girl is incessantly pouring out her heart. He treats me wonderfully, truly wonderfully. What will I do without him? He ignores me, but he might simply be busy. Perhaps I'm overthinking everything. He is not to blame. It is all my fault. The stars say we are a perfect match. My mais exasperated. Enough. Stop being foolish. You should first ask him what he would do without you. Would he still treat you well? In this world, aside from your parents, who would treat you kindly without reason. Please, do not dramatize your own life. The zodiac may say you're a perfect match, but has it also told you that there are only 12 signs in existence? The love-stricken girl gazed blankly at the erupting Mai, ultimately shaking her head slowly. You do not understand him. You truly do not. I love him deeply, and he loves me too, but he is a boy, under immense pressure. Mama was left speechless. This girl is quite a handful. The fourth live room features Heba and a security guard. No one would have anticipated that they would be the first to complete the task. Lin Shui, a new security guard, has arrived at our school. In a moment, you shall interview him. This is your news article. Interview the security guard? Lin Shui took the news article, glancing it over before expressing her astonishment. Director, are you joking? How could such a thing possibly be true? The director shook his head. It is true. I have confirmed it with the higher-ups. Therefore, your task this time is to uncover the truth behind this matter. All right, I shall ensure the task is completed. Lin Shui, the belle of the journalism department and one of the school's recognized beauties, had experience with such assignments. Moreover, she was quite curious to discover the truth of this matter. Soon, Lin Shui arrived at the security office. This is a security guard whom she is entirely unfamiliar with. At least, Lin Shui feels she has never encountered this particular guard before. Of course, even if this guard has been on duty for many years, Lin Shui's nature suggests she would not have paid much attention to him. With a professional smile and an alluring gait, Lin Shui approached the young security guard. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Lin Shui from the school's publicity department. Recently, one of our security guards has faced repeated harassment from the campus belle, compelling him to resign. Is this a manifestation of the distortion of human nature or a decline in moral standards? Today, we shall interview this security guard regarding this phenomenon. The camera then focused on the guard. Hello, I have heard that the female students at our school frequently harass you, particularly the campus beauty, who often engages you in rather intimate conversations at your guard station. Some have even pretended to faint, insisting that you perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, leading to your forced resignation. What do you believe is the cause of this situation? The guard shyly smiled. I think there is only one possibility. I'm simply too handsome. All right, Lin Shui replied, observing the guard's height of less than 7 meters, his slender frame, and a face that bore signs of malnutrition, feeling somewhat awkward. May I ask why, despite these circumstances, you tendered your resignation, yet the principal repeatedly rejected it? The situation is as follows, the guard said, becoming animated upon hearing the question. I have been a security guard for many years. In today's society, there are few guards as young and vigorous as I am. Importantly, I am particularly dedicated to my job, which is what the principal values about me. Lin Shui nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. It seems you are a diligent worker. But what could possibly be the reason behind the harassment from the campus belle? Lin Shui pondered deeply. At that moment, the guard's phone rang. He answered. Hello. Is this driver Xiao Wang? Please do not bring the Porsche. Just take the BMW instead. Huh? My secretary has already come to find me? All right, let her come directly. As he hung up, not far away, a striking woman approached with a professional stride, clad in formal attire. Mr. Wang, you mentioned wanting to experience life. But could you not find an easier job? Look at how exhausted you are. By the way, your father has just transferred 50 million for your pocket money. But he said if you don't find a daughter-in-law by this week, there will be no more allowances next week. Additionally, he has sent me 100 million. He said that once you have a girlfriend, I should present that as a meeting gift. Lin Shui was stunned. What had she just heard? 50 million? In a week? And a meeting gift of 100 million? My goodness, is this for real? Lin Shui felt her legs go weak and gradually collapsed into the guard's embrace. Oh dear, security husband, why do I feel faint every time I see you? My legs are weak. I love you. Mission accomplished. The audience was left in awe. Who conceived this idea? Who could withstand such conditions? Who could have imagined that the first to complete the task would be the foodie Reba and the least capable security guard? The world has certainly changed. In the fifth live broadcast room, Jia Ling and the chef found themselves aimlessly wandering the school, having accomplished nothing thus far. Jia Ling remarked that they needed to act before darkness fell, claiming she had experience in such matters. Only one live broadcast room remained. Sui Yu and Anna were tasked with separating a pair deeply in love, a daunting challenge indeed. Why must they part ways? Why can true love not endure? Sui Yu did not know, nor did none. They merely walked forward in silence. Are we really not going to find them? Anna quietly inquired after a long while. Sui Yu gazed at the beautiful scenery in the distance before turning to an inn, softly asking, "Do you wish to separate them?" And then shook her head, yet a hint of struggle soon flickered across her face. "But if we fail to complete the task, one of us will have to leave." Sui Yu sighed. "I do not wish for my story to repeat in the lives of others." And then fell silent, and the scene from 5 years ago replayed in her mind. Sui Yu's words from that time echoed painfully. "I missed the moment when you wanted to marry me." After a long silence, and then finally lifted her head and earnestly said, "Sui Yu, let's find them. If they truly love each other, we shall grant them a wish to never be parted." "All right." Sui Yu nodded emphatically. They located the couple from their task. The boy was named Qin Feng, and the girl was called Chu Chu. Qin Feng, with his suave demeanor, and Chu Chu, with her charming grace. "Hello, do you need something from us?" Qin Feng asked, eyeing them warily. "Do not be alarmed, classmate. We indeed have a matter to discuss," Sui Yu reassured him, gesturing towards the nearby camera and then to an inn. "We are filming a program, and this is the renowned star, and look over there. There's the camera. We wish to feature a university couple in our show. We've heard that your love story is quite famous in this school, so we wanted to ask if you would participate. Is that really an inn?" Chu Chu's eyes widened at that moment, and then slightly pulled down her mask, revealing most of her face. Seeing the real and then left Chu Chu momentarily stunned, and she instinctively clung to Qin Feng's arm. "Wow, Qin Feng, pinch me. Quick, I must be dreaming. Is it really an inn?" Qin Feng complied, pinching her sharply. Chu Chu et galim. You idiot, Qin Feng. Don't run. Who told you to pinch me for real? You asked for it." Qin Feng had already retreated several paces, seeking safety. "Stop fooling around. And is still here, and we're filming a show," he cautioned. Chu Chu shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng, then turned to Sui Yu and gritting her teeth as she said, "I'll let you off this time, but you'd better watch out." She then turned to Sui Yu and inquired, "How shall we cooperate?" "No need," he replied. "Just be yourselves as you usually are. Our filming aims to capture authenticity." "All right, if my darling enjoys it, then I am willing to do anything," Qin Feng chimed in. Initially, Sui Yu and were concerned that the two might feel nervous upon filming the program. However, they soon realized their apprehensions were unfounded. In the morning, the pair took the bus to the mall, where Chu Chu looked stunning, attracting numerous attempts at conversation along the way. Yet, most individuals, upon noticing Qin Feng accompanying her, decided against approaching her. After all, approaching someone who already had a male companion would be perceived as a provocation rather than a mere flirtation. However, the circumstances on the bus were different. With the space so cramped, it was difficult to determine whether someone was in a relationship. Thus, some young men, filled with youthful exuberance, began to make their moves. "Hey, beautiful, would it be all right to add you on WeChat? I'm a student from the nearby college town," one young man asked. Facing a stranger, Chu Chu politely declined. "No, thank you." The young man, disheartened by his initial failure, lowered his head in disappointment. Observing from a distance, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He squeezed through the crowd and playfully patted the young man's shoulder. "Buddy, you're too subtle. Watch and learn." With that, Qin Feng approached Chu Chu and boldly wrapped an arm around her. "Hey there, you look delightful. Care to entertain me? Shall we call at your place?" "My place or somewhere else?" Upon realizing it was Qin Feng, Chu Chu smiled warmly. "Sure, I'll follow your lead. I appreciate your straightforwardness," he remarked. At that moment, the bus arrived at their stop, and Qin Feng, still holding Chu Chu, stepped off. The young man behind them stood in shock, realizing that his previous failure stemmed from his lack of directness. Nearby, Sui Yu and were also amused. Sui Yu noticed that all the cameras were focused on Chu Chu and Qin Feng, prompting him to gently grasp An's hand. "Your place? My place? Or somewhere else?" He began, but then quickly interrupted. "Your car will suffice. It's convenient." Sui Yu was utterly taken aback, realizing that older women were indeed formidable. Chu Chu and Qin Feng radiated happiness, resembling many college couples who love shopping but rarely bought much. Qin Feng consistently carried Chu Chu's bags, gently wiping away her sweat and promptly offering her cold drinks whenever she felt warm. They arrived at a discount store where Chu Chu spotted a dress. "How much is this?" she inquired. $19.98, the shopkeeper replied. Chu Chu furrowed her brow and sweetly asked, "Is there a bank nearby?" Yes. The shopkeeper replied, pleased, as such inquiries usually indicated a sale was imminent. Then why don't you go rob one? Chu Chu retorted, her irritation evident as she began to pull Qin Feng away. Ah, we could actually buy it. If you like it, that is all that matters, Qin Feng weakly protested, being dragged along. What are you talking about? You won't survive the month if you keep spending like this. Juju asat family. What a charming couple they are. After the two departed, Sui Yu quietly spent money to purchase that garment, prompting a smile from Un as she observed this act. It turns out, you can be quite thoughtful at times. Of course, Sui Yu affirmed. One learns from one's mistakes, all thanks to the teachings of past girlfriends. Go away. After their shopping spree, Sui Yu and Qin Feng found themselves seated in a private room of a restaurant during lunch. Given that it is a public figure, they were cautious about being recognized while out in public. Qin Feng, do you have any dreams? Sui Yu casually inquired at the dining table. Dreams? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly directed his gaze toward Chu Chu. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Chu Chu sapet imba di. Unfazed, Qin Feng continued to gaze at Chu Chu and said, I actually have a dream I've always kept to myself, but I hesitate to share it. What are you afraid of? It's nothing to be ashamed of. Go ahead and tell us, Sui Yu encouraged. Do I really have to say it? Qin Feng still felt somewhat apprehensive. Come on, don't be so shy, Sui Yu urged. All right. Qin Feng mustered his courage. I wish I could possess a superpower. Just like this. He then raised his hands, hovering them in front of Chu Chu's chest, and began to focus intently, muttering incantations under his breath. Get the hell away from me, Chu Chu exclaimed in alarm, abruptly swatting Qin Feng's hands away and shouting, Big, big, open, small, puffed. Sui Yu burst into laughter. This couple is something else. Is this how college students behave nowadays? Indeed, the times are changing. Qin Feng offered an awkward smile, but seriously declared to Sui Yu. This is my dream. We're all men here, you understand. I understand. I truly do, Sui Yu empathized, glancing at him beside him and letting out a deep sigh. Brother, should you ever realize your dream, remember to share it with your sister as well. It is her dream too. Sui Yu, are you trying to get yourself in trouble? After their meal, the group made their way to the seaside. The weather was still relatively mild, with a refreshing sea breeze. Qin Feng and Chu Chu nestled together on the beach. Watching them, Sui Yu was flooded with memories of his past. He sincerely wished for their everlasting happiness, and nodded in agreement. It certainly will be. At that moment, both Sui Yu and him believed they would conclude their day in this manner and return home with a sense of failure, ready to face their farewells. However, fate always weaves more tales. Chapter 31. This world holds more than just love. The setting sun cast its glow upon the ocean, creating a hazy yet beautiful evening scene. Qin Feng gazed into the distance, letting out a deep sigh as the joy of the day seemed to vanish in an instant, replaced by sorrow and desolation. Chu Chu turned her head, noticing Qin Feng's demeanor, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Oh, don't be unhappy. The city you're heading to will also have sunsets like this. Qin Feng shook his head, gazing at the setting sun, and spoke solemnly. Chu Chu, have you ever felt that witnessing such exquisite scenery evokes a profound sense of melancholy? Why is that? Chu Chu inquired. Because you know it is fleeting. The sun is about to set, and soon it will all come to an end. Qin Feng's voice was barely above a whisper. Chu Chu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, yet she endeavored to maintain a smile. But Qin Feng, have you considered that it is precisely because of its transience that it is so beautiful? Just like our present moment, every minute, every second is precious. But there is no future, Qin Feng softly lamented, a growing despondency etched upon his face. The conversation grew increasingly heavy, and Chu Chu found it difficult to bear. All right, let's not dwell on these thoughts, she asserted with determination, lifting her gaze to Qin Feng, her eyes reflecting both love and pain. Qin Feng, today I have truly been happy. We wandered together, savored my favorite dishes, and admired such a beautiful sunset. Most importantly, you have been with me throughout the day. Although I know we must part ways, I do not feel sad, truly not at all, because I realize that even if you embark on a new life with new companions, the 2 years we shared have brought me immense joy. Qin Feng lowered his head, tears escaping his eyes. Chu Chu, must it be this way? he silently queried. Chu-Chu paused, then playfully nudged him, shaking her head as she attempted to feign lightheartedness. Oh, we had agreed on this, remember? You were going abroad to further your studies, and I too will pursue my dreams elsewhere. We are both believers in the notion that distance means little, so let us bid farewell with smiles today, shall we? Do not be sorrowful, while the sun still shines. Take a good look at me. Qin Feng bit his lip, and after a long pause, he gently nodded. All right, we shall say farewell with smiles. Yet both of us are acutely aware that this goodbye is laden with uncertainty. Unbeknownst to them, Sui Yu and In had quietly arrived behind them. As Chu-Chu turned, she inadvertently caught sight of them. She delicately wiped her tears. And then, Sui Yu, when did you arrive? Sui Yu and Anun, now devoid of their earlier cheerfulness, slowly settled onto the beach. You had decided this long ago, hadn't you? Sui Yu inquired softly. He had heard their conversation earlier, but still found it hard to believe. Why, with such a splendid day, would these two suddenly choose to part ways? So everything today was merely an act, was it? How could a couple on the verge of separation still appear so sweet? Truly impressive, considering you both are from a media university. His voice, though low, was tinged with unmistakable anger. We did not, Qin Feng countered. Sui Yu, our time together has been genuine joy, and our separation is a mutual decision. This is our love, and we ask for your respect. Respect? Love? Sui Yu scolded coldly. Qin Feng, do you still have the right to utter the word love? In pursuit of your so-called dream of going abroad, have you truly considered the price of relinquishing your love? And what a Chu-Chu. Should dreams compel one to forsake those they cherish? Is what exists between the two of you genuinely love? Do you not realize that the ability to abandon something signifies it was never love? How dare you assert we are not in love? In a surge of frustration, Qin Feng abruptly rose to his feet. Sui Yu, if you disagree, then enlighten me. What is love? What must I do? I am studying animation, a field that is rather mediocre in this country. I have devoted 4 years to seize this opportunity, and my family has exhausted nearly a lifetime of savings to support me. Should I now tell them that I must abandon everything for love? And what a Chu-Chu. She aspires to be an actress. Do you comprehend the challenges faced by art students? Her family is already burdened with debt, hinging their hopes on her success. Yet, the contract with the agency she is about to sign stipulates that she must remain single. How can you expect her to choose? Do you grasp the realities of ordinary life? We can only take the bus. For Chu-Chu to wear the clothes she likes, she would have to rob a bank. Is this amusing to you? Yet all I wish to do is weep. Sui Yu, a love devoid of material support is not love. It is mere survival. A life of unfulfilled desires. Sui Yu was momentarily taken aback, his entire body leaning back as he fell heavily onto the sand, and turned her gaze towards Qin Feng and Chu-Chu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, uncertain whether her sorrow stemmed from their plight or her own. Perhaps I can assist you, she whispered softly. But can you offer a momentary solution that lasts a lifetime? This world encompasses more than just love. A heavy silence enveloped them, profound and suffocating. Sui Yu fell silent, and offered no further counsel. The ebb and flow of the tide mirrored the countless helplessness in this world. It was unclear when the four of them finally departed from the beach. On their way back, and gently patted Sui Yu. It's all right, they are not in the wrong. Everyone has their own choices. That is true, Sui Yu replied coldly. Just as you did back then, correct? Always armed with noble reasons to abandon, repeatedly convincing yourself that your decisions were justified. Yet, do you truly feel no regret now? And, unsure, shook her head vigorously, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her, and a cold smile graced her lips. In truth, you are angry with me today, are you not? The situation with Qin Feng and Chu-Chu reminds you of your past with me, fueling your anger. Deep down, you have always believed it was I who abandoned you, haven't you? Sui Yu, after all these years, why have you yet to mature? Qin Feng once said something quite profound. This world is not solely about love. Do you comprehend this? Sui Yu bit his lip, his heart still in torment, as if it were being rent asunder. No, over these past 5 years, I have come to understand that no one is at fault. Truly, no one is to blame. My earlier anger stemmed solely from not wanting my own suffering of the past 5 years to befall another. That is all. Chapter 32. Those who strive for a better life deserve respect. As night descended, Sui Yu and Earnest shared silence, retreating to their respective rooms after the filming concluded. Their minds were still filled with thoughts of Qin Feng and Chu Chu. Had these two young souls truly parted ways? And had found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Eventually, a single word surfaced in her thoughts: maturity. These two youngsters had become so mature to the point of relinquishing love. Thus, is maturity genuinely a virtue? Meanwhile, while Sui Yu and accompanied Qin Feng and Chu Chu, other groups were equally determined to fulfill their own tasks. Boss Yang and the sales representative wore expressions of despondency. They had come to comprehend precisely why this young man had faced over 20 rejections. He was undeniably a typical, uninspired individual. Nevertheless, the task at hand remained. They were compelled to assist this ordinary young man in finding love. After a brief inquiry, the young man sent over 20 profiles of girls to the sales representative's phone. These girls all have an affinity for me. Some orchestrate chance encounters. Others discreetly observe me, and a few even follow me to the cafeteria. I am magnanimous and kind. Everyone deserves a chance. As long as one of them musters the courage to confess, I shall reluctantly accept. The sales representative felt a surge of frustration. He desperately wished to question the source of this fellow's confidence. Yet, for the sake of completing the task, Boss Yang and the sales representative sought out each of the 20-plus girls, aiming to identify a feasible target. However, after wasting over 2 hours, they received responses akin to the following. Do not mention that repulsively xin to me. I merely visited a cafeteria, and she accuses me of stalking him, spreading rumors of my affection. Do you have any idea how much distress he has caused me? I could almost wish him dead. Li Xin is notorious as a typical, uninspired man. He is utterly terrifying, and I dare not provoke him. Please, do not let him approach me. He clings to you like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Faced with such widespread disdain, the sales representative, resigned, gazed at the last girl's profile and remarked, Boss Yang, there's only one left. Is it even worth pursuing? Boss Yang, equally overwhelmed, had long since succumbed to despair. With a sigh, she replied, well, let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The final candidate was CC, Li Xin's childhood friend, who, according to Li Xin, adored him above all else. Upon learning of their intentions, CC furrowed her brow slightly. I do not wish to meet him, but I can tell you this. He was not always like this. We hail from the same place and have known each other for over a decade. Before university, he was quite normal, a good student, kind-hearted, and genuinely beloved by many. However, upon entering university, he changed. We came from a small town where everyone was similar, but everything transformed in the big city. At the outset, he tread cautiously, often being labeled as ignorant and displaying a naive curiosity that led others to regard him as a simpleton. He had secretly wept several times over such judgments. In time, however, he transformed into who he is now. She is the only girl willing to share so much with him. Yet, CC remains reluctant to meet Li Xin. Boss Yang and the sales representative offered little encouragement and departed from CC's side, their faces etched with concern. It has become challenging. What was initially perceived as a manageable task has turned into something more complex, Boss Yang lamented. Meanwhile, the sales representative was devoid of his previous nonchalance. A somber expression had taken residence on his face. Sister me, don't you think Li Xin is, in fact, quite pitiable? Pitiable? Boss Yang shook his head. He is so confident. What could he possibly lack? No, the sales representative retorted for the first time. Perhaps his confidence stems from deep-seated insecurities? Boss Yang paused, momentarily speechless. The sales representative approached Li Xin and sat down calmly across from him. I just returned from speaking with CC. Li Xin abruptly lifted his head, but quickly reverted to an indifferent demeanor. Did she berate me again? Don't believe her. That's merely her way of seeking my attention. To hit is to love, and if you ponder this phrase, you'll see how much she cherishes me. Can you stop pretending? The sales representative said coldly. Pretending? Li Xin looked taken aback. Isn't that the case? The sales representative rose, his face adorned with a mocking smile. Li Xin, how long will you remain mired in self-doubt? You're self-deprecating. It's absurd, Li Xin protested. This is not absurd. The sales representative shouted, cutting him off harshly. Li Xin, how long will you deceive yourself? You have feelings for CC, yet you lack the courage to admit it. You can only cling to a false sense of security, believing that as long as the world knows she likes you, she won't pursue a relationship. But is that realistic? You both journeyed from a small village to this grand city, and while you hoped for a bright future, you soon realized the harsh truth. The things you once took pride in here hold no value. Your childhood companion, beautiful and adaptable, has garnered more affection than you. Thus, your self-esteem waned. In your small town, you were the center of attention, but now you find yourself overshadowed even by Cece. This frightens you, flusters you, and in an effort to conceal your insecurities, you've adopted a blind confidence. Haven to you? Li Xin raised his head, his pupils dilating, veins bulging on his forehead, and his fist struck the table with great force. No, that is not true. Yes, it is. The sales representative's voice grew louder, more forceful in its interruption. You are a coward, a complete coward. What is wrong with coming from a small town? I, too, hail from a humble background. I have endured scorn and lived like a dog, dismissed as unstable and looked down upon. So what? I am determined to establish myself in this city. I feel no shame. I rely on myself, and I take pride in it. And you? Li Xin, confidence and respect cannot be feigned. After saying those words, the salesperson paid no further attention to Li Xin and departed alone. As for the mission, what did success or failure matter? Upon exiting the communication university, the salesperson finally slowed his pace. He turned to Boss Yang and suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Boss Yang, apologize. But rest assured, I shall voluntarily step aside. It is of no consequence. Boss Yang shook his head. What truly matters is whether you have considered a career shift, perhaps into the film and television industry. We are in need of many talented salespeople. Me? Is that even possible? The salesperson gaped in astonishment. Boss Yang chuckled. Anyone who strives for a livelihood deserves respect. Chapter 33. An aberrant love. Boss Yang and the salesperson returned to the hotel. Although the mission had not succeeded, the salesperson wore a smile. He had achieved his purpose for participating in this program. At the very least, he had fought for a future that appeared promising. Gradually, others returned to the hotel. Some greeted with smiles, while others bore troubled expressions. Today's mission had brought both joy and sorrow. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the director announced the results. The 6 groups had gathered early at the filming location. The director appeared elated, a broad smile adorning his face. Good morning, everyone. You should all have a sense of how things unfolded yesterday. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Therefore, before I announce the results, I would like to ask you all how you are feeling at this moment. Mai was the first to speak, a look of indignation on her face. Oh, director, you are truly ruthless. The so-called love-struck individuals you found are simply terrifying. I wonder if I will become like that in future relationships. I can't even bear to think about it. If I were to become that way, I would want to smack myself right now. The director chuckled. Mai, do you recall how you attempted to assist that girl? Of course I remember, Mai replied. I tried for a long time, but she was unyielding. I even revealed the truth about her boyfriend's infidelity. Yet she refused to believe me. When I offered to take her to see for herself, she refused and angrily chased us away. Can you imagine how infuriating that was? Director, I genuinely did my best. If you wish to eliminate me, then so be it. I simply have no other options. Mai spoke with a sense of helplessness, and the comments from viewers watching the live stream echoed her sentiments. Yes, even thinking about that woman makes me want to confront her. Mai even provided her with the address where her boyfriend was meeting another woman. Yet she insisted it was because Mai had feelings for him and was deliberately trying to sabotage their relationship. How utterly insulting to Mai. She even called her a seductress, claiming that even if her boyfriend did go to a hotel, it was out of necessity and that he would always love her the most. The most astonishing part was when Mai approached the girl's friend, who presented chat records indicating that her boyfriend was indeed unfaithful and had been flirting with her. In response, The girl slapped her friend and declared that she would sever ties with her, which was just bizarre. Is this the epitome of denial? The director inquired. So, do you believe your mission was a failure? Mamai nodded. Of course, how could this possibly succeed? I truly cannot manage it. No. The director shook his head. Do you know what transpired after you left? After I departed? Mamai was unaware what further events unfolded. Indeed, the director gestured towards the large screen. On the screen, a lovesick girl appeared. The hour was late, and she stood alone at the entrance of a hotel. The cold wind was biting, and there she waited. An hour passed. Then two. The girl remained motionless, until a couple emerged, their demeanor intimate. Upon seeing them, the girl wept, tears streaming down her face. She remained in a daze for quite some time. Just as the couple was about to walk away, she finally summoned the courage to approach. Wang Yuan, do you still need to explain? The boy turned at the sight of her, visibly flustered. Xiaoqing, what are you doing here? How did you end up in this place? Please don't misunderstand. She is my cousin, visiting our city, and I'm merely accompanying her. Yes, I understand. The lovesick Xiaoqing forced a smile. I came to tell you that previously, I lent you 4,000 yuan, and it's time for you to repay me. I believe I deserve a new life now. I have offended far too many people for your sake. Many urged me to see clearly, yet I always felt you were paramount. Now, I wish to reclaim my identity. Rest assured, I am not ready to break up with you. Your brainwashing has been quite effective. Upon uttering this, the video abruptly ceased. The audience instantly protested. Director, can you not be human? What happened to them afterward? From just this segment, I don't see how the girl is lovesick. Her speech seems quite normal. Director, hurry and tell us, did they ultimately part ways? Facing the barrage of inquiries from the guests, the director was devoid of his usual smile. He shook his head. As for the continuation of the story, I do not know. However, the girl at least bravely took the initial step. This is thanks to my Mai and our male guest, who tirelessly located the man's address and gathered ample evidence, planting seeds of doubt in the girl's heart. Our production team has contacted the girl and will offer her an internship. Being lovesick means excessively centering one's life around another. Only by genuinely recognizing her own worth can she truly move on. The girl asked me to convey to my Mai her apologies. Her attitude yesterday was quite poor, but she still has not let go. She hopes that one day she can have the opportunity to personally apologize to you. My Mai felt a stir of emotion and sighed. Ah, it's all right. As long as she can truly comprehend love, that is sufficient. The director nodded and then turned to Liu Tianxian and the police officer. You too. What were your impressions yesterday? We believe we have completed our task. Liu Tianxian replied with a wry smile. The lost contraceptives were not lost at all. The girl simply placed them in another box while tidying up her home. It was all a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, they still broke up. The boy's unfounded jealousy became unbearable for the girl. She stated that she no longer wished to live this way. The young woman was resolute. I found myself uncertain whether this constituted a success or a failure. The director chose not to inquire further about Jia Ling and Reba. Jia Ling, of course, was an easy subject at the dead of night, donned in a mask. She emerged with a broom, shooing away a dozen couples. As for Reba, her tale is well known to all. Thus, the director's gaze shifted to Sui Yu and Nun. Before he could pose a question, however, Qin Feng and Chu Chu appeared on the large screen, instantly igniting a flurry of comments. What had transpired with Qin Feng and Chu Chu? Had they already parted ways? They had brought me laughter throughout the day, but also tears throughout the night. I desperately wished for their union to endure. I was uncertain of right or wrong, unable to pass judgment, yet I felt a profound sense of regret for this pair. Everyone shared in this sentiment. Lovers who cannot unite. What kind of anguish is this? And let out a deep sigh. Director, what you truly wish to convey is that this is the essence of reality, is it not? Our task yesterday revolved around 6 distorted forms of love. The typical male, the infatuated lover, the materialistic woman, Jia Ling and her companions embodying unrestrained affection, Mima representing the insecurities of love, and us, illustrating how love succumbs to reality. This was your intention, to express that in this world, perfect love is but an illusion, correct? Please, save the children. Offer some critiques. Chapter 34. The Warmth of Humanity. the most soothing balm for the heart. You are right, the director did not dispute this. Each individual holds their own perspective on love. Personally, I have never regarded love as an entirely beautiful concept. We are participants in a romantic reality show. I believe we should not only bring joy to our audience, but also convey certain viewpoints, and that is indeed valid. Hence, I prepared this act. Yet, as he spoke, the director allowed a deep sigh. The reality is that many things often unfold contrary to our wishes, and you all have surprised me far too much. Are you curious about the fate of Qin Feng and Chu Chu? And gazed at the director and nodded. She sensed that the narrative was undergoing a transformation. On the large screen, the story of Qin Feng and Chu Chu commenced. The initial scene depicted Qin Feng tidying up in the dormitory. Yet his visage bore no trace of sorrow at parting. Little 2, I've left my notebook for you. You're the only one in our dormitory who needs to retake an exam, so study well and make sure you pass. Little 3, my gaming account is yours now. Complete with limited edition mounts and weapons. It's all yours from now on. Practice your skills. Don't embarrass this account. As for you, big one, there's nothing substantial I can leave you. You don't need anything. I am grateful for your care over these past few years. So let me at least say thank you. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, with only Qin Feng's voice breaking the stillness. Once he had packed the last piece of clothing into the suitcase and gently zipped it up, the other 3 suddenly rose, their eyes filled with reluctance. Little 4, have you made your decision? Are you truly letting go? It was the voice of Big One. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I made up my mind. Nothing is more important than Chu Chu. But you've sacrificed so much. Does your family approve? I have spoken with them, and they comprehend that staying in the country can also save some money for the family. The animation industry has been thriving domestically over the past couple of years. It is not absolutely necessary to go abroad. Sighing, the boss lamented. While Qin Feng spoke lightly, the boss was acutely aware of the sacrifices he had made. In the past, such willfulness would have earned you a few slaps from me. However, never mind. Chu Chu is indeed a good girl, and if I were in your position, I might find it hard to part with her as well. She is still unaware of your decision to forego studying abroad? Qin Feng shook his head. No, I plan to tell her once I arrive in her city. We've had several disagreements. She insisted that if I didn't go, she wouldn't sign the contract and would accompany me abroad. Yet, I understand that she has invested just as much in this opportunity as I have. The scene shifts to Chu Chu. I have prepared your passport, the money for going abroad, and all these miscellaneous items for you. Goodness, I never imagined that your trip abroad would be such a strain on me. Next to her, a tall girl was sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Chu Chu was comfortably indulging in ice cream on her bed. Oh dear sister, you've worked so hard. Let me treat you to ice cream. Spare me this act. I am not your wind, and such tactics do not work on me, the girl replied, standing up and shaking her head at Chu Chu's silly demeanor. Chu Chu, have you truly made up your mind? Are you really going to accompany him? This opportunity is quite rare. Many envy you. Do we not agree to refrain from discussing this matter? Chu Chu pouted. You know how stubborn Qin Feng is. Without my company, he might easily come to harm. Besides, I fear that he might lose this opportunity to someone else. I cannot bear to part with such a wonderful man. As for that opportunity, it matters not. In the past, he pressured me to sign the contract, and I had no choice but to tell him I had. I will simply follow him secretly. He has no leverage over me. Humph. He doesn't believe in my capabilities. I possess beauty and strong professional skills. Even if I start a few years later, I will still make a name for myself. The girl was rendered speechless and shook her head. All right, spare us your sweet nothings. Save the romantic antics for your Qin Feng. The scene shifts again. The clock strikes midnight. Qin Feng hailed a taxi, heading toward the train station, while Chu Chu was en route to the airport. Two distinct paths, yet both were striving toward each other's dreams. The entire scene evoked a bittersweet juxtaposition of laughter and tears. Both vehicles changed direction midway. On a bridge in the city center, the two cars unexpectedly crossed paths. The production team had informed both parties of the entire arrangement. As they exited their vehicles, their eyes met. The night sky burst forth with resplendent fireworks. The warmth of earthly existence is most soothing to the heart. Qin Feng gently embraced Chu Chu, saying, "The fireworks are beautiful, but your smile while watching them is even more enchanting." The video concluded at this moment. The comment section was filled with tears. Mom asked me why I was watching on my knees. I replied, Mom, I have started to believe in love again. She picked up a stick and came at me, scolding, You rascal, are you still in contact with that boy? Oh, the pain is unbearable. I forgot to mention that I, too, am a male. We exist in an era where parting ways is often uttered with ease. Yet, let us also believe that we live in a time where holding hands signifies a lifelong commitment. Indeed, this encapsulates the most exquisite essence of love. Why? I weep. Why did we lack the courage back then? At the program's venue, and was also in tears. This is the most beautiful conclusion. However, could this not also be seen as a chastisement for her? Had she been as reckless as Choo-Choo in the past? Might the man beside her now have promised an everlasting bond? The director silently turned off the large screen and deeply bowed to all the guests, expressing gratitude for allowing him to witness the true light of love. Choo-Choo and Qin Feng are destined for happiness. At least, they're content at present. To return to the matter at hand, among the guests present today, there were those who completed their tasks and those who did not. Rules are rules. I hereby announce that the pairs who flawlessly accomplished their tasks are Jia Ling and the chef, Reba and the security guard, and Liu Xian and the police officer. Undoubtedly, these three pairs have achieved a perfect success. Moreover, the director continued, those who nearly completed their tasks are Mai Mai and the doctor, and Boss Yang and the salesperson. The love-stricken chose to rediscover themselves. Although it requires time, it marks a commendable beginning. After receiving a heartfelt conversation from the salesperson, the oblivious man, Cici, agreed to give him a chance. Therefore, the aforementioned 5 pairs shall be exempt from punishment. Those who achieved a perfect task will receive our rewards. And lastly, there are En and Sui Yu. Since Qin Feng and Choo-Choo ultimately did not part ways, your task has failed. Chapter 35. He resembled a lovesick fool. Sui Yu and in task failed. Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. Clearly, their task result was the most touching. Yet why were they the ones eliminated? A wave of confusion swept over the guests. Jia Ling was the first to leap forward. Director, this cannot be. They cannot leave. Like me, they're the visual representatives. If they depart, I shall bear the burden alone. And the pressure will be immense. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jia Ling always managed to uplift everyone from their sorrowful moods. With Jia Ling leading the way, others began to voice their sentiments. Director, grant them another chance. To put it bluntly, who could possibly accomplish such a morally questionable task? Boss Yang stepped forward. Yes, Director. You must take responsibility for this. If anyone is to be eliminated, it should be you. Reba spoke without reservation. The director shook his head innocently. I too am reluctant. But without rules, there can be no order. I am powerless in this regard. Furthermore, I am the one who establishes the tasks. Those who do not complete them cannot be eliminated. Who said that? Liu Xian immediately expressed discontent. My, does the rule state that the director cannot be eliminated? No. My replied confidently. If it does not, then we can proceed as suggested. Eliminate the director and retain Sui Yu, and then agreed 1,000 times. I wholeheartedly concur. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has escalated to a frenzied pace, with an overwhelming mass of text nearly obscuring the entire screen. I came solely to witness this pair. From the very first day, I was captivated by them. Director, if you eliminate them, do you no longer wish to continue this program? The entire internet is tracking down the director's whereabouts, and the blades are already sharpened. Should you dare to eliminate them, I will unfollow immediately. I shall never watch this wretched program again. What a splendid conclusion it could be. Must you dismantle their bond to find satisfaction? Is this the moral compass of your show? This live room tolerates no idlers. Let us swiftly denounce this director. The director glanced at the guests and then at the comments, offering a wry smile. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Sui Yu and En are currently the lifeblood of the show. Should they be eliminated, it would undoubtedly be he whom mourns the most. In light of the situation, it is prudent to heed public sentiment and retain them. With this thought, the director smiled at Sui Yu and En, asking them symbolically, "What are your thoughts, dear duo?" Initially, the director intended to pose a simple question, anticipating their responses to be along the lines of not wanting to leave or expressing reluctance. Typically, individuals would make polite remarks about missing friends or the program itself. However, Sui Yu and exchange a glance and stepped forward together. "Let us depart," they declared in unison. The director was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by their unexpected response. "Perhaps you both should reconsider?" he suggested, altering his tone. "No need for consideration." Sui Yu stepped forward again. "I shall leave. I was merely drawn in by chance and am not a part of this world. My purpose here was to experience the thrill of being close to stars, to bask in the spotlight. And I've had my fill, so I bear no regrets. No, I must be the one to leave." Uncountered. "Sui Yu, you need this opportunity more than I do. Each day we broadcast. The production team compensates the male guests with a substantial fee. Compared to us, you are the one who truly requires this financial support. Moreover, do I still need this program to boost my fame? My greatest concern at present is being too popular." "How very ostentatious," Sui Yu retorted helplessly. To be candid, he wished to refute him, as he currently holds a system that far surpasses the value of such monetary gains. His popularity had already reached over 1 million. He initially intended to save up and directly unlock a master-level skill. Yet, he has come to realize that exchanging 1 million in popularity for 10 advanced skills is also quite advantageous. Surely, one of them will be useful. And will he ever lack for funds in the future? However, he could not articulate this reasoning aloud, nor would anyone believe it. He could only persist in his stance. "Director, I have made my decision. I shall withdraw voluntarily." What a jest it would be to desire lower popularity. He understood that Anne's earlier remarks were merely a ploy to create an opportunity for herself. Yet, he did not wish to feel indebted to Anne in any way. "I have also decided. I too will withdraw voluntarily. Director, my agent will arrive shortly to discuss the terms of contract termination with you." Anne stood her ground, casting a sidelong glance at Sui Yu, her meaning crystal clear. "You think you can challenge me? You are sorely mistaken." This bewildered the director, who was taken aback by the unexpected rivalry. "What is this? Are they actually vying to leave? The script must be flawed, or perhaps they require a hint." The director hastily approached, suggesting, "We could devise a solution that pleases both parties." "No need, director. Rules are rules, and I'm leaving now." Sui Yu dismissed the director's plea, striding purposefully away. "I shall leave too." And, unwilling to concede, followed closely behind. Their current predicament resembled that of a quarreling young couple, petulant yet endearing. The director stood in stunned silence, exclaiming inwardly, "Are they playing with me? Wasn't my hint overt enough? Can't they accept a graceful exit?" With no time for contemplation, he swiftly intervened. "Wait, please don't go. Our production team has devised a plan to keep both of you." However, as he uttered those words, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. The script had originally cast him as the powerful figure, with Sui Yu and in pleading for leniency. How had the roles reversed, placing him in the position of one begging for mercy? Observing the director's plight, netizens erupted in laughter, remarking, "This director now resembles a loyal pet. A sycophant. He deserves it for shooting himself in the foot." The show had descended to new lows, with the director himself undermining the established rules. Sui Yu and Anne hesitated, intrigued by the prospect of a second chance. "Is there hope?" they inquired, turning back. "Indeed, after discussions, our team has decided to offer you a revival opportunity, provided you accept a punishment," the director replied, abandoning his pretense. "What? A punishment? In that case, I'd rather leave. I cannot endure indignity," Sui Yu retorted. "No, please." The director, now desperate, realized the two were oblivious to the nature of variety shows. "The punishment is quite simple and easily manageable," he insisted. "Very well then," Sui Yu and Anne reluctantly acquiesced. The atmosphere was jubilant, both in the studio and online, while the director's expression darkened. Alas, all for the sake of ratings, he consoled himself inwardly. Meanwhile, at a computer desk, a paparazzi chief named Zhuo Wei observed the scene unfold, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Known for striking fear in the entertainment industry, he had a knack for uncovering scandals. His years of experience had led him to sense something peculiar during Sui Yu and Anne's exchange. He picked up his phone and messaged the group, "I need everyone capable to gather all information on Anne and Sui Yu." I have a feeling something significant has transpired between them. This could fetch a handsome price. Chapter 36. The sweetest day, no one could remain so composed, nor could anyone appear so seamlessly in sync. Their chemistry seemed innate, suggesting that a story lay beneath the surface. After issuing his command, Zhuwei closed his eyes, murmuring to himself. The sensitivity of his profession led him to suspect that there was certainly a sensational story at hand. The well-trained paparazzi swiftly mobilized. Their reach was extensive, and they employed every means at their disposal to gather a wealth of evidence. Unbeknownst to them, Sui Yu and him were still immersed in their filming. The director had not deceived them. The punishment was indeed quite simple, even to the point of being symbolic. All entailed was having Sui Yu carrying around the venue for a lap. This was a task Sui Yu was all too familiar with, having once carried him up 18 flights of stairs, an endeavor that nearly cost him his life. Thus, the two easily completed the punishment. Following this, they engaged in a full day of shooting, during which the production team finally refrained from any further disruptions. The live broadcast focused solely on the daily lives of the participants. From the break of dawn, they tackled household chores, shopping for groceries, and cooking, all responsibilities that the guests were required to manage themselves. According to the production team, the mundane aspects of life, firewood, rice, oil, and salt, were what made life truly warm and inviting. After outlining the day's agenda, the guests immediately began organizing their tasks. The chef naturally took charge of cooking. The doctor remarked that chopping vegetables was akin to performing surgery, so he simply assisted the chef. The policemen, security personnel, and sales representatives handled the cleaning of the entire space. Sui Yu opted for grocery shopping, believing it would at least allow him to stretch his legs and avoid feeling confined. As for the 6 beautiful women, they naturally took on the role of being charming and graceful, much like Sister Jia Ling. When Sui Yu set off to procure groceries and insisted on accompanying him, she claimed her dietary preferences necessitated her presence. The market was not particularly close to their residence, so they walked, after covering a third of the distance, and could no longer keep pace. Sui Yu, could you possibly walk a bit slower? Don't you know to be considerate of a girl? She called out, struggling behind him. Sui Yu felt a sense of helplessness. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. When did you become so delicate? We only have an hour to shop. If we delay, we'll have to face hunger. And, increasingly frustrated, plopped down on a nearby step, refusing to budge. Sui Yu, you're being harsh. If you make me angry, a one-team move. Miss, can we really afford to be stubborn about this? Sui Yu replied, exasperated. There are too many people around. Let us not cause a scene. I'll apologize to you, all right? Or you can suggest a solution, and I'll listen. Really? Anne's eyes widened in surprise. More genuine than a pearl. Then, I want to ride that electric scooter, she exclaimed, pointing to a nearby vehicle. That belongs to someone else. Do you really think they'll let you ride it? Sui Yu shook his head in resignation. I don't care. You figure it out. When a woman decides to be unreasonable, it's as if a child has taken charge. You once promised that even if I wanted the stars from the sky, you would grant me that wish. Regardless, I won't walk unless I get to ride. I began to play the spoiled child. All right. Sui Yu relented. Just wait here and don't move. With that, he dashed into a nearby bathing center that faced the electric scooter. Generally speaking, vehicles parked in front of this establishment usually belong to their owners inside. After approximately 20 minutes, Sui Yu emerged, followed closely by a rather forlorn cameraman. Brother, you must return. I have an elderly mother to care for and a hungry child awaiting my return. I cannot endure this torment. Just as Sui Yu mounted his electric scooter, the cameraman suddenly burst into tears. Sui Yu patted the cameraman reassuringly. Fear not, my friend. Do you not trust in my integrity? Brother, please refrain from invoking the notion of integrity. The last time we posted those advertisements together, your mention of such terms left me feeling uneasy, the cameraman replied, increasingly anxious. That was merely an accident. After soothing the cameraman for a considerable time, Sui Yu finally rode his scooter to the side of Aaron. Aaron, brimming with joy, swiftly took a seat behind Sui Yu and instinctively embraced him. Hey, Sui to go. What have you done to that cameraman? Why do I feel as though he has been sold by you? Sui Yu chuckled quite close. It seems he has indeed been sold. The establishment they had just visited was a bathing center run by a kind owner. They engaged in conversation, and the owner shared that he had once worked in the capital, where he owned a property that he later sold, much to the confusion of his friends and family, who could not fathom his reasoning. When asked about his decision, he explained, "I have only this one house, which I can no longer occupy in the future. I might as well purchase 10 or so in my hometown. Better to be the rooster among chickens than the tail among phoenixes." It was only in recent years that he opened this bathing center, and everyone finally understood his reasoning. Our cameraman, being rather delicate in appearance, was precisely what the owner desired. I suggested that he could borrow a vehicle and return with a companion later, to which the owner agreed, pointing at the cameraman and saying it would be preferable not to return him, as he could offset the cost with this lad. He would not be at a loss. This remark frightened the cameraman, who had just been sobbing. Aaron, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Sui Yu, how can you be so mischievous?" Sui Yu replied, "It is all for you after all." And smile grew even sweeter. Shopping for vegetables was swift. The vendor was quite young, in his 20s, yet wore a sullen expression, as though his mood was soured today. I wager it is due to poor sales that he appears so downcast. Aaron whispered to Sui Yu, "Nonsense. You do not understand, man. In such a state, it is invariably because their favorite team lost the night before, no doubt about it." Sui Yu countered, "Shall we wager? The loser must bark like a dog." "Very well. Let us see who prevails." To satisfy their curiosity, the inquisitive Sui Yu approached the vendor. "Brother, what troubles you?" "Nothing. Just broke up with my girlfriend 3 days ago. But we reconciled," the vendor replied. "Isn't that a good thing? Why the sorrow?" Sui Yu inquired further. The vendor nearly burst into tears, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother, do you understand? The most tragic event in the world is not the breakup itself, but reconciling 3 days later, only to discover that your girlfriend has learned new techniques." Sui Yu was taken aback and gently patted the vendor's shoulder. "Take care, brother." In this wager, neither emerged victorious. On their way back, Sui Yu rescued the cameraman, thereby completing their mission. In the afternoon, Sui Yu and Inan sang songs together while watching the sunset, during which Inan leaned on Sui Yu's shoulder and fell asleep. This sensation was one of tranquility. It was indeed their sweetest day. As night fell, everyone returned to their respective rooms. However, that night, numerous stories unfolded. Several pieces of news quietly dominated the trending topics. It was revealed that Sui Yu and Inan were old acquaintances, with insiders disclosing that they had once been a couple. During her school years, Inan was labeled as a promiscuous girl, reportedly having changed partners up to 7 times in a year. The truth behind Ann's abandonment of Sui Yu was that she had fallen into the arms of a 50-year-old tycoon. The revelation of Ann's chaotic past emerged, questioning whether she was merely a nightclub girl, a gang member, or was something else entirely. Her tumultuous private life was corroborated by insiders, who recalled an unforgettable night from years ago. Chapter 37. Ann has gone missing. This was all orchestrated by Jia Ling. At this moment, he was wide awake, directing the paparazzi to charge ahead. "Boss, why don't we first use the evidence to blackmail Ann? Let her pay a hefty sum to buy it back. If she refuses, we can release it." One paparazzo inquired while operating his computer. This was their usual tactic, finding dirt, threatening the source, and demanding payment to keep it under wraps. If the price wasn't right, they would have to say goodbye. However, this time, Jia Ling insisted they release it immediately. This was highly irregular. They had never acted this way before. Jia Ling sighed softly. "I guess it is simply out of luck. I initially intended to contact her first, but before I had the chance, a big shot offered me an irresistible sum to release it. In hindsight, it seems it has offended someone. Over the years, her rapid rise to fame has undoubtedly incited jealousy. There must be someone behind her, concealing her past. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no traces at all. Had it not been for the information leaked to me by the big shot who paid, we would have never uncovered any scandal. There's no choice. Their circle is far too chaotic," Jia Ling chuckled. "If it weren't for the chaos, we wouldn't be able to profit. We earn our keep without shame." The paparazzo nodded. "You're right, boss." But there was still a hint of concern in his voice. "Boss, aside from the truth about Sui Yu and everything else we've written is fabricated. We've never concocted so many falsehoods before. Wouldn't this cause problems? What problems could arise? Zhuwei snapped. Previously, we operated on a ratio of 70% truth to 30% fabrication. Now it's merely 30% truth to 70% fabrication. But what difference does it make? Those keyboard warriors and fans, aside from echoing each other's sentiments and making noise online, what else can they do? We utilize virtual accounts. And even the cyber police cannot trace us. Rest assured, once we pull off this big score, we can take a year and a half off without any repercussions. Everyone put in the effort. Once we finish this, our bonuses will double. Zhuwei encouraged them. Understood, boss. The paparazzi have become even more invigorated upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, online, these revelations began to rapidly escalate. Is this for real? Wasn't it supposed to embody the pure and innocent persona? Has her facade crumbled? Is her reputation in jeopardy? From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss between Sui Yu and In. I believe there's a high probability that these reports hold truth. For in the entertainment industry, genuine innocence is a rarity. There is simply no purity in this realm. I have uncovered their backgrounds. Indeed, Sui Yu and An attended universities in proximity, albeit not the same institution. This suggests that they may have been romantically involved during their academic years. The revelations continue to surface. The individual who first exposed in scandal has shared numerous intimate photographs of Sui Yu and In from their past. You must see them. My goodness, there's one where they are embracing, and another that appears almost intimate. An expert with a decade of experience has analyzed these images and found no signs of tampering, indicating their authenticity. So, it follows that these two truly were once together. Subsequently, and became acquainted with influential figures in the industry, leaving Sui Yu behind. How unfortunate for him. Now that it has achieved fame and success. Is she seeking to rekindle their past romance, or merely indulging in fleeting encounters? I suspect Sui Yu's participation in this program is orchestrated by an otherwise. What are the odds of his selection? It is lamentable that such a handsome young man as Sui Yu is being toyed with by a woman. Goodness. If these rumors are indeed true, I suddenly perceive and is possessing a heavy agenda, not to mention her tumultuous past. At this point, let the insults commence. It is nothing but a vixen. Vixen, exit the entertainment realm. The online commentary is proliferating. With the emergence of further evidence concerning Sui Yu and Un, an increasing number of individuals have chosen to believe the accusations against In, deeming her culpable. And social media accounts are now inundated with responses. Manipulative harlot. Depart from the entertainment industry. How could I have admired you for so long? You deceiver. Leave the industry. It is utterly revolting. How can one live with such shame? Thousands of comments, nearly all expressing contempt, have emerged. Additionally, some prominent figures have swiftly reacted. A certain influential personality stated that many of their friends are within the industry, and they had long been aware of Anne's antics. It is well known that she has a penchant for younger men, often requiring the male leads to cater to her whims during filming. Her escapades are boundless. There is nothing she cannot achieve, and in her earlier days, her connections and popularity rendered her untouchable. A certain entertainment outlet remarked that interviewing In is a laborious task, not due to scheduling conflicts, but because of her stringent requirements. Interviews must adhere strictly to her prepared script, with all questions and answers pre-written to maintain her innocent persona. Without the script, she is merely a coarse and unrefined woman. A certain low-budget film crew had the fortune of collaborating with Hien on one occasion. Her acting, well, let us say, was largely reliant on a stunt double for scenes requiring any semblance of skill. The post-production process necessitated complete redubbing. As her on-set behavior was nothing short of egregious, she flaunted her status, berating and striking staff members, and even when plagued by a fever of 36.9 degrees Celsius, insisted that the entire crew cease work. She is a woman I would never wish to collaborate with again. The public scrutiny intensified, but this was merely the beginning. The following morning, while Sui Yu remained oblivious to these developments, a series of explosive headlines began to circulate online. A luxury brand unilaterally announced the termination of its partnership with Hien, retracting all advertisements featuring her and promising to pursue legal action against her. A cosmetics company rescinded her endorsement, citing her grave violation of their corporate culture, declaring her unworthy of representing their products. A well-known e-commerce platform accused Heian of contract fraud, stating they would re-evaluate their collaboration. In a relentless wave, over 10 companies, virtually all of Heian's endorsements, simultaneously issued statements to terminate their partnerships. Sui Yu learned of these events through the work group of the production team. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the program was paused for a day, with further details on resumption to be announced later, granting the guests the freedom to engage in personal activities. What unforeseen circumstances? At first, Sui Yu was bewildered. However, the deluge of news soon clarified everything for him. Upon reading the articles, he was engulfed by a singular sentiment, a profound dread, as if struck by lightning. And Heian? What had become of her? Was she safe? Sui Yu inquired. He swiftly retrieved his phone to call Heian, only to be met with a disheartening message. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Without a moment to freshen up or change clothes, he rushed to Heian's room. He knocked on the door. No response. He knocked again, more forcefully this time. Yet still, there was silence. Growing anxious, Sui Yu pounded on the door with all his might. Yes, it was not merely knocking. It was a desperate assault. Yet, still no reply. Just as he contemplated kicking the door down, Heian's agent, accompanied by hotel staff, hurriedly approached. Spotting Sui Yu, the agent immediately inquired, Sui Yu, do you know where Heian is? I have been unable to reach her since this morning. Unable to provide an answer, Sui Yu shook his head. The staff quickly produced a spare key to unlock Heian's door. Inside the room, it was empty. I have contacted everyone she knows, and there is still no word on her whereabouts. What if something has happened? The agent lamented. However, Sui Yu was no longer tuned into her voice. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. The system. Chapter 38. I cannot remain indifferent. The system's first task was issued. Please, host, engage in this matter and resolve it to gain popularity points. Ratings will be assigned based on the outcome, with the highest rating yielding a mysterious gift package. Sui Yu was taken aback. Was this a compulsion to participate? Driven by the promise of reward, Sui Yu began to devise a plan. Heian was missing, and the news swiftly reached the ears of everyone in the production team. Soon, everyone gathered together, yet the smiles of yesterday had vanished, replaced by solemn expressions. As for In, could anything have happened to her? How could such a situation arise? Sui Yu, has she reached out to you? Surely the hotel has surveillance. Can we ascertain what time she left? I recognize the account that leaked the information. It's Zhuo Wei, that scoundrel, the bane of the entertainment industry. There was a palpable concern among the crowd. After spending so many days together, even if they weren't friends, they were no longer strangers. It had been verified that she left right after the news broke, alone, and no one knew her whereabouts. Naturally, the director was present in such circumstances. Should we activate the contingency plan? Will our program resume? Liu Tianxian posed a question that many were eager to ask. Being stars, their schedules were precious. If the show were to indefinitely suspend, they needed to prepare an escape route well in advance. In the entertainment industry, such upheavals were all too common. Aside from close friends and family, most people were primarily concerned with their own interests. Thus, Liu Tianxian's inquiry was hardly surprising. The director sighed heavily. At this moment, he was undoubtedly among the most anxious individuals in the room. A suspension of the program placed the greatest burden upon him. He exhaled deeply and stated, "There is no specific news yet, but it's certainly 1 TB long. A day's suspension incurs significant losses in terms of food, lodging, and salaries for so many people." He then turned to an S manager. "Business is business. I sympathize with an S situation, but a contract is a contract. Her current disappearance is a serious breach of the agreement. I can allow a delay of 1 day at most. If she does not reappear today, we must adhere to the contract." The director did not state it outright, yet the implication was clear. If it failed to show up, the consequences would be financial. The manager immediately grew anxious. "Director, no one knows where In is right now. Should we first locate her before discussing anything else? Finding her is a matter for the police." The director retorted, his patience wearing thin. "The production team is not solely my responsibility. I must answer to the investors and everyone involved in the show. So please, do not put me in a difficult position." The manager nodded helplessly, feeling a tumult of emotions. Following this incident, whether In could redeem herself remained uncertain. In the past, when she was at the pinnacle of her career, would I have dared to speak so callously? Thus, the truth remained. When one departs, the warmth dissipates. This was the harsh reality. That these individuals had refrained from turning against her was already commendable. Observing the silence among the crowd, the director continued, "All right, everyone take the day off. However, I must emphasize that no one is to discuss a situation externally, nor accept any interviews, and certainly do not speak about any issues regarding our program. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." With that, he dismissed them, feeling quite exasperated. "Director," at that moment, Sui Yu suddenly stood up and declared, "I demand to terminate my contract." Sui Yu had already formulated a plan. This was merely his first step. "What?" The director abruptly turned around, astonished. "Do you truly comprehend the implications of your words? Can you afford the penalty? Do not act impulsively." Sui Yu chuckled softly. "In the past, I couldn't. But perhaps things have changed now." He turned to Boss Yang. "Sister Me, if I were to transfer the rights of my 2 songs to you, could you assist me in resolving this predicament?" Boss Yang scrutinized Sui Yu, his mind beginning to calculate, though in truth there was little need for arithmetic. After all, Sui Yu and the other male contestants were merely ordinary individuals. The penalty fee loomed like a colossal sum for them, yet for these celebrities it was merely a trifle. The value of Sui Yu's 2 songs far exceeded the amount of the penalty. Boss Yang smiled and remarked, "Sui Yu, there is no need for such drastic measures. If those 2 songs remain popular for just a month, their worth will far surpass any concerns." Sui Yu interrupted him. "It is far better to teach one to fish than to simply provide them with fish. The mysterious gift from the system is of paramount importance. Director, I shall take my leave today." With that, he rose and exited the room. "Brother Sui Yu," Reba attempted to call out to him, but Boss Yang gently pulled her back and shook his head. Reba ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, leaving the director in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to his room, Sui Yu began to gather his belongings. A few minutes later, Boss Yang entered with a commanding presence. "Have you made your decision?" he inquired coolly. "Is it true regarding your relationship with Hien? There are countless paparazzi lurking downstairs. The moment you appear, they will swarm like flies. There will be no escaping their attention. Remaining silent is, in fact, the wisest course of action." Sui Yu did not raise his gaze, remaining focused on his possessions, and instead posed a question, "Does truth truly matter?" "Boss Yang, I have heard that you and Hien are the best of friends. So, when your friend is in trouble, you choose to observe from the sidelines. Is that correct?" His tone was calm. Boss Yang chuckled softly. "Sui Yu, do you believe we are too indifferent today? You're still quite young. Among us, even the youngest, Marmai, is a child star who has been in this industry for over a decade. We understand all too well what matters require assistance and what do not. Hien's situation is far from merely negative publicity. Zhuo Wei is notorious, yet he could not orchestrate this. There is evidently a more formidable force at play, one intent on destroying Hien. This force is terrifying, capable of achieving in a single night what would normally take a week. Therefore, until we ascertain who seeks to ruin Hien, none of us will act recklessly. Self-preservation is a fundamental aspect of human nature." Boss Yang's words rang true. Typically, negative news takes weeks to escalate to a breaking point, but Hien's crisis unfolded in mere hours, which was inherently abnormal. Nonetheless, Sui Yu merely smiled coldly. "I understand your perspective, yet I have my own methods." Boss Yang, exasperated, shouted, "Whatever you do now is akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Even if it is akin to striking a stone with an egg, someone must undertake the endeavor. I empathize with you all. However, I simply cannot remain indifferent." This was the final utterance of Sui Yu. Of course, there was another statement left unspoken, for the system would not permit him to be apathetic. Chapter 39. Sui Yu's choice. Having gathered his belongings, Sui Yu stepped outside. As he emerged, he immediately noticed Reba waiting outside, her eyes red and swollen as if she had been crying. Sui Yu approached her and gently patted her head. "Brother Sui Yu, will we meet again in the future?" she asked. "Of course, you are a superstar. I will always attend your events," he replied softly. Reba nodded gravely, yet as she watched Sui Yu's retreating figure, it felt as though a vital part of her had been irrevocably lost. Sui Yu did not look back. He understood that such youthful affections could ignite swiftly and extinguish just as quickly, much like fireworks, beautiful yet fleeting. Upon arriving downstairs, countless heads turned in unison. Is that really Sui Yu? He has come down, one of the protagonists of the scandal. Everyone readied themselves. Charge. In an instant, an explosion of flashbulbs illuminated the scene, and the crowd surged forward, energized as if electrified. Mr. Sui, were you and An truly in a romantic relationship? How much do you know about An's past? Did An abandon you after finding a benefactor? What is your current sentiment towards An? The cacophony nearly overwhelmed Sui Yu's senses. He set down his luggage and ascended a step, surveying the paparazzi from a higher vantage point. Everyone quiet down. I want to hear silence from those eager to learn about my relationship with An, Sui Yu bellowed. Soon, the chatter subsided. After all, what he had to say was precisely what they yearned to hear. Clearing his throat, Sui Yu then executed a shocking maneuver that left many in disbelief. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, 110? I surrender. I have willfully slandered and defamed. I am currently at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, and I will not leave. Thank you. Upon completing the call, the paparazzi stood in stunned silence. What are you doing? You called the police? What law have you broken? Why the police? Are you trying to scare us? We grew up without fear. Sui Yu smiled, his tone remarkably nonchalant. While we await the police, shall we converse? Make sure your cameras capture this. It will all serve as evidence later. Yes, moving closer and ensure you disseminate everything. Do not take things out of context, or the police may come looking for you. Suddenly, Sui Yu began directing the paparazzi on how to shoot, and the entire atmosphere shifted dramatically. After a considerable time, satisfied with the arrangement, Sui Yu spoke gravely. An and I have known each other for quite some time. We met in college, and the first time I saw her, I was utterly captivated. It is quite natural to be enchanted by such a stunning beauty. Certainly, we have shared moments together. After all, we are not unpleasant to behold, and I possess a certain audacity that allows me to pursue her. This remains one of my proudest achievements in life. Laughter erupted in the room. Sui Yu, undeterred, continued. However, do not be misled into thinking I am particularly impressive. In truth, I gained nothing substantial. A few months after winning her affection, I grew impatient. The reason was simple. At 20-something, I was filled with youthful vigor, and the pursuit of a girlfriend was largely to alleviate the solitude of the night. Unfortunately, I had chosen the wrong partner, and it was a pure, kind-hearted, and traditional girl who rejected my advances perhaps 5, 6, 7, or even 100 times. Frustrated, I thought to myself, there are plenty of fish in the sea. I had no desire to end our relationship. Having such an extraordinary beauty as my girlfriend was quite a status symbol. Why would I want to break up? Instead, I resorted to actions that many might take, straddling multiple boats. To clarify, it was not merely 2 boats. I was juggling 3, 4, or even 5. During that period, my goal was to be a groom every night. There's no wall that does not let the wind through. Although I believed I was concealing my actions well, and eventually discovered the truth 2 years later. To have managed to hide it for that long was, I admit, quite impressive. On the night, she found out, and then cried for what felt like an eternity. She produced a card and said, Sui Yu, I genuinely like you. She went on to explain, I know your family is not well off. So I thought that if we were to establish ourselves in this city, we would need money. I have been frugal, working every day for the past 2 years, saving this for our wedding fund. Yet we still parted ways. Who could forgive a scoundrel? And then worked tirelessly during her university years, dedicating nearly all her free time to her studies and jobs. You paparazzi could inquire at her school to confirm such details. Is that so difficult? Nightclubs, bars, models. Did she have the time for such distractions? At this point, some paparazzi grew displeased. Who can prove the veracity of your claims? Are you not merely seeking to vindicate in a now? How much did she pay you? This was not a very astute public relations move. Sui Yu chuckled, though his demeanor suddenly turned serious. Why do I speak of this now? After participating in this program, I wish to reconcile with An. It is a rare opportunity to encounter her once more. What a fortunate twist of fate. Moreover, given her newfound fame and wealth, I would save years of struggle. However, An rejected me. I threatened and coerced her, yet she insulted me, calling me a fool and claiming I was unworthy of her for the rest of my life. I was furious, infuriated. This is an affront. On what grounds does she make such an assertion? Thus, I shall reveal another secret. In truth, I was the one who fed all this scandalous information to the paparazzi. Many accounts were merely my alter egos. I aimed to ruin her. As Sui Yu reached this point, his expression became unhinged. Yet, one paparazzo remained bewildered. But you have already succeeded. Why speak of it now? Because I am afraid. Sui Yu lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The internet is not a lawless realm. Anyone harboring a sense of false security will inevitably pay the price. This morning, I received an inquiry from the police, who informed me that they had traced some accounts back to me, warning that if I were found to be spreading rumors, I would face legal consequences, even criminal charges. I said nothing and hurriedly ended the call. Afterward, I searched extensively online and consulted with a lawyer. I was terrified, truly terrified. At that moment, Sui Yu found himself shedding tears. I never anticipated that this matter would escalate to such proportions. They said the greater the uproar, the more offenses I might be implicated in. Thus, I felt compelled to confess, to lay everything bare here. Perhaps, in doing so, my punishment might be mitigated. No sooner had I spoken than the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The crowd turned to look, and several uniformed individuals emerged from their vehicle. The police had arrived. It was time for me to leave. Who would dare to speak falsely in the presence of law enforcement? I was merely seeking to safeguard myself. There are rules in every profession. I hope you do not find yourselves in a situation like mine. This was Sui Yu's final message to the paparazzi. Chapter 40. The rebellious Reba. The police took Sui Yu away. Boss Yang and Reba watched the entire scene from the hotel window. Sister Me, do you think Sui Yu will be all right? Reba's heart shattered at the sight of Sui Yu being led away. Boss Yang shook his head, casting a complex glance at Reba. Reba, this is a variety show. You have only known Sui Yu for a few days. Surely you do not genuinely harbor feelings for him? Reba's face flushed crimson. Nonsense, Sister Me. Please do not speak ill of him. He merely considers Sui Yu as a good friend. A good friend? Boss Yang chuckled. More like a boyfriend, isn't it? Sister Me. Reba stamped her foot in frustration. All right, I shall not tease you further. Boss Yang patted Reba on the head and then turned his gaze back to the street below. At that moment, Sui Yu had already entered the police vehicle. A throng of paparazzi lingered awkwardly, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Witnessing this scene, Boss Yang couldn't help but applaud. Sui Yu's actions today have certainly earned my respect. Indeed, I too find Sui Yu impressive. Reba nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Impressive? Boss Yang scoffed suddenly. What's so impressive about him? This approach of his is hardly wise. If things go awry, he could end up paying dearly. What? Reba exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Sister Me, are you suggesting that Sui Yu is in danger? Is there anything we can do to help him? Calm down, calm down. Boss Yang was somewhat taken aback by the young girl's fervor. I merely meant to say that he is not particularly astute. The danger is not severe. I have mentioned before that this situation is not straightforward. The ability to manipulate public opinion to such an extent overnight indicates the involvement of powerful figures within the industry. Individuals who can effortlessly silence certain matters. For instance, if no one is aware of all that Sui Yu has done today, it would serve no purpose whatsoever. Thus, I suspect that Sui Yu may simply be staging a performance, exerting effort for no real gain. No, that cannot be. Reba shook her head vigorously. With so many reporters and passers-by, how could it be that no one knows? Are those individuals of any significance? Boss Yang looked at Reba, both amused and exasperated. Reba, you must understand that in this world, power is forever held in the hands of a select few. Contemplating his words, Reba exited Boss Yang's office. Time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon. It had been several hours since Sui Yu was taken away. During this period, Reba had been scrolling through various websites. Yet she found herself profoundly disappointed. News of Sui Yu had vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Sister Me, you were right. Reba murmured to herself. Is it truly so difficult for ordinary people to effect change? They strive with all their might, yet remain powerless. This agony mirrored Reba's own struggles with academic performance in her youth, and she felt an empathetic connection. Nevertheless, a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Sister me, allow me this one act of defiance. With that, she opened her live streaming room. Although Reba seldom streamed, as a popular artist, her account boasted millions of followers. In no time, they received notifications of her live broadcast. Within 5 minutes, her viewership surged past 100,000. The comments section exploded with astonishment. Reba is live? I thought my phone was malfunctioning. Wait, Reba, don't you usually avoid streaming? What's going on today? Did you take some strange medicine? To witness Reba live in my lifetime, I can die happy. Before the camera, Reba wore an adorable smile. The show has ended, and I have nothing to do, so I thought I'd de-chat with you all. However, please refrain from asking me any questions about sistering. I'm just as uninformed as you are, relying on information from the internet. I usually stay indoors. I'm simply bored and wanted to give this streaming a try, though I'm not very adept at it. But I did see an interesting video today. Would you like to watch it? The comments section erupted with even more excitement. No, I just want to see you. The more I look, the more beautiful you become. Reba, I would do anything you ask. Watching you eat makes me giddy. Reba, I love you. Marry me. I don't want a video. I just want you. Reba pouted playfully. Not watching is not an option. We must watch. Today, I'm in charge. With that declaration, she shared the video from that morning of Sui Yu facing the paparazzi. Gradually, Reba's face faded from the screen. She muted the live stream and bowed her head in silence. With a few hundred, one can control public opinion. But what about with hundreds of thousands? She thought. Sui Yu, this is where my assistance ends. Just then, her phone rang abruptly. Reba gently pressed the answer button. Reba, what are you doing? Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Turn it off. Turn it off now. Oh dear, sister me, I'm so sorry. I played the wrong video. And my computer is lagging. I can't turn it off. What should I do? I'm so flustered. Reba, just wait. Boss Young angrily hung up the phone. It seemed that the once innocent girl, Reba, also had her moments of rebellion. The video can no longer be concealed. Currently, hundreds of thousands have viewed it. And I believe that within an hour, millions, even tens of millions will have seen it. Soon, the internet will begin to resonate with differing opinions. Where did this video originate? Was Rand truly so sentimental in the past? Was she really that naive? Could this be a public relations stunt? Or is Sui Yu deliberately saying such things? Would one be foolish enough to orchestrate their own downfall? Even if Sui Yu is naive, does one think the police are oblivious, that they will not investigate the truth? I am a university classmate of Rand. I can attest that she was indeed a good girl during her college years. Our school is a university, and Rand was exemplary. You may verify this. I have always said that one should refrain from premature condemnation, and now the tides are turning. Does this not slap one in the face? Although such voices have not completely drowned out the criticism, the online discourse has gradually divided into two factions. Meanwhile, in a villa, perhaps unknown to many, a young woman stares at her computer, silently shedding tears. How foolish, the girl mutters to herself. I once hurt you so deeply, and yet you still behave this way. Was it worth it? Did you never consider yourself? The girl is Rand, who has been missing for quite some time. If you treat me as you did when we first met, I will be bound to you for eternity. At this moment, she finally rises and dials a number. Action. Oh, bookshelf, comments, updates. Please give a little. Dear readers, is no one really watching? If you give a little, I will increase the updates. Chapter 41. How can you be so sure that when you turn back, I will still be here? After completing her call, Rand pondered for a moment before slowly dialing another number. I want to see Sui Yu. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a rather irate voice erupted. Are you insane? Rand, do you think you're out of your mind? Are you unaware of your current situation? Can you just stay put and wait for this to blow over? Upon hearing this furious response, Rand remained unperturbed. Her demeanor calm, yet her words resolute. I do not wish to hear any nonsense. I will reiterate, I want to see Sui Yu. Immediately. If you disagree, I will go anyway. You know me. There was a brief silence on the line, then the sound of teeth grinding was audible. Someone will pick you up in half an hour. The meeting cannot exceed half an hour. All right. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Boss Yang confronted the oblivious Reba. Reba sat on the sofa like a child caught in wrongdoing, too afraid to lift her gaze. Boss Yang was fuming. Did you not hear what I said? Do you realize how many people will harbor resentment against you for this? Let me tell you, the entertainment industry is fraught with pitfalls. If you do not learn to protect yourself, you will be devoured whole. And when that time comes, who will save you? This is infuriating. Boss Yang unleashed a torrent of anger. Reba, feeling aggrieved, timidly glanced at Boss Yang. Sister me, I just didn't want Sui Yu's efforts to go in vain. Sui Yu? Upon hearing that name, Boss Yang's fury intensified. You mentioned that if you were to seek someone else, I would reluctantly pretend to understand, for who has not experienced the folly of love? However, why must you choose Sui Yu? Are you not aware of his demeanor today? Is there any possibility between you two? It is evident that he has unresolved matters with Aaron. What, Missy Ba? Do you aspire to be the other woman? No, I do not, Iba exclaimed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Not due to the criticism from Mr. Yang, but because she witnessed Sui Yu's fervent devotion to Aaron. Did it not ache her heart? Did it not leave her feeling bitter? Yet, she found herself powerless, compelled to harbor her feelings in silence while offering her quiet support. With quivering lips, Hiba cried, Sister me, I know, I understand. I am aware that Sui Yu has affections for Sister Aaron, yet I cannot help myself. I truly cannot, Sister me. I am at a loss for what is happening to me. Upon seeing Hiba's distress, Mr. Yang could no longer bear to chastise her. He approached gently, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, murmuring softly, Silly girl, it will be all right. The days stretch ahead, and who can predict what the future holds? Perhaps one day, Sui Yu may find himself with you. Really? Hiba's tears transformed into a radiant smile. Sister me, will you assist me? Sui Yu is so talented. If he joins us, our company will surely flourish. Impudent girl, you still think of me? She laughed heartily. Half an hour later, Aaron, now donned in protective gear, arrived at the police station, escorted by a designated personnel through a special passage. In a small room, Sui Yu sat across from her, appearing somewhat haggard. Upon her arrival, he did not immediately recognize her. I have said all that needs to be said. It is all truth. What more do you want from me? I am weary and wish to rest. His impatience was evident. Aaron smiled, unhurriedly removing her hat, mask, and sunglasses. Well then, shall we converse about something else? About what? Is there anything left to discuss? Sui Yu inquired. For instance, you could express your love for me? As she uttered these words, Aaron unveiled her disguise. Beaming at Sui Yu, he was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously and pinching himself hard. Ouch! Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be? Where did you go today? Do you have any idea how anxious we were? Witnessing Sui Yu's concern warmed Aaron's heart, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunlight. I am fine. When one is targeted unjustly, solutions must be sought. Initially, I believe I would require a week to resolve this matter, but thanks to your commotion, it may very well be turned around in 3 days. Thus, Sui Yu, I must express my gratitude. Although I do not endorse your methods, you have indeed aided me. Her sincerity was palpable. No need for thanks, Sui Yu replied, shaking his head. I merely did what was right. There are many obligations, yet who can fulfill them all? Aaron gazed quietly into Sui Yu's eyes. I came today to convey one thing. Sui Yu, let us reconcile. What? Sui Yu seemed somewhat incredulous, as if he could not believe his ears. I am serious, and continued. 5 years ago, we were both too young. Though we held feelings for one another, our immaturity hindered us from moving forward. 5 years have passed, and I believe we can now protect this love with greater rationality. So, Sui Yu, let us reconcile. Sui Yu stared blankly at him for a long time, his expression a mixture of turmoil. Had he ever envisioned this moment? Countless times, indeed, even in dreams. But did that mean he should acquiesce? No. Sui Yu shook his head. You are a star now, and does that matter? And interrupted him. You, who have always been so proud, would feel inferior to me. Absolutely not. Sui Yu responded emphatically. Not only did he possess a system now, but even in times past, he had never perceived himself as lesser than anyone else. Nevertheless, I must pose a question to you, and how can you be so certain that if you turn back, I will be here? You are just as confident as before, and retorted, you are a celebrity, forging your own path. I have never blamed you for that. However, I do not believe our ending was due to immaturity. Wasn't it the result of careful consideration on your part? Have you ever regretted that outcome? If not, on what grounds do you deem it immature? Now, as you utter these words, do you truly discern whether your feelings stem from love or merely from nostalgia for what once was? I understand clearly, and replied quietly. At the very least, I can differentiate, Sui Yu. You still harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to bring yourself to this point? Your love for me. Surely that is enough? Sui Yu gazed at him, shaking his head in resignation. Missin, I believe you have misunderstood. I confess that seeing you again stirred feelings within me, but they are merely fleeting emotions. After all, who does not reminisce about their youth? Yet, I am more aware that what we had is no longer possible. For 5 years, I have not changed my phone, nor have I left the city we once shared. In fact, I have not even relinquished the apartment we rented together. You have myriad ways to find me, yet have you ever sought me out? Just now, you mentioned that I hold you in my heart. What about you? Have I ever crossed your mind? Then why do you still wish to assist me, unwilling to relent? And pressed on, you stated that you were merely doing what you ought to do. Sui Yu replied calmly, if we cannot be lovers, there is no need to become enemies. They use our past to attack you, and I feel it is my duty to stand up for you. But do not mistake my actions. We are merely friends. I would do the same for any friend. As in departed from the police station, some remarked on her solitude, while others claimed to have seen tears in her eyes. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. The true battle has only just begun. Following the heated broadcast, Sui Yu's efforts could no longer be suppressed. Soon, the authorities issued an announcement regarding the recent online uproar surrounding the incident, stating that an investigation had commenced. Until the results of the inquiry are revealed, any individuals continuing to spread rumors will face legal repercussions. The announcement carried a serious tone. However, as the law does not hold the masses accountable, many netizens did not take it too seriously, while several major entertainment media outlets significantly toned down their coverage. Discussions surrounding the incident remained fervent. Meanwhile, the instigator of this affair, Jia Ling, lounged comfortably in a villa, his demeanor devoid of any panic. Brother Wei, several of our people have already been taken by the police. Should we lay low for a while? One of his subordinates nervously suggested. What is there to panic about? So a few people have been taken away. You all look like you've never witnessed anything before, Jia Ling replied, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. You lot, what can I say? I've advised you to study more, yet you refuse to listen. Have you read the law? Do you understand it? Have you seen the videos of lawless individuals? How serious can online rumors be? As long as no severe consequences arise, the worst that can happen is a brief detention. Once released, I'll personally reward each of you with a year's bonus. Is that worth it? Worth it, exclaimed a subordinate, nodding eagerly. Boss, would you really give that much? Should I go in for a bit too? Get lost. Jia Ling glared at him, frustration bubbling over. Do you think going in is a good thing? Be careful, or you might end up with a sore backside. If you're not afraid, go ahead. I'm not sure on money. The subordinate patted his rear, shaking his head in regret. Forget it. Mainly, I'm just afraid of the pain. At this point, Jia Ling stood up, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and continued with a sense of ease. Let me reiterate, don't be afraid if anyone gets taken. Be honest and compliant. Our policy in Daxia has always been lenient towards those who confess, while strict with those who resist. Just do as you're told. There is nothing to worry about. Once you're out, continue working with me and earn big. But what if the police ask them to clarify the rumors? Someone uneasily inquired. Then clarify, of course. We are law-abiding citizens and must cooperate. Understood? Understood. Everyone chorused in agreement. Jia Ling then sat back down, his mind wandering. Clarification. How amusing. Who would believe it? Ridiculous. And in the realm of the internet, I can outmaneuver you. Jia Ling was correct. The police acted swiftly, quickly identifying and apprehending several individuals responsible for spreading the rumors. These individuals were cooperative. We merely heard things and posted them. We didn't realize we couldn't spread such information. I encountered a fortune teller on the street a few days ago who told me these things. I dreamed it accurately. It came to me in a dream. All right, no need for interrogation. It's just spreading rumors. Next, it's straightforward. Punishments will be meted out and clarifications made. However, when a clarification was issued, everyone was taken aback. What? And is not that kind of person? It's a rumor? How could it be? I have always perceived Air and as a nefarious character, entangled in numerous scandals. There could be no doubt about it. I have encountered air in at nightclubs before. I have witnessed it firsthand. Can this be washed away? Do not be deceived. The clarifications from the parties involved are merely for amusement. The truth ultimately lies with us. The netizens, the beacon of righteousness. Indeed, otherwise, why is it that Aaron remains elusive? Is it a sense of guilt? The police, perplexed, confronted the few rumor-mongers. Sternly inquiring, did you not propagate this? Was it not you who spread these tales? You have clarified. So why are netizens still hurling insults? The rumor-mongers merely shrugged. Officer, I swear, in the realm of the internet, Zhuo Wei is indeed formidable. They possess considerable knowledge. By this time, night had fallen. At the Four Seasons Hotel, the production team of the Reversal of Fortune celebrity program welcomed an unexpected guest, Aaron. Aaron had returned to the production team. The director promptly summoned everyone for a meeting. In the conference room, the attendees regarded Aaron and with a myriad of complex expressions. Aaron, you are back. I have missed you terribly. You cannot fathom how envious I was of you today. After all these years in the industry, how is it that I've never been embroiled in a romantic scandal? Laughter erupted, courtesy of Jia Ling, the atmosphere's delightful catalyst, as her reputation suggested. With Jia Ling's initiation, the mood lightened. Aaron, I saw today's news. Clarifications have already begun. Surely, things must be settling down? Inquired Liu Tianxian. Aaron shook her head. It has little impact. Once an opinion is formed online, netizens are inclined to believe only what they wish. Presently, the legal framework is inadequate. We are all industry insiders. Everyone is aware of the truth. A silence enveloped the room. Indeed, they were all insiders. They understood the gravity of the situation. How many within their circle had been devastated by unfounded public opinion? The likes of Pan Yueming and Zhou Jia, as well as the more recent Huang Haibo, were once victims of baseless allegations, only to fade into obscurity and struggle to resurface. The examples were manifold, including Zhang Xiaoan, who had only recently made a comeback. Must we now add Aaron to this list? Boss Yang expressed concern. What remedy do you propose upon your return? I have consulted with others in the industry. They will devise a strategy. Rest assured, I have returned to discuss matters with the director, Aaron replied calmly, turning her gaze towards him. Director, the program cannot remain off-air for too long. My return is to inquire if you dare to embark on an audacious venture, a nationwide live broadcast to blacklist Zhuo Wei. Zhuo Wei. The room gasped in astonishment. Indeed, that name was one that all harbored deep animosity towards. Aaron surveyed the attendees. Some quietly clenched their fists. Zhuo Wei was notorious. Yet in the entertainment industry, few dared to confront him. After all, who is without secrets? Who lacks stories that they wish to remain hidden? However, once Zhuo Wei sets his sights on someone, the repercussions are dire. Director, I have already secured the necessary approvals from the relevant authorities. My scandal is currently trending. If you dare to broadcast, it is bound to succeed. The director hesitated, but we are a dating show. Precisely. En respondit, unperturbit. In this live broadcast, we have chosen the title Saving Love. Chapter 43 prepares a perfect debut opportunity for Sui Yu. Saving Love, indeed, is about salvaging the love between Sui Yu and me. And Zhuang nodded earnestly. Director, if you agree, the police will cooperate with the filming during this operation, and Sui Yu will be involved as well. Sui Yu will come? At this remark, Reba's eyes sparkled with excitement, and gently patted Reba's head, fully aware of the little girl's endeavors and harboring fondness for her at that moment. Of course, I met him today, and he mentioned that he misses you dearly. Really? Reba's joy was instant, but soon her expression dimmed as she turned to him. Is your story true? She inquired softly, and refrained from providing an explanation. She could not declare it untrue, for those moments indeed existed. Yet, she could not affirm its truth either, as the current state of their relationship remained ambiguous. She turned to the director. Director, what is your decision? After considerable contemplation, the director finally resolved to nod firmly. All right, I shall indulge you in this madness just once. If we lose, this program will likely fade into oblivion alongside you. If we win, we shall soar together. The director's aspirations were lofty. You will not make the wrong choice, and nodded in agreement. For the director, this was undoubtedly a gamble. Assisting in, should she ultimately succeed in redeeming herself, would undoubtedly bring both viewership and acclaim to the program. However, if it were to fail, the program would become a target of scorn. Who would dare to wade through such murky waters? Thus, the director's decision was made with gritted teeth. After assigning their respective tasks, everyone began their preparations. Just before and stepped out, Boss Yang called out to her from behind, still somewhat concerned. And, is it truly necessary to proceed this way? For years, many have wanted to challenge you away, yet no one has dared to step forward due to apprehensions. Must you be the one to take the lead? And smiled. I did not seek him. He sought me. I simply refused to be a timid turtle. Yet, Boss Yang wished to continue. Enough, Mir, and interrupted decisively. Let us not dwell on this. Have you noticed that Sui Yu is quite suited for our circle? Therefore, I wish to ask you for a favor. A favor? Boss Yang was taken aback. Yes, and nodded earnestly. I ask that you assist Sui Yu in navigating the path ahead in the entertainment industry. That is unlikely. Boss Yang shrugged. To be frank, I recognize Sui Yu's potential from day one, even employing Reba's beauty strategy, yet he showed no interest. Besides, with you around, should he choose this path, what role would I play? Do not jest, and merely smiled and shook her head. The future remains uncertain for anyone. I merely suggest that, should he require assistance, you ought not to stand idly by. Consider it a favor owed to me. Furthermore, this time, I shall ensure he is afforded an impeccable opportunity to debut. With these words, Aaron departed. The director promptly informed the entire internet that the live broadcast would resume in 2 hours. This episode was entirely orchestrated by Aaron. Observing her diligent efforts on site, the director felt increasingly reassured. Success is not easily attained. For Aaron to achieve such prominence in the entertainment industry within just 5 years is indeed remarkable. 2 hours later, the program commenced punctually. 5 pairs of male and female guests arrived at the university campus, Aaron's alma mater. This episode was titled Rescuing Love. As per tradition, the director began by addressing the audience. Greetings to all our viewers. Today, we return once more to the university campus. Previously, we witnessed various forms of romance. This time, I aim to guide you in discovering authentic university love. The 5 pairs of guests had already engaged with students for random interviews. As the camera followed, we began to learn about contemporary university students. As the director concluded his remarks, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to swell. However, few were concerned with the director's words. Oh no, Sui Yu and Aaron are truly gone. Of course, one has entered while the other hides. How could they still be here? Honestly, without those two, I find it difficult to enjoy the show. They were the source of all the humor. I also feel it. I habitually tune in, yet the enthusiasm I once had has vanished. Missing Sui Yu and Aaron from the very first day? Why would I miss such rubbish as Aaron? Indeed, Sui Yu and Aaron are currently the hottest topic. Nevertheless, the program would not pause for their absence. The camera swiftly transitioned to the first live room, featuring Boss Yang and his sales associate. The sales associate dutifully followed Boss Yang, carrying his bag. The pair resembled not a couple, but rather a superior and subordinate. Their task was to conduct random interviews with present-day university students. Soon, Boss Yang pinpointed a target, a very tall male student. Sales go, Boss Yang commanded, and at his signal, the sales associate dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. Excuse me, could you slow down for a moment? He called out breathlessly as he reached the tall student. Hello, student. We are producing a program and would like to ask you a question. Oh, what question? The young man replied, somewhat bewildered. It's quite simple. If you were to become the opposite sex, what would you do? The sales associate posed the long-prepared question. Become the opposite sex? The young man chuckled before confidently declaring his answer. I would benefit my brothers. At this, the sales associate stood in stunned silence, gazing at him, longing to ask one more question. Mate, do you need more brothers? The second live room featured my Mai and a doctor. They selected a couple. The questions posed were quite ordinary. Hello, fellow student. What is the most useful knowledge you have acquired? The girl and the couple blushed slightly. Huh? Posture? No, knowledge. Knowledge, not posture. The boy beside her hurriedly interjected. The topic from last night has passed. We are recording the show now, so let us not speak out of turn." Upon his statement, the entire screen fell silent. Today's university students are remarkable. In the third live room, we have Reba and a security guard. They chose a very handsome young man. The question was simple, selected by Reba. "How did you spend your last Valentine's Day?" The male student smiled slightly, exuding confidence and depth. "I'm a sharpshooter." "Huh? What does that mean?" Reba looked utterly perplexed. The security guard stifled his laughter, refraining from speaking. In the fourth live room, we find Jia Ling and a chef. Jia Ling's question was direct. "Hello, fellow student. Would you go to great lengths for your brothers?" "Yes, absolutely," the interviewed student declared gallantly. "And would you betray your brothers for a woman?" "Even more so, I could stab 4 times." His noble demeanor swiftly transformed into one of unprincipled desire. In the final live room, Liu Tianxian and a police officer engaged with the student. "What is the largest sum of money you have spent on your beloved?" 399, I suppose." 399? The officer's professional instinct was suddenly piqued. "For a foot massage? Hee hee." In the fifth group live room, all fell silent. The comment section was now in a frenzy. "Wow, how is it that there are no normal people in this school? Benefiting the brothers, impressive. Knowledge, ha ha. So this is the kind of knowledge. This program has certainly not disappointed me," as many were left in fits of laughter. However, unbeknownst to them, the true tear-jerking moments were just beginning. Chapter 44. Your dream is my dream. After completing their interview tasks, the 5 groups of guests gathered together. At this moment, the 5 live rooms merged into one, with popularity surpassing 1 million. The director was quite pleased. Everything that had transpired was merely a prelude. Now, the true beginning was at hand. The 5 groups of guests entered the largest auditorium of the university, which was already filled to capacity with students. At the front of the auditorium, 2 large banners hung prominently. The dramatic performance, My Unfinished Love Story. Based on a true story, 100 authenticity. The comments section was immediately filled with confusion. What does this mean? Are they taking us to see a performance? Whose story is it? Is it about Sister Jia Ling and her ex-husband? Has this program run out of ideas and is trying to fool us? Of course, it was not out of ideas. Soon, the first act of the drama unfolded. Jia Ling, swaying her ample figure, took to the stage alongside the chef. Jia Ling walked onto the stage, her voice beginning to weave a self-introduction. "I am a university student, fond of eating scallions. They say I am the campus belle, and upon reflection, I suppose that makes me a scallion flower. Do you think I am beautiful?" "Beautiful," the audience replied in enthusiastic unison. "I think I'm beautiful too." Jia Ling responded with a silly grin. At that moment, the chef suddenly dashed out, taking 2 large strides to embrace her from behind. His heart raced, and his hands trembled with excitement. The dream of his lifetime had finally come to fruition. With utmost sincerity etched on his face, he declared, "Sister, be my girlfriend." "I like you." Jia Ling smiled radiantly. "Is it you, Tainyo? I could tell by the scent. You can let go of me now. I fear others may misunderstand." She wriggled free from the chef's embrace, leaving him visibly displeased. Who would misunderstand? Why would anyone misconstrue this? "Sister, do you have any idea how long I have waited for you? You arrived so late. I've been waiting for 4 hours." Hearing the chef's complaints, Jia Ling felt a twinge of annoyance. "You should have kept your appointment with yourself. I never agreed to it. If you couldn't wait, why not just return?" "Because I want to confess my feelings to you." The chef blurted out. "What?" "There are many who wish to confess to me, but none as oblivious as you." Jia Ling retorted sharply. The chef fell silent, standing there foolishly. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Jia Ling sighed deeply. "Forget it. Shall we go? I'll treat you to some beer." With that, she strode ahead alone. "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go by myself." "No, I'm not going," the chef shouted from behind. "Sister, I love you. I truly cherish you. Don't joke. There are many who adore me. What makes you special?" Jia Ling asked without turning around, her voice steady. The chef found himself at a loss for words, standing quietly in place. Jia Ling smirked coldly and continued walking. As she seemed to drift further away, the chef's desperate voice rang out once more. "I am different. I am unlike anyone else," he shouted, nearly exhausting every ounce of his strength. If you do not wish to marry far away, I will traverse mountains and seas for you. If you do not want a long-distance relationship, I will travel thousands of miles for you. Because I love you. I love you more than anyone else does. Be with me, and I promise I will never betray you. If I do, I shall take my own life. I love you more than anyone else. The chef's final proclamation was delivered in Mandarin. Jia Ling was moved to tears, whether out of genuine emotion or performance. It was unclear. You must not deceive me. She insisted. The chef beamed, his joy evident. I will not deceive you. I shall never deceive you in this lifetime. Jia Ling turned to him, nodding earnestly. As the audience watched, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. When Jia Ling first appeared, I was overjoyed, but as the scene unfolded, why did my heart feel so bittersweet? This love story truly moves me. Even a grown man like me feels touched. The most disconcerting aspect of a comedian is their unexpected depth of emotion. When a man truly loves someone, his voice may crack, resonating with heartfelt cries. Can a straightforward confession be this romantic? As the first act concludes, the audience erupts into enthusiastic applause. Perhaps it is only during our student years that one can so unabashedly proclaim love. In the second act, we encounter Mai and the doctor. Slow down, slow down. Why are you rushing? He calls out. Didn't he, your classmate, already relinquish their spot for you? Are you happy? Mai strides ahead briskly, while the doctor trails behind, calling after her. Mai suddenly hoofs, coming to a halt and stamping her feet in frustration. You scoundrel. I told you not to concern yourself with me. Why do you still meddle? Come now. Don't be angry, the doctor responds, hastening to her side with a smile. Look at you, you've lost weight from all this fuss. When you first confessed, you were at 160. Now, it seems you're down to 80. You're looking gaunt. The camera shifts to Jia Ling and then back to Mai, prompting laughter from the audience. Indeed, they have both slimmed down rapidly. On stage, Mai continues to pout. I'm thin because of you. Tell me, why don't you participate in the competition? Didn't you say that esports is your dream? You once mentioned that as a man, love and career can wait. But gaming cannot. If it matters so much to you, why not compete? The doctor, still smiling, gently places his hand on Mai's shoulder. It's fine. It's not a bad thing if that person goes instead. Look, I'm not upset at all, not even a bit. Why should he get a go? Is he better than you? Mai precision. Them? The doctor scoffs. With their skill, they can't play support, their jungling is subpar, their marksman skills are lacking. They're countered in top lane and targeted in mid lane. They are the worst across all networks. Not even worth a single hair of mine. A man may falter in many respects, but he must never concede to being inept at gaming. Ha! Mai bursts into laughter, playfully punching the doctor's chest. You're so annoying. You just love to tease me. The doctor's demeanor softens. Didn't you say you dislike me playing games? I do dislike it, but you enjoy it. I know how much effort you've put into this competition. It's a collegiate league, and your team secured first place. You received a trial opportunity for a professional team and a streaming contract. They say this is a monumental dream for boys like you. My specs, earnestly. But why did you give it up? I'm only participating in a minor singing competition, which pales in comparison. I heard you sacrifice that opportunity in exchange for someone else to forego the singing competition, allowing our department to recommend me. But I know that what you gave up is trivial in comparison. Why are you so foolish? No. The doctor gently shakes his head. From a moment you agreed to be my girlfriend, your dreams became my dreams. There is no distinction. In chapter 45, I strive diligently only to keep pace with you. The doctor tenderly embraces Mai. Before encountering you, I harbored no aspirations. Now, with your presence, my sole dream is to have you by my side every day. I shall remain steadfastly beside you, showering you with my unabashed affection. You are my exception. With me, you need not grow up, for I will always be here. Tears of joy streamed down Mai's cheeks as she softly spoke. But do you know my dream? My dream is for you to flourish, and I feel incredibly fortunate to cherish you. This scene concludes here. The narrative may not be captivating, yet it resonates with reality. The audience began to reflect, reminiscing about the girl who once would have recklessly pursued her for love. In those moments, true affection was genuine, and love was given wholeheartedly. This, indeed, embodies the essence of love, does it not? My heart aches for that boy, who stands as the hero in my eyes. How sweet. Please spare us, the lonely souls, from such emotional torment. In the third act, we find Reba and the young security guard. Reba walks alone on the left side of the stage, her large eyes filled with confusion, illuminated entirely by the spotlight. My boyfriend has not contacted me for 3 days. He no longer clings to me as he once did. We no longer share every moment together. I fear he must not love me as deeply anymore. This morning, I took the initiative to call him, sensing his discontent and the indifference in his voice as he uttered a few words before hanging up. He would never have acted this way before. Have I done something wrong? What has become of him? In Reba's bewilderment and uncertainty, the spotlight on the left dims while the right gradually brightens. Reba's silhouette begins to fade as the security guard's figure becomes clearer, revealing a look of melancholy and fatigue upon his face. Sigh. The Lakers lost again yesterday. My spirits are truly low. The notion of the Lakers as champions is nothing but a joke. It has left me devoid of enthusiasm even when speaking with my girlfriend. Soon, I must go to work. Earning money is truly arduous. My roommate told me yesterday that my beloved, the one I cherish most, has become a campus star, receiving numerous invitations to perform, complete with appearance fees. She is remarkable, and I am genuinely happy for her. Yet, I cannot afford to fall short. I must strive diligently to ensure she does not look down upon me. The camera returns to Reba. I am certain that he no longer loves me. Truly, I witnessed him getting into another girl's car. I even checked his WeChat, where he inquired about what gifts a girl likes. All of this is real. I simply find it hard to let go, to relinquish my feelings. But what should I do? What am I to do? Meanwhile, the security guard bends his tall frame, exclaiming, I am so tired, truly exhausted. My dear, delivering food by day and working as a waiter by night leaves me with such little time. It is so short that I barely have moments to spend with you. I feel so foolish, so very foolish. Your birthday is approaching, yet I am at a loss for what to gift you. I have asked many girls what they like. I am determined to present you with the finest birthday gift. Indeed, I almost forgot to mention that I have saved a considerable amount of money. I intend to pursue a degree in cultural management. However, the tuition fees are quite exorbitant. Nevertheless, I am close to saving enough. I have heard whispers about the chaos within the entertainment industry, and I aspire to become your manager, overseeing all your affairs. I cannot bear the thought of anyone mistreating you. The camera begins to switch back and forth, and finally, the two figures appear on stage simultaneously. The security guard, unbeknownst to him, is now holding a package. Reba observes him in silence. Is this what you've been busy with all this time? The guard nods. Each package earns me $1, and I could deliver over 100 a day. If I can just hold on a little longer, I will have enough for tuition and catch up with you. No, I don't need that. Reba cries out passionately on stage. This is not what I desire. I do not wish for you to be so exhausted and burdened. Do you understand? What I truly want has never been these things. All I wish for is your company. I know, I understand, the guard replies with a gentle smile toward Reba. But darling, please wait a moment longer. I must consider our future. Our future? Reba scoffs coldly. Do not speak to me of the future. I do not require anything from you. Is it not enough for us to live joyfully each day? It is not. The guard shakes his head emphatically. We can survive on love now, but what about later? Reba bursts into tears. I do not want to hear grand philosophies. I do not comprehend, nor do I wish to. I have never placed pressure on you, so please do not attribute all your struggles to me. Will you believe me when I say that no matter what you become in the future, I will always love you? I believe. Yet the guard lowers his gaze. But my relentless efforts are solely to catch up with the you who is racing ahead. On the screen, many are moved to tears. I understand. Yet why does my heart ache for this young man? The girl seems unworthy of him. They say that women mature earlier, but in this tale, the boy has grown far too quickly. Such a heavy love is unbearable for the girl. How many have neglected their lovers in the name of the future? And how many have parted ways for this very reason? I strive so hard to match your pace, resonates painfully. Misunderstandings and lack of comprehension shattered the initial affection. At the outermost edge of the auditorium, a figure gradually approaches. It is Sui Yu, his face glistening with tears. He has witnessed the previous 3 scenes, each one piercing his heart. This is his past, the memories shared with an. Whether happiness or sorrow, it remains an indelible part of him. He suddenly begins to grasp what An truly seeks, his gaze fixated on the backstage. Meanwhile, An is nervously monitoring everything from behind the scenes. Time is fleeting, and she fears that the actors may encounter unforeseen mishaps, particularly the male guests, who possess no prior stage experience. Fortunately, all unfolds without incident. An glances upward. She felt that this must be a blessing from the heavens, with only 2 rounds remaining. Meanwhile, An smiled coldly. Jouet, your fortunate days are about to come to an end. Soon, the 5th round commenced. Boss Yang and the sales representative took the stage. The sales representative immediately fixated on Boss Yang's chest, delivering an astonishing first line. "Oh, have you grown larger?" Laughter erupted throughout the venue. The camera, either intentionally or inadvertently, swept over Mai and Reba, both of whom appeared indignant yet powerless. Boss Yang's impressive physique was unmatched in the entire entertainment industry. Chapter 46. We shall never reconcile in this lifetime. Do you like it bigger? Boss Yang asked with a smile. I do. The security guard nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. But I don't. Boss Yang suddenly turned cold. The sales representative sensed something amiss. What is wrong, darling? Is there something you want to tell me? Boss Yang turned away, her face devoid of any smile. Let us break up. Don't come looking for me anymore. What? The sales representative panicked, becoming flustered. Darling, don't joke around. What is the matter? Are you unhappy with me? As he spoke, he stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Boss Yang's hand. However, she swiftly pulled away. Don't do that. It's not about happiness. We're graduating soon. So I'll be honest with you. I've never loved you. I've always seen you as a younger brother. Impossible. The sales representative looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his face paling in horror. We've been together for so long. How can that be? Why don't you love me? Why don't I love you? Boss Yang replied with a cold smile. What would you bring to my life after graduation if we were to marry? Others travel the world while I'm by a small river with you? What makes you think you can marry me? You should leave promptly. With tear-filled eyes, the sales representative shook his head vigorously, desperate to make one last effort. Listen to me. I don't care how others perceive me. I only want you. Give me another chance. It's futile. This isn't what I desire. Boss Yang shook her head. No, it is useful. He continued to struggle. I'll work harder to earn money. Let me support you. See you. Boss Yang suddenly called out. You tried hard before, but what has it accomplished? Will you continue delivering takeout or handing out flyers? Our differences will only grow wider. I once claimed that I didn't take care, that I only wanted you. But now I understand, one cannot live solely on love. In 2 weeks, I'll be going to the magical city. Remember that day, and don't come see me off. As snowflakes danced and the north wind howled, the world appeared desolate. A melody of a cut of plum resonated through the land. The sales representative left the stage, while Boss Yang slowly knelt down. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. I love you, and that is genuine. I do not harbor any disdain for you, and that is equally true. However, I cannot ruin you. After a considerable time, Boss Yang picked up the phone and dialed number. I have parted ways with him, but please remember the promise you made to me. On the other end of the line, a woman's voice, filled with palpable excitement, responded. You made the right decision. Being single in the entertainment industry is crucial. That boyfriend of yours can only be a burden. Find him a good job, and, in a few years, grant him an investment. These are commitments I am willing to uphold, and we can include them in a contract. Campus romance ultimately perished as we went our separate ways. The comment section was filled with mixed emotions. Some felt sympathy for the man. The girl also faced her own hardships. Who truly understands the pain of such unavoidable separation? Those upstairs do not speak recklessly. A love that can be severed is not love at all. The man seemed like a mere sycophant. The 5th act, and also the final act, unfolded 5 years later. Liu Tianxian, ethereal and captivating, had become the center of attention. The police embodied the mundane realities of life. Thus, the story concludes here. The 2 individuals drifted further apart, with no time for reflection. As the spotlight dimmed and then brightened again, a figure gradually emerged, and it appeared at center stage, draped in white, gliding gracefully. Time had left no trace upon her visage. Hello, everyone. I am, and then she gently spoke. My goodness, it's really an. Her presence ignited a stir among the audience. Had she not been in hiding? How could she be here? So beautiful, were it not for those rumors. She would be my lifelong goddess. I sensed that a different story was about to unfold. Indeed, it was the crux of the entire program that was soon to be revealed, and imparted her ruby lips and slowly began. Thank you all for attending today's performance. This is my debut as a director and screenwriter. Yet, I find it not difficult, for this is the authentic tale of Sui Yu and me. I share this to convey that Sui Yu is not a scoundrel. We once shared a beautiful time together. Sui Yu is a good person, a truly wonderful person, and breaking up with him is something that still pains my heart. However, everyone has their own unavoidable struggles, and we had to part ways. Additionally, I want to express that before becoming a star, I was merely an ordinary university student, albeit one with a modest reputation. I have never modeled, nor have I engaged in the sordid activities that have been suggested online. The truth is easily verifiable. Why is it that you refuse to believe it? As a public figure, I acknowledge that my previous management concealed aspects of my past. I did not wish for anyone to know about my former relationship status. But this does not grant you the right to slander me. Beneath me lies my alma mater, the place of my past. Those experiences I just recounted are part of my journey. I too was once an ordinary person. Therefore, I kindly ask you to exercise restraint in your words. And then spoke at length, her first public clarification. The audience fell into a momentary silence. However, it was soon shattered by a sudden voice. So you wish to use this to cleanse your reputation, do you? It was a paparazzo. The live broadcast naturally attracted its share of flies, and smiled lightly. I am merely stating a fact. A fact, is it? The paparazzo scoffed. Missin, could you refrain from dodging the core issue? What we have is not merely your past, but rather whether you have nestled into the embrace of a benefactor in your quest for fame. How many sordid deals have paved your path to stardom? Who among us has not experienced a time of purity? Who is born as a blank slate? Yet, after merely 5 years in the industry, you have nearly ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment realm. What lies behind this? Why do you not speak of it? A cliché love story cannot sustain your image of profound affection. Missin, you are rather naive. The words were incisive, leaving everyone with the impression that he was well prepared. However, and remained composed, coolly regarding the paparazzo, and inquired with a hint of indifference. What is your connection to Jia Ling? The paparazzo flatly denied, I am who I am. I do not know anyone named Jia Ling, and shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Very well, it matters not if you choose to remain silent. I have heard it said that rumors cease with the wise, and I have also heard of baseless accusations. Yet, in this world, there are far fewer wise individuals than there are unfounded claims. Fortunately, we still have the police. I have reported your inquiries, and the authorities will provide you with answers. The paparazzo sneered coldly. What? Are you attempting to intimidate me with the police? Who knows if you simply paid them off? This paparazzo was intent on creating chaos and muddling the truth, and found herself at a loss for words. Some individuals, despite overwhelming evidence, remained obstinate. However, another could no longer endure it. Scoundrel, who allowed you to insult the people's police. A man with sharp eyebrows and a resolute demeanor stood up. Do you believe that with your words alone, I cannot have you arrested? The paparazzo suddenly appeared unnerved. Who are you? I am the deputy director of the Municipal Police Bureau, Li E. The character E stands for justice. He continued, I am here today to escort Mr. Sui Yu back. Mr. Sui has assisted us in apprehending several rumor mongers. He is our hero. His previous statements were merely part of our strategy. Thus, I have come personally to return him. However, it seems I now have an additional task. Sir, I have serious suspicions regarding your involvement in spreading rumors. Please accompany me. Everyone was left in stunned silence. The paparazzo trembled in fear. Subsequently, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was led away by Li E, resembling a frightened chick. Yet, few were concerned about him, for Sui Yu had returned, appearing in the auditorium. The events of the day had been utterly captivating. Sui Yu stepped forward, while and stood on stage, transfixed, momentarily rendered speechless. Sui Yu glanced at the banner above, and then at an, ultimately shaking his head. This episode is titled Saving Love. Does it pertain to saving you and me? Sui Yu inquired quietly, and gently nodded. Sui Yu, if possible, could we cannot. Sui Yu felt no hesitation whatsoever. As for the possibility of reconciliation between us in this lifetime has vanished completely. This statement left everyone astounded. Sui Yu rejected the Empress? Is this a fantasy? Sui Yu gazed at him and quietly declared, and if I had not completely given up before, today, after witnessing all of this, I am utterly disheartened. Seeing you leave while I pleaded with you like a desperate fool, and your insincere kindness towards me, don't you find that repugnant? You left me for your own path, and I hold no resentment. It is merely human nature. Yet, you insist on framing your departure as a necessity, claiming you did not wish to ruin me. How laughable. Ultimately, you are just a selfish individual, and I am not of such significance to you. So, isn't it awkward to embellish your departure in such a manner? Perhaps from a moment 5 years ago when you uttered the words "it's over," we have been on divergent paths. Thus, we shall never reconcile. Chapter 47. One day, let him look up and stood there, dazed, staring at Sui Yu. That phrase, "never reconcile," struck her like a dagger, causing her deep pain. No, I didn't mean it that way. I don't think like that. You have already acted this way once 5 years ago. Do you intend to repeat it now? Sui Yu interrupted her once more. He looked at him with indifference and stated, and let this be the end. A breakup also deserves dignity. With those words, Sui Yu strode directly to the backstage, leaving him alone on stage, lost in thought. On the barrage, many viewers were filled with mixed emotions. Why did Sui Yu refuse him? Were they not good together? The truth is simple. All of Sui Yu's efforts were willingly given, a fact he never mentioned. If he were to reciprocate, he would be immensely grateful. However, if one day he chose not to love in the same way anymore, then parting ways amicably would be the only solution. Such is the nature of many matters. Life is but a one-way ticket. What is past is past. A story evokes countless sighs. Sui Yu quietly walked to the backstage. There was no live broadcast there. Upon seeing Sui Yu enter, Boss Yang stood and offered him a seat. Sui Yu sat down in silence, not uttering a word. The atmosphere backstage grew heavy. No one had anticipated that a splendid performance would take such a turn. After a long while, Boss Yang sighed. Ah, Sui Yu, you need not be this way, and had good intentions. In truth, had you two reconciled today, you would have established yourself as a loyal figure in love, leveraging Anne's fame to formally debut in the entertainment industry, coupled with your talent. Who could predict the heights you might reach? As for Anne's rumors, once you consent, clarifications would soon follow. This truly is a perfect opportunity for a debut. Boss Yang spoke at length, believing in to be her close friend, feeling it necessary to explain everything. However, Sui Yu merely shook his head with a cold smile. But this is not love, is it? Boss Yang, you have spoken only halfway. Surely there's more to be said, is there not? The recent incident has had a profound impact on the public perception of Anne. Throughout the years, she has cultivated a persona steeped in deep affection, and despite the occasional scandal, she invariably emerges as the victim, the earnest believer in love. Through this carefully crafted image, she has garnered considerable sympathy and heightened her popularity, has she not? The title of Queen of Pure Love rings resoundingly. In her television dramas predominantly feature tragic heroines, a role she has perfected to an artful degree. Thus, this time, it seems we are witnessing the same narrative unfold, utilizing our story to stage yet another performance of the tragic queen. I find myself pondering, if I were to acquiesce today, would tomorrow's media be inundated with tales of how Anne once devoted herself to me, recounting the depth of her love and the trials she endured over the years? At this thought, Sui Yu let out a cold smile. To be candid, I harbor no disdain for such tactics. However, leveraging my past for these purposes is something I cannot abide. This reflects Sui Yu's genuine sentiments. His vision of love is remarkably simple, devoid of demands. I love you. You love me. Nothing more. He has always believed that those who are truly in love will undoubtedly reach their destination together. Should they fail, it must mean one party has spoken falsely. Until today, this was his conviction. However, after today, he will no longer hold such a belief. If even love can be reduced to a meticulously orchestrated transaction, what then can one trust in this world? Boss Yang shook his head and chuckled. taking a moment to reassess Sui Yu. Sui Yu, you are indeed quite astute. But is it not possible to achieve a win-win situation? Moreover, Sui Yu, if your heart has no place for an in, why then did you rush to the police station, disregarding everything? He cautioned, do not let your stubbornness jeopardize your future. No, Sui Yu firmly refuted. Boss Yang, a person's perspective can evolve. Previously, I believed that having loved her, I could find joy in doing something for her. Yet now I realize that ultimately, one must live for oneself. She has her own life, and so do I. Additionally, I did not act out of spite regarding my future. On the contrary, I now value my future even more. You see, if one day I become sufficiently powerful, will you still dare to act without my consent, justifying your actions as being for my own good? When that day arrives, do you think I will regret having lost such a man? Boss Yang chuckled softly. You are quite naive. The entertainment industry is not as forgiving as you might think, and you are being rather impulsive. Remember, Sui Yu, what you are jeopardizing is not merely your own opportunity, but also an An's carefully cultivated redemption. Zhuo Wei has navigated this industry for many years. Do you think no one has sought to undermine him? Yet what good has it achieved? The cost of slander is exceedingly low, and it is the slandered who bear the wounds. Audiences may even sympathize with Zhuo Wei, viewing him as a valiant defender of justice, while we are cast as the unscrupulous capitalists. Do you know how long I was troubled by that head-swapping video from years ago? That is the pain of Boss Yang. Nevertheless, Sui Yu shook his head once more. Boss Yang, you're overthinking this. Firstly, I do not require the assistance of an in. I too can debut in one day. She will look up to me. Secondly, while you all fear Zhuo Wei, I do not. Within a day, I will unveil Zhuo Wei's true nature to the entire internet. This concludes the emotional aspects. The next step is to confront Zhuo Wei and witness the protagonist's ascent. Stay tuned. Additionally, please provide the bookshelf and nudge for updates. Thank you all. Chapter 48. The reckless Sui Yu. Boss Yang sighed helplessly. This child is not only stubborn, but also arrogant, clearly unaware of the depths of this industry. If it weren't for his handsome appearance, he would have been reprimanded long ago. Alas, let him experience the harsh realities of society on his own. With this thought, Boss Yang fell silent, finding a spot to sit and rest his eyes. The other guests shook their heads, evidently not optimistic about Sui Yu. Only Reba, as always, sparkled with encouragement in her eyes. Brother Sui Yu, I believe in you. You can achieve anything. Sui Yu smiled, winking at Reba and signaling success with a gesture. He felt no urgency at all, noticing that no one was engaging with him. He closed his eyes to reflect on the skills the system had provided him over the past few days. Advanced guitar proficiency, advanced piano proficiency, advanced hacking proficiency, advanced Swana proficiency, advanced public speaking proficiency, a plethora of talents. He had exchanged all his popularity points for these skills, which would be his capital for a comeback. It would be absurd to possess a system and not surpass in the entertainment industry. That would be a disgrace to the system itself. However, before that, he needed to deal with Zhuo Wei. With this in mind, Sui Yu recalled one of the items he had drawn earlier, the trust card. Its function was to significantly enhance the credibility of one's statements, both in reality and online, with a validity of 48 hours. With this, he felt confident he could deal a heavy blow to Zhuo Wei. Next, Sui Yu approached the director to explain that this would be a joint operation with the police. They could record but not broadcast live, and they needed to consult with the police before releasing the footage. The director was initially displeased. Their program was intended to be live, and suddenly halting the broadcast could lead to a mishap. After Sui Yu's repeated explanations and his promise that the footage would be aired the following day, the director reluctantly agreed. With everything set, they were merely waiting for the right moment. With the director's consent, Sui Yu swiftly led the cameraman to a small villa in an upscale neighborhood. The cameraman, sweating profusely, inquired, Sui Yu, is this your home? Why isn't anyone answering the door? Don't be ridiculous. I cannot afford such a place. This is the home of Zhuo Wei's parents. Can you imagine how much ill-gotten wealth that kid has accumulated in the past 2 years to afford such a lavish house? Sui Yu replied solemnly. This is the most expensive neighborhood in the city. It is said that the price exceeds 100,000 per square meter. A place Sui Yu had once never dared to dream of. The cameraman looked at the house, somewhat displeased. Damn, it seems that those with no conscience make the most money. But why are we here, Sui Yu? Are you planning to confront his parents? Sui Yu remained silent, his silence causing the cameraman to feel a sense of urgency. Brother, is hitting someone illegal? Let's not do anything foolish. Besides, we cannot blame that elderly couple for Zhuo Wei's situation. No, Sui Yu shook his head. You are still too naive. It is not that the elderly have turned wicked, but rather that the wicked have simply aged. In their youth, in a moment of impulsiveness, they brought Zhuo Wei into this world. That was their gravest transgression. What? This theory leaves the cameraman bewildered. Do you really intend to confront them? It is imperative. Sui Yu activated his trust card, opened his phone to record, and then knocked heavily on the door. Who is it? The door was soon opened by a stylish woman in her 60s, with curly hair and lipstick that resembled a monkey's backside. Her entire appearance was reminiscent of a witch. Sui Yu suppressed his disgust and spoke. Hello, it is your son, Mr. Zhuo, who sent us here. My surname is Sui, and I'm here to conduct an exclusive interview. An exclusive interview? Why didn't he mention it? The elderly lady appeared puzzled, then looked up into Sui Yu's eyes, suddenly trembling. Oh, an exclusive interview, is it? Come in. How shall we proceed? You lead the way. Sui Yu smiled, aware that the trust card had taken effect. He and the cameraman entered the room and settled onto the luxurious sofa. At that moment, Zhuo Wei's parents also took their seats. Zhuo Wei's mother was still beaming. You must be Xiao Sui. Such an honest child. You look like a good boy. What would you like to ask? Auntie, no need for formality. We can just chat like we usually do. Let me start with the first question. Is there any significance behind the name Zhuo Wei that you gave your son? Sui Yu inquired with a smile. What significance could there be? We are just an elderly couple who know nothing. His father hoped that our son would restore the Zhuo family's former glory, so that's why we named him that. Zhuo Wei's mother replied with a laugh. Sui Yu nodded, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then typed rapidly on his phone, crafting a news piece. What to do when a man falters. The entertainment industry, as foremost paparazzo, Zhuo Wei, suffers from a hidden ailment. His parents named him Zhuo Wei, fervently hoping he would restore the masculine grandeur. Did Mr. Zhuo experience anything unusual during his childhood? Sui Yu continued. Unusual? Zhuo Wei's mother pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Our little Wei, if you want to say he was different from others, it would be that he has always valued health. From the age of 3, he performed exercises daily under the sun. You must understand, at 3, other children were still playing in the mud. Truly remarkable, Sui Yu praised, and another news piece was promptly generated. At the tender age of 3, Zhuo Wei was already rubbing sensitive areas in broad daylight. This brings tears to both men and women. Sui Yu then pressed on with his inquiries. What kind of books does Mr. Zhuo enjoy? Water Margin, Zhuo Wei's father interjected. That was his favorite book. He would fantasize about being one of the characters within, but with his slight frame, he was far from it. Indeed, Mr. Zhuo's taste is quite impressive. As he spoke, a third piece of information was swiftly composed. Perhaps it is due to his own shortcomings that Zhuo Wei finds the most enjoyment in watching the fervent action scenes featuring 105 robust men and 3 women. Living a comfortable life, he would not dare to film such a spectacle. After editing, Sui Yu smiled with satisfaction and continued to inquire, has Mr. Zhu ever found himself in any trouble? Indeed, he has. At that time, he had just begun to achieve some success, being young and overwhelmed with work. One night, he forgot to unplug the charger while sleeping, which led to a fire, resulting in a compensation of 70,000 to the neighbor. This incident stands as the gravest misfortune he has encountered thus far. The fourth piece of information arrived. Astonishingly, just when there seemed to be a turn for the better, Zhuo Wei neglected his health, having left the charger plugged in all night, nearly leading to a fatal outcome. With everything progressing smoothly, Sui Yu posed the final question. Mr. Zhu, why are you still unmarried? Aren't your parents anxious? At the mention of this, a frown appeared on the faces of his parents. We do not comprehend the thoughts of the younger generation. We have introduced him to numerous suitable matches, yet he claims none are appropriate. Every day, he simply indulges in drinking with his brothers. On several occasions, we visited him only to find 5 or 6 large men sprawled across the floor, alleging they had been drinking all night. Alas, Sui Yu chuckled. A revelation was at hand. Life is fraught with tribulations. Over the years, Zhuwei has lost interest in the opposite sex, yet he thrives in the company of his male peers. Chapter 49. This rascal is truly mischievous. The material is sufficient. Sui Yu smiled with satisfaction and then stood to take his leave. Zhuwei's parents warmly escorted him to the door. Dear Sui, do visit us often. For some reason, we feel an extraordinary fondness for you. Sui Yu patted his head. The efficacy of this trust card is indeed remarkable, as Zhuwei's parents seem to regard him as their own child. Wow, what am I thinking? I certainly do not possess a grandson like Zhuwei. However, seeing the elderly couple's enthusiastic demeanor, Sui Yu felt a twinge of reluctance. Uncle, Aunt, no need to see me off. Please remember to limit your online activity these days. There are viruses on the internet that could be contagious. Also, consider purchasing some quick-acting heart pills. They may prove useful. Very well. We will heed your advice. The elderly couple nodded vigorously. This young man, so knowledgeable. We shall go by them immediately. I have long heard about the contagious nature of online viruses. They never believed me. My recent bout with hemorrhoids was probably due to an online infection, Zhuwei's mother asserted confidently. Sui Yu found himself somewhat speechless. Truly, they believe whatever they hear. After bidding farewell to Zhuwei's parents, Sui Yu and the cameraman sought refuge in an internet CAF. Sui Yu powered on a computer and then activated his advanced hacking skills, typing a series of codes that the cameraman could not comprehend. Before long, a previously hacked and secured account was successfully accessed. Done, Sui Yu exclaimed with excitement. He then swiftly opened the interview transcript he had just prepared, ready to type and publish. Witnessing this scene, the cameraman suddenly felt a sense of unease. He had clearly seen the contents Sui Yu had written on paper earlier. Thus, he could not help but caution, "Brother, what are you planning to do? You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Do not act impulsively. Spreading rumors is illegal, and hacking is also a crime. If you combine both, does that not equate to a criminal offense?" The cameraman's forehead glistened with perspiration as he continued speaking. "Brother, are you hungry? How about I treat you to some lamb noodles? Let us have a bowl of soup and forget about this matter." Sui Yu cast a sidelong glance at the cameraman. "What a coward. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the great contributor, the police's esteemed ally. I am collaborating with the police, and everything I do is for the sake of solving the case. Employing unconventional methods is nothing." The cameraman felt reassured upon hearing this. For some reason, Sui Yu's words struck him as credible. "That's good to hear." Sui Yu smiled, but then suddenly his expression soured, and he clasped his stomach with both hands, visibly in pain. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts terribly. Brother, I need to use the restroom. You take over typing for me. Just 3 accounts, send a few messages from each. I can't manage it, truly. Don't worry, go quickly. How about this?" The cameraman pounded his chest and sat down at the computer. Sui Yu rushed to the restroom. 10 minutes later, Sui Yu returned to the computer. The cameraman looked up at him, excitement written all over his face. "Brother, I'm done. Look how fast I can type now. Does this count as an achievement?" Sui Yu smiled and nodded at the screen. "Well done. You are quite the talent." However, Sui Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly, his face clouding with sorrow as he gazed at the cameraman. The cameraman became alarmed. "Brother, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll fix it." Sui Yu shook his head. "No, brother, you did excellently. It's just that today I must impart a truth. Society is simple, but people are complex. Even the police cannot act unlawfully in their investigations. Your actions of hacking and spreading rumors could land you in prison for at least 3 years. No, to break the law knowingly incurs a more severe punishment." Sui Yu sighed, unable to continue. The cameraman, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, sitting there in stunned silence. After a long pause, he slowly turned his head, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, am I truly finished?" Meanwhile, in the police station, Li observed this scene, torn between laughter and exasperation. Although this operation hadn't been broadcast live online, the police could see it in real time. Sui Yu's shameless antics caused Li to shake his head repeatedly. "This rascal, look how terrified that kid is. He probably won't dare to touch a computer again in his lifetime." Regardless, the messages had already been sent out, several topics that had already garnered considerable attention. coupled with Zhuo Wei's modest renown in society, would ensure that the news was explosive. Soon, it sparked heated discussions across the internet. So Zhuo Wei has been inadequate since childhood? Does that imply Zhuo Dog has been a eunuch for over a decade? Hey upstairs, don't spout nonsense. He is merely cultivating his skills, performing self-castration, right, Zhuo Gong? And what about that 3-year-old? What is missing in that scenario? I can't even begin to imagine that image. The most outrageous part? The body didn't even emerge for an entire night. Ha ha ha, has it been pent up? In the end, he even became homosexual. Just picturing that little physique is utterly nauseating. In summary, Zhuo Wei is a pervert. No, he is a grand pervert. Zhuo Wei's account had been submerged in controversy. It was already afternoon, and he had just awakened from a particularly restful nap on the office sofa. Unbeknownst to him, significant events were unfolding online. Glancing at the time, Zhuo Wei stepped out of his office, exuding an air of triumph. Hello, everyone. That live stream from it hasn't resumed. Has it? I thought she had some remarkable skills, yet it turns out to be nothing substantial. I've always asserted that no one can touch us. In our line of work, it's low risk and high profit, and we shall continue to relish the good life. He laughed heartily, evidently in high spirits. However, the silence that greeted him from his colleagues was palpable, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Turning to the nearest colleague, Xiao Zhang, he extended his left hand, intending to pat him on the shoulder. Xiao Zhang, do you think I'm right? Before Zhuo Wei could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhang recoiled in fear, stepping back 2 paces. Boss, I've caught a cold recently. Let's keep our distance to avoid contagion. What? Zhuo Wei was momentarily bewildered, but nodded in understanding. If you're unwell, make sure to rest. With that, he continued on his way. However, as he moved through the office, the men instinctively stepped back, while the women cast looks of pity. Zhuo Wei began to sense something amiss. What on earth is going on? He exclaimed. After a protracted silence, someone timidly spoke up. Boss, perhaps you should check online first? Online? Zhuo Wei echoed, suddenly grasping the situation and promptly turning back to his office. Xiao Zhang, bring me a glass of water. That was the last command he issued before entering. Once he was inside, whispers erupted among his colleagues. Is what they're saying online true? There are credible sources claiming Zhuo Wei's parents confirmed it in an interview. It must be true. Just look at Zhuo Wei. Does he seem normal to you? I once saw him in the office with a man for an extended period. I heard engaging in such activities can lead to diseases. Wouldn't he have any contagious illness? Would he? Certainly. Did you not notice he installed a private restroom? Who else would spend that money unless they had a reason? Rumor has it that Zhuo Wei's hemorrhoids healed on their own. What does that imply? Xiao Zhang, when you go in to deliver the water, be cautious not to catch anything. I have masks and disposable gloves. Make do with those. In no time, they had collectively convinced themselves that Zhuo Wei was a deviant, a homosexual. Chapter 50. The war in the restroom. Upon returning to his office, Zhuo Wei immediately powered on his computer. Soon, a barrage of messages filled his screen. 3 years in broad daylight, missing for a night with several men. The more he read, the angrier he became, his face reddening with indignation. Who did this? Who is responsible for these accusations? Aren't these accounts in collaboration with me? How much have they taken from others? Bastard scoundrel. Immediately, a cacophony erupted from Zhuo Wei's office. Outside, everyone fell silent, paralyzed with fear. How absurd. After all, there was a lunatic inside. Who would dare to provoke him? Within the confines of the office, Zhuo Wei was engulfed in a rage. He seized the phone and promptly dialed the 3 significant numbers. All were switched off. Zhuo Wei's expression darkened like storm clouds that had not shed rain for days. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully dialed another number. This time, it connected swiftly. Ido, son. On the other end, Zhuo Wei's father spoke. Do not call me son. I have no father like you. Zhuo Wei shouted furiously. What? What did you say? Zhuo Wei's father was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhuo Wei's anger persisted. I mean, do not call me father. I absolutely do not have a father like you. What nonsense. Zhuo Wei's father finally understood, his tone escalating. You little rascal, you've gotten bold, haven't you? How dare you speak to me like that? I brought you into this world, and I can just as easily take you out of it. Do you believe me? Dad, that's not what I meant. Zhuo Wei immediately softened. Not what you meant, then what was it? Do you think I've grown old and deaf? Dad, Please listen to me. I shall not listen. And do not call me Dad. You are my father. Zhuo Wei was at a loss. After a strenuous 10 minutes, he finally clarified everything. Upon discovering the truth, Zhuo Wei's teeth ground in frustration. This was utterly baseless and outrageously exaggerated. Wasn't this precisely his own tactic? This was retaliation, without a doubt. It was retribution. Moreover, it was his own methods being used against him. An eye for an eye? Yet who could it be? Zhuo Wei plunged into contemplation. Though he had considered him before, he found him plausible. He had learned of N's background, but such underhanded tactics were unlikely to be employed. Who else could it be? As Zhuo Wei pondered, his phone rang once more. Glancing at the number, he answered. Hello, General Manager Luo. Is there something you need? On the other end, General Manager Luo chuckled ominously. Brother Zhuo, how inconsiderate of you. After all these years, you managed to keep this from me. Had it not been exposed this time, I would never have realized how deeply you had concealed yourself. General Manager Luo, this is slander, Zhuo Wei protested vehemently. Enough. I can make my own judgments. But do not mistake me for a fool. In this circle, who else possesses such means but you? Furthermore, the 3 accounts disseminating these messages are all your people. Did you think I was unaware? Over the years, I have already uncovered the truth. I simply didn't expect it, Zhuo Wei. Didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Even to yourself. You undermine your own reputation. How, what is your next step? Will you pursue your own endeavors or withdraw entirely? General Manager Luo's voice was chilling. No, that is not the case. Zhuo Wei attempted to defend himself. Whether it is or not, I am indifferent, General Manager Luo interrupted directly. Zhuo Wei, if you wish to withdraw, I harbor no objections. However, you must account for the substantial sums you have discreetly amassed over these years. I had previously chosen to overlook your transgressions, but that is no longer feasible. Bring the ledger to me at once. No one shall take advantage of me. Luo, Tian. General Manager Luo, grant me a moment. I assure you I will uncover the truth and provide an explanation. I have no interest in the truth, Zhuo Wei. Arrive within half an hour, or you are well aware of my methods. With that, General Manager Luo terminated the call. Zhuo Wei, his countenance darkened, slammed his hand heavily upon the table. Damn it, who is it? Who could it be? He sensed an unseen force orchestrating these events. Meanwhile, Sui Yu and the cameraman had arrived early at General Manager Luo's corporate edifice. This was a rather unpretentious office building, of which Luo had leased half a floor. After all, those in their line of work need not present ostentation. Sui Yu understood that to truly bring down Zhuo Wei, mere rumors would be insufficient. Concrete evidence of Zhuo Wei's criminal activities was imperative. It was universally acknowledged what constituted such evidence. His vast fortune was not accrued through honest means. Rather, it stemmed from his primary occupation of extorting public figures through covert recordings and various dubious methods. Zhuo Wei did not limit his targets to mere celebrities. He also preyed upon business magnates and prominent figures across various sectors, a fact well known to many, including the police. Yet, without solid evidence, the situation remained stagnant. These luminaries, fearing Zhuo Wei's propensity to magnify trivial matters into grievous offenses, tended to avoid confrontation. Moreover, as they were often more concerned with their reputations, they had little incentive to testify against him, particularly as Zhuo Wei possessed incriminating information on them. The police had been investigating for quite some time and had preliminarily identified Zhuo Wei and General Manager Luo as the masterminds behind these schemes. Zhuo Wei was responsible for gathering the dirt, while Luo handled the extortion. Now, Sui Yu was tasked with assisting the police in uncovering the true list of Zhuo Wei's victims and the financial records spanning these years. Only with this information could they bring the culprits to justice. Of course, Sui Yu was merely a collaborator in this endeavor. Li had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan. At this moment, Sui Yu and the cameraman lounged comfortably, legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds, sipping beer in the surveillance room. Their role was simply to monitor for any suspicious activities outside the norm, a task of little consequence. The cameraman wore a contented expression. Brother, I truly made the right choice following you. This is the most enjoyable filming experience of my life. No sun or wind. Just a bottle of wine for each of us. Life is splendid. Indeed, it is, Sui Yu replied with satisfaction. Enjoy yourself. I need to use the restroom. As he stood, however, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he discovered that the cameraman had eagerly followed him. Sui Yu was speechless. Brother, there's no need to be so dedicated. Must you follow me even to the restroom? No, brother, the cameraman shook his head vigorously. I'm hungry and need to go as well. Without waiting for the cameraman to finish his sentence, Sui Yu's eyes widened instantly. Hungry? Need to use the restroom? He gave a thumbs up. Brother, I didn't realize you had such peculiar tastes. No. The cameraman hurriedly waved his hands. Bro, I'm hungry. After using the restroom, we can go out and grab something to eat. No need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils. The two chuckled as they headed towards the restroom. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback. The entrance bore a sign that read, Restroom out of order, temporarily closed. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. Where's the nearest restroom? Sui Yu exclaimed. The cameraman surveyed the surroundings. Bro, the monitoring room is in the basement and there aren't many restrooms. The next one is quite a distance away. What? Sui Yu immediately became displeased, feeling a tumultuous wave within him. He steeled his resolve. Forget it. I'll just go here. With that, he bypassed the sign and rushed inside. The cameraman attempted to stop him, but shouted from behind, Bro, this one is broken. You can't use it. It's better than staying outside. Are you coming in or not? If not, then get lost. The cameraman, with no other choice, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, gritted his teeth, and dashed in after him. As brothers, we must face any danger together. Once inside, the cameraman checked the situation and then felt reassured enough to relieve himself. Just as they were about to finish, a sudden commotion erupted at the restroom door. Mr. Luo, I was wrong. Why did you bring me here? Zhuo Wei, you've deceived me for so long. Today, you must pay some interest. Two voices echoed. Sui Yu was stunned. Mr. Luo? Zhuo Wei, what are they doing here? At that moment, Sui Yu's phone vibrated, and he hurriedly silenced it. It was the cameraman. Sui Yu quickly typed a response. Let us observe first. Set your phone to silent, and we can communicate at any time. Got it. Then, Sui Yu began peering through the door's crack. Outside, he saw Zhuo Wei trembling. His frail body appeared even more pitiful. In contrast, Mr. Luo was robust and imposing, resembling a bandit. Little Wei, don't be afraid, don't be nervous. I will be very gentle with you. Mr. Luo grinned, his smile reminiscent of a wolf. What do you intend to do? I'm not made of glass. Zhuo Wei retreated a couple of steps, his legs tightening with fear written across his face. Stop pretending. You're not a virgin. Many have had their way with you. Come on, let me take care of you. Mr. Luo laughed heartily as he approached Zhuo Wei and swiftly unbuckled his pants. Zhuo Wei, with his slight frame, could not resist. Soon, Sui Yu and the cameraman heard a piercing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The scene was unbearable for Sui Yu to witness. Brother, shall we not intervene? At that moment, Sui Yu's phone lit up with a message from the cameraman. Sui Yu frowned and glanced outside. I truly wish to intervene. But look at Zhuo Wei. Does he not seem to be relishing this moment? Indeed, Zhuo Wei, having shed his initial struggles, now had his eyes gently closed. A visage that, while pained, also bore a hint of pleasure. The cameraman was taken aback. Has he grown accustomed to this? Everything that has transpired today has completely overturned my worldview. He took out his phone to reply to Sui Yu. Brother, did you know about Zhuo Wei's preference beforehand? Get lost. How would I know? I surmise that one can never truly comprehend their desires without experiencing them. Sui Yu's response came swiftly. The cameraman glanced outside once more, then back at his phone, his eyes reflecting a trace of admiration. Brother, you're incredible. Just a few rumors, and you've altered someone's inclinations. It's almost supernatural from now on. You shall be my true elder brother. Sui Yu chose not to respond again. His mind was preoccupied with the thought. Could it be that this trust card is so perverse that young Zhuo believes himself to be fragile? At that moment, General Manager Luo and Zhuo Wei were nearing the conclusion of their encounter. General Manager Luo, robust in stature yet lacking in stamina, concluded their engagement, pulled up his trousers, and kicked Zhuo Wei squarely on the backside. Damn it, I never expected you to be such a novice, complying so readily on your first time. You wretched creature. Zhuwei fell to the ground, but smiled as he rose, feigning indignation as he said, General Manager Luo, you promised to be gentle. Why are you behaving like this? Gentle? General Manager Luo paused, then erupted into laughter. Yes, gentle. Ha ha ha. Darling, get up. We must attend to business. Have you forgotten why I summoned you today? To reconcile accounts? Zhuwei quickly caught on. Right here? Is there a safer place than this? General Manager Luo chuckled. This is a restroom, devoid of surveillance. And this particular one has been out of order for a considerable time. Your earlier cries went unheard. Tell me, is this not the safest haven? Indeed, it is secure. That is, unless there are two individuals secretly hiding inside. At this moment, Sui Yu and the cameraman held their breaths, aware that what they truly desired was about to unfold. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion, General Manager Luo was entirely oblivious to the presence of others in the restroom. He retrieved a ledger from his bag, flipped to a page, and coldly began to recite, Zhuwei, for years ago, you captured a video of Yang Tian meeting with a young heartthrob, demanding a ransom of 5 million. It was duly received. Yet I have heard whispers that the actual amount was far greater. Moreover, for years ago, you filmed a video of King Zhou with an unknown third-tier celebrity, demanding 6 million. Yet when I checked the records, the transfer was 800,000. 3 years ago, during a certain young heartthrob selection of consorts. What sum did you demand? 2 years ago, General Manager Luo continued for a good 10 minutes, leaving Sui Yu and the cameraman utterly astonished. Names that resonate like thunder, titans of the entertainment industry. To my astonishment, Zhuwei possesses such a plethora of damaging information. With such leverage, how could one not amass wealth? And then, the voice of General Luo once again reverberated. And then, Sui Yu quickly perked up his ears. Is this the matter at hand? Have you disclosed everything about Anan's past? How much do you intend to extort regarding her affair with this fresh-faced youth? Damn it, I demand you release the funds owed to me. Zhuwei grinned like a lapdog. Release, they're now entirely in your service. Hee, what is there to fear? General Luo, Brother Luo, I am utterly captivated by your charisma just now. Does this even matter? What is mine is yours. Upon hearing this, the cameraman could no longer contain his laughter. However, this laughter proved to be their undoing. Who? General Luo bellowed, turning his head, warily eyeing the closed restroom door. Incompetent at achieving success, yet proficient at causing failure, Sui Yu cursed inwardly. Ultimately, they had revealed themselves. Sui Yu decided to step out boldly. If I were to claim we merely came to use the restroom, would you believe it? Sui Yu emerged with a beaming smile and uttered those words. The expressions of General Luo and Zhuwei changed immediately, and they hastily flung open all the doors, soon dragging the cameraman out as well. Who are you? What did you hear just now? General Luo barked menacingly. Sui Yu? Before either could respond, Zhuwei gazed at Sui Yu and spoke slowly. Having followed the live broadcast these days, Zhuwei recognized him, despite the slight differences between his on-screen persona and reality. What? Is he Sui Yu? General Luo's anger intensified upon hearing this. Damn it, you deliberately eavesdropped, didn't you? I will kill you. General Luo clenched his fists, ready to advance. Sui Yu felt a surge of panic. This General Luo, with his brutish demeanor, appeared rather intimidating. Don't come any closer, Sui Yu shouted, then turned and, in a moment of quick thinking, yanked the cameraman over. I tell you, he is a police officer. If you dare approach, he will arrest you. Police officer? General Luo halted, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at the cameraman. What proof do you have that he is a police officer? I recently visited the police station. Everyone is aware of it. I am a hero, and he is the one who returned me to the production team. I simply needed to use the restroom in a hurry. This is common knowledge. With that, he shot a glance at the cameraman. The cameraman understood immediately, gathering his courage to step forward. I am a police officer. You two are suspected of conspiring to assault another person. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhuwei felt fear wash over him, recalling that a police officer had indeed been tailing Sui Yu. Suddenly, the weight of their previous conversation struck him, and he was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to his knees. Officer, I was wrong. Please don't arrest me. I don't want to face the consequences. Chapter 52. We need heroes like you. Perhaps it was the influence of the trust card, or perhaps the events of the day had utterly shattered Zhuo Wei's worldview. The once formidable paparazzi leader, who instilled fear in countless individuals within the entertainment industry, had now completely lost his former composure. He crawled over, pitifully clinging to the photographer's leg. "Officer, I was wrong. I beg you, just let me go. I don't want to go to jail." "Get away." The photographer, agitated, was still grappling with the recent events. In a moment of desperation, he kicked Zhuo Wei aside. Zhuo Wei was sent tumbling, and the pain surged through his backside and body. Yet, he persisted, struggling to rise and crawl once more towards the photographer. However, before he could reach, another large foot came crashing down. "Get lost. Why don't you act like a man?" It was President Luo. Seeing Zhuo Wei's state, he was seething with rage. Zhuo Wei was kicked again, left dazed and bewildered. The intense pain and humiliation finally overwhelmed him, and tears began to stream down his face. "Why are you hitting me? I'm not even a man anymore. After everything, can I still be considered one? You promised to be gentle with me, and now you don't even recognize me." The three bystanders were appalled. Zhuo Wei had become overly effeminate far too quickly. Had his true nature been awakened? Before they could confirm, President Luo stormed forward, delivering another furious kick. "Damn it, get back. I'll beat you to death, you worthless fool. Tell me, what are you afraid of? We're in a restroom. There are no cameras. Even if they hear us, what can they do? At worst, we'll just say we were having some fun together. It's consensual. What is there to be afraid of? Even if he is a cop, what can he do? Without evidence, who can touch us? We were just joking around. Put on a show, right?" Old Luo was quite astute. In this day and age, words alone held no weight, as long as the ledger remained in his possession. He had nothing to fear. As for that policeman, just one man, if he dared intervene, Luo would not hesitate to destroy him. Suddenly, Zhuo Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Right? We haven't committed any crimes. What we did was merely our personal preference. Who can hold that against us? Ha! Old Luo, I'm not being tortured anymore. We could be together forever, and I'm so happy." Zhuo Wei had completely broken down. Sui Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he forced a smile despite his discomfort. Congratulations to both of you on finding true love. In this situation, it seems only fitting to have a piece of music to celebrate." He then turned to the photographer. Do we still have our instruments?" The photographer paused for a moment before quickly retrieving a suona from his bag. "Brother, is this what you meant? There is nothing else? Didn't we buy a lot?" Indeed, after acquiring an array of musical skills, Sui Yu, while fulfilling his tasks, ventured into a musical instrument shop, purchasing every instrument he could play and even those he could not. Now, how did he end up with only a suona? The cameraman, with a pained expression, nodded. "Brother, the others were too large to fit in my bag. This is the only one that can be accommodated. Perhaps you can make do with it?" With no alternative, Sui Yu accepted the suona and brought it to his lips. The moment the suona sounded, the entire venue was engulfed in tears. A heart-wrenching melody was exquisitely performed. Zhuo Wei once again succumbed to tears, overwhelmed by an unfathomable sorrow. He lamented, "Lao Luo, why does this piece feel like a farewell to you? It weighs heavily on my heart." Lao Luo's face mirrored his sadness. "I don't know why, but upon hearing it, I feel compelled to weep." "You rascal, cease your playing." As Lao Luo interrupted, Sui Yu gradually halted the mournful tune, smiling at the two of them. It was merely an emotional outburst. I couldn't help but pay tribute to the chrysanthemum that little Zhuo has just lost. But do not fret, this was an accident. There is another song I'd like you to hear, if you would. "Oh, very well, let us listen." Under the influence of trust, Lao Luo found himself inexplicably inclined to acquiesce to Sui Yu's words. Sui Yu, unreserved, cleared his throat and began to sing a song he had drawn in a previous lottery. "The chrysanthemum withers, the ground is strewn with sorrow, your smile has faded, and the flowers fall, leaving the heart in anguish." Beautiful. Wait a moment. The chrysanthemum withers? Lao Luo suddenly realized, and fury once again contorted his face. "You bastard. Are you deliberately mocking me?" Lao Luo believed that Sui Yu was intentionally ridiculing him. Such individuals, with their abnormal inclinations, often bear psychological burdens that deviate from the norm. They are sensitive, forever perceiving that many actions of others are mockery directed at them, including Sui Yu's current demeanor. But is that truly the case? Sui Yu sighed deeply, glancing at the time and then at Lao Luo, his gaze filled with complexity. Oh, Lao Luo, do not overthink it. You must cultivate your self-confidence. Do you not understand? Just like now, you should confidently believe that I am indeed mocking you. This is a statement, not a question. Instantly, Lao Luo became agitated. You scoundrel, I will kill you. With that, he set his bag aside and rushed forward. Sui Yu hastily retreated 2 steps, calling out, Brother, hold on, someone is coming. You should deal with them first. Who? Lao Luo paused instinctively. Then he heard the sound of several footsteps drawing nearer, about to burst in. Of course, it is those who have come to apprehend you. With reinforcements approaching, Sui Yu felt emboldened. The police? One must admit, at that moment, Lao Luo's reaction was remarkably swift. Sui Yu had informed Li Yi as soon as they mentioned the ledger. Calculating the time, it was now due. Without the time to pursue Sui Yu, Lao Luo pivoted and made a beeline for his bag. Zhuwei, hurry! Destroy the ledger. He recognized that this was his sole piece of evidence. As long as it was destroyed, he would have nothing to fear, even if the police arrived. At this moment, Zhuwei comprehended the gravity of the situation, and an immense force surged through his body as he charged toward the ledger. Just as the two were about to seize it, a critical moment arose. Sui Yu gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, shouting, Damn it! I just learned some grappling techniques. How can I endure this humiliation? With that, he launched himself at General Luo in a standard grappling stance. Although Luo was imposing in stature, he was caught off guard and was unexpectedly toppled to the ground by Sui Yu. Sui Yu swiftly restrained him. At that moment, only Zhuwei remained on the scene. Sui Yu, feeling overwhelmed, shouted again, Cameraman, are you merely watching the show? Quickly stop him. Brother, I wanted to say. The cameraman attempted to respond. What are you saying? Hurry up. Sui Yu interrupted him in frustration. However, it was too late. Seeing Zhuwei charging forward, Sui Yu had no choice but to extend a foot in an attempt to obstruct him. Yet, this very action caused him to loosen his grip on General Luo. Seizing the opportunity, lunged forward with a fierce expression. Damn it, I will end you. Unbeknownst to Luo, he produced a small knife and, with a determined heart, lunged at Sui Yu. Sui Yu hastily recoiled, but the knife still found its mark. Am I dead? Was Sui Yu's immediate reaction. He felt no pain. Perhaps death truly renders one oblivious to suffering. As General Luo finally broke free from his restraint, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Clang! At that moment, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Li Yi's arrival put an abrupt end to the farce. General Luo and Zhuwei were swiftly subdued. Sui Yu, clutching his abdomen, collapsed on the ground, gazing at Li Yi with a particularly woeful expression. It's over. I've been stabbed. I'm going to die. I shall become a martyr. Li Yi approached, crouched down to inspect the knife, furrowed his brow, and then a smile crept across his lips. It's fine. It didn't penetrate at all. At most, it just grazed your skin. You won't even need a band-aid. What? No harm? Sui Yu suddenly regained his senses, gently withdrawing the dagger to confirm the absence of blood, and then patted his abdomen. Oh my, I'm truly fine. In that moment, Sui Yu felt an immense relief. Of course, if you were in trouble, you wouldn't be able to shout at all, let alone worry about becoming a martyr, Li Yi teased. However, Sui Yu was in no mood for laughter. He recalled the earlier scene and angrily approached the cameraman. Why the hell didn't you stop Zhuwei earlier? Indeed, the cameraman had to take the blame for this mishap. If he hadn't been so cowardly, Sui Yu would not have found himself in such a predicament. The cameraman stared at Sui Yu with innocent eyes, bewildered. Brother, this is not my fault. It truly isn't. You were too impulsive. I was about to say that I was recording. Even without the ledger, they wouldn't escape. So there was no need to be reckless. What? Sui Yu was stunned. This meant his earlier struggle was in vain? The knife wound was for naught? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, convinced that the cameraman was to blame for everything. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Sui Yu erupted. I bought a watch last year. At this moment, Li Yi approached, patting Sui Yu's shoulder and offering words of solace. It's all right, you are very brave. We need heroes like you. Next chapter will return to the entertainment industry theme. By the way, Please give a nudge for updates on the bookshelf. Thank you all. Chapter 53. You are a national hero. Zhuo Wei and Mr. Luo were taken away. As Zhuo Wei left, he limped noticeably, clearly suffering from discomfort. Sighing deeply, Li Yi observed Zhuo Wei's condition, pondering how a once wholesome individual could end up in such a state. He turned to Sui Yu and for the first time felt a hint of fear towards him. Sui Yu, too, was reflective, considering his own nobility. In truth, I'm a good person. I helped him find true love. I just wonder if they will be able to remain together after this. Li Yi shook his head. That is unlikely. They will have to be separated once inside. However, don't worry too much. With Zhuo Wei's interests, he will surely find more true love in there. I will ensure he is well taken care of. After all, that place is truly a realm of withered flowers. Sui Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Director Li, you are truly formidable. You are the real tough one. A profound sense of worry for Zhuo Wei's future enveloped Sui Yu. Once matters were settled, everyone returned to their respective homes, except for Sui Yu, who was assigned to the hospital. You are a significant contributor. You must undergo a thorough examination. Were Li Yi's exact words. Unable to decline, Sui Yu decided to treat it as a routine health check, deeming it inconsequential. Now, Sui Yu lay alone on a hospital bed in a single room, feeling utterly bored. Hey, nurse, when will I be examined? I've been here for several hours. Surely someone can attend to me, he shouted. However, there was no response. Frustrated, Sui Yu raised his voice, shouting even louder, Is anyone there? I'm unwell. I need to use the restroom. Can a female nurse assist me? Enough shouting. At last, another voice responded. Upon seeing the stern-faced nurse entering, Sui Yu's face lit up with hope. Sister, when will I be examined? If you're busy, I can come back tomorrow. What examination? You are healthier than my dog. What do you need to be checked for? Director Li will be here shortly. Let him discuss it with you. The nurse replied coldly. Sui Yu was taken aback. No examination? Director Li? Yes, Director Li has instructed you to remain here. As long as you refrain from making a scene or running around, my task will be complete. So, cooperate. Otherwise, I'll arrange for a sedative. With that, the nurse slammed the door behind her. 2 hours later, Director Li finally arrived. Upon seeing him, Sui Yu immediately expressed his displeasure. Director Li, what is the meaning of this? Why haven't you arranged for my examination? Is this how you treat your contributors? Laughing heartily, Li Yi replied, Arrangements will be made, of course. He then produced a box of band-aids. I'll pay for this myself. Don't be shy. Just apply this. Is that it? Indeed. Li Yi wore an air of nonchalance. This minor injury of yours? A mere adhesive bandage would suffice, wouldn't it? No need for you to feel obliged to pay or treat me to a meal. Hey! Sui Yu's fury was already boiling over. All right, I was merely jesting. Li Yi quickly reassured him. Do not be angry. I've come to share some splendid news. No, I feel that every word you utter now is a trap. Sui Yu lamented. I must warn you, should you attempt to deceive me again, I shall not hesitate to sever ties. How could I dare to trick you? Li Yi shook his head. After all, I too fear the consequences. As he spoke, he instinctively touched his back. Enough with the long face. This time, I assure you, is truly good news. We are preparing to package you as a model citizen, a hero, to promote to society at large. The draft is already complete. Take a look. Li Yi handed over a document to Sui Yu. Upon opening it, Sui Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A hero from the common folk. Exemplary citizen, Sui Yu assists the police in dismantling a major fraud case involving nearly 100 million. In pursuit of crucial evidence, he sustained a knife wound. Blood spilling on the scene. Just reading that portion left Sui Yu dumbfounded. The initial part was acceptable, but the latter? Blood spilling on the scene? Was this for real? The only one who truly bled was Zhuo Wei. This is all right, isn't it? Sui Yu weakly inquired. Absolutely. Li answered decisively. Our nation requires heroes. This era craves heroes. We need you to become a beacon of hope, instilling positive energy in the hearts of many. It is our responsibility. So what is a little embellishment? Sui Yu, you must understand, you carry not only your own burden, but also the faith of countless ordinary people. I pledge my blood for the cause, whether I stay or go. Goodness, is it that serious? Observing Li Yi's earnest demeanor, Sui Yu found himself convinced. Just as he was about to express his determination to fulfill this task, Li interjected, "Of course, you need not feel pressured. Our decision serves an even greater purpose, one that impacts the livelihoods of many. That is, the pressure of performance. It is no easy task for the police. They must achieve results." What? Sui Yu's earlier sentiment evaporated instantly. Li, you truly are cunning. Yet, unbeknownst to Sui Yu, this event would profoundly alter the course of his future. The next day, the production team of the Reversal of a Female Star program released footage of how Sui Yu managed to deal with Zhuo Wei. Although much had been edited out, such as the inappropriate exchanges between Zhuo Wei and President Luo, Sui Yu's stabbing incident, and the exposure of various scandals involving those celebrities, the remaining content was still enough to leave viewers utterly astonished. When netizens witnessed the segment where Sui Yu interviewed Zhuo Wei's parents, they were nearly speechless. So, all of Zhuo Wei's claims were fabricated by Sui Yu? The notion of performing eye exercises at the tender age of 3 is indeed a sensitive topic. The tale of Water Margin unfolds as a narrative of robust men and women. I found myself in an awkward predicament when I neglected to unplug the charger overnight. Sui Yu, I am at a loss for words to adequately convey my admiration for you. Comrades, this video is not suitable for viewing during mealtime. I inadvertently sprayed my girlfriend in the face and am now penitent, kneeling in remorse. Speaking of Sui Yu, doesn't this border on slander? As the video progresses, witnessing the vile countenance of Zhuo Wei and General Luo while Sui Yu plays the suona and sings, silence envelopes the room as Zhuo Wei stumbles out at the conclusion. Does anyone know the name of that song? I found it quite melodious. I searched for it online, but to no avail. It appears to be yet another original piece by Sui Yu. I am compelled to inquire. Zhuo Wei and that fellow Luo are undoubtedly villains. But is Sui Yu's approach justifiable? Zhuo Wei is indeed unfortunate. However, he has found his true love. In the third floor discussion, can one truly employ conventional methods against malevolence? Why not venture to Les Han if you are so idealistic? The means are significant, for even wrongdoers possess human rights. Observe their actions, and may you find yourself in a situation where your privacy is compromised, and you still advocate for the human rights of the individual who intrudes upon your life. A heated debate erupted online, with netizens divided into two factions. One side argued that malevolence must be eradicated at all costs, even if it necessitates unconventional measures. The opposing camp contended that one must never combat evil with evil, regardless of the circumstances. Each side presented their arguments with fervor, showcasing the full extent of keyboard warrior prowess. However, this farce soon reached its conclusion. That afternoon, the police issued a statement. Our heroes nearly sacrificed their lives for the nation. How can we cast blame upon them? We are the Daxiao Police Department. And I must clarify that all actions taken by Sui Yu were lawful and had received approval from our agency and superiors. As for the allegations of Sui Yu spreading rumors, is this not a common tactic employed by Zhuo and many unscrupulous media outlets? Secondly, we owe our gratitude to Mr. Sui Yu for employing Zhuo Wei's own tactics against him, creating a rift that allowed us to capture them all in one fell swoop. The entire operation was meticulously coordinated, and without Sui Yu's involvement in its formulation and execution, such a seamless outcome would have been impossible. Thirdly, in our apprehension of Zhuo Wei and Luo, we have uncovered nearly 100 million in implicated funds, marking this as the largest extortion case in recent years. By this measure alone, Sui Yu is a hero, not a villain. Lastly, with a heavy heart, I must inform you that during the final apprehension, Sui Yu was grievously wounded by a knife while protecting crucial evidence, blood staining the scene. When I visited him in the hospital, he gazed at me and uttered a single phrase, "I offer my blood for Xian Yuan." He is but an ordinary individual who has accomplished feats beyond the reach of many. What grounds do we have to criticize him? In light of these revelations, our department has submitted a request to honor Sui Yu with the title of Urban Hero, and we hope for a world filled with more individuals who take action. Upon the release of this news, those who previously criticized Sui Yu have all but vanished. When the authorities seek to elevate someone, dissenting voices are rarely heard. In the comments section, Sui Yu has acquired yet another title. Is this a police operation? A sum exceeding 100 million. Is that all it takes for such a minor target? How? Is Zhuowei so affluent? Has Sui Yu been injured? Is it serious? Which hospital is he in? I would offer my blood for Xian Yuan, having almost sacrificed my own life. Is this truly for justice or merely foreign? Zhuowei's capture has allowed and to evade public scrutiny, yet Sui Yu's paid a grievous price in blood. Such a person, and initially considered ending their relationship with him? Suddenly, my heart aches for Sui Yu. He has already parted ways with him. I declare that Sui Yu shall be my husband henceforth. No, he is my husband, and no one shall take him from me. He is the only one I deem worthy of lifelong devotion. Such admirable men are rare. Ladies, do not quarrel. He shall be the nation's beloved husband, the one and only national husband of Daxia. Meanwhile, N's account is inundated with various insults. Are you pleased? Watching your ex-boyfriend risk his life for you, while you still wish to exploit his past affections. Sui Yu is correct. You are but a selfish individual. Why did you abandon such a good person? Is your so-called career truly that significant? You deserve not to reconcile. You are unworthy, and chose not to respond. Perhaps she deemed it unnecessary, or perhaps she believed that any reply would be futile. She remained silent throughout the day. On the other hand, Sui Yu is occupied with phone calls. Hello, Liu Tianwang? Is it truly you? Hua Ge, I am your idol. No, you are my idol. Haha, it's Sui Yu, right? I've heard about your situation. You deserve more respect than any of us. I called to discuss something. One of my friends seems to have some fabricated material that Zhuowei had previously acquired. Are you aware of this? Rest assured, Hua Ge, I know nothing. Haha, Sui Yu, straightforward as ever. From now on, you are my little brother. If you need anything, just send a word, and I'll take care of it. That day, Sui Yu received numerous such calls, all from various titans of the entertainment industry. Zhuowei's arrest had put them on edge. If certain details were to be revealed, it could spell trouble for all involved. They had connections and learned that the police had decided to remain tight-lipped, and the cinematographers were relatively amenable. Thus, Sui Yu was the only remaining variable. His unified response to all inquiries was, I know nothing. A remarkably sensible reply. He is not Zhuowei. He would never engage in such dubious conduct. Look at Zhuowei. Engaging in such affairs repeatedly has led to his downfall, has it not? Because of this, Sui Yu garnered the goodwill of numerous entertainment industry magnates. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for a flawless debut. Just as Sui Yu was preparing to set aside his phone for a brief respite, it rang once more. It was the director of the program. Hello, Sui Yu. When can you return to participate in the show? As soon as the call connected, the director inquired urgently. Director, I can return tomorrow. So soon? The director was somewhat taken aback. What about your health? I'm fine. It was exaggerated by Director Li and the others. I will return tomorrow. All right, but the director hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate something. What is it? Sui Yu inquired, puzzled. Sigh. The director exhaled deeply. Let me speak candidly. There is no point in concealing the truth. I have just received the notification, and then has decided to withdraw from the program. What? Sui Yu felt a sudden wave of confusion. And then has withdrawn? The director reiterated the news. Anan's agent has already requested the termination of her contract. Although the storm surrounding Zhuowei has subsided, her popularity has inevitably declined significantly. This decision was reached after much deliberation among us. The show must go on, and we will seek a new guest to fill her role. The purpose of my call is to confirm when you might be able to return. The director explained extensively in one breath. Is there any possibility of her returning? Sui Yu asked the question almost instinctively. I don't know. The director replied without providing a definitive answer. We shall observe the progress of the program. If the audience's calls for her return are substantial during the show, we will consider it. I understand, Sui Yu said as he hung up the phone. Subsequently, he opened his mobile device and began browsing through online news. As he scrolled, he closed his eyes momentarily, feeling uncertain about whether his recent actions were right or wrong. If he had not publicly uttered those words of rejection during the live broadcast, would the situation be more favorable now? The tumult surrounding Zhuowei has passed, and it has not committed the act she was accused of. This should have been a perfect opportunity for redemption. Regrettably, the attention of netizens has long shifted away from that narrative. Anan's self-directed drama has made her the target of public disdain. Sui Yu endured criticism for her sake, yet she continues to exploit that affection. How could she bear such audacity? Initially, she selfishly abandoned a man who loved her dearly, so she ought to reflect on whether she truly deserves to be our idol. A person who can manipulate their past as a means of redemption deserves Sui Yu's rejection. I no longer wish to see any news about her. Selfishness and scheming have become Anne's new labels. Has she truly shot herself in the foot with her actions? What is her true intention behind all this? Is she hoping to achieve a perfect balance, redeeming herself while rekindling her relationship with Sui Yu? Or is she merely exploiting Sui Yu to enrich her own persona? Sui Yu remains uncertain, perhaps only and knows the answer within her heart. Yet, he still yearns to call her to inquire about her well-being. However, Sui Yu hesitates to dial the number. He is unsure whether his feelings are those of an ardent admirer or a deeply sentimental individual. But do you truly not have that one person who lingers in your thoughts? Even when you are aware that you will not be together, does hearing their name or seeing their updates not stir emotions within you? Ultimately, Sui Yu set the phone down. Let the past remain in the past. Let those who are unforgettable fade into the recesses of memory. Yet, the story does not conclude here. The following morning, Sui Yu arrived at the program's venue, where all the staff members stood up to greet him with enthusiasm. Naturally, Sui Yu reciprocated their warmth, yet he sensed something amiss. Today, it seemed that everyone was showering him with compliments. Although they had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship, most interactions had been merely polite nods. The treatment he received today, with everyone actively standing to acknowledge him, was typically reserved for high-profile figures like Boss Yang or Anna, wasn't it? Upon entering the inner room, he found both male and female guests already present, making him the last to arrive. "Hello, everyone," Sui Yu greeted them with a smile. The 5 male guests promptly stood up. "Good day, Mr. Sui." Their titles had shifted. Sui Yu felt a bit bewildered. "What do you mean, Mr. Sui? Please, have a seat. There's no need for such formality." "You first," the 5 men insisted respectfully. With no other option, Sui Yu took a seat, his mind swirling with questions. What was going on with these individuals? Were they plotting something against him? At that moment, Jia Ling approached with an endearing demeanor. "Sui, my dear brother, I could tell you were exceptional the moment I laid eyes on you. I never imagined your rise would be so swift. How are you feeling now? Would you like me to fan you? My family has a long-standing tradition in traditional Chinese medicine." Jia Ling was indeed someone who spoke her mind without fear of any scandal. Sister Ling, I'm perfectly fine, really. Being young means recovering swiftly." Sui Yu quickly replied. Jia Ling burst into laughter. "Sui, you're quite the comedian. With that sense of humor, I feel you would thrive in the comedy scene. The big leagues of entertainment welcome you." As soon as she finished, someone voiced their discontent. "Oh, Sister Ling, are you already poaching talent?" Boss Yang interjected. "Sui Yu was reserved for me long ago. Shouldn't we adhere to the principle of first come, first served?" Jia Ling shook her head. "Mir, your statement is misguided. You still don't understand your Sister Ling. In my realm, there's no such thing as yielding when it comes to men. I always charge ahead, even if I've never succeeded. It's all about the spirit, you see?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. The conversation flowed freely, with everyone engaging in light banter. Yet, Sui Yu still acutely perceived the shift in the attitudes of those around him. "Sui Yu, let us exchange WeChat. Perhaps we might collaborate in the future," one of the previously unfamiliar female guests suggested. "Yes, I'd like to add you as well," another chimed in. "Sui Yu, remember to take me along for any good opportunities that arise." Several female guests, who had not been very acquainted with him before, requested to connect on WeChat. It is essential to note that this was merely a variety show, and familiarity was typically limited to the performance. Such personal exchanges of WeChat were rare, leaving Sui Yu utterly perplexed. Could it be that his title as the city's hero had garnered their admiration? It seemed far-fetched. At that moment, Boss Yang leaned in once more. "Are you perplexed?" he asked softly. Sui Yu nodded. Yang smiled slightly. "It's quite simple, really. You have become popular. When you achieve fame, the world around you transforms. Having experienced the tumultuous events surrounding Android Way, your popularity has surged to unprecedented heights these past few days. To put it succinctly, do you have any idea of the current number of your followers on Jubo?" Sui Yu shook his head. He had never previously possessed an account on this social platform. It was only after participating in this program that he reluctantly created one, which he had entrusted to the production team for management, rarely accessing it himself. Boss Yang appeared somewhat exasperated, while others exert painstaking effort to achieve fame. This individual seems genuinely indifferent to such matters. She continued, "You currently boast 7 million followers, a staggering increase that seemingly occurred overnight. It is already confirmed that you are destined to become the next sensation. I anticipate that advertisers, endorsement opportunities, and entertainment companies will soon come knocking. Sui Yu, you are inherently suited for a career in the entertainment industry. One cannot contest fate. So, have you considered joining our company?" Once again, Boss Yang extended her invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Yu ultimately opted to decline. "Sister me, I'm a bit bewildered at the moment. May I take some time to think it over?" Boss Yang's eyes sparkled. "Thinking it over? There is potential." She smiled gently, observing Sui Yu with a contemplative gaze. "You think you can escape my grasp?" Chapter 56. The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. Building a Beautiful Homeland. The substitute female guest is the beloved Yang Chaoyue, a remarkably popular and fortunate artist. Known as the human lucky charm, she is revered before exams. This is not mere hyperbole. In truth, Yang Chaoyue is a delightful person. Her presence brought joy to everyone. Jia Ling candidly remarked that the production team finally had a second source of humor. Following a warm welcome, all the guests took their seats. With an absent, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Shortly thereafter, the director entered the live broadcast room, commencing a new day of streaming. As per tradition, he began by posing questions to the audience. Previously, we experienced budget travel and university life, yet many have expressed that these do not reflect their ideals of love. Therefore, today, I wish to inquire about your romantic experiences. What kinds of love have you encountered? Boss Yang, would you care to set an example for everyone? Boss Yang smiled, naturally unfazed by such inquiries. I have indeed been in love. My experiences are quite simple. Watching movies together, shopping, engaging in all the activities we adore. What matters is the shared companionship. Even a stroll down the street feels blissful. It is only in love that I allow myself to embrace a childlike innocence, focusing solely on the present, which encapsulates my aspirations at that time. The audience erupted in applause, appreciating her eloquent expression. Subsequently, the director turned to Reba. I have never been in love, or perhaps I am uncertain if what I experience qualifies as love. At this point, Reba inadvertently cast a glance at Sui Yu. I feel as though I have never truly possessed you, yet it seems I have lost you countless times. I eagerly anticipate the day when I can partake in all the activities that lovers typically engage in, preparing breakfast together, strolling hand in hand, and witnessing the breathtaking beauty of sunrises and sunsets. The director chuckled softly, assuring me that one day I would certainly experience this. The others, too, pondered whether love truly manifests in such a manner, and everyone nodded in agreement. In truth, love holds a remarkably similar essence in the hearts of all. Observing the collective reaction, the director finally turned his gaze towards Sui Yu. With a playful smirk, he remarked that this was the current trend that captivated audiences. He could overlook anyone, but Sui Yu is an exception. Sui Yu, aside from your well-known romance, have you had other romantic encounters? The director tactfully sidestepped the mention of Aaron, aiming to boost the show's ratings by delving into Sui Yu's gossip beyond Aaron. This was precisely what the audience craved. Sui Yu chuckled, fully aware of the director's intentions. However, did he perceive himself as easily manipulated? With a sigh, Sui Yu began to reminisce. During my high school years, I was regarded as the heartthrob of our school, and I found myself enamored with the school's belle. A match made in heaven. The perfect union of beauty and charm, a truly romantic tale. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished by Sui Yu's unexpected cooperation. This was precisely the kind of narrative that captivated viewers, aligning with the episode's theme of romance. Yet, the director sensed that this revelation was insufficient. Thus, with an ulterior motive, he inquired, "So, did you two end up together? What was the culmination of your relationship? Did you hold hands, share kisses?" Were it not for the fear of censorship, the director would have boldly asked the 3 words that lingered in his mind. Did you sleep together? Sui Yu cast a disdainful glance at the director. Look at your eagerness. One might think you were the one in love. Then, with a serious demeanor, Sui Yu continued. Eventually, I confessed my feelings to her, and my confession was successful. However, we did not end up together. What? A successful confession that did not lead to a relationship? The logic baffled everyone. Only the director, with a knowing glint in his eye, understood. It must have been because early romances were frowned upon back then, leading you to choose to part ways, correct? That is quite common. Early love is often viewed as a grievous sin by parents and schools alike. Hence, many high school romances falter under such pressures. As the group began to sympathize with this tale of lost love, Sui Yu unexpectedly rejected this explanation. No, it was because the school belle came from a poor family, and I suggested we break up. What? Such audacity. The comments section erupted with disbelief. While it is common for girls to reject boys based on financial status, it was rare for boys to do the same to girls. What a peculiar situation. To still be concerned about such matters in school? Sui Yu, you seem far too mature for your age. This is your national heartthrob? How amusing. Many comments began to criticize Sui Yu vehemently. The director was left dumbfounded, staring at Sui Yu with a fiery gaze. Do you realize how detrimental your words are? You may not care for popularity, but do show some compassion for our production team. It is imperative that we salvage this situation. Sui Yu, are you jesting? How could one ponder financial matters in that era? After all, you were merely in high school back then. Surely, you must be joking with us, correct? No, it is indeed true. Sui Yu asserted with unwavering conviction, once again engulfed in nostalgia. I vividly recall that day, with snowflakes swirling and the northern wind howling. In the biting cold, I walked her home, my demeanor gentle as I offer my company. Yet, she merely cast a frosty glance my way and uttered a heart-wrenching phrase that still pains me. There's no door to my house. I wept at that moment, for her plight was so dire that her family was impoverished to the point of lacking even a door. Consequently, I chose to part ways with her. Silence enveloped the room. Initially, everyone sat in stunned disbelief, the atmosphere thick with quietude. After a considerable pause, laughter erupted throughout the crowd. How absurdly poor. The online community went into a frenzy. Buddy, the Dayin society welcomes you. You should swiftly pivot to a career in comedy. Is this what poverty looks like? Lacking even a door? Hilarious, truly. Don't you think Sui Yu's situation is rather tragic? He spoke of it so casually, yet imagine the scene. Yearning to escort the girl he cherished home only to be spurned, all while feigning nonchalance as he recounted this memory. My heart aches for Sui Yu. A collective sympathy indeed. When he mentioned weeping, do you genuinely believe it was solely due to the school beauty as poverty? Sui Yu, the eternal national husband. The director was utterly at a loss for words. Countless phrases raced through his mind, yet none could seamlessly follow Sui Yu's narrative. This young man truly possesses a talent for captivating the audience. The director, resigned, decided to bypass that topic entirely. Well then, Mr. Sui Yu, what is your current perspective on love? Sui Yu smiled. However, that smile instilled a sense of unease in the director. As anticipated, Sui Yu's subsequent words shattered the director's composure. My view on love is quite simple. The wise do not enter the realm of love. They contribute to the construction of a beautiful homeland. The director felt a surge of frustration. This was entirely unconventional. How was he to respond? The show must go on. Fortunately, the director was no fool. Well said. Such vision is commendable. It appears that everyone's views on love are predominantly filled with romantic notions and poetic sentiments. Alas, it is not springtime at present. Nevertheless, we can still indulge in romance and poetic musings. Today, we shall allow each group of guests to experience a day filled with romance and poetic sentiments. The group assignments have been finalized. Sui Yu, you shall be paired with Boss Yang. What? Sui Yu exclaimed. To experience romance and poetic sentiments with Boss Yang? Please urge for updates, comment. Everything. Chapter 57. A Day of Romance and Poetic Sentiments with Boss Yang. Director, this is unfair. Aren't we supposed to draw lots every time? Why the direct assignment this time? This was Sui Yu's spontaneous exclamation. The director shot him a sidelong glance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Unfair? There is no one more equitable than I in this world. Others affectionately refer to me as the Fairness Prince. Why choose you in Boss Yang? Because you left the production team for 2 days While everyone else is already paired up, even the newly arrived Chow Yu has made her choice. You are the last one left. Do you understand? What? Am I unwanted? Sui Yu felt a bit foolish and somewhat embarrassed. He turned to look at Boss Yang, and at once his entire being shuddered. Boss Yang's piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Sui Yu hurriedly spoke up. Director, you misunderstood. I meant to say, why have you suddenly become so amiable? A beauty like Boss Yang is the goddess of our male contestants. I was merely inquiring, how did such good fortune come to rest upon me? It's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. What did you say? Immediately, several other female contestants protested. So, you mean we are not goddesses, that we are unworthy of you? Just a few days ago, you claimed I was the most beautiful. Men, for 5 gazes, no less striking than Boss Yang's, were directed at Sui Yu. He felt goosebumps prickling all over and quickly lowered his head in silence. I cannot provoke them, especially not 6 women. The director, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. He then cleared his throat and continued. Next, each group can freely embark on any activities they desire. However, at the end of the day, we will evaluate the sweetness of each group. The one with the lowest score will face the most brutal punishment in the history of our variety show. Trust me, this punishment will not disappoint any of you. The director wore a mischievous smile, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Goodness, it seems this time the director truly harbors ill intentions. As the program commenced, the 6 groups set off in their distinct directions. Boss Yang and Sui Yu found themselves on the bustling streets, walking side by side in silence. After a while, Boss Yang grew impatient. What's the plan? Hurry up and give me some suggestions. Sui Yu awkwardly chuckled. Why don't you decide? I'll decide for you. Boss Yang was even more displeased. Sui Yu, are you even a man? Have you never dated before, that you don't know how to take a girl out? Whatever you used to do with girls, that's what we're doing now. So hurry. Sui Yu was bewildered and looked at Boss Yang meekly. Is it really okay? Of course, just speak up. For the first time, Boss Yang found Sui Yu to be exceedingly hesitant. All right. Sui Yu gritted his teeth, took out his phone, opened a group buying platform, clicked on the hotel page, and then looked up at Boss Yang to ask, your place, my place, or a home like others? What? Boss Yang was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her face turning a shade of deep crimson. Sui Yu, I will kill you. No, don't come over here. Help. The comments section erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you think Sui Yu is doing this on purpose? Your place, my place, or a home like others? This is how you take someone to a hotel right after meeting them? Is this what they call the national husband? I see no difference for myself. We all like the same type of place. At this moment, in the live broadcast, Boss Yang was striding forward with a fiery demeanor, while Sui Yu hastened his steps in an attempt to keep up. Before long, Sui Yu found himself somewhat breathless. Hey, Boss Yang, could you please act a bit more mature? Are we still putting on a show, or have you abandoned your persona? Persona? Boss Yang turned around and chuckled coldly. What persona? The one for your rendezvous with women? I'll warn you, Sui Yu, from this moment on, behave yourself and cease these kinds of jokes. And stop with the hey. Hey, who are you calling hey? When conversing with women, one should use excuse me, please, and thank you to appear more courteous. Didn't your mother teach you that? Understood. Sui Yu replied obediently. Since you're no longer angry, how about we dine together later? Upon hearing this, a slight softness emerged on Boss Yang's face. This lad had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, before she could respond, a voice wafted into her ears. But Boss Yang, I'm afraid I have no money left. You shall treat me this time. Thank you. Boss Yang realized it was merely a figment of her imagination. Regrettably, she had celebrated too soon. Today was destined to be extraordinary. Ultimately, they did go out to eat. Man is iron, and rice is steel, regardless of who pays. One must eat. They chose a Sichuan restaurant, selected by Sui Yu, who was a person who relished spice. Once the dishes arrived, Sui Yu immediately began to feast with great delight, while Boss Yang savored her food delicately, embodying the image of a lady. However, midway through the meal, Boss Yang's expression suddenly soured, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She cradled her stomach, looking immensely pained. Sui Yu quickly sensed something amiss. What is wrong? He inquired with concern. Nothing, you eat. Boss Yang weakly waved her hand. Nothing? Just by looking at you, I can tell you're unwell. What is troubling you? Is there something wrong with the food? He began to raise his voice. Boss Yang hurriedly stopped him. Don't shout, don't shout. It's not the food. It's me. What's wrong with you? Sui Yu's eyes widened, as if eager to uncover the truth. Boss Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, bit the bullet and confessed. I have my period, and my stomach hurts. What? Then you. Sui Yu instinctively wished to comfort her. Stop. Boss Yang interrupted him once more. No advice about drinking hot water, no suggestions to avoid cold drinks, and absolutely no discussions about anything related to water. Sui Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Should I spray some Yunnan Bai Yao? He finally managed to utter. Boss Yang was exasperated. Spray you? You're only making my pain worse. Pain is correct. Comfort is reserved for the dead, Sui Yu argued sensibly. Shut your mouth. Boss Yang had completely lost her composure. I'm merely experiencing my period, and you wish to send me away? From now on, not a word from you. You're driving me mad. Remember, not a word. Observing the displeasure etched on Boss Yang's face, Sui Yu gradually lowered his head, murmuring in a tone of grievance. Humph, how can I know what to do? I haven't even had my period. After their meal, Boss Yang and Sui Yu exited the restaurant. Glancing at the live streams of others, her mood plummeted further. While several others were either joyfully frolicking at the amusement park or cozily watching a movie with popcorn, here they were, having merely dined on Sichuan cuisine and spent the entire time seething with anger. Was this a romantic outing? It felt more like an encounter between enemies. Boss Yang could no longer endure it. Sui Yu, tell me immediately what we are doing this afternoon. Don't dare say you don't know. Think back to what you did with Aaron. We shall do the same now, she shouted, feeling utterly wronged. In her lifetime, she had never faced such indignities. Since entering the entertainment industry, Boss Yang had worked tirelessly, striving for excellence in all endeavors. Even finishing second felt like a disgrace to her. Sui Yu, momentarily taken aback, began to reminisce about his past with Aaron, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Whatever I did with Aaron, I'll do with you. Yes. Hurry up and say it, no nonsense. Boss Yang interjected, her apprehension about Sui Yu conjuring up a situation they couldn't broadcast evident. I've got it. Boss Yang, follow me. Don't worry, we want to go to a budget hotel this time, Sui Yu exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious, as he pulled Boss Yang left and right until they soon halted in front of a large sign. Is this the place you meant? Boss Yang asked, uncertainty lacing her voice as she examined the sign. Yes, I told you, this is where 60 of my college memories reside. Back then, I was quite the sensation here. Known as the Wild Prince, Sui Yu proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Boss Yang was a loss for words. Her anger, already at a peak, threatened to overflow. You brought me to a gaming CAF for a date? What on earth were you thinking? This isn't just a gaming CAF, it's a net CAF. Don't worry, we'll get a private room for two, complete privacy guaranteed. Sui Yu continued to defend his choice. Just leave me alone. Boss Yang could no longer contain her frustration and turned to walk away. Wait, don't go, Boss Yang. I'm really good at this, Sui Yu pleaded. The comments section exploded with laughter. Even now, he is still bragging about being good at this. Sui Yu, you're too talented. Sui Yu, a quintessential straight man. This was a definitive conclusion. Yunnan Bai Yao. Net CF. Budget hotel. Bro, spare me. I'm laughing so hard I might pass out. Earlier, a neighbor had knocked on her door, inquiring if there was a lunatic residing in her home. An unsurprising question. Thus, Boss Yang and Sui Yu's day unfolded amid such extreme tensions, marked by the highest viewership in their live stream and the lowest sweetness ranking. This was their ultimate outcome. Don't deny it. You've been arguing all day. You've rightfully earned this last place. Were the director's exact words. Upon hearing this, Boss Yang cast a fierce glare at Sui Yu. It's all your fault. Following you today has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Sui Yu wore a helpless expression. Observing Sui Yu's pitiful demeanor, the director chuckled softly and continued. However, you are not without good news. According to the latest popularity rankings from the production team, you both rank first among the male and female contestants. Upon hearing this, Sui Yu glanced at his own ranking, momentarily taken aback. Ding. System task completed. Rating level achieved. Mysterious gift being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mastery of a designated master level skill, which you may choose at any time. Wait a minute. The reward has been issued? Sui Yu felt a mix of exasperation and joy. His exasperation stemmed from the system's insistence on making him check his popularity before granting rewards. Had it not appeared today, he might have forgotten about its existence entirely. Yet, he was pleased with the reward, as mastering a skill at the highest level meant he could excel in one specific area globally. Sui Yu felt a surge of delight. He refrained from hastily exchanging it. He needed to ponder how to utilize this opportunity wisely. At that moment, the director resumed speaking. Especially you, Boss Yang. You have surpassed the second place by over 50,000 votes. What? Boss Yang immediately became exhilarated, witnessing such a dramatic rise in his popularity. The cloud of his previous displeasure dissipated instantly. Sui Yu, I believe our collaboration is seamless. I will definitely stick with you from now on, Boss Yang exclaimed excitedly. Sui Yu merely cast her a nonchalant glance. Oh, women. Their moods shift faster than turning pages in a book. However, the director interjected, but we must adhere to the penalties we discussed. The punishment must be carried out. The director insisted that both Boss Yang and Sui Yu would face the consequences. As for the nature of our punishment, at this point, the director deliberately paused, a peculiar smile sweeping across the room, sending a chill down Sui Yu and Boss Yang's spines. Our punishment is to successfully apply for a position at a funeral home and work there for an entire night. What? The announcement sent the entire venue into an uproar. Director, have you had too much to drink? Surely, this is not a joking matter. A funeral home? What kind of place is that? This can't be a legitimate punishment. Director, I advise you to reconsider. The online comments erupted in chaos. Is the production team serious? This is so intense. Sui Yu and Boss Yang at a funeral home? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Sui Yu, I'm going to meet a grim fate. Huh? This comedy is turning into a horror film. As the subjects of this predicament, Boss Yang and Sui Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Director, are you serious? Boss Yang still hesitated to believe it. The director nodded affirmatively. This has been prearranged by our production team. Boss Yang, you must honor the bet. But the funeral home. Boss Yang expressed her apprehension. What is wrong with the funeral home? We are atheists, with the Qingming festival approaching. Shouldn't we do something for the departed? The director proclaimed with righteous fervor. Moreover, this event is a collaboration with the authorities, coinciding with the Qingming festival, a time when many gather to pay their respects. The officials aim to promote the traditional festivals of Daxia through this occasion. As you know, in recent years, the authorities have been following this trajectory. Upon hearing this, Boss Yang felt a slight shift in her resolve. The involvement of the officials presents a significant opportunity. For someone of Boss Yang's stature, the growth of her fanbase and the enhancement of her fame are no longer her primary concerns. Establishing a connection with the authorities and becoming a paragon of Daxia's artistic community is what she truly desires. Thus, ultimately, Boss Yang gritted her teeth and said, Director, those details are trivial. Ever since I watched Mr. Ying's film, I have felt capable and eager to challenge myself. I will take on this role. The director smiled and turned to Sui Yu. And you? Sui Yu responded with a nonchalant grin. Me? Don't worry, even if the corpse decides to flee. I can carry it back for you. Chapter 59. Carrying the corpse to the interview. Thus, the two accepted the challenge. The director chose an establishment named Chinchio Station, a funeral home reputed to be frequented by the elite of Daxia. Consequently, the hiring standards were exceedingly high. The job posting was revealing. They were seeking night attendants for the funeral home with requirements of a bachelor's degree, proficiency in music, an attractive appearance, no vices, and, notably, being hard of hearing and disinterested in meddling in others' affairs, with a daily wage of 1,500. Interested parties were invited to apply. Upon reading this, many viewers in the comments felt a chill. This job seems rather ominous, doesn't it? Just look at the last two lines. Hard of hearing and disinterested in others' business. What if something happens in the dead of night? It feels rather unsettling. Will the night watch be broadcasted live? Beer and peanuts are ready. I'm prepared to enjoy a thrilling night with Boss Yang. A romantic reality show turning into a horror film. How delightful. At the scene, Boss Yang and Sui Yu prepared to depart. Just as they were about to board the vehicle, they realized they were entirely alone. Sui Yu immediately expressed his displeasure. Hey, are you still filming? Let's get moving. Not far away, a group of 7 or 8 cameramen jostled, none willing to step forward. Witnessing this, Sui Yu felt exasperated. Can you all not manage? A grown man intimidated by a ghost? Furthermore, visiting a funeral home will surely attract viewers, and that means more rewards for you. Is there anything more terrifying in this world than being poor? Indeed, the only affliction in this world is the affliction of poverty. Hearing Sui Yu's words, after much hesitation, one cameraman finally took a step forward. Brother, are you really not afraid? He asked timidly. Sui Yu chuckled. Afraid of what? Let me tell you. While people may fear ghosts, ghosts fear people even more. Not only is there no such thing as ghosts in this world, but if there were, I would dare to carry one back myself. The cameraman had no retort and could only give a thumbs up. Impressive. The three of them climbed into the vehicle. The funeral home was not far from the production team, and within half an hour, they arrived. The primary objective of Sui Yu and Boss Yang was to succeed in the interview. However, upon arriving at the interview venue, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A lengthy queue had formed at the entrance, and after a quick count, Sui Yu estimated there were at least a dozen individuals. Goodness, are there truly so many desperate souls in this day and age? Are these individuals all highly educated? Have they all come for this? Faced with the overwhelming crowd, Sui Yu and his companion had no choice but to wait outside. As they sat by the roadside, a sudden gust of cold wind sent shivers down their spines. Sui Yu, aren't you afraid in a place like this? Boss Yang, who generally considered himself quite brave, could not help but ask. Sui Yu shook his head. To say I'm completely unafraid would be disingenuous. After all, who in their right mind would come to such a place? Then why did you come? Boss Yang inquired curiously. Well, it's because of you. Sui Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Is that so? Boss Yang's eyes brightened, and he looked at Sui Yu with newfound tenderness. It seemed even the most straightforward of men could exhibit warmth, and wildflowers could indeed bloom in spring. Of course, Sui Yu affirmed with a nod. Think about it. We are both enduring this punishment together, which consists of an interview and a night watch. By the rules, it's half and half, so if I choose the interview, that means you'll be on night watch, right? How dare you? Boss Yang exclaimed, raising his fist as if to strike. She had never truly held out hope anyway. Sui Yu quickly sidestepped with a playful grin. Amid their playful scuffle, a sudden loud thud echoed. They turned to see a male corpse rolling toward them. Sui Yu, Boss Yang. The comments section erupted in shock. What the hell? That startled me. I was just eating. My pickles flew everywhere. You owe me for that. Damn it. My phone is broken. Is this really a corpse? This place seems cursed. Sui Yu stared at the rolling body, momentarily stunned, while Boss Yang dashed behind him. Sui Yu, how did that thing suddenly roll over here? You scared me to death. Sui Yu shielded Boss Yang and pondered their next move. Just then, a voice called out, Is there anyone left for the interview? If not, we're closing up. Hearing this, Sui Yu's eyes lit up. He steeled himself. Fortune favors the bold, and he had been lamenting the lack of a gift to bring. With that thought, he took a couple of steps forward and, with surprising strength, hoisted the corpse onto his shoulder. The comment section was filled with bewilderment. What is he doing? He just picked it up. Damn, this guy is tough. I believe he could carry it back, even if it ran away. Carrying a corpse to an interview. Is he joking? My heart is racing. Meanwhile, the interview room remained firmly shut. Sui Yu gently knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, it swung open. He strode in, still carrying the corpse, and laid it on the floor. Facing two interviewers, he smiled and spoke. Upon our initial meeting, I arrived empty-handed, only to stumble upon a corpse at the entrance. A rather unconventional gesture of respect. My word, the online community is in an uproar. Did he truly go through with such an audacious act? As for me, the interviewer, what transgression have I committed to encounter such an eccentric? Is it you or the corpse that is being interviewed? Sui Yu, are you satisfied with this rather peculiar offering? Presenting a corpse at a funeral home interview, an immediate display of performance. This fellow possesses remarkable talent. Within the room, the two interviewers exchanged bewildered glances. After a prolonged silence, one timidly ventured, could you perhaps return the corpse so we might proceed with the interview? To be candid, despite their profession, they found the sight rather unsettling. Sui Yu offered an awkward smile. You don't seem to appreciate it? I believe this is something you mislaid, and perhaps you intended to see who would dare shoulder it. Many videos feature discarded papers during interviews. Why not a corpse at a funeral home? It seems reasonable. However, I must express a word of caution. I have heard that many esteemed individuals frequent this establishment. One cannot afford to be so reckless. What if someone were genuinely frightened or the corpse were misplaced? How would you explain that? You are merely fortunate to have encountered me. Sui Yu launched into a verbose tirade. I quite like this. The interviewers could only nod in reluctant agreement. You are certainly creative. Perhaps you could step outside with it. And we shall commence the interview? Certainly. Sui Yu hoisted the corpse out. Upon his return, the interviewer's expressions had softened somewhat. The interview proceeded, and after a few straightforward questions, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded at one another. Mr. Su, we have gathered sufficient information about your situation. Why don't you return home for now? We shall deliberate and provide you with a response. A classic conclusion to an interview. However, the impetuous Sui Yu is not one to acquiesce easily. What? You need to think it over? Is it because my gift was insufficient? No worries, just say so, and I shall fetch another. Chapter 60. It is never the individual who chooses life, but rather life that chooses the individual. The interviewers were taken aback as they witnessed Sui Yu rise again, seemingly prepared to seek out another corpse for the occasion. Panic set in. Brother, I misspoke. What we meant was to consider when you might commence work. The corpse is no trivial matter, and you must be weary from toting it around. Let it rest in peace. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Ha ha ha, this is too much. The interviewers are quite the characters. Sui Yu, do you require my services? If not, how about I carry a corpse of your ancestors for you? The interviewer, exasperated, replied, It's not a matter of principles. I simply wish to avoid being sent away. What sin have I committed to warrant such a burden? Brothers, have you learned from this interview? A guaranteed 100 acceptance rate. As Sui Yu exited, Boss Yang had been waiting outside for quite some time. Noticing Sui Yu's beaming demeanor, Boss Yang surmised the outcome. All sorted? With my charm. Is there any doubt remaining? Sui Yu boasted, to which Boss Yang shot him a disapproving glance. How impressive. Now that we've settled everything, shall we go out for dinner? Sui Yu turned to Boss Yang, his conflicted expression betraying a quiver in his lips as he reached into his pocket. It's on me, Boss Yang quickly asserted. Immediately, Sui Yu's demeanor brightened. Oh, Boss Yang, why so formal? Does it really matter who pays? I was going to say I would cover it, but never mind. I'll give you this one. What shall we eat? In the end, the pair opted for a tranquil bar with a pleasant ambience. Seated across from each other, they savored fine liquor paired with delectable snacks, all while soothing folk melodies played in the background, creating a unique experience. Boss Yang poured a glass of red wine for both himself and Sui Yu. Taking a gentle sip, Sui Yu, have you made up your mind? The entertainment industry is not a solitary endeavor. While my company may not be the largest, I have journeyed through the ranks as an artist and understand what it takes for one to thrive in this realm long term. This was the true intent of Boss Yang. Her insistence on teaming up with Sui Yu, even persuading Reba not to compete with her, was a strategic move to gain an advantage. Sui Yu paused, then smiled faintly. What is meant to happen will happen. Observing Boss Yang's serious demeanor, he knew he could not evade the conversation any longer. Boss Yang, if I were to say that I'm still uncertain about entering the entertainment industry, would you believe me? Boss Yang shook her head. But you have already stepped in. Haven't you? The truth is, Sui Yu, sometimes one's path is not chosen, but rather dictated by circumstances. With your current fan base and notoriety, do you think you can live as you once did? Even if you find a job, can you remain free of distractions? You will be recognized wherever you go. Your every move scrutinized by countless paparazzi, and even your privacy will be at stake. Can you tackle these issues alone? Boss Yang's words rang true. At times, it is not individuals who choose their lives, but life that chooses individuals. Sui Yu allowed a wry smile. He had already started to sense this reality today. His phone had been incessantly buzzing from morning till night, prompting him to switch it off until now. On the streets, he noticed people frequently pointing him out. Without the protection of the production crew, he might have found it challenging to navigate. So, did he truly have a choice? Sui Yu took a gentle sip of his red wine and raised his glass to toast with Boss Yang. I promise you, Boss Yang, if I decide to join a company, you'll be my first choice. Sui Yu made a commitment. For now, he was reluctant to surrender his fate to anyone else. However, If the conditions were similar, he would undoubtedly prioritize Boss Yang. Boss Yang smiled and nodded. Very well. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Sui Yu did not contest this. He recognized Boss Yang was engaging in a play of words. Yet it no longer mattered. They continued their conversation, navigating through various topics while deliberately avoiding any mention of sensitive matters. As the dinner party neared its conclusion, Mr. Yang excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he mysteriously leaned closer to Sui Yu. There is some gossip. Are you interested? The allure of gossip is inherent in every woman, regardless of her status as a celebrity. What gossip? Sui Yu, intrigued, inquired. Mr. Yang cast a glance towards a nearby table, occupied by a man and a woman. Just the two of them listened closely. Sui Yu perked up. Their voices were not particularly loud, but with careful attention, their conversation was discernible. The young man, though not tall, exuded a clean and fresh appeal, reminiscent of a neighborly boy. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, her most distinctive feature being her charmingly pouty lips, which rendered her smile utterly delightful. However, both appeared somewhat pallid. Ultimately, it was the young man who first mustered a forced smile, gently raising his glass. Congratulations, happy wedding day. After so many years apart, we have finally become the individuals we aspired to be. Do not worry about me. I have kept myself busy with romance and a more relaxed approach to work, living much more freely than before. You are married now, and I must find someone for myself soon. Rest assured, I will attend your wedding. And I promise not to sing that bastard Sui Yu song, because I wish for you to be the happiest bride. Sui Yu couldn't help but curse upon hearing the last remark. What the hell? Here I am, sitting quietly, and then this bombshell drops from nowhere. He felt an overwhelming urge to approach the young man and ask, did I offend you? Why call me a bastard? It was a matter of respect. Did he not understand? Mr. Yang stifled his laughter, attempting to suppress his amusement. So what do you think of this gossip? Sui Yu shook his head. It's uninteresting. It's merely a case of an ex-girlfriend inviting her ex-boyfriend to her wedding. How klitsch. Mr. Yang scoffed. You know nothing. I saw that young man secretly wiping away tears at the restroom door. He is not as composed as he seems. I wonder, do you men always act tough while suffering inside? If you have feelings, why not pursue her again? Sui Yu fell silent. Indeed, why lie? Wasn't he that how he had once behaved, voicing his resolve to move on while secretly clinging to the past? But that was a chapter he would not revisit. Rising from his seat, he slowly approached the young man and gently patted him on the shoulder. Perhaps only a man can truly understand another man, Sui Yu whispered. Hang in there. This is an encouragement from the bastard Sui Yu. Without waiting for a response, he strode directly towards the stage of the quiet bar. Upon reaching the stage, all eyes in the bar turned towards him. He exchanged a few words with the young man, singing on stage before taking a guitar in hand. This song was also provided by the system. It was drawn in a lottery previously, but remained forgotten by Sui Yu until today. When he saw that boy and memories flooded back, he felt compelled to sing this song for him, as he recognized his own past self reflected in the boy. Having been heartbroken, he clearly felt immense pain, yet still stubbornly claimed to be, well, perfectly fine. How many boys have deceived themselves in such a manner? However, this song was certainly not intended for an end. Since the last time an exploited their love, Sui Yu realized that he had genuinely come to terms with a lot. At the very least, he would not be as foolish as before. As the strumming of the guitar commenced, Sui Yu's voice gradually emerged. I have had a few decent relationships. It's not as though I am lonely or desolate. Perhaps my reckless nature made others uneasy, leading to the demise of every connection. The handsome boy stood stunned from the very beginning. The gentle lyrics resonated within him, articulating his own sentiments. He told others that after leaving her, he became more popular, dating numerous girls with effortless charm. Yet, in reality, who could penetrate the ice-encased heart? The boy glanced at the girl with fish-like lips, bit his lip, and opened his mouth several times, yet no sound emerged. He managed a wry smile, abruptly grasped a glass of liquor, and downed it in one go. The fiery alcohol burned his throat, providing a slight sense of relief. This fellow sings remarkably well, he remarked with a smile. The girl quietly observed him, gently shaking her head. But why did I feel like crying? They had once been in love, and now she was to marry, yet the groom was not him. The The boy slowly closed his eyes, wishing to fully experience Sui Yu's song. At this moment, Sui Yu's voice reached the chorus. I have not lied. Why would I need to? You understand me. I have never pretended with you. How could I be lying? Please do not think you are so unforgettable. My smile is genuine, not a facade. Each declaration of honesty was laced with deceit. The entire bar fell into a hushed silence, everyone attentively listening to the melody. A sudden urge to weep washed over him, as if he had truly forgotten. Sui Yu's melancholic rendition mirrored his own current state. Perhaps it was best for them to simply part ways and find peace. As Sui Yu continued to sing, the crowd raised their glasses in unison. Yet, Sui Yu became increasingly immersed in his performance, pouring his heart out in the final verses. I have not lied. Why would I need to? Loving someone does not mean it must end in sorrow. Do not accuse me of lying. Life is already so challenging. Some truths are best left unspoken. I have not lied. It is love that deceives, leading you to believe that yearning may still hold promise. Ich have not lied. I wish you to be a happy bride, and please forget my unspoken thoughts. Wonderful song. After the final note, the boy suddenly stood up, shouting. Yet, tears streamed down his face. He purchased 10 lavish flower baskets, the most expensive gift in the bar, worth 500 each, and slowly approached Sui Yu. 10 was the utmost limit that the boy could offer at that moment. His singing was commendable, yet he softly declared, please refrain from singing again next time. Before turning away, he did not glance back at the girl, nor at Sui Yu. One song had shattered all his defenses. He had labored for an entire night to project an air of nonchalance. Yet now, tears betrayed him entirely. So be it. Let this be the conclusion. Though he could not feign indifference, he still wished her to be a blissful bride, urging her to forget his unspoken sentiments. Sui Yu slowly descended from the stage. Returning to the side of Boss Yang. Let's depart, he said gently. Boss Yang smiled, inquiring, another new song of yours? What is it called? It is titled Lies. Sui Yu replied with a hint of detachment, for I have spoken nothing but lies throughout this evening. Indeed, every line of the song was steeped in deception. Boss Yang understood, as did everyone present in the quiet bar. Those who remained there at night all carried their own tales, making it easy for the song to resonate within their hearts. Beautifully sung, Sui Yu, you are indeed well suited for the entertainment industry. Boss Yang continued to smile. However, Sui Yu shook his head, for he was not inclined to ponder such matters at present. Yet, Boss Yang would not easily relent. Sui Yu, I believe you have no say in this matter. You may not be aware, but our live broadcast was never turned off tonight. Thus, everything you just expressed was witnessed not only by those within this quiet bar, but by the entire audience in the live stream. This means that tomorrow, your popularity will surge once more. What? Sui Yu gasped, hastily glancing at the live stream. The barrage of comments was overwhelming. Beautiful. Boss Sui always touches my heart without intending to. He is truly a man who makes me laugh and cry simultaneously. Another song destined for incessant replay had emerged. Each of Boss Sui's songs pierced his heart. From this moment forth, I shall be your devoted fan. The comments flooded in, and the viewership of the live stream exceeded 5 million. It seemed that tomorrow, Sui Yu would once again be catapulted to fame. Such was the unintentional cultivation of success. Sui Yu looked towards the cameraman, who bore an innocent expression, as if to say, it is not my fault. You never instructed me to turn it off. He could only shake his head in resignation, yet he did not dwell on it too much. After all, it was ultimately not a misfortune. Besides, this was not the first time such a thing had occurred. Upon returning to the hotel with Boss Yang and the others, Sui Yu washed up and went to bed, with no conversation that night. However, early the next morning, a sensational news story swept across the internet. The renowned star announced her impending engagement, though the identity of her fiancé remained undisclosed. Speculation arose that he was the son of a wealthy businessman, yet another entertainment industry figure marrying into affluence. Sui Yu's ex-girlfriend, Anun, with whom he had once shared a bond, had sung lies last night. Did he still harbor feelings for her? Love had succumbed to reality, and Sui Yu and Anun once again became a trending topic online. Sui Yu saw this news early in the morning and felt as though he were losing his mind. He longed to proclaim that the song was truly meant for that boy in the quiet bar. Yet, he remained uncertain. The day that would lead him to despair has only just begun. Chapter 62. Days Protected by Reba. Sui Yu arrived at the program team, and the moment he appeared, he captured the attention of all the guests. However, amidst their gazes, Sui Yu sensed pity, sympathy, and heartache in abundance. Feeling somewhat awkward, he hastily seated himself on a sofa. As the other guests engaged in casual conversation, Sui Yu opted for silence, fearing that any words from him would redirect their topics toward him. Yet, avoidance was futile. Sister Jia Ling was the first to rise, striding directly to Sui Yu's side. Observing his demeanor, she let out a deep sigh. "Brother, I understand you. I was once a heartthrob in my youth, having experienced a dozen loves myself. Regrettably, I had to abandon them all for the sake of marriage. So, I truly empathize with your feelings. But you must learn from me. Lift your head, straighten your chest, and stride forward. You cannot remain in this despondency. Look how distressed you appear. You've almost withdrawn into yourself." Jia Ling continued to offer her unique counsel. Sui Yu chuckled. Sister Ling was indeed quite amusing. However, he genuinely felt fine. Thus, he earnestly replied, "Sister Ling, I'm all right. I'm not distressed at all, truly." "Oh, still pretending?" Liu Tianxian sighed, chiming in. "We all listened to your song yesterday. If it wasn't deeply felt, how could you have written such a piece?" Others began to voice their thoughts as well. "Indeed, Sui Yu, we've known each other for so long. Don't put on a brave face. Your feigned strength resembles that of a good actor. Liking a woman is nothing to be ashamed of. Sui Yu, you still have me." Listening to their well-meaning reassurances, Sui Yu felt a flicker of madness. Why could they not believe him? It was all the fault of that song, that little boy pretending not to be hurt, and the system. It was all their burden. With a resigned sigh, Sui Yu closed his mouth. The new day of live broadcasting for the program lacked novelty. It was still a sweet day. Most of the male and female guests maintained their usual demeanor, as many had become familiar with one another. After all, frequently changing partners would disrupt the essence of a dating show. The only difference was that Sui Yu's partner had changed to Reba. "Boss yang remarquet. This is a perfect match." Once everyone was prepared, they set off. Before departing, every guest, upon passing Reba, said without exception, "Reba, today will be a bit taxing. Please take good care, Sui Yu. He seems a bit off today." Reba nodded emphatically, appearing as if she were shouldering the responsibility. Sui Yu remained silent, utterly disinclined to explain. After all, no one would listen, regardless of how he articulated it. However, once the recording commenced, Sui Yu truly felt the weight of helplessness. With announcing such significant news, it was undoubtedly the paparazzi who would be the most excited. They had been waiting for Sui Yu since dawn. The engagement of his ex-girlfriend, a star of the highest caliber, had sparked curiosity about the reaction of this newly popular ex-boyfriend. This news was undeniably sensational, and the audience was eager to witness it. However, the production team had anticipated this very scenario and had dispatched numerous staff members to follow closely, driving away anyone they wished to interview. Yet, the paparazzi, true to their nature, were not easily deterred. They disguised themselves and persistently pursued him, finally cornering him as he emerged from a restroom. "Mr. Sui, what are your thoughts on An's engagement? Was the song you performed yesterday written for her? Are you still in contact with him? Do you still love her? Will you attempt to disrupt the wedding?" As Sui Yu stepped out, 10 or so paparazzi surrounded him. Faced with this bustling crowd, he furrowed his brow. At that moment, Reba and the staff quickly sensed something amiss and rushed over. However, Sui Yu waved his hand, signaling them to stay back. He felt that some matters required clarification. "Hello, everyone. Since you are so eager to know, I will share the truth. Listen carefully. I will only say this once. The song I performed yesterday was not written for An. It was inspired by my experience with Boss Yang. To be honest, at that time, I had no knowledge of An's engagement. I only learned of it this morning. Therefore, that song has nothing to do with her." "Why are you lying?" One female paparazzo suddenly shouted with a sharp voice. "It is evident that you still love An. Your deep affection is apparent to us all. Why deceive yourself and us?" Sui was at a loss for words. How could this woman not comprehend plain speech? He reiterated, "I'll say it again. I have no relationship with An now. We have not been in contact for several days. Do you understand? And I am not distressed at all." Yet the female paparazzo seemed only able to hear what she wished. "So, You learned of this news from someone else? How pitiful. You are not even worthy to attend your ex-girlfriend's engagement banquet. Sui Yu clenched his fists. If it weren't illegal to strike someone, he truly wished to engage in a brawl. Do you not understand, madam? I have stated that I only learned of this news today. No, Sui Yu. Do not feign ignorance. Your song has revealed the truth. You keep claiming you are not lying, yet every word you utter is a deception. This will only cause you more pain. You are not as strong as you pretend to be. The female paparazzo remained entrenched in her own world. I am not pretending. I am speaking the truth. Sui Yu shouted in return. Your actions only deepen my sympathy for you, she retorted defiantly. Sui Yu, we all know your affection. It is she who fails to cherish it. At this point, the female paparazzo, whether due to emotional agitation or another reason, shed tears. Tomorrow, as headlines were already taking shape, in a moment of deep emotion, Sui Yu found himself unable to heal from the heartache, while the female journalist wept openly before him. Witnessing this scene, Sui Yu was utterly defeated. What must I say for you to believe me? He exclaimed. No, you need not say anything. We all understand. The female paparazzo replied tearfully. Resigned, Sui Yu chose silence, recognizing that words would be futile. The moment he ceased to speak, the paparazzo seized her opportunity. Sui Yu, is your silence a reflection of your inability to confront this? Sui Yu felt a surge of frustration. Did you not urge me to remain silent? He retorted. Was there no sense of fairness in this? Observing Sui Yu's escalating distress, Reba could no longer contain herself. With fervor, she pushed through the crowd, determined to reach him. At last, she stood before Sui Yu, her face breaking into a smile, one that conveyed both compassion and affection. Turning protectively, Reba shielded Sui Yu behind her. Listen, if you have grievances, direct them at me, but do not trouble my brother Sui Yu. Chapter 63. Please do not disturb my life anymore. With Reba standing resolutely in front of him, Sui Yu felt a rush of an unfamiliar sensation. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a profound sense of being protected. He pondered what this feeling meant, yet he understood his next course of action. In a decisive motion, he gently pulled Reba behind him, believing such matters were best handled by man. He then turned to face the gathered reporters, offering them a faint smile. Do you not wish to know the truth? Allow me to share it with you. With that, he embraced Reba, locking eyes with her in a moment of pure tenderness. Unexpectedly, he leaned in and placed a soft kiss upon her cheek. Reba stood frozen, as if electrified, overwhelmed by the sensation coursing through her. The reporters erupted in chaos. What just happened? Did Sui Yu kiss Reba? They buzzed with excitement. Are you two together? When did this happen? Surely, you are not staging this to deceive us. The pairing of Reba and Sui Yu was astonishing, a headline in the making. On social media, the audience reacted fervently. Sui Yu is in love? My goodness. My beloved has been taken. Someone lamented. Return Reba to me. How can I feel as though I have lost, even though they are together? Another voice chimed in. Do you not see how well they complement each other? A match made in heaven. What of me, the forgotten Yang? Is there no Sui Yang faction anymore? Sui Yu, do not revel too much. You have fallen for my beauty trap. My tale, dear friends, conveys a profound truth. There is no insurmountable challenge in this world. Only those with unwavering resolve. Amidst the chaos of the live broadcast, as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Sui Yu seized Reba's hand, and they fled in haste. By the time the paparazzi regained their wits, the production crew had already intervened. Together, Sui Yu and Reba burst through the restaurant's doors, racing down the street, fully aware that a tempest loomed on the horizon. Yet, Reba was indifferent to the impending storm. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She wished for this street to stretch endlessly, for if it did, perhaps her happiness would never wane. Sui Yu and Reba discovered a vehicle belonging to the production team. They paused momentarily before entering, with Sui Yu taking the wheel instead of allowing the crew to drive or continue the live feed. Reba settled into the passenger seat, and the crew remained behind. Inside the car, Reba gradually composed herself, turning to Sui Yu, her earlier joy now tinged with a hint of melancholy. Was everything that had transpired today merely a dream? If so, was it not time to awaken? Sui Yu, if you do not harbor feelings for me, you may express that openly. I shall not hold it against you, she stammered. Sui Yu smiled gently, reaching out to grasp her hand tenderly. Foolish girl, do you truly believe I do not care for you? Ba was momentarily taken aback, her mind clouded as she hastily denied his words. And no, that's not it. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, she eventually steadied herself, yet her voice remained heavy with sadness. In truth, I understand, Sui Yu. You do not love me. Your heart belongs to Aaron, does it not? You have acted this way to shield her from gossip, especially now that she is engaged. After all, you once went so far as to turn yourself in for her. Sui Yu, I bear you no ill will. I genuinely do not blame you, even if this situation feels unjust towards me. Yet, I am willing to accept it. Sui Yu bit his lip, moved by her sincerity. Ba was indeed a kind-hearted and naive girl. He gently shook his head, preparing to offer an explanation when suddenly his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Aaron pulling the car to the roadside. He answered the call. Hello, Sui Yu? She inquired. Yes, he replied curtly. How has your day been? I imagine you have felt the burdens of public life for the first time. Do you enjoy it? Her tone was casual, reminiscent of an old friend sharing light banter. Sui Yu, however, furrowed his brow, responding with irritation. Is that all you called to discuss? There was a brief pause on the other end before Aaron's voice emerged again, slower this time. Will you attend my wedding? Sui Yu scoffed. What purpose would that serve? To be your guest performer? Don't be ridiculous. Sui Yu, could you not speak to me in such a manner? Aaron's tone had turned icy. Is there really a need for this between us? Sui Yu retorted. And I am uncertain of the purpose behind your call today. However, I must convey that our chapter has concluded. Perhaps in the past, I harbored some lingering sentiments for you, but since your involvement in that play, those feelings have dissipated. Your marital status is of no concern to me. It bears no significance in my life. Therefore, I kindly ask that you cease to intrude upon my existence, if you please. A silence enveloped the conversation on the other end of the line. Perhaps I never anticipated that Sui Yu would utter such resolute words. At least, it had not been this way before. After a prolonged pause, and finally continued, Sui Yu, I intended to express that everything you have perceived is something I wish to no longer hear. Sui Yu interrupted her. Do not contact me again. With that, he hung up the phone and turned to look at Ba, his smile suddenly warm. Is that sufficient? Ba nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Sui Yu had definitively rejected An for her sake. Ba felt that this was the moment she was closest to Sui Yu. She gently rested her head on his shoulder. Regardless of how the situation might evolve online, or whether it would impact their careers in the future at this moment, she simply wished to savor it, to relish the love they shared. Meanwhile, Bosyang furrowed her brow upon learning of everything that had transpired. She felt an inexplicable blend of concern for Ba and a tinge of jealousy. Yet, she remained more composed. Was Sui Yu's actions truly motivated by Ba? Bosyang was uncertain. At that moment, she had concluded her day of live streaming and returned to the hotel, her gaze fixed anxiously on the street below, waiting for Sui Yu and Ba to return. Chapter 64. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Sui Yu and Ba soon returned. As soon as they arrived, Bosyang hurried to greet them. Ba felt a bit awkward upon seeing her. After all, she remained an employee of Bosyang and a talent of her company. While a romantic relationship might be acceptable for an artist, such overt public declarations could potentially harm the company. Bosyang looked at the two, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement, and remarked to Sui Yu with a hint of sarcasm, Sui Yu, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Just yesterday, you sang about longing for your ex-girlfriend, and today, you've secured my leading star. Care to share your thoughts? Sui Yu offered an awkward smile. It was understandable for Bosyang to be upset. Ba was not only her employee, but also her sister. Thus, whether for the sake of the company or Ba, Bosyang's displeasure was entirely justified. Sui Yu paused for a moment. Bosyang, the song I performed yesterday was not dedicated to him. You were present. You should comprehend that. And as for Ba, I believe today's events were more a matter of irresistible emotions. When Ba stood before me, my heart melted. If this leads to any repercussions for you, I will certainly do my utmost to make amends. Bosyang scoffed, Oh, Sui Yu. Do you truly believe I would sacrifice Reba simply to entice you into my company? Do not jest. I confess that initially I did encourage Reba to approach you, but that was merely to foster a closer relationship. I never intended to dictate Reba's emotions, not once. Yet, your actions today, regardless of their sincerity, strike me as rather irresponsible, do they not? Boss Yang spoke with earnestness and genuine concern. In the entertainment industry, publicly declaring a relationship is a significant affair. It is rare for someone as reckless as Sui Yu to act in such a manner. Mishandling this could greatly impact Reba's career. However, this predicament has left Reba, who has always been in Sui Yu's shadow, feeling distressed. Her greatest fear is a conflict between Sui Yu and Boss Yang, as these two individuals are currently her utmost concern. Thus, Reba hastily interjected, "Sister me, it's not like that. Do not speak." Boss Yang interrupted her sharply, continuing coldly, "Reba, please step outside. I need to speak with Sui Yu privately." "Sister me." Reba was, of course, unwilling. "Out." Boss Yang rarely displayed such anger. Reba cast a pitiful glance at Sui Yu, who shook his head and gently patted her shoulder. "Be good. Go out for now, it's all right." Reluctantly, Reba exited. Upon her departure, Boss Yang turned to Sui Yu with a sardonic smile. "Quite the strategist. ISNT it. Just one day, and she is so compliant?" "No. I truly." Sui Yu attempted to explain. "Do not make declarations. I do not wish to hear them." Boss Yang interrupted once more. "Sui Yu, it is just the two of us now. I simply want to ask you, what are your true intentions? Is Reba merely your shield? Or have you genuinely decided to be with her? This is crucial. If she is just a fade for you, tell me now. Trust me, I have the capacity to resolve these issues. However, if you merely wish to toy with this opportunity, I must insist that you refrain. You know, once a heart is wounded, it is truly difficult to heal." Listening to Boss Yang's words, Sui Yu grew solemn. "I understand, after 5 years within, I comprehend the pain of a broken heart better than anyone. Yet, Boss Yang, please believe me when I say that those who have witnessed darkness yearn for light more than anyone else. I do not view Reba as a mere shield, and I will not disclose the depths of my affection for her at this moment. However, I can assure you that today, Reba genuinely moved me. Regardless of what the future holds, I will protect her and never cause her harm. You have my word." Boss Yang sighed. "This way you seem to have said everything, yet nothing at all." "Very well," Boss Yang said with resignation. "Hasn't contacted you?" she suddenly inquired. "Yes. I received a call just now," Sui Yu replied candidly. "What?" Boss Yang's expression shifted drastically. "Did she not say anything to you?" Her demeanor turned urgent. Sui Yu, puzzled by Boss Yang's reaction, shook his head and replied honestly, "She didn't say much. I made it clear that we should not contact each other again." Young, the boss, finally let out a slight sigh of relief, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. "Sui Yu, promise me one thing." She gazed earnestly at him. "Since you have chosen Reba, remember, under no circumstances should you contact Aaron. I mean it, no matter what happens, no matter what she does, do not reach out. Do you understand?" Sui Yu felt perplexed, thinking that Yang was overreacting, but he nodded nonetheless. "Rest assured, I had already intended to do so." Only then did Yang feel a bit more at ease. "All right, that's enough for now. From here on, you two should handle your own affairs. There's no point in discussing it further. By the way, when do you plan to sign the contract with me?" Sui Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Didn't you say you would only ask me for one thing? There was no option for a contract in that. Get lost." Yang scolded him directly. "My leading actress has been taken away by you, and you want to go to someone else? I can't afford to lose my lady and my talent. Don't even think about it. If you refuse to sign, I'll come after you with a knife. Are you afraid?" Yes. Sui Yu hastily raised his hands in surrender. I'll sign, is that all right?" "That is more like it." Yang smiled contentedly. In the end, the two exited the room, bantering and laughing. Upon seeing them, Reba appeared anxious. She gently wrapped her arms around Sui Yu's, asking, "Did me Jia say anything to you?" Sui Yu smiled. "She did. She said if I ever treat you poorly, she would break my legs." "Ah." Reba looked astonished and then nodded vigorously. "Me Jia is right. But just a beating will suffice. Don't break anything." "Ha ha." All three erupted in laughter. "All right. Could you two perhaps consider that there's a lonely dog over here while you're throwing around your affection? Enough. I can't take it any longer. I'm leaving. With that, the young couple had just solidified their relationship and needed time to bask in it. Watching Yang leave, Reba became shy once more. Sui Yu giga. After dinner, should we go to your place or mine? Either works. What do you wish to do tonight? Sui Yu inquired gently. We could watch some television for a while, then take a shower and sleep. As she mentioned the last two words, her entire face flushed crimson. Sui Yu sensed something amiss. Is this girl hinting at something? He tentatively probed. Sleep? With whom? Oh, Reba became even more bashful. Who else could it be? Aren't we in a relationship now? I've heard that if a woman holds back from her man after establishing a relationship, he might lose interest in her. However, Reba could not continue. Yet, Sui Yu was stirred with excitement. Who is speaking these words? She is truly a gem. Could it be that tonight? A moment of intimacy is worth its weight in gold. One must ponder, who can withstand such temptation? Sui Yu can. He quietly accompanies Reba in her room, watching television. Sui Yu's breaths come in quick succession, though it is not the television that stirs him. Regardless of the circumstances, they would never indulge in a romantic film together. It is the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Reba that ignites his desires. Yet, he continually admonishes himself, resolutely insisting that he must not succumb to primal instincts. Thus, he perseveres in his restraint. As the clock strikes 10, he finds his resolve wavering. Reba, we have a live stream tomorrow. Perhaps I should take my leave, he suggests, rising to depart. He knows he must leave. Staying any longer risks losing control. Sui Yu, seeing his determined exit, Reba hastily calls out to him. He turns, and before he can fully comprehend the situation, a figure lunges toward him. In an instant, his lips are enveloped by something soft. Can he truly endure this? The answer is no. The floodgates have opened, and from that moment forth, passion reigns unchecked. 2 hours later, Reba nestles against Sui Yu. Her once flushed cheeks now softening into an enchanting glow. He cradles her gently, his gaze falling upon the crimson stain upon the sheets, leading him into a contemplative reverie. What sort of woman do men truly desire? One who excels in both the parlor and the kitchen? A lady in public, yet alluringly bold in private? His thoughts drift back to Reba. Despite initial discomfort, she swiftly embraced the rhythm of their encounter, eventually taking the lead with an audacity that astonished him. Even now, he harbors a sense of having been overwhelmed by her. He looks at Reba. Is this girl truly so formidable? At that moment, her voice cuts through his musings. Sui Yu, do you like me? Of course, he replies, as if there could be any other answer. Will you take responsibility for me? She inquires further. Absolutely, he asserts. In such circumstances, would a man dare to deny his commitment? Reba beams with delight. I knew it. Sui Yu, you are the best person I have ever met. In love, a woman often places her partner upon a pedestal. As he observes Reba, lost in her bliss, a warmth envelopes his heart. Do not worry. We shall always be together, he promises sincerely. They indulge in tender moments, but as the night deepens, Sui Yu rises once more. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. You should rest early, he suggests, attempting to leave. What do you intend to do? Reba immediately protests. I shall return to my room, Sui Yu replies, believing it prudent to avoid further speculation. No, I refuse. Reba counters vehemently. I want you here. I want you to sleep with me. Sui Yu finds himself at a loss for words. What audacity! Such unvarnished honesty? Before he can respond, suddenly, Reba sat up, the blanket slipping off her instantly. Oh no! Initially, she seemed unaware of her lack of clothing. Only upon feeling discomfort did she realize her predicament. Hastily pulling the blanket back around her, Sui Yu chuckled. You've already seen everything, so why cover up? Indeed, Reba quickly grasped the absurdity of her modesty. With newfound boldness, she half-kneeled, disregarding the blanket, her arms wrapping around Sui Yu's shoulders. Don't go, please. Sui Yu shuddered, instinctively taking a small step back. Why you shouldn't be so reckless. Reckless? Reba smiled alluringly. Is this what you call recklessness? Gradually, her head moved closer, and then, there was no more to follow. Sui Yu thought that was the end, unaware that it was merely the beginning. The next morning, Sui Yu leaned against the wall, slowly making his way to the elevator. He couldn't help it. His legs felt weak. In contrast, Reba, aside from a slight discomfort in her gait, appeared vibrant and full of life. Indeed, the resilience of those from minority groups is remarkable. They descended the stairs, preparing for the day's shoot. As soon as they arrived, Sui Yu hurried to a nearby sofa to sit down, not wanting anyone to perceive his weakness. Yet, how could he hide it from their keen eyes? Sui Yu, what happened to your legs? Sister Jia Ling inquired with a hint of mischief. Nothing, I'm fine. Just did a few squats last night for exercise. Sui Yu awkwardly explained. Squats. Jia Ling's face broke into a mysterious smile. Were they squats done with Sister Reba? Hilarity erupted among the group. Reba's face flushed crimson. Sister Ling, don't say such things. Say such things? Immediately staten facts. You too. Tell me honestly, are you really together? All eyes turned toward them, eager for this juicy gossip. Despite the rampant rumors outside, they wouldn't believe anything without confirmation from the parties involved. Sui met their gazes and slowly nodded. After all, he had no intention of hiding or maintaining a facade of a secret marriage. He believed that if they were together, they should openly acknowledge it, providing each other with the security they deserved. Watching Sui Yu's gesture, Reba's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. Those outside the industry could never comprehend how challenging it was to have a recognized relationship in the entertainment world. At least it proved that, in this moment, he truly loved her. The others immediately erupted with excitement. Sui Yu, impressive. You got a bit of the flair from Sister S. Heyday. The reason I could remarry so swiftly after 6 divorces was that my next partner was always found quickly. My pace of marrying always outstripped my pace of divorcing. Jia Ling remarked, giving Sui Yu a thumbs up. The others chimed in with their blessings. Congratulations, Sui Yu. You must treat our Reba well, otherwise we won't spare you. Indeed, Reba is a wonderful girl. Sui Yu, you must cherish her. To our surprise, our dating reality show has indeed produced a genuine couple, and it is delightful. As the blessings from the audience poured in, Reba felt a profound sense of happiness. Chapter 66. To prove my love with my life, the director of the show entered the live broadcast room. A new day of streaming commenced. With a cheerful demeanor, the director stated, our show's viewership continues to soar, and everyone's spirits are increasingly elevated. To be frank, just yesterday, I received commendation from the television station and was awarded a substantial bonus. Wow, the director is treating us. Of course, a celebration is in order. The bonus must be spent, or it would be inauspicious. Director, when will we receive our bonuses? Upon hearing the mention of money, the audience erupted with excitement. The director chuckled and waved his hand, signaling for silence. Rest assured, a celebration is definitely on the agenda. However, what I wish to discuss today is not that. What brings me the greatest joy is that our dating show has birthed a genuine couple. We have truly achieved the notion of the rise of a female star. Of course, Sui Yu cannot be regarded as an ordinary person anymore, but prior to his participation in the show, he was indeed a true commoner. Therefore, I extend my heartfelt wishes for Sui Yu and Reba to cherish each other and reach a lasting conclusion. Applause erupted in the room. This was the official announcement. The director had previously conferred with Sui Yu and Reba, and only after securing their consent did he decide to unveil this news in such a manner. They believed this revelation would soon become a trending topic, perhaps even topping the charts. This would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous draw for the show. With a sense of satisfaction, the director naturally arranged for Sui Yu and Reba to be grouped together. The live broadcast officially began, marking yet another sweet day for the 6 pairs of partners. Outside of the production team, Sui Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, in a strict sense, today could be considered his first date with Reba. Having not dated for 5 years, he seemed to have forgotten the intricacies of the dating process. Where are we going today? Sui Yu, Reba inquired as she stepped out. Where to? Sui Yu opened his phone and began searching for the most romantic date locations. As he searched for the most romantic date spots, he stumbled upon a saying, true love knows no bounds. Only those who have faced life and death are worthy of speaking of love. A newly opened bungee jumping attraction in the city was now available, promising to fulfill all your fantasies. Bungee jumping? Sui Yu's eyes lit up. That sounds perfect. He then earnestly addressed Reba. Reba, this is our first date. and I wish to create an unforgettable memory that we will cherish for a lifetime. I want to do something that proves my love for you. Something that proves you love me? Reba's curiosity was piqued. Are you going to treat me to a snack package from Pinduoduo? Sui Yu's heartfelt demeanor faltered. Oh, come on. Pinduoduo, should I help you get a discount? Please, you are a star. Have some standards, he quickly replied, shaking his head. No, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. I believe it is necessary for me to prove my love for you with my life. Therefore, let us go bungee jumping. Bungee jumping? But I'm a bit afraid of heights, Reba confessed, torn. Fear not, for I am here. Nothing is insurmountable, Sui Yu proclaimed with unbridled confidence. Very well then, Reba acquiesced. The online spectators erupted in amusement. Taking Reba bungee jumping, this fellow certainly had intentions. Was this a test of love's courage? I have experienced bungee jumping before. It is indeed somewhat terrifying. However, it depends on who one is jumping with. If it were with Reba, I would gladly embrace the peril. Sui Yu, this rascal, must be harboring some mischief. He has never struck me as a virtuous soul. Before long, the duo arrived at the bungee site. As they ascended in the observation lift, Sui Yu gazed at the height they were reaching, and suddenly his legs felt weak. Regret washed over him. Damn it, I have never engaged in such an activity before. I had no idea it would be this frightful. Yet, as he observed Reba's calm demeanor, unease crept in. Reba, how are you so unafraid? I have been here once before with Sister Me, so I'm familiar with it. Still, I feel fear when jumping, Reba replied earnestly. What? You have experience? Sui Yu was momentarily speechless, realizing that the fool was indeed himself. But how could he back down now? He steeled himself against his rising dread. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, Reba, I feel I do not yet possess sufficient time to love you properly. Thus, is it not premature to prove my love with my life? Perhaps we should wait until we have loved a while longer? Reba's eyes widened in disbelief. Sui Yu, you aren't afraid, are you? Feeling overwhelmed? Nonsense. Am I afraid? How could I falter? A man must never admit weakness, and Sui Yu is no exception. I am merely concerned that you might feel fear. If you are frightened, just know that I love you and will ensure you are never troubled. Money wasted matters not. Reba smiled. You are truly wonderful, Sui Yu. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Sui Yu was rendered speechless. As the observation lift reached its zenith, his legs trembled even more. Watching Reba exit the lift with composure, he steeled himself. Damn it, there was no avoiding this. He followed closely behind her. Reba, do you know the maximum weight that this safety cord can bear? Given how much you have been eating lately, have you gained weight? Will you overload the cord? Reba, I purchased several bags of snacks on a whim. Shall we finish them before we jump? As the staff began to secure the ropes around them, Sui Yu could no longer contain his anxious murmurs. Reba's face shifted through shades of anger and exasperation. You are the one gaining weight. I weigh less than 100 pounds. She retorted, her expression far from pleased. The staff, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Come on, man. Look at her. She is unafraid. What are you so worried about? Bungee jumping together is a testament to love's life and death bond. Sui Yu's face fell. He truly had no inclination to heed such platitudes at that moment. Can I get a refund? I have changed my mind. He confessed his true feelings. The staff shook their heads in response. A joke. How could the money that has been secured ever be returned? He earnestly addressed Sui Yu. Say, my friend, it simply cannot be done. True love is priceless. Once acquired, it cannot be relinquished. These words instantly warmed Reba's heart. Sui Yu, I adore this phrase. True love is priceless. Once acquired, it cannot be relinquished. What do you mean by once acquired? I have a vendetta against gambling. Reba huffed angrily. Humph, I shall gamble. I shall gamble. I wager that you shall never escape my grasp for the entirety of your life. These may be considered excessive, but the male protagonist's career, the ultimate truth regarding and Reba's narrative, along with Baxiang, will all unfold in due course. Chapter 67. Engagement? Sui Yu was unceremoniously kicked down. Indeed, this lad was exceedingly vociferous, and the staff, growing impatient, gave him a swift kick. Subsequently, Sui Yu and Reba experienced the jarring impact of free fall. The sensation was akin to a transition between heaven and earth, a desolation wrought by the annihilation of all things. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Sui Yu did not utter a single cry, not due to a lack of fear, nor a facade of fortitude, but rather because Reba's embrace was far too tight. Sui Yu was holding his breath, struggling for air. In his ears, Reba was desperately shouting, help! I haven't yet indulged in my Pindoduo snack pack. Sui Yu, iae miperishing. Did you bring me here to bungee jump, to murder me, and inherit my Huabe? Sui Yu, my secret savings are hidden in. Reba shrieked in a frenzy, as if she were about to divulge all her secrets. However, Sui Yu had no desire to hear any of it. He simply wished to break free from Reba's grasp, yet found it utterly impossible. He felt as though he might soon become the first person in history to be strangled to death while bungee jumping. The seconds of bungee jumping were fleeting, yet to Sui Yu, they felt like the most interminable moments of his life. As the harness began to elevate, those suffocating seconds finally came to an end. Upon descending, Sui Yu appeared pallid and terrifying, causing even the staff to feel a twinge of fear. Hey, are you all right? You look seriously frightened. Should we call for a doctor? After a moment of recovery, Sui Yu shook his head. No, it's fine. I'm not scared. I was choked. Choked? The staff member looked puzzled. I've never heard of that happening while bungee jumping. Sui Yu glanced at Reba. Yes, it was her doing. Reba, you were indeed a handful. Why didn't Liu Jishin ever just uproot the willow tree? You insolent Sui Yu, what did you just say? Reba's expression soured instantly. What do you mean by uprooting the willow tree? Am I that robust? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she turned to the camera, indignantly declaring, crowdsource a poison that can render a person mute. That dog Sui Yu, he only resembles a person when he is silent. The comments section erupted in laughter. Ha, Reba, I adore you. That Sui Yu lad truly has a sharp tongue. Reba, I support your plan to silence him. Uproot the willow tree. What on earth was Sui Yu thinking? However, while the comments were filled with joy, Sui Yu was engulfed in sorrow. At this moment, he was incessantly apologizing. Reba, I was wrong. You are not overweight at all, and you do not eat excessively. Reba, please understand me. You are not like Liu Jishin. You cannot uproot the willows. Reba, I am extending my courtesy. Do not disregard it. I warn you, should you take advantage of my kindness, be cautious. Suddenly, Reba turned around sharply. What do you intend to do? I will kneel before you. Sui Yu uttered the most resolute words with the most cowardly undertone. Reba couldn't help but laugh. Humph, you silly Sui Yu. Can't you say something sweet to coax me? Sweet? Sui Yu pondered. What is sweet? He genuinely sought an answer. Oh, Reba was nearly brought to tears by this dense man. You could, for instance, engage in a more profound conversation. Do you understand? Profound? Sui Yu suddenly grasped the implication. Had you mentioned this earlier, I would have understood sooner. I can certainly discuss profound topics. Reba, how do you view the forthcoming developments in Russia? Reba was momentarily speechless. Even the cameraman nearby could scarcely believe his ears. How could there be such an oblivious man? Unable to contain himself, he remarked, Sister Reba, isn't this meant to be saved for the new year? Saved? What nonsense. You, with your piggish appearance, are clearly no good. Reba retorted directly at the cameraman. Right? Do you still want to work? You even wish for me to break up. You have no idea how strong our bond is. You scoundrel, do you think it's easy for me to find a partner? Sui Yu chimed in, extending his arm to embrace Reba. Yes. Reba leaned into Sui Yu's embrace, appearing quite content. Indeed, it is none of your business. Sui Yu, let us go. The cameraman was left in shock. Are they rekindling their relationship? It is a common truth that men in love can be rather dim-witted. Reba felt this deeply, yet she also experienced a sense of bliss. Alas, women in love can be even more naive. After bungee jumping, the filming resumed with much more ease. Aside from Sui Yu's occasional cluelessness providing amusement, everything unfolded harmoniously. Upon the conclusion of the live broadcast, the director announced some news. The production team would grant everyone a week's vacation, resuming filming a week later. This had been planned from the start, as the female guests were all celebrities and could not be confined to the set every day. The production team also needed time for a periodic review. However, Sui Yu was unconcerned. He was more focused on the fact that he finally had a week off. What would he do during this week? Before Sui Yu could bask in his delight for long, Reba's voice floated over, eating, sleeping, and playing games. Sui Yu blurted, I'll give you 3 seconds to rephrase that. Reba displayed her small pink fist. Eating, sleeping, and accompanying Reba. Sui Yu quickly amended his response. Now that sounds better. Reba smiled triumphantly. Yet, the nearby Boss Yang could no longer bear it. All right, enough of the lovey-dovey nonsense, Sui Yu. Have you forgotten your promise to me? This week, do not go anywhere. Come back to the company and sign the contract. Ah, Sui Yu cried out in despair. Ah, wait a moment. I will speak with you later. With that, Boss Yang turned to Reba. Reba, come inside with me. Reba nodded and made a face at Sui Yu before following Boss Yang into the room. Once Boss Yang closed the door and ensured they were alone, he turned to her. Reba, tell me honestly, did you spend the night with Sui Yu yesterday? Which one? Reba replied playfully. Don't think I don't know. Yes or no? Speak up. Boss Yang was not in the mood for jest. Only then did Reba nod, her cheeks flushing. Boss Yang grew anxious. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? How could you do such a thing? I like Sui Yu, I want to keep him. Reba retorted defiantly. Do you truly believe your body alone can secure his affection? Boss Yang replied bluntly. Don't be naive. He knows nothing now, but once he does, can you guarantee his choice? Reba lowered her head in silence. Perhaps she merely wished to arm herself with more leverage. But I genuinely like him. She murmured after a long pause. Boss Yang sighed helplessly. Well, it is what it is. Reba, you'll head to Magic City shortly, while I will take Sui Yu back to the Imperial capital. For this week, you two must not meet. But sister me, can't Sui Yu accompany me to Magic City? I don't want to be apart from him. Reba protested. Her trip to Magic City had been arranged long ago and was unchangeable. Yet, she yearned for Sui Yu's company. Next weekend, and will hold an engagement ceremony in Magic City, Boss Yang stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 68. In an S, final counterattack. Anand's engagement would take place in Magic City this weekend. Upon hearing Boss Yang's words, Reba fell silent. At times, she may seem a bit naive, but the fact that she had thrived in the entertainment industry for so long indicated she was not devoid of cunning. Consequently, Reba found herself at a loss. Observing her distress, Boss Yang gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry, and will not conduct a large-scale promotion this time. I will do my utmost to keep Sui Yu in the Imperial capital and prevent him from leaving. Reba nodded in acknowledgement. However, deep down, she understood that she would inevitably confront this day. It was merely a matter of time. If only it could be postponed just a little longer. Sui Yu was thus taken to the Imperial capital by Boss Yang. In truth, he was even less willing to part ways. After 5 long years of solitude, he had finally encountered a sweet reprieve, only to have it forcibly dismantled by Boss Yang, the wicked witch. It was lamentable that lovers could not unite. Yet, he would soon discover just how insidious Boss Yang could be. Upon their return to the Imperial capital, they completed their contract on the very first day. Following that, Boss Yang began assigning him work. Have you ever seen a work scheduled down to the minute? That was Sui Yu's reality. From 6 in the morning until 10 at night, every minute was meticulously accounted for by Boss Yang. It left him feeling utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The greatest joy for Sui Yu at present lies in his evening conversations with Reba. Although he feels fatigued, this ritual is indispensable. Today marks the 3rd day accompanying Boss Yang in the capital. At 11:30, Sui Yu finally reclined on his bed. Hey, where you up to? Habitually, he sent a message to Reba. Her reply came swiftly. I had a bit too much to eat tonight and just finished my run. Remember to wear a jacket after your run. Don't catch a cold. Sui Yu, in a rare moment of warmth, responded, Oh, why are you so considerate today? Reba felt a warm glow. Well, it's just a simple text. Indeed, warmth fades in 3 seconds, as her reply suggested. Sui Yu, undeterred, continued, How about I visit you this weekend? Do you miss me? How could that be? She retorted, I'll give you another chance. Think it over before saying anything. How can I not miss you? I'm a bit worried about your recent eating habits. A man, after all, must be adaptable. However, I've recently started my period. Reba's words doused his spirits like a bucket of cold water. Sui Yu immediately felt dejected, his fingers listlessly tapping the keyboard. Maybe I'll come next week instead. I'm quite busy, but I anticipate my period will be over by Friday. His eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Then I'll fly over Friday night. I want to see you sooner. My period tends to linger, so it might not be completely over. What? Sui Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Reba, are you toying with me? He quickly replied, oh, never mind. I just remembered Boss Yang has assigned me some important work this weekend. Sui Yu, are you doing this on purpose? I'm upset. Darling, don't be angry. He hastily apologized. So, will you come on Saturday or not? But this work is indeed quite important. Sui Yu, do you want to get yourself killed? You must go. Nothing is more significant than having a girlfriend. Wouldn't you agree? Now that sounds better. Reba was indeed easy to placate. However, Sui Yu, I will ask me Jia tomorrow. If you're too busy, don't worry about coming. I'll push to finish the ad shoot early and then return to the capital to see you. But I don't want you to tire yourself out. It's fine. I also want to see you soon. Now it's getting late. Say good night to me. Good night. Upon receiving Sui Yu's final two words, Reba fell into deep contemplation. Sleep eluded her. With Anne's engagement drawing ever closer, could this truly be kept a secret? Reba began to reminisce about events from roughly 10 days prior. At that time, Anne had yet to publicly announce her engagement, although some within their circle had already been informed. Jia isn't really getting engaged? Is there truly no future for her and Sui Yu? On that day, Reba posed her question to Boss Yang. He regarded her for a long moment before sighing and responding slowly. Reba, tell me the truth. Do you genuinely have feelings for Sui Yu? Or is this merely for the sake of the job I provided you? Oh dear me, Jia. How am I supposed to answer that? To speak candidly, this is of paramount importance. Observing Boss Yang's earnest demeanor, Reba finally spoke up. Sister me, to be honest, I initially sought to cultivate a relationship with Sui Yu on your behalf, believing him to be a promising future star. However, as time went on, after he treated me to a lavish meal for the first time and playfully teased the chubby guy, I experienced a joy I had never known before. Later, when I fell ill and witnessed him with I felt a pang of jealousy. Seeing him put himself in the police station for her made my heart ache. When he ultimately rejected An's plea for reconciliation, I found myself secretly smiling. Perhaps it was at that moment I realized my genuine affection for him. Sometimes, love does not require a lengthy acquaintance. Dear, foolish girl. Listening to Reba's heartfelt confession, Boss Yang interjected, Reba, if you truly cherish him, then let me enlighten you. The saga between Sui Yu and An is far from straightforward. An's recent engagement is less about a fresh start for her and more about her final retaliation against Sui Yu. First and foremost, you must recognize that the current Sui Yu is not the same as the one An knew 5 years ago. With 3 hit songs under his belt, his undeniable talent is now eclipsing all else, and his soaring popularity has nearly surpassed mine, making him a prime candidate for stardom with just a bit of marketing. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The significant leverage that Jia Ling once held has largely shifted to Sui Yu, entangling many influential figures within the entertainment industry. If utilized effectively, this could become a monumental resource, paving the way for unprecedented success in the industry. In essence, if I were to secure Sui Yu, my company would rapidly ascend to new heights. Conversely, if An were to claim him, her current professional struggles would transform into triumph, illuminating her path ahead. Thus, anyone in the entertainment realm is eager to acquire Sui Yu, and An and I are merely quicker on the draw. Reba, should you genuinely care for Sui Yu, I would support your union, for it would indeed benefit our company's dealings with him. However, I harbor a concern. An and I are neither of us inclined to surrender easily. This engagement signifies her counterstrike, and I fear that in the end, we may find ourselves with nothing. Do you understand, Reba? Reba appeared to grasp the underlying message. Sister me, why would an engagement be considered a counterattack? Chapter 69. You are my enlightenment. Why would engagement constitute a counterattack? Reba posed the question. What course of action would An undertake? With whom would she become engaged? Moreover, how would she approach this engagement? Would she revert to her previous tactics of feigned victimhood and eliciting sympathy? Would Sui Yu even heed her? She had attempted that once before. Sui Yu had been quite clear that such tactics would bear no fruit if repeated. Reba hurriedly posed numerous inquiries, her concern for Sui Yu compelling her to seek every answer. Yet, Boss Yang merely shook his head. An is far from simple. I have known her for several years, and I have always believed that she is the most astute woman in the entertainment industry. I am unaware of her specific counterattack strategy, yet I am certain it centers around Sui Yu. In recent days, numerous prominent figures in the entertainment industry have received messages from An inviting them to the engagement ceremony, with a notable emphasis that Sui Yu would be present. And that day would hold great significance for him. Does this not indicate certain issues? However, I truly do not know how she intends to proceed. As I reflected upon this, Reba suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Are women in love prone to such insecurities? Reba was uncertain. She abruptly sat up, grasped her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, I cannot sleep. Shall we commence tomorrow's shooting schedule a bit earlier? I recall there's some night scenes we could tackle first. Sister Reba, you have been working overtime for several days. Your health. I am fine, but I must trouble you to exert yourself a little more. Rest assured, I will provide you with bonuses. I merely wish to expedite the completion of our work. Very well, came the resigned response from the other end. Sister Reba, honestly, it's not about the money. What matters most is your well-being. Reba offered no reply, ending the call. She immediately rose, her mind consumed with the desire to finish work swiftly and return to the capital, to be by Sui Yu's side. Meanwhile, on the following morning, Sui Yu awoke early. Not by choice but necessity. Since returning with Boss Yang, he had adopted a lifestyle even more demanding than that of an ordinary worker. Today, his task was to record songs. Long time no see, guest, and lies. 3 pieces in total. Boss Yang insisted on a complete studio version for promotional purposes, which was, of course, essential. Initially, Sui Yu presumed this would be a straightforward endeavor. However, once he began, he realized the complexity involved. Every lyric's timing, each word's pitch and tone, there was an abundance to consider. Despite possessing advanced vocal techniques, Sui Yu faltered numerous times. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that they finally concluded their work. Nevertheless, several sound engineers praised Sui Yu's talent, exclaiming, "A genius. Truly a genius." To accomplish this so swiftly on the first attempt, I expected it would take 2 to 3 days. Indeed, professional singers typically manage to record 2 or 3 songs in a day, and Sui Yu matched their prowess. Noticing they finished work earlier than expected, Boss Yang invited Sui Yu for a drink, to which he naturally acquiesced. They opted not to venture out, but instead chose to gather at Boss Yang's residence. Upon arrival, Sui Yu was taken aback by the luxurious decor, the exquisite design, and the expansive duplex spanning hundreds of square meters, truly befitting a titan of the entertainment industry. Don't just stand there, come help me out. This is the smallest of my residences in the capital, yet also the closest to the company. Let us make do here tonight, as we have an early start tomorrow. Upon hearing Boss Yang's words, Sui Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He lifted the glass of red wine that Boss Yang had poured and downed it in one go. Hey, that is not how red wine is meant to be consumed, Boss Yang exclaimed, yet Sui Yu simply shook his head. It's nothing. I wish to be silent. Please refrain from speaking or inquiring about who silent is. I regret coming here. I previously believed my life was satisfactory, only to realize today how profoundly impoverished I am. Yang, the boss, chuckled heartily. Oh, what is the matter? With your current capabilities, you shall soon achieve fame. In less than 2 years, you will possess everything one could desire. Achieving fame is not so simple. Spare me your consolation, Sui Yu replied with a hint of melancholy. Yang's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. Sui Yu, you are lacking in confidence. You are already quite remarkable. You know, under my guidance, your rise to fame will be swift. Very well. Sui Yu raised his glass, signaling a toast with Yang. However, this time, he merely sipped delicately. Setting down the glass, he self-deprecatingly remarked, Thank you for your comforting words, though I have never been famous in my life. I have certainly experienced betrayal. I have learned to be content. Yang chuckled again. Are you referring to Hien? But when her rumors surfaced, you two must have already parted ways. That hardly counts as betrayal. No. Sui Yu quickly refuted. It has nothing to do with Hien. I was speaking of you, Yang. Me? Yang was taken aback. Did we know each other before? Of course, Sui Yu nodded earnestly. You are the goddess of our nerdy crowd. Who wouldn't he regard you as an enlightening figure? Yet, you ended up with someone else. How many hearts have you broken? Yang burst into laughter. What a ridiculous notion of enlightenment. Still, she feigned annoyance, get lost. Who knows what chaotic thoughts you all have? tarnishing my reputation. Sui Yu laughed heartily. The tension between them finally dissipated. After a few drinks, Yang adopted a more serious tone. Sui Yu, what are your thoughts on your future in the entertainment industry? What are my thoughts? I haven't given it much consideration. Sui Yu shook his head. I prefer to go with the flow. Upon uttering this, he suddenly felt it was inappropriate and quickly clarified, I meant the idiom, nothing more. Yang smiled knowingly. Just be cautious not to utter that in front of Iba. It could lead to a downfall. However, she continued, Sui Yu, do you harbor any distrust towards me? I sense you do not fully believe in me. Dear sister, I have been quite cooperative, haven't I? Sui Yu complained. I sleep later than a dog and rise earlier than a rooster. Whatever you say goes. How else can I be cooperative? How can I trust you? Yang shook her head. That is not important. What I wish to convey is, since you trust me, why not entrust me with those few songs you have? Not the 3 recorded today. Do not claim you have none. I have seen some drafts. Chapter 70. A night with Boss Yang. Sui Yu was taken aback. You were spying on me? What nonsense is this? A girl spying on a man? Am I that desperate? Yang's expression soured. I spy on you? What is there to admire? Those belongings are clearly your own, left scattered in my office. Do not succumb to paranoia. Sui Yu smiled awkwardly. Hehe, gast ist. Do not take offense. Those songs are mere trifles, hardly worthy of stage. Is that so? That diminishes their value, replied Boss Yang, lifting his gaze to meet Sui Yu's. My lack of understanding does not imply that the others in our company share the same ignorance. I have shared those songs with them, and though they are not complete scores, they can discern their merit. Sui Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could the creations from the system be inferior? Yet, he was reluctant to release them prematurely. Firstly, he had not yet fully acclimated to the life of the entertainment industry and wished to observe further. Secondly, he bore a protective shell. After being hurt by it, he found it difficult to trust anyone easily. However, this did not mean that his feelings for Reba were insincere. If one were to encapsulate Sui Yu's current sentiments towards Reba, it would undoubtedly be, if you do not depart, I shall not forsake you. But what if Reba were to leave first? That would be an entirely different matter. Thus, after a prolonged silence, Sui Yu spoke. Boss Yang, I recall a clause in our contract that grants me absolute autonomy over my works. Therefore, I should have the discretion to decide when to release these songs, whether to release them at all, and through which channels. Of course, Boss Yang replied nonchalantly. I do not concern myself with your works. What truly matters to me is you as a person. Jia Ling Company is my labor of love. Its foundation is precarious. So, Sui Yu, can you assure me that your desire to remain here is genuine, or is it merely for Reba? Sui Yu chuckled, refraining from a direct answer and instead retorting. Are these two notions not distinct? What truly holds significance is that I am here now, and as long as I remain, I shall not privately disseminate any works outside. Thus, does the reason matter? Not at all. Boss Yang raised her glass once more. Your words suffice. Let us cease this discussion. It is exhausting. Let us drink. Cheers. Sui Yu responded, clinking glasses. As the wine flowed, both became slightly inebriated, and their conversation grew increasingly uninhibited. Sui Yu, Boss Yang at this point, had completely shed her celebrity facade, reclining on the sofa, one hand raised with a glass, resembling a tipsy young lady, despite being well into her adulthood. Yet, this only added to her allure. Sui Yu, you are remarkable, truly. You are the fastest rising star I have ever encountered. Your ascent is more absurd than a rocket fueled by gasoline. How did you achieve this? Sui Yu, feeling equally liberated, had discarded his jacket, languishing on the chair opposite Boss Yang, relaxed as if enjoying skewers on a street corner. Oh, what is the big deal? Boss Yang, you are the impressive one. Despite my exuberance, I ultimately succumbed to your charm, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Boss Yang burst into laughter. And do you fancy this charm? Indeed. I must say I do. Sui Yu has now reached a point where he speaks whatever crosses his mind. Just one statement. If this continues, I can hardly endure it. Bah, truly, no man is worth a dime. Boss Yang exclaimed. Nonetheless, I find it rather appealing. In an instant, Boss Yang flashed a captivating smile. Sui Yu, do you still refuse to devote yourself wholeheartedly to me? Is it because you find my allure insufficient? Of course, it is far from enough. Before drinking, I belong to the great Xia. After drinking, great Xia belongs to me. Sui Yu began to boast. Let me tell you, 99 out of 100 men are those who feast while gazing at the pot, harboring dreams of their neighbor Wang, always believing that their wives are better suited for others. Hence, the more beautiful women, the better. Are you the same? Boxiang inquired. Naturally, I am also a man, Sui Yu blurted out. However, Boxiang took this to heart. Sui Yu was not mistaken. Men often possess that very disposition. Yet in his hazy drunkenness, Boxiang gazed at Sui Yu. His smooth, fair face radiated sharp, striking features. His thick brows rebelliously arched slightly upwards. He was indeed quite handsome. Furthermore, although he appeared polished on the outside, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances behind the scenes. Despite Jia Ling's establishment, it had begun with a betting agreement, and it took nearly 3 years of relentless effort to achieve this. Thus, even now, Jia Ling lacks a true pillar of support. The phrase strong on the outside, weak on the inside could not be more fitting for her situation. If Sui Yu could genuinely commit himself to Jia Ling with his talent and popularity, wouldn't he her burdens lessen? Could Jia Ling not genuinely contend with the entertainment giants in the future? Contemplating this, her gaze towards Sui Yu grew more infatuated. What a splendid man. No wonder Heba is so smitten. If something were to transpire between them, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Aren't such occurrences common in the entertainment industry? Hadn't she witnessed enough? Suddenly, Boxiang's thoughts began to wander. In that moment, she could hardly distinguish whether it was her career ambitions or genuine affection that stirred within her. All she felt was her heart racing fiercely. Sui Yu, may I? Perhaps it was the intoxication, or perhaps emboldened by the wine, she uttered words she would never dare to say while sober. Boxiang suddenly spoke with a gentle tone. Yet Sui Yu remained oblivious. What do you mean, may you? You are the boss. Of course you can. Who would dare say otherwise? Boxiang sat up, puffing out her chest. Her impressive figure made Sui Yu want to spit blood. May I become your second beauty strategy? Sui Yu's intoxication abruptly faded. What was happening? Boxiang was offering herself? Should I accept or decline? Leave a comment, and for those reading this, please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 71. Husband. You are truly wonderful. Sui Yu was dumbfounded. Gazing upon the enchanting visage of Boxiang, he could not help but feel his heart race. Is the entertainment industry truly this liberated now? Are such matters no longer of consequence? Boxiang's sparkling eyes remained fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting his response. Yet, did Sui Yu possess an answer? As a man, it would be foolish not to seize an opportunity. However, as the legitimate boyfriend of Reba, he retained a semblance of rationality. Boxiang, I am Reba's boyfriend. Please refrain from calling me Boxiang. Call me Dammy me instead. Moreover, I assure you, I will not divulge this to her. This shall be our secret, all right? Boxiang's voice was as delicate as an orchid, and her words only served to heighten the tension. How could one possibly resist such temptation? Sui Yu found himself on the brink of surrender. Yet, a flicker of hesitation lingered in his heart. Surely, this is not appropriate? With a hint of uncertainty, Sui Yu murmured, what could possibly be wrong? We're all adults here. Do you still wish to cling to the notion of remaining chaste for a single person throughout your life? Boxiang continued her enticement. After today, I shall belong to you. Is that not agreeable? Sui Yu's mind was in disarray. Good heavens, how could alcohol lead to such a predicament? As he beheld Boxiang drawing ever closer, he felt as though his very blood might spill forth from his nose. Boxiang, rather, please call me Mimi. Boxiang once again corrected him. Mimi, I am a person of morals and integrity. So, are you implying that I lack morals? Before Sui Yu could finish his thought, Boxiang abruptly withdrew, her demeanor no longer exuding the previous allure. Sui Yu, do you believe I am still attempting to seduce you? Is that not the case? Sui Yu replied with a rueful smile, fully aware that he could not affirm it. No, nothing of the sort. Boxiang interrupted him once more. A man who speaks in contradictions. I am undeniably trying to entice you. However, you have proven yourself worthy. At least you passed the test. Test? Upon hearing those final 2 words, Sui Yu was momentarily taken aback. What test? It is simply to ascertain whether you can withstand temptation. It appears that Reba has chosen wisely. You are quite commendable, Boxiang stated calmly. Yet, This made Sui Yu feel as though everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Was it all fictitious? Was it merely an act? He found himself at a loss for words. Boss Yang continued, "However, Sui Yu, you have indeed made me quite unhappy. I am beginning to doubt my own allure. Am I truly so aged and unappealing that even my seduction fails to ensnare you?" Sui Yu shook his head, yet he did not respond to Boss Yang's inquiry. His mind was occupied with another pressing matter. "Boss Yang, what if I had succumbed to temptation just now?" "Succumbed?" Boss Yang smiled knowingly. "Then, of course, one would simply embrace the mistake and go with the flow." Following this, Boss Yang's alluring gaze fell upon Sui Yu once more. "Perhaps if it had truly occurred, I would indeed keep it from Reba." At this revelation, Sui Yu was rendered utterly speechless. Thus, did I just squander an opportunity that every man dreams of seizing? Oh my! Sui Yu's heart is a tumult of emotions. If only time could be reverted, he would tell Boss Yang, "Could you please refrain from interrupting me?" The last words he intended to convey were a declaration of his moral integrity. Yet for her, he would willingly surrender that virtue. Had he completed his thought, would the outcome have been different? "Yang Mi, you have missed your chance to possess my heart. Do you realize?" Yet if given the chance to relive those moments, would Sui Yu truly articulate that sentiment? No one can say. Subsequently, neither of them broached the subject again. After several more drinks, Sui Yu took his leave. The events of the night lingered in his mind like a dream. What if Boss Yang had taken a step further? What if he had been a tad more reckless? What would the result have been? As for Boss Yang's claim of it being a test, who can ascertain the truth? One can only assert that the night's occurrences remained untainted, as both held at least a semblance of conscience, preventing any untoward stories from unfolding. Upon returning to the hotel, Sui Yu succumbed to a restless slumber, lost in thought. His guiding principle had always been that it was of no great consequence. A night's sleep would see it all fade away. In his dreams, he encountered Reba, An, and Boss Yang. These three women incessantly professed their love, compelling him to choose and forsake the other two. This incessant pressure vexed Sui Yu. He exclaimed in frustration, "Enough. I want them all." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear. "Sui Yu, what do you want? Stop. Please, it hurts." Awakened by the discomfort, Sui Yu opened his eyes to see Reba's silhouette before him. She was tugging at his ear, and he felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Am I still dreaming? A glance at Reba convinced him that he must still be ensnared in slumber. He promptly lay back down. "You scoundrel!" Reba exclaimed, her patience waning. This time, she did not hold back, pulling his ear with all her might once more. "Open your eyes and see clearly. It is I who have returned." Only then did Sui Yu, covering his ear, manage to open his eyes fully. After a few moments of stunned silence, he finally comprehended that the figure before him was indeed the very flesh and blood of Reba. "Wife, how did you come back?" At this question, Reba momentarily froze, her face flushing instantly. "Oh, stop it. Who are you calling wife? I'm not your wife." Seeing her flustered demeanor ignited a playful spark within Sui Yu. "Oh, is that so? If you're not my wife, shall I call someone else wife then?" "You dare." Reba raised her petite fist in protest. "I just think it's too soon. I am not prepared yet, so you must not call anyone else." "Ha ha, how utterly adorable." Sui Yu enveloped Reba in an embrace, his heart heavy with the recollections of the previous night, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Fortunately, no mistakes were made. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss on how to face Reba. I do not call others by such endearing names. So might you also indulge me with the title of husband? Oh dear. Reba's cheeks flushed in even deeper shade. "Do not be so hasty. There will be opportunities in the future." "Ha ha." Sui did not press Reba further, but instead held her even closer. "What brings you to the capital today? Weren't you supposed to be busy there for a week?" "I finished my work ahead of schedule and came because I missed you," Reba quietly murmured while nestled in his embrace. "I have already informed Sister Me that you need not go to the office today. You can spend quality time with me." "Very well. I shall accompany you today." You are truly wonderful, my husband." No sooner had Reba uttered this than a steady rhythm of breathing filled the air. She had fallen asleep. Sui Yu gently cradled her. He could surmise that Reba had been working tirelessly, completing her tasks in advance just to be with him. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Chapter 72. Farewell. In the Jianghu, Reba slept soundly until the afternoon, utterly exhausted. Sui Yu had prepared lunch for her. However, by the time Reba awoke, it had already grown somewhat cold. Sui Yu, I'm hungry, was the first thing the food-loving Reba exclaimed. Naturally, she could not be given something that had gone cold. Sui Yu had anticipated this. Darling, wait for me for half an hour. I shall prepare a meal for you. Cook. Reba seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Don't tease me. You once said you were the sort of person who boiled instant noodles with cold water. You can cook now? That was in the past. Now that I have you, I must learn to do everything, Sui Yu replied tenderly. He then made his way to the hotel kitchen, borrowing their facilities to begin his culinary endeavor. While Reba had been asleep, he had already researched how to make noodles with sauce, and with the assistance of the hotel chef, within 20 minutes. A bowl of delicious noodles was ready. Sui Yu prepared to carry the steaming bowl of noodles to the hotel lobby when he happened to notice a young girl selling flowers at the entrance. He vowed that his decision to purchase flowers was not merely due to the girl's beauty. He simply believed that all women, including Reba, should be fond of flowers. As for why he added the little girl's WeChat, that was a no-brainer. This way, he could have flowers delivered directly to him in the future. Surely, he was not contemplating having multiple chatting partners for long, lonely nights. A good man like Sui Yu would never entertain such sordid thoughts. He returned to the room with the noodles and roses. Darling, it's time to eat. Reba turned to look, her gaze settling on the noodles and the roses. And instead of immediately reaching for them, she regarded Sui Yu with a puzzled expression. Sui Yu, have you done something to wrong me? Of course not. Sui Yu stammered, feeling flustered. What was happening? Had Boss Yang mentioned yesterday's events? But he had indeed done nothing wrong. His behavior last night, akin to that of Liu Fairy, should be considered a point in his favor, right? Observing Sui Yu's anxious demeanor, Reba grew increasingly convinced. Noodles, roses. After becoming involved with Sui Yu, Heba found him to be rather blunt. Could he truly comprehend these sentiments? It seemed evident that he no longer loved her, and was merely here to bid her a final farewell. People often say that a man's sudden affection is a precursor to separation. Thus, Heba immediately felt the heavy weight of jealousy upon her. Have you found another companion? Don't be absurd. I am notoriously devoted, Sui Yu quickly refuted. Then why did you prepare noodles for me and buy me flowers? Heba pressed on. They say when a man suddenly treats a woman well, it usually indicates he has wronged her. Sui Yu, speak up quickly. While I still love you, I will forgive you. What sort of logic is that? Sui Yu thought, bewildered. What on earth occupies this woman's mind all day? Noticing his silence, Heba wrapped her arms around his. You must tell me, is it true? Sui Yu gazed at her, his tone gentle as flowing water. No, I simply felt you were too weary and wanted to treat you kindly. Really? Indeed. Heba beamed, her smile brightening the room. Bring it to me. I want to eat. She pointed at the noodles. All right. Taking the bowl of noodles, Heba began to devour them voraciously, her gluttony making Sui Yu feel hungry as well. He rose and approached the cupboard, retrieving a cup of instant noodles and some hot water to prepare his meal. After all, he couldn't merely watch her eat. Don't eat instant noodles. Experts say they're unhealthy. Heba quickly interjected. Sui Yu shook his head, continuing his task. Silly girl, have you asked the expert? I've fallen to the point of eating instant noodles. And he still talks to me about health? Is that even reasonable? Heba chuckled softly. Enough of that. Sui Yu, your entire being is soft, except for your stubbornness. All right, stop eating. Come, indulge in my noodles. Before she could finish her sentence, Heba glanced down to see the dwindling noodles, her expression turning sheepish. They were too delicious, and now it's gone. Sui Yu noticed as well, and chuckled while patting her head. It's fine. I'm accustomed to it. A bit of instant noodles, one tea hurt. No way, you cannot eat that. Heba shook her head resolutely. Sui Yu, why don't we go out to eat? Oh no, I cannot adjust to your high-end restaurants. They feel less comforting than instant noodles. Sui Yu spoke the truth. These past few days, the most bothersome aspect was dining. Various Western restaurants with extravagant ingredients, each meal requiring 108 steps. It was utterly exhausting. Isn't the purpose of a meal simply to be satisfying and delicious? Oh, we can eat what you enjoy, Heba said understandingly. Really? Sui Yu's eyes sparkled. Then let us go for barbecue. Barbecue and hot pot are undoubtedly the favorites of homebodies. Sounds great. Hiba sat up straight, puffing out her chest, and proclaimed in a perfect dialect, I'll treat you to beer. Meanwhile, as Sui Yu and Hiba basked in their sweet moment, the scene shifted to the Magic City. At this moment, and was situated within a towering skyscraper. Opposite her sat an elderly gentleman nearing his 50s, with a bank card and several contracts laid out on the table between them. Mr. Wang, from this day forth, I have settled all my debts to you. Mr. Wang glanced at the contracts on the table, then at the bank card, a smile creasing his lips. 5 years. Who would have thought that in just 5 years, you would achieve your freedom? And return the smile. This day is what I have yearned for day and night over these 5 years. Regardless, congratulations are in order. Mr. Wang picked up the bank card and said cheerfully, however, and are you certain you do not wish to stay? If you do, I believe I could offer you a more equitable contract. And shook her head. No, thank you. I have sacrificed far too much over these 5 years. Moving forward, I wish to live for myself. Live for yourself? Mr. Wang glanced at the card on the table. Is that still possible? Mr. Wang, money is not omnipotent. Over the years, I have lost far too much in pursuit of wealth. Rising to her feet, and smiled and uttered her final words to Mr. Wang. No matter what, I must express my gratitude, Mr. Wang. However, as we part ways, I sincerely hope we shall not meet again. Chapter 73. Do you really think your woman is a tiger? Meanwhile, Reba and Sui Yu had just arrived at a barbecue stall, both bundled up snugly. After all, they were now considered public figures, and a certain degree of disguise was essential. Upon reaching the stall, Sui Yu was instantly enveloped by a sense of homeliness. Once upon a time, this had been his cherished indulgence. There is no problem that a barbecue cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 barbecues will suffice. Boss, I'll have 30 skewers of kidneys, 30 skewers of lamb, 2 chicken wings, and a case of beer. Sui Yu bellowed. 30 skewers of kidneys? The owner looked surprised. Typically, patrons ordered only 4 or 5 skewers of kidneys. No one had ever requested such a quantity. The owner cast a curious glance at Reba. This petite girl seemed delicate, yet here she was, ordering with such gusto. Sui Yu's boisterous voice caught the attention of nearby customers, who began to cast their gazes upon Reba. Her figure, her skin, although her face was obscured by a mask, just those legs alone. No wonder that lad ordered 30 skewers of kidneys. If my wife had legs like that, even 100 would not suffice. Suddenly, a hint of animosity towards Sui Yu began to brew among them. Reba felt acutely awkward under their scrutinizing gazes. She quietly turned to Sui Yu and asked, Sui Yu, why do I feel as though they are staring at me? Have they recognized me? Sui Yu shook his head. Silly girl, if they had recognized you, they would have approached you by now. They actually admire you. Admire me? Reba was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Sui Yu launched into his playful banter. Do you see that case of beer? A girlfriend who can share a case of beer with her boyfriend is known as a confidant. Among true friends, 1,000 cups are but a trifle. They envy you in their hearts. All right, Sui Yu, I want to be your confidant. In a moment of delight, Reba poured herself a glass of wine. This was her first cup. As she spoke, she removed her mask and consumed it in one go. However, for the time being, no one recognized her. After all, under the dim light of the night, combined with the hat she wore and her hair partially obscuring her face, it was not an easy task to identify her without careful scrutiny. Naturally, Sui Yu also began to drink with Reba. After 3 cups, Reba started to transform into someone unrecognizable. Old Sui, how can you drink so much? Reba exclaimed. Sui Yu chuckled and replied nonchalantly, well, of course. When has your man ever faltered? Oomph. Reba immediately retorted, the earthy taste of the local brew resurfacing. Old Sui, are you just pretending? On that day, when it was our first time, who was it that leaned against the wall shouting for mercy? Wow, this fierce girl. Sui Yu's face blushed with embarrassment. Nearby guests overheard the exchange and directed envious glances at Sui Yu. First time? Leaning against the wall? This kid must have saved the galaxy in his past life. To have such a beautiful girlfriend for the first time? Is there any justice in this world? Noticing Reba's demeanor, Sui Yu quickly intervened. Hey, don't spill everything out. If you drink too much, just lie down and honestly admit you can't handle it. Next time, you'll be sitting at the kids' table during meals. Sui Yu, Reba was incensed. How could she, in her drunken state, allow him to get away with that. Her temper flared instantly. Sui Yu, who are you talking to? Feeling bold. Are we? Sui Yu smiled. No, I merely believe you cannot hold your liquor. Who can't? Reba demanded. Boss, bring me another case of wine. She could not endure such an affront. I'll warn you, Sui Yu, if I don't make you unable to stand tonight, I'll take your surname. Please, don't insult the Sui family. Sui Yu quickly shook his head and raised a bottle of wine. However, tonight, you might end up lying down. With that, the two resumed their drinking contest. Yet, Reba, bless her, was all softness except for her stubborn mouth. Soon enough, after another 3 cups, she was utterly incapacitated. Sui Yu, didn't you say you couldn't drink much before? You deceived me. That was merely modesty, you know. Modesty leads to progress. Sui Yu continued to boast. Reba burst into laughter. Don't tease me. You being modest? Does that word even connect with you? Do you really think your woman is a fierce tiger? After uttering this, Reba finally succumbed and rested her head on the table. Sui Yu affectionately glanced at her, then moved to sit beside her, gently embracing her. Observing the slightly intoxicated Reba, a smile of happiness crept across his lips. Silly girl, you're not fierce at all. Yet, why is it that I find myself liking you more and more? Meanwhile, in a distant part of the city, and was busy with the final preparations for her engagement ceremony. How many responses do we have now? How many people will be able to attend on that day? She inquired. Her assistant glanced at the data and replied. In the current entertainment industry, there are already 32 prominent figures who have agreed to attend. We have invited a total of 40 individuals, and 21 bosses have been approached, with 14 confirming their attendance. And nodded in acknowledgement. This is a significant ratio. For those who have not yet responded, please follow up, as the more attendees, the better. Understood, the assistant replied, though her expression still bore a hint of hesitation. Sister-in, is this approach truly effective? Can a resurgence still be possible? And sighed, is it effective? I cannot say for certain. All I know is, even if it may not serve me, it will undoubtedly be beneficial for someone else. Let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive. Regardless, I appreciate you. Since the incident last time, most have distanced themselves from me, yet you remain. The assistant was well aware of what I'm referred to. In the previous Zhuowei incident, the one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Zhuowei. However, one was the second most affected. What were mere fabrications had led to a dramatic decline in her popularity, especially after the scandal involving Sui Yu. Many viewed her as a woman who would stop at nothing for her own gain. Thus, In's current status was a far cry from her former glory. Moreover, having severed ties with her financial backer, Mr. Wang, nearly everyone around her had lost faith in her. Could this engagement truly be a turning point? The assistant was uncertain. Sister-in, it's all right. I believe in you. By the way, how shall we inform Sui Yu? The assistant inquired again. No worries, he will find out. Regardless of whether he attends, the engagement must proceed as planned, and affirmed, then turned to her assistant. After this engagement, I will find you a suitable partner. The assistant remained silent. One must live for the future. If it were to truly falter, her departure would be merely a matter of time. Didn't herself lack confidence? And chose not to dwell on this topic further, and instead gazed out the window. The moonlight was lovely tonight. Would everything go smoothly at the engagement in 2 days? Would Sui Yu appear? She felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation for the approaching day. Chapter 74. Announcing the engagement at a barbecue stall. Sui Yu observed the slightly inebriated Reba, preparing to escort her home. Suddenly, a melody wafted through the air. Sui Yu looked up to see a young man passionately serenading his girlfriend with a guitar. Reba smiled at the sight of the boy. Sui Yu, I wish to hear you sing. You have yet to dedicate a song to me. Indeed, Sui Yu had sung Long Time No See, performed as a guest, and delivered lies, yet none of these were for Reba. Seeing her expectant gaze, Sui Yu nodded. All right, I shall sing a song for you. With that, he stepped forward and exchanged a few quiet words with the boy before accepting the guitar he offered. This song, which he contemplated for quite some time, was also a selection from a system, yet he felt that its title resonated perfectly with both himself and Reba. This song is dedicated to the person who currently holds the utmost significance in my life. The title is Encounter, and I am grateful to the heavens for allowing our paths to cross. Upon hearing these words, Reba seemed to awaken from her stupor, lifting her gaze with palpable anticipation towards Sui Yu. At that moment, Sui Yu began to sing. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in a certain year and month. I think, I wait, I yearn, yet the future cannot be predetermined. On overcast evenings, outside the car window, there is someone waiting ahead, looking left, right, and straight ahead. How many turns must love take to arrive? The song tells the story of a girl who eagerly awaits her destined companion, reminiscent of Reba's own wait for Sui Yu. Fortuitously, Sui Yu emerged, passionately singing love songs on stage, while she quietly listened from below. This sensation is known as happiness. Sui Yu's voice continued to flow. Whom will I encounter? And what dialogues will unfold? The one I await. How far into the future is he? I hear the wind, born from a subway and the throngs of people. As I queue, clutching my ticket for love. Sui Yu sang this piece without any pretense of skill. He simply sang while gazing at Reba, reminiscing about his past. Once discarded by an, he endured 5 years of despondency and mediocrity, watching his ex-girlfriend thrive while he felt like a scattered mess. He believed his life was set. No more love, no more future, just a few years until he would marry someone who seemed suitable, have a child, and lead a mundane existence. But love? Was it truly significant? It was Reba's appearance and her unwavering persistence that rekindled Sui Yu's courage to believe once more. Thus, Reba, meeting you has made me incredibly fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, Sui Yu's eyes had grown moist. He gazed at Reba, singing with even deeper emotion. I fly forward, traversing an ocean of time. We have also suffered in love. I look at the road. The entrance to my dreams is somewhat narrow. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day, the truth of my enigma will be unveiled. At this moment, Reba's eyes were also glistening with tears. So beautiful, truly beautiful. But why, Sui Yu, do I see sorrow in your gaze? What have you endured in your past? Was the pain too much to bear? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Reba mustered her strength to stand, gradually making her way to Sui Yu and gently embracing him. Her head nestled against his chest as she softly spoke. Sui Yu, do not be sad. I may not have been there for your past, but I will accompany you through your future. Sui Yu inhaled the faint scent of Reba's hair, tenderly responding, yes, we will be together forever. At that moment, many at the barbecue stand felt a deep resonance. It is indeed beautiful. For some, merely encountering one another is a stroke of fortune. Where's my person? Is she still waiting for me? Will I still be able to wait? In truth, I have always been puzzled by the necessity of marriage and romance. I once inquired of my mother whether it was permissible to remain unmarried. She replied that if, amidst the resounding fireworks and the tantalizing aroma of home-cooked meals wafting through the neighborhood, one could witness families strolling hand in hand without shedding a tear, then one could indeed forego marriage. Ah, what a celestial love those two share. I find myself envious. What is the name of that song? Encounter? I must search for post-haste. Of course, they would be unable to find it. Some time later, Sui Yu gazed down at the slumbering Reba in his arms and attempted to call her name. Reba. There was no response. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This girl had actually fallen asleep. Observing her endearing visage, a wave of tenderness washed over him. He gently cradled Reba in his arms, moving with utmost caution, lest he disturb her rest. 2 hours later, just as Boss Yang was preparing to retire for the night, her phone rang unexpectedly. She furrowed her brow in annoyance. Who could be so inconsiderate as to call at this hour? Nevertheless, she answered, Me Jia, it's happening. It's happening. What is happening? Boss Yang responded, slightly perplexed. Is your house on fire? Why are you calling me? No, I mean Sui Yu. He on fire. What do you mean? He just sang another song. An absolute hit, a major hit. We've made it big. At this, Boss Yang finally understood. It turned out that Sui Yu's song Encounter had been recorded and posted online, skyrocketing in popularity and landing in the top 10 charts. She quickly opened the video. 5 minutes later, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Even without a deep understanding of music, she could tell that this song was extraordinary. Rebo, it seems your beauty strategy is indeed quite effective. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, and announced that she would reveal her engagement partner the following day. Chapter 75. I have returned to get engaged. The song Encounter became a sensation. Sui Yu's video amassed over 10 million views overnight, with hundreds of thousands of comments flooding in. Did Sui Yu write this for Reba? It's so beautiful. Oh my, Reba is so fortunate. Being Sui Yu's girlfriend must be delightful. How many encounters must one have in life to find the right person? Hearing this song for the first time brought back many memories. I recall sitting in a taxi on my way home during high school when suddenly the girl I adored rushed into my heart. Now, as I drive and gaze out at the bustling crowd, I reflect on past events, the feelings, the fluttering in my chest. Perhaps such moments will be cherished for a lifetime. This song captivates the heart at first listen, instills hope for love. While some praise Sui Yu, others reminisce about their own emotions from days gone by. Yet, none of this holds the utmost significance. The most crucial aspect is that Sui Yu has created a sensation within the music industry. Countless artists are now re-evaluating Sui Yu after hearing Encounter. If his previous appearance on Long Time No See merely hinted at his talent, this song has unequivocally placed him among the ranks of geniuses. What a remarkable piece this song is. In a certain location of the Great Xia, the newly crowned diva, Deng Ziki, listened intently with her eyes closed before gently inquiring of the esteemed composer beside her. The melody was not overly complex, yet it resonated deeply within the soul. The lyrics possessed a subtle melancholy, which, while tinged with sorrow, also infused a sense of hope, preventing despair from overwhelming the heart. Speak plainly, Deng Ziki interjected abruptly. The renowned composer chuckled awkwardly. This is undoubtedly a classic hit, one that could endure for decades, if not longer. Deng Ziki nodded in agreement. So, what do you think about inviting him to collaborate? Invite him? The composer exclaimed in astonishment. Did we not agree to create something ourselves? Indeed. The two have been working together for days on Deng Ziki's new album. But have we produced anything worthy? Deng Ziki inquired nonchalantly, taking a deep breath. In life, one must possess a commendable trait, the ability to concede. Meanwhile, the veteran diva, Wang Fei, was abroad with her longtime companion, Xie Tingfeng, who had eventually returned to her side after many years. How does it feel? Wang Fei asked. Xie Tingfeng nodded. Not bad. I have a mere 1% of my former charm. Wang Fei cast a sidelong glance at him. I do enjoy your confidence. What do you think about writing a song for me? You're planning to release a song? Xie Tingfeng looked at Wang Fei with surprise. It had been many years since she last released music. Wang Fei nodded. I feel the urge to sing again. It's not every day one encounters such a talented and handsome individual. Why let that go to waste? Waste. A sense of urgency washed over Xie Tingfeng. You would dare? Dare? Not a chance. Wang Fei was well aware of his thoughts. Rest assured, my heart is only for you now. However, if I were 10 years younger, Wang Fei flashed a mischievous smile at Xie Tingfeng. Such situations were common. Nearly 70% of singers harbored the thought of inviting Sui Yu to compose a song for them. This was not merely due to their encounter, but rather the fact that in just over a week, Sui Yu had released 4 songs, each surpassing expectations. This was indeed remarkable. Thus, come morning, Sui Yu's phone began to ring incessantly. These individuals had somehow procured his number. Hello, is this Sui Yu? This is Ziki. Are you free tonight? I'd like to discuss the meaning of life with you. Oh, do not misunderstand. Music is my life. Hello, Em Kun Kun. Do you have any thoughts on creating a song about free-range chickens? They're my eternal favorite. Hello, Sui Yu, this is Hua Hua. Your musical talent rivals mine. I'm ready to mentor you. Join me in my concert, and let us pursue the essence of madness together. Sui Yu felt overwhelmed. He promptly chose to turn off his phone. Let these matters be left to Boss Yang to handle. For now, accompanying Reba was of utmost importance. After a night of revelry, Reba awoke late the following morning. When she opened her eyes, Sui Yu had already set breakfast before her. After drinking, one ought to consume something, particularly milk. One should drink more to compensate for any deficiencies. As he uttered these words, Sui Yu's gaze lingered on Reba's chest. Initially, Reba felt quite touched. However, upon noticing Sui Yu's expression and recalling his earlier remark about compensation, her demeanor swiftly transformed to one of anger. Was he criticizing her size? After merely a few days, had he already begun to find fault with her? Could they still carry on like this? She immediately exclaimed in frustration. What are you staring at? No matter how long you look, it won't change. What of it? I'm merely trying to help you, Sui Yu retorted confidently. Scoundrel. Reba's anger intensified. Sister me, go find her. Wow, how did you know what I was thinking? Sui Yu found amusement in Reba's furious demeanor. This only fueled her indignation further. You bully me. I want to break up with you. Go ahead, who's scared? If we break up, I'll eat the heartfelt sandwiches all by myself. With that, Sui Yu picked up a sandwich filled with sausage and cream, deliberately placing it near Reba's nose for her to smell, then savored it with delight. So delicious. If I want to eat it. We're through. Reba resolutely refused to concede. Oh, is that so? Then you won't eat this either? Sui Yu magically produced a cream cake, instantly filling the room with its sweet aroma. How could Reba, who cherished sweets, resist this temptation? Sui Yu apologized to me quickly. Apologize and I'll forgive you. Ha! Sui Yu was amused by Reba's antics. Hurry up, stop laughing. Reba was on the verge of tears. All right. Sui Yu relented, then pondered for a moment before delivering a solemn apology. After careful consideration, I have decided that I cannot break up with you, for I have not yet had enough of you. Puffed. Reba burst into laughter. Rogue. So, will you accept my apology? Sui Yu inquired. Reba tilted her small head in contemplation, then declared, We want to break up, for I also have not had enough of you. Sui Yu mused, what a celestial girlfriend. The two enjoyed a sweet morning together, until Sui Yu finally opened his phone again just before noon. Ignoring the missed calls, he directly accessed WeChat. After all, WeChat was meant for acquaintances. As soon as he opened it, a message caught his eye. Son, why is your phone off? Your uncle is back. Call him back quickly. Sui Yu couldn't help but smile. If there was anyone he considered a friend in this world, it was undoubtedly the individual on WeChat. His name was Baishi, Sui Yu's steadfast companion from university, though their time together was limited to just 2 years. At the end of their sophomore year, Baishi had to be taken abroad by his family for medical treatment due to health issues. During that period, Sui Yu stayed up day and night, calling Baishi to comfort and encourage him. They both vowed to be brothers for life. Eventually, Baishi's health improved and their correspondence became less frequent. Upon learning that Baishi has returned home, Sui Yu could hardly contain his excitement. He promptly dialed the number. Hello, my dear son. How come you didn't come to pay your respects to the Emperor first upon your return? On the other end, Baishi chuckled lightly. I just arrived today, and I thought I'd call you right away, Sui Yu. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Why so formal? You're not getting married, are you? Close enough. I've returned today for my engagement. Hold on, don't rush. There is no melodrama involving ex-girlfriends or brothers. This is merely a prelude to the engagement climax. Patience, my friends. If you enjoy this, do leave a 5-star rating. Chapter 76. Dear brother, it's time for your medication. What? You're getting married? Sui Yu, still oblivious to the unfolding events, was utterly exhilarated. You've kept this well hidden. Hurry and tell me. What kind of daughter-in-law have you found? Report back swiftly. You know her. Baishi's tone was devoid of excitement, even tinged with a hint of despondency. I know her. Sui Yu racked his brain. Xiao Li, Xiaohua, Xiao Omei. Goodness, you, the playboy, have been dallying around everywhere. How am I supposed to guess? Just tell me who it is. Father is ready to give you a generous red envelope. It's Erin, Baishi stated directly. Yeah, but I broke up with her. I've got a new girlfriend now, a big star. I'll let you meet her soon. Sui Yu was momentarily taken aback. Sui Yu, Baishi called out emphatically. What I mean is, my fiancée is Erin. What? Sui Yu finally grasped the situation. Are you serious? Yes. The engagement ceremony is tomorrow, and I hope you can attend. Sui Yu hung up the phone, unsure of how he had done so. He didn't utter a word of blessing. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He also didn't declare whether he would attend. He was incapable of making that decision. This matter perhaps had little to do with him now, especially since he had recently found Iba. Yet, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions stirred within him. It was not sadness nor heartbreak, and certainly not joy. Perhaps he was merely struggling to accept the reality of the situation. This was the only way he could console himself. His phone buzzed, and Baishi sent him the address for their engagement. However, Sui Yu found himself at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, after hanging up, She looked at Air and with a rueful smile. You've truly put me in a bind this time. Do you think Sui Yu will resort to some form of voodoo against me? Aaron laughed and nodded earnestly. Given his temperament, he might. Not only that, but he'll probably burn paper offerings for you tonight. She felt even more disheartened. Isn't there any other way? This is really putting me in a precarious position. Aaron shook her head. Enough with the complaints. If I hadn't mentioned it was you. Given Sui Yu's stubborn nature, do you think he would have come? If someone else invited him, he would likely retort with, "What does it have to do with me? Regardless, after this, I plan to withdraw from the entertainment industry. What is wrong with doing something for him?" She finally set aside his gloomy expression and looked at Aaron, his demeanor turning serious. Have you truly decided to withdraw? What plans do you have for the future? I have no specific plans. I might take a walk and explore the world, or perhaps choose to teach in a remote mountain area, Aaron replied. Do you remember? We three had always wanted to engage in educational support, yet it never came to fruition. Is a goal. Not that. But is it truly impossible for both of you? He still felt a sense of regret. Is there still a possibility? Aaron offered a bitter smile. A mistake is a mistake. Perhaps from the moment I abandoned Sui Yu, it was destined to be impossible for us. Now he is doing quite well and has a new beginning. I cannot harm another person for my own sake. Before I leave, if I can assist him once, I will be satisfied. She found himself at a loss for words. All right, you may be satisfied, but you've left me in a terrible situation. He attempted to change the subject. You must help me explain later. I was coerced. Aaron chuckled. Do you really need an explanation, being brothers? Elsewhere, Sui Yu was unable to find peace after learning of Aaron's engagement. Reba, who was nearby, was also aware of the events that had just transpired. Sui Yu, are you all right? Reba asked cautiously, her inquiry jolting Sui Yu from his thoughts. He looked at Reba and felt a pang of guilt. What a fool I am, to have such a wonderful girlfriend, yet still dwell on my ex. He gently embraced Reba. It's fine. With you here, nothing else matters. Really? But I sense that you are a bit distressed. Reba continued to inquire. It's just a moment of difficulty in accepting it. After all, he is my brother. However, I believe I should wish him well, Sui Yu said, uncertain of the sincerity behind his own words. Yet, he understood what he needed to do now. Rest assured, you are my girlfriend now, and that cannot be changed by anyone. It is you whom I cherish. Reba felt a flutter of emotion. Girls in love are easily touched, she said softly. How can one achieve both happiness and duty without disappointing either? What does that mean? Sui Yu asked, puzzled. Illiterate. That is an ancient way of expressing I love you, Reba replied, her expression one of pride. Illiterate? Who is illiterate? Let me ask you this. How would the ancients say I no longer love you? Sui Yu challenged. I no longer love you? Reba pondered for a moment, then shook her head. What is the phrase? Sui Yu smiled mysteriously, patted Reba on the head, and said earnestly, in modern terms, one simply states, I no longer love you. But in ancient times, it would be expressed differently. They would usually say, my dear, it's time for your medicine. Isn't that vivid and lively? He laughed. Reba burst into laughter. You, Sui Yu, are quite the charmer. After their playful banter continued for a while, they shared moments of joy together. Sui Yu felt somewhat fatigued as he lay on the bed. Reba gazed at him, finally mustering the courage to voice the question that had been weighing on her mind. Sui Yu, will you be attending the engagement tomorrow? Chapter 77. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Sui Yu shuddered at the query. Indeed. Would he attend? If it were Anne's engagement, the answer would be a resolute no. Having chosen Reba, his heart should belong solely to her. Yet, there was still she. After so many years of brotherhood, could he truly abandon their bond? Perhaps he was not ready to accept this reality. But after all, she had chosen and only after their separation. Did that mean he had been wronged? Surely not. Sui Yu felt a heaviness in his mind. If I go, would you be upset? He asked tentatively. Reba pondered for a moment before firmly nodding her head. Yes. Sui Yu felt a pang of disappointment. He did not blame Reba. It was only natural. Which current girlfriend could accept her boyfriend attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding? Yet, he felt a sense of conflict. At that moment, Reba's voice broke through his thoughts. I'm sorry, but when it comes to love, I can only be selfish. I don't want to lose such a wonderful boyfriend. It would break my heart. Sui Yu nodded in understanding. I get it, I understand, and I don't blame you. However, Reba suddenly flashed a playful smile. Sui Yu, I'm just not comfortable with you going alone. Why not take me with you? I'll keep a close watch on you. After saying this, she clenched her fist, exuding an air of determination. Sui Yu felt a surge of emotion as he looked at her, a truly considerate girl. He embraced Reba tightly. Don't worry, I won't go. I'll stay here with you. You are my girlfriend now, and I want to engage in anything that makes you feel insecure. Ultimately, Sui Yu decided against attending. He could not bear the thought of causing Reba distress. As for Bai Shi, his only brother after all these years, he mused that if their bond was strong enough, it would not be severed by this circumstance. Time would reveal the truth. Reba's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she buried her head deep in Sui Yu's embrace. In that moment, she knew she had made the right choice. After their lunch, the couple made their way to Boss Yang's company. He had summoned them early in the day, stating, Sui Yu, keep an eye on your health and save some energy for work, in an effort to prove his worth. Sui Yu arrived that afternoon, determined to show Boss Yang what he was capable of. Upon entering Boss Yang's office, they casually took their seats, having grown familiar enough to dispense with formalities. As they settled in, Boss Yang, in a less than cheerful tone, asked, enjoying your sweet time? Do you remember you're back to work now? Oh, come on, sister me. I missed you. Reba chimed in, employing her most charming demeanor. Cut the nonsense. The first thing you did upon returning was report to me. What about now? It has been nearly 2 days since I last saw you. A typical case of forgetting one's boss after acquiring a husband. I never realized you possessed such a romantic mindset. Yang, the boss, remarked candidly. Not at all, Reba replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. Am I not still in the throes of love? She murmured softly. Ha! Sui Yu, despite her quiet tone, caught the remark. Boss Yang, you are unjustly accusing Reba. Last night, while she was asleep, she was calling your name, and it made me quite jealous. As a boyfriend, Sui Yu couldn't help but come to her defense. What was she calling me for? After your sweet moments together, you still thought of me? Boss Yang inquired, intrigued. Of course, she said, if she possessed your qualities, Sui Yu would love me even more. Get lost. That's not true. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Sui Yu burst into laughter, and the atmosphere among the three lightened considerably. All right, enough banter. Yang interrupted the conversation. On to serious matters. Sui Yu, have you written another song? Sui Yu knew she was referring to Encounter. Yes, it was inspired last night, and wrote it spontaneously, he explained. That's not important. Yang dismissed the timing altogether. What matters is that you finish singing and then turn off your phone. Do you realize how many times my phone has been bombarded today? How many social niceties have been thrown my way? Sui Yu felt a touch of embarrassment, acknowledging his lapse in etiquette. Those who can do more, do more. Yanges frustration eruptet. Let me tell you, I've already promised 3 people that you would write songs for them. This is entirely your own doing, you know? 3 people? Sui Yu felt overwhelmed. 3 is hardly a lot. One is the illustrious Andy Lau, who has not sung in years. I cannot afford to disappoint him. The second is Deng Ziki, and lastly, Wang Fei, a legendary diva alongside a rising star. Writing for them will greatly enhance your standing in the entertainment industry. Yang explained with remarkable patience. Sui Yu nodded helplessly. He had already committed. What more could he say? Observing Sui Yu's glun de mi honor. Yang es ire intensifiet. Don't give me that long face. Additionally, I am preparing to establish a music company. You know, people now refer to me as Boss Yang. Yet many are aware that this Jiaxing company is solely supported by me, while my shareholding is minimal. This title of boss feels somewhat undeserved. Therefore, I plan to make the new company independent, with a 60 stake for myself, and I intend to offer you 20 of the remaining 40. 20? Sui was taken aback. Is this a gift? Am I to believe such fortune has fallen from the sky? Yang shot him a sharp glance. What do you think? There are 2 conditions. First, all your song releases must be conducted through the new company. Second, you must perform no less than 10 concerts annually and participate in at least 3 commercial performances each month, along with necessary promotional activities. Sui Yu, these conditions are not unreasonable. Indeed, they were not. If one is a newcomer, the contract is significantly more stringent. Yet, Sui Yu furrowed his brow. The reason he had always hesitated to enter the entertainment industry was the numerous constraints it imposed. These restrictions were unlike those of previous jobs, They entailed a year-round commitment, requiring one to engage in activities one might be reluctant to undertake. Of course, should one fade into obscurity, the narrative would change. In truth, Sui Yu understood that if he wished to escape this life of constraint, there was but one solution: to become his own boss. So, should he acquiesce? Sui Yu shook his head. Boss Yang, may I ponder this a while longer? The contract he was currently signing with Boss Yang was relatively lenient, granting him absolute autonomy over his decisions. He was not yet ready to entrust his fate to another. Boss Yang appeared somewhat surprised, but chose not to press the matter further. Very well, I have plans for tomorrow as well. Please provide me with your answer upon my return. You must record the studio version of Encounter tomorrow, no exceptions. Sui Yu nodded with a smile, well aware of the implications behind Boss Yang's words. Rest assured, Boss Yang, I shan't venture to the Magic City. I have promised Reba. If possible, could you bring me a gift tomorrow? He was acutely aware of Boss Yang's intentions and knew he would certainly attend the engagement event. His own continuation merely served to benefit Bai Shi. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sui Yu and Reba departed for Boss Yang's office. Once outside, Reba gently inquired, Sui Yu, are you contemplating starting your own company? Sui Yu cast a surprised glance at Reba. How did you know? As your girlfriend, how could I not sense your thoughts? Sui Yu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Reba's hair. I haven't quite decided. At present, I possess nothing and many matters remain rather immature. I understand. Reba nodded eagerly. Sui Yu, I have money, quite a lot of it. If you find yourself in need, I can assist you. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? However, unbeknownst to Sui Yu, the events of the following day would alter many stories profoundly. Chapter 78. Anne's engagement begins. A night devoid of dialogue passed. The next day, in the Magic City, Anne's engagement ceremony was set for the evening. At this moment, it was already 10 in the morning. Bai Shi and Anne sat face to face in a room. Is he really choosing not to come? Anne inquired quietly. Bai Shi nodded, fully aware that Anne was referring to Sui Yu. He sent me a message, wishing us happiness. It seems your methods are not particularly effective. He chuckled and smiled in response. Indeed, it was quite surprising. He had matured significantly since then. Had it been in the past, he would have dashed over in a frenzy, unable to be restrained. Now, he understood the importance of not breaking a girl's heart. Bai Shi nodded in agreement. Yes, we have both grown. But if he does not come, shall we proceed with today's events? And did not immediately respond. She slowly rose to her feet and walked to the window, gazing for a long time at the bustling scene outside, lost in contemplation. Finally, she turned her head and spoke softly. Bai Shi, do you think I made the right decision? Bai Shi appeared somewhat perplexed. You mean, allowing Sui Yu to enter the entertainment industry? Is that the right choice? In truth, it was I who orchestrated Sui Yu's participation in that dating show from the very beginning. I thought it would be financially rewarding, and I could seize the opportunity to meet Sui Yu. Initially, I planned to feign ignorance, pretending it was a chance encounter. The thought seemed rather amusing. However, I never anticipated that subsequent events would spiral beyond my control. You have not experienced this industry firsthand, and you remain unaware of its undercurrents. The so-called young idols and starlets you see, adorned in glamour, often serve as mere playthings for some individuals. In the past, we were derisively referred to as actors from the lower echelons, but now we are labeled as stars. Yet in private, we often jest that we are not so different from those past actors. In the shadows, we are essentially the same. The entertainment industry is a realm where one deceives oneself while entertaining others. Can Sui Yu's temper withstand such trials? And sighed deeply, perhaps influenced by Sui Yu or perhaps by her 5 years of experience. At this moment, she felt a certain weariness of the world. Is there truly no way to avoid such matters? Bai Si in Guit, there is a way, she replied. Firstly, possessing a background that instills fear in others. Sui Yu lacks that, as do I. Secondly, one must become the pinnacle of stardom, so renowned that no one dares to touch you, akin to the current King Liu. However, how many know that even he was once coerced at gunpoint to act? Now, the violence may have diminished, but the methods remain equally ruthless. To provoke them could lead to ruin, public disgrace, or even imprisonment. How many in this industry are truly untainted? Boss Yang runs his own company, a young lady from the capital's elite, Yet if you ask her, can she truly act as she wishes? After 5 years, I have yet to do a single thing I genuinely desired. Every piece of news, every word I utter, has been meticulously scripted and rehearsed. I am unable to govern my own emotions. Can Sui Yu really endure such a life? Bai Shi sighed, reflecting on his past misconceptions, believing that it was the one thriving amidst them, never considering that she might be the one suffering the most. Perhaps I should advise Sui Yu against entering the entertainment industry? He pondered, yet, and shook her head once more. It's futile. He has already entered this world. With 4 songs and the popularity of the dating show, he has become a target for capital. Therefore, I can only exert every effort to shield him from the grievances I once endured, even if he fails to comprehend. By she, I must proceed with today's plan, regardless of whether Sui Yu comes or not. This is my decision. She had never been a bad girl, merely one who had made some misguided choices. Bai Shi found himself at a loss for words, caught between his brother and a friend. Before understanding his plan, he had harbored resentment towards her, feeling indignant on behalf of Sui Yu. After all, it was who initially abandoned Sui Yu. But what could he say now? They were so formidable. Had he considered what his future would hold? Would he face retribution? This, too, was a concern for Bai Shi. Me? And shook her head. It no longer matters. Whether I go abroad or find a remote mountain village, I certainly do not intend to remain in this circle any longer. As long as they don't go too far, I can keep my distance. Surely they wouldn't chase me to the ends of the earth? Bai Shi let out a bitter laugh. Are you doing all this because you still love Sui Yu? From once being a golden couple to reaching this point, is there still love? Yet, I merely shook her head again. Do I still love him? I don't know. Perhaps it is merely to atone for my sins. Atonement? Bai Shi expressed confusion, but offered no answer to this question. She turned away, glancing at the time. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. It is time to prepare. Some people will be arriving by noon, and today you are the leading man. Bai Shi smiled. To him, this leading role seemed more akin to that of an actor. In the capital, Sui Yu was particularly distracted today, making numerous avoidable mistakes while recording. By the time they finished, it was already 7 in the evening. Exiting the recording studio, Sui Yu gazed towards the direction of the Magic City. The engagement ceremony must have commenced by now. Realizing that this chapter may elicit displeasure from many, who might accuse and of being rehabilitated, let it be known that in the author's outline, and has never been a villain. She has erred, yet she is also loved. Everyone has moments of powerlessness. Certainly, reconciliation will not occur, at least not at this moment. Please rest assured as you watch. Tomorrow brings the engagement. A different high tide. Chapter 79. Confronting various titans. 7 in the evening marked the commencement of the engagement. Bai Shi and it had arrived early. The guests had begun to gather in considerable numbers. An engagement is not a marriage, thus lacking in many formalities. Therefore, a few tables were set up in the finest hotel in the Magic City. Of course, to ensure privacy, and had reserved the entire hotel for the day. In this vast space, it was only their group. However, in Anne's heart, the engagement was not the day's most significant event. At precisely 7 o'clock, music began to play. Upon hearing the melody, everyone was taken aback and looked up in astonishment. What? Why is this song playing? Anne's engagement ceremony featured Sui Yu's song? Goodness. One audacious move. Playing the ex-boyfriend song at the ex-girlfriend's engagement. How would your fiancé take it? After all, and Sui Yu's story was now well known to nearly everyone. Whispers filled the hotel. What is going on? What is it up to? Look at the man at the engagement. His face has turned pale. I bet there will be quite a show. Don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten the invitation we received? It said Sui Yu would come. Do you think today could be the ultimate showdown between the ex and the current? Is Sui Yu already here? I haven't seen him. Where is he hiding? Where is Boss Yang? But if Sui Yu isn't here, could he have not come? The conversation of all present converged upon Sui Yu. A few individuals even cast glances toward Boss Yang, aware that Sui Yu had already signed a contract with him. However, Boss Yang displayed no discernible change in expression, calmly observing the unfolding scene. He too was curious about what one was about to do, and, seated at the head of the table, slowly rose to her feet. Lifting a glass of wine, she began to speak. Thank you all for coming today. In fact, I have called you here to convey 2 important matters. The first is that I, and will officially withdraw from the entertainment industry starting today. What? This pronouncement immediately stirred a tempest in the hall. Sister, and this cannot be. Hasn't everything from before passed? Indeed, after all these years, your talent is widely recognized. You can certainly make a comeback. The industry is like this. Although netizens may scold you fiercely now, they forget quickly. After a brief hiatus, everything will return to normal. Everyone urged her to reconsider. Yet, I merely shook her head. Today, among us are some of my former collaborators and longtime friends. However, I wish to dispense with pleasantries. This circle harbors no friends, only interests. The entertainment industry is the most deceitful realm I have ever encountered. Therefore, after this toast, I will no longer exist in the entertainment world, and our connection will end here. With that, Anne raised her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. The crowd exchanged glances, and, after a moment, one person at the table lifted their glass, prompting everyone else to follow suit and finish their drinks. Today is a day of celebration for you, Anne. Let's not dwell on such matters, someone suggested, and shook her head, offering a gentle smile. No worries, as everyone is present today. Since I have made my decision to withdraw, some matters must be clarified. Then, and once more took up her glass and slowly left her seat, with Baishi closely trailing behind her, clutching a bottle of red wine, and first approached a corpulent middle-aged man. Boss Wu, if I recall correctly. Our first collaboration was 4 years ago, when I had just debuted after a talent show and was still relatively unknown. Do you remember the request you made of me back then? Boss Wu's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on him. What do you intend to say? And smiled and shook her head lightly. I have no ulterior motives, Boss Wu. Your preferences are well known in this circle, and there's no shame in stating them. You once said, and you're so beautiful. It would be a waste if you don't achieve fame. However, to attain that fame, sacrifices must be made. What sacrifices? I was just a novice then, entirely unaware of how to navigate this world. It was only when General Wang mentioned that a gentleman does not seize another's desires that you finally relented. Boss Wu's anger was palpable now. Some matters, when spoken publicly, are tantamount to a slap in the face. He allowed a cold laugh, dropping any pretense. So, you intend to use this to threaten me? And you're far too naive. Speaking is not a crime, is it? And remained composed, her smile unwavering. Certainly, speaking is not a crime. Freedom of speech prevails. However, Boss Wu, while expressing oneself may be lawful, administering drugs is indeed a violation of the law, is it not? You did not relent. The very next day, under the pretense of signing a contract, you surreptitiously drugged my coffee. Had it not been for the timely intervention of General Manager Wang, I would have surely fallen victim to your machinations. Subsequently, Mr. Wang leveraged this incident to grant me my initial opportunity with a female lead. Thus, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Utter nonsense. Naturally, Boss Wu would never concede to such accusations. Do you possess any evidence? Spreading falsehoods constitutes a crime. He was visibly agitated. Do not be hasty, Boss Wu. At this juncture, Aaron began to offer solace to him. We are merely engaging in conversation and enjoying a drink. Why the haste? Moreover, how can you be certain that I lack evidence? With that, Aaron downed her drink in one swift motion, disregarding Boss Wu as she gracefully proceeded to the next individual. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was laden with tension, as everyone sensed that Aaron was behaving quite unusually today. She approached the second person with a calm demeanor. Still smiling, she greeted, Mr. Zhang, long time no see. What has left the most profound impression upon me is your cunning. In your heyday, your music company released 5 albums in succession, launching 5 newcomers and birthing 5 prodigious songwriters. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, why is it that I have heard of a certain folk composer who remains imprisoned to this very day? Mr. Zhang's countenance immediately shifted. How did Aaron come to know of this matter? Back then, his music company was on the brink of collapse. Yet in that dire moment, he discovered a genius, treating him like royalty. Initially, his intention was to establish a long-term collaboration. However, the genius, beset by hardships, made demands. He insisted on selecting the singers for his compositions and forbade any alterations to his works. It was preposterous. He wished to choose the singers, yet at that time, All the artists in their company had connections and were often paid off. Who among them could endure such indignity? When communication faltered, Mr. Zhang resolved to take drastic measures. After exploiting all the resources of this genius, he resorted to vile tactics that ultimately led to the genius's incarceration. From that point onward, his company soared to unprecedented heights, securing Mr. Zhang's dominance in the entertainment industry. Yet, how could Aaron possibly be privy to these events? Mr. Zhang, you may not be aware, but this genius once penned songs for me, Aaron elucidated. After your actions, I sought him out, and you might not know, but he is now receiving medical parole, thanks to my assistance. With that, Aaron downed another glass and moved on to the next individual. Got his fan? I often hear whispers of shadowy contracts. I wonder if there is veracity to such claims. Young idol, is selecting a consort truly enjoyable? King Luo, sometimes one ought not to indulge too exuberantly. Too many revelers can be detrimental to one's health. With each person she approached, and uttered words that sent shivers down their spines, though she always refrained from elaborating further. At last, she approached Mr. Wang, the very individual with whom she had recently terminated her contract. He was, after all, the true benefactor who had supported her throughout the years. Upon noticing her approach, Mr. Wang rose with a smile. So, Anin, are you here to recount my misdeeds? Anin shook her head and bowed deeply before him. Having consumed an excessive amount of alcohol, she swayed slightly. Mr. Wang, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude. Without your protection over these years, I fear that I would no longer be the Anin I am today. The outside world claims I am your woman, and it is this very rumor that has shielded me from various scandals throughout the years. Although our relationship has always been purely platonic, it does not diminish the animosity I hold towards you. Chapter 8. Who can escape unscathed? The audience's attention was immediately captivated. The connection between Mr. Wang and Anin had long been a hot topic of speculation within the entertainment industry. They were often dubbed the most successful boss and artist duo of the past 5 years. Hence, their private affairs naturally garnered significant interest. Would there be yet another scandal revealed today? What did Anin mean by her final remarks, pure and I hate you? At this moment, Mr. Wang's expression darkened as he regarded Anin with a cold stare. Anin, you've had too much to drink. Anin chuckled softly. Indeed, I've been inebriated for the past 5 years. Otherwise, how could I have followed your every word so obediently? Mr. Wang, I have always had a question. When Boss Wu drugged me, you were already aware. Why did you still allow me to drink? I do not know. Mr. Wang attempted to deny it. Unaware? How could you have known about the recording in advance? Without that recording, would Boss Wu have been able to threaten you? No one is a fool. Mr. Wang's anger flared, and he abruptly stood up. I have already explained. That is merely my habit. Anin, everything you possess now is thanks to me. Do not be ungrateful. Furthermore, do you think that by acting recklessly here today, you can do as you please? I advise you to be cautious. Cautious? Anin shook her head. Is there any decency left in this industry? Mr. Wang, do you recall the means you employed to infiltrate the film industry 3 years ago? You instructed me to accompany a certain leader. Unfortunately for you, I had foreseen your scheme, took medication to induce an early menstruation, and thus escaped that fate. You were forced to choose another. Such incidents had occurred more than once or twice over the years, including the scandals I revealed in my romance with that young star. Were they not all orchestrated by you to keep me relevant? You know how exhausting it has been to manage these matters. Anin countered sharply. Indeed, she had done much to protect herself over the years. Had it not been for her growing fame, perhaps Mr. Wang would have felt more emboldened to pressure her. Who knows what could have transpired? Mr. Wang laughed, almost maniacally. Anin, do you believe that by terminating our contract, you have rendered me powerless? No, Mr. Wang, I have never thought that way. Anin continued to shake her head. Your methods are numerous. At worst, we could find ourselves in debt once again, wouldn't we? Mr. Wang, 5 years ago, my father was deceived into making an investment, resulting in a substantial debt. Was it you who orchestrated this? If not, what were the odds of you coincidentally finding me at that time? Mr. Wang chuckled coldly. In that matter, I was your benefactor, assisting you in repaying your debts. Is this how you converse with your benefactor? Benefactor? And found it rather amusing, observing Mr. Wang's stubborn demeanor. She instead felt a strange sense of liberation. It no longer mattered. Throughout these years, I have repaid you in full, principal and interest. However, at this juncture, Anan suddenly leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, "How is that pretty boy you keep? How many people in this world know that your preference does not lie with women? Also, your computer password is 6018. Upon hearing these two statements, Mr. Wang's expression changed dramatically, especially at the mention of the last sentence. He trembled slightly. How do you know that? He had never disclosed that password to anyone. Ha ha ha, and erupted into wild laughter. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not commit the act. Your computer harbors many of the secrets I just mentioned. Does it not? Do you think I have not made a backup? Impossible. That computer has only been accessed by me. Mr. Wang still could not believe it. Anan, however, chose to ignore him, her ghostly smile accompanied by the flush of alcohol as she turned and strode to the center of the hall. Perhaps she was genuinely intoxicated. Perhaps she was using the alcohol as a means to undertake actions she wished to pursue but dared not. Everyone gazed at this madwoman in the hall. Yet no one spoke. My second request is quite simple. I hope you will rein in your schemes and refrain from applying the same tactics to Sui Yu that you have used on others. Anan proclaimed languidly from the center of the hall. That is all. Boss Yang abruptly lifted his head. Was this Anan's purpose? She was uncertain. However, being in the entertainment industry, she understood the potential ramifications of Anan's actions. Among those present, how many were demons who could kill without shedding blood? With their methods, could Anan truly escape unscathed? Indeed, voices began to rise in the hall. Who are you to command us? Just because of a few words? Anan, you hold yourself in too high regard. Fish die and nets break. Do you dare? But do you dare to gamble? Anan smiled faintly, turning her gaze back to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, do you think I possess evidence? Mr. Wang fixed his gaze on her, silent. Seeing him like this, Anan's smile grew even broader. Ha. As I said, even if I lack evidence, do you dare to gamble? This statement was directed at everyone. All eyes shifted toward Mr. Wang. Doubts began to permeate the hearts of many. They were somewhat familiar with Mr. Wang's character. If Anan lacked evidence, they would believe it. However, Mr. Wang might indeed possess something. Several individuals glared fiercely at Mr. Wang, demanding, does she truly have it? Mr. Wang ultimately shook his head. I don't know. He truly did not know. The computer password was correct, but whether An was indeed present remained a mystery. Upon hearing this, An's expression became even more captivating. With a hint of disdain in her gaze, she surveyed everyone in the hall. After 5 years in the entertainment industry, she had finally ascended to a position of authority. Can you all agree to my request now? No one spoke. Indeed, no one dared to take the gamble. The greatest peril of the entertainment world is that a scandal can lead to irreparable ruin, even if they had the means to resolve it. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. All eyes were on him. She smiled and continued, please do not be anxious. Today is meant to be a joyful occasion. Rest assured, I am not a novice in this industry, and I know how to navigate these waters. My request is not unreasonable. I simply ask that you do not make things difficult for Sui Yu. If anyone does, I urge you to assist him if possible. I promise you, no one will learn of today's events, and you shall remain the exalted figures you are before the world. Even the previous scandals involving Sui Yu and Zhuo Wei will cease to exist. In the audience, many wore grim expressions. They had never encountered such humiliation. And have you considered the consequences of your actions? Do you truly believe that stepping back will grant you peace? Have you thought of yourself? Will you bear the weight of capital alone? We possess countless methods to ensure your downfall without you even realizing it. And stood resolutely at the center, abruptly downing another glass of wine, her demeanor beginning to sway. Chapter 81. Mr. Yang's shocked and was indeed becoming somewhat inebriated. Yet, she persevered through her intoxication and addressed the gathering. In truth, you need not threaten me. If I were to lose, you could treat Sui Yu just as you would anyone else, as is customary in this industry, save for a few superstars. Who can resist? However, if I do not lose, or if I endure a bit longer, might his path become somewhat easier? With that statement, and could no longer maintain her balance and began to topple. Bai Shi hurried forward to support her, urging her to sit down. Many in the hall cast disdainful glances at Bai Shi. A mere engagement. and yet it seemed to serve merely to pave the way for her ex-boyfriend. Was this fiancé truly so contemptible? Why she paid no heed to their judgments. He understood clearly what in S intentions were today, and they aligned with his own. After and settled, Bai Shi slowly approached the center of the hall. He uttered just 3 sentences. In any case, it is my fiancé. My name is Bai Shi. Perhaps few know me. However, I have a father named Bai Rixing, and perhaps some of you have heard of him. With that, he took in and left the hotel. Thus, the engagement concluded. No, it seemed as though this engagement had never truly begun. Bai Shi returned to their room within, aiding her with a hangover remedy and gently wiping her face with a warm towel. As in gradually began to feel a semblance of clarity, Bai Shi observed her demeanor and shook his head. Is this truly effective? I genuinely cannot fathom the entertainment industry. Is it really that daunting? Surely. While women may encounter various chaotic situations, do men face an equal number of challenges? What is this? Sui Yu is going to accompany a wealthy woman? And couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Who knows? Those plump and unattractive affluent ladies might very well have a penchant for young men like Sui Yu. Just envision that scenario. It's rather amusing. Bai Shi also found himself amused. Enough of this jesting. I was speaking seriously. Where's the seriousness in all this? And took a sip of water and continued. In the entertainment industry, the exploits of men may surpass those of women. Some tactics that are not employed against women could certainly be used against men, and they will not show any mercy. For instance, administering substances to lead you into unsavory situations or falsely accusing you of frequenting nightclubs with unclean girls. Such reports have surfaced over the years. And discerning truth from falsehood is a daunting task. The entertainment realm is indeed rather murky. However, once certain stains are acquired, they mar one's entire life. Sui Yu is in a position akin to mine from years past. There is no escaping this circle, or rather, he has already been ensnared. Back in college, I was a campus star, drawing the attention of numerous entertainment companies, which allowed a certain Mr. Wong to employ underhanded tactics to sign me. As I was a lucrative prospect, Sui Yu's current worth far exceeds what mine was at that time. Moreover, having previously crossed paths with Zhuo Wei and gathered some unsavory information, he has already unsettled some individuals. His personality will undoubtedly lead to conflicts, and with my past ruckus, perhaps some will think twice before targeting him. One can only do their part and leave the rest to fate. Bai Shi nodded in agreement, finally grasping his intentions. Regardless of past missteps, at this moment, her genuine concern for Sui Yu was evident. Do you still love him? Do you wish to be with him? Bai Shi inquired, voicing a question he had long contemplated, and paused, reflecting for a considerable time before responding slowly, let it be. It is nice to be able to do one last thing for him. Moving forward, I wish to pursue my own desires and live for myself. Reba is a good girl. We have missed our opportunity, and it is difficult to return. Bai Shi sighed. With Reba in Sui Yu's life, perhaps they have truly missed their chance. If you have nowhere to go, you could accompany me abroad. After all, we are friends, and there, few would recognize you, making life much easier. And shook her head, indicating her refusal, and then said, let us not dwell on that. There is one last matter we must attend to. With that, and glanced at her watch. It should be arriving soon. Indeed, at that moment, the doorbell rang, and opened the door to reveal Boss Yang. And, you have truly opened my eyes today, Yang exclaimed upon entering. Enough of the laughter. I have serious matters to discuss with you. With that, and produced a contact number. Yang took it, his mouth agape in disbelief. You're not joking, are you? Do you think I am jesting? She said, settling down with a smile. This is the last remnant I possess in the entertainment industry. I once assisted her, and I've heard you plan to establish a music company. I've already inquired with her, and she is willing to join. I propose to exchange this for Sui Yu's absolute autonomy. Is that sufficient? Boss Yang nodded in agreement. The contact information provided is that of a seasoned female predecessor in the music industry, while outsiders may remain oblivious. Those within the circle understand that her true strength lies not in her own accomplishments, but in her extensive network. Her name is Wu Hua, a woman in her 50s, who has spent over 30 years in the entertainment realm, having worked as a music producer, manager, and even an executive in a music company. Throughout her career, she has mentored countless newcomers, many of whom are now prominent figures in the industry: singers, lyricists, composers, and various other professionals. Should my music company secure her participation, it would be tantamount to achieving half of our success. I am prepared to offer Sui Yu a 40 stake along with absolute autonomy in the contract. This decision poses little difficulty. I nodded, evidently pleased with the outcome. However, she then recalled the events of the day and sighed. What I have done today may lead to some complications. I hope you can bear with it. And understood that Boss Yang would be Sui Yu's guiding light in the future. Boss Yang chuckled softly. You need not concern yourself so much. I am well known for my protective nature. As long as Sui Yu is with me, I shall ensure he is not wronged, and remained non-committal. Yet the glint in her eyes revealed a hint of jealousy. Young me, truly envy you. While Iba encountered Sui Yu at his most emotionally mature phase, you have met him at his most talented years. I often ponder why, during our time together, I never recognized his innate talent for the entertainment industry. Had I known of Sui Yu's musical gifts back then, would I have given him up? Might I have chosen to embark on a journey into the entertainment world alongside him? And sighed once more. Yet, perhaps it is fortunate that I did not realize it. Otherwise, both of us would have endured considerable hardship over the years. No, Boss Yang interjected, shaking his head. Sui Yu's current success is undoubtedly linked to your shared experiences. Life has always been the finest teacher. A hearty laugh escaped him, so that implies I bear some credit, does it not? Boss Yang remained silent. Life invariably imparts numerous lessons, shaping us into better individuals. Yet, I wonder, do the ones who accompanied us through life's trials still remain? Chapter 82. A brave young man and departed. Since her engagement, she had vanished from public view, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. On the second day post-engagement, Sui Yu received a video. It was sent by Bai Shi, depicting Anne's actions during the engagement ceremony. Bai Shi deliberated for a long time before deciding to share it, feeling it was his duty. After watching the video, Sui Yu remained in quiet contemplation for a considerable time. He placed a call to Boss Yang. He did not inquire about the events of the day. Rather, he posed a singular question. Boss Yang, who exactly is Mr. Wang? Boss Yang subsequently sent Mr. Wang's information to Sui Yu's phone. At the end of the details, Boss Yang asked another question. What about Reba? Rest assured, An and I have already arrived. I shall not do anything to betray Reba, Sui Yu replied. However, there remained an unspoken sentiment. From that moment onward, he had acquired an adversary, Mr. Wang. Let the unvented resentment from him find its own outlet. After a Sunday passed, everyone resumed their journey back to the production team of the show featuring the rising female star. The break was over. Work was set to continue. Upon arriving at the studio, the glances directed at Sui Yu were tinged with a hint of apprehension. After all, most had heard of the events surrounding and from the previous day. Such gazes unsettled Sui Yu somewhat. Sister Ling, what's wrong? Have I become more handsome? Your eyes seem to be glued to me. Jia Ling sighed. Oh no, Sui Yu, you are mistaken. Only now have I realized that we share commonality. What commonality? Sui Yu inquired. That is, Sister Ling took a deep breath. We both could easily rely on our looks to succeed, yet we have chosen to depend on our talents. The irony is that we ultimately discover that our greatest asset is, in fact, our appearance. Isn't that infuriating? Laughter erupted amongst the group. Jia Ling was cleverly praising her own beauty. Sister Ling, all your talent lies in your looks. You and Sui Yu are indeed a match made in heaven. Reba, you ought to guard this treasure well, lest you grant me an opportunity. There are no walls that cannot be breached, only tools that lack the strength to dig. A flurry of banter left Reba blushing, both embarrassed and anxious. She clung to Sui Yu's arm. Achime peche, no stealing. Sui Yu is mine. No one is allowed to take him. Laughter ensued once more. At that moment, the director, who had not been seen for a while, entered with a smile. Hearing such joy upon my arrival, it seems everyone has enjoyed their break. Well, it was pleasant until we saw you. Suddenly, life doesn't seem so rosy. Jia Ling teased. Haha, Sister Ling hits the nail on the head. In these past few days, I've lost quite a bit of hair pondering how to deal with you all, the director said with a mischievous grin. All right, let us get down to business. From this moment forth, our live broadcast will recommence. Our task for the first day will be gender swapping. Gender swapping? Everyone looked puzzled. Jia Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goddesses and tomboys? I am a strong woman. Does that mean I am about to transform into a goddess? How naive. The director promptly shattered her illusions. Gender swapping is quite simple. It involves men embodying women and women embodying men. During the upcoming live broadcast, all female guests must embrace the responsibilities traditionally associated with men, such as comforting girls and engaging in physically demanding tasks, while the boys must adopt the demeanor of girls, learning to be charming, gentle, and nurturing. Of course, there is no script for this endeavor. The success of their performances relies entirely on their improvisation. At that moment, Boss Yang furrowed his brow, expressing his uncertainty. Despite having filmed many episodes together, there were still aspects he did not fully comprehend. How were they to portray these roles? The director smiled faintly, evidently prepared with a plan. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? Television dramas, the internet, and memories of one's parent from childhood, all of these can serve as valuable references. Ultimately, I have but one decree. The final rankings will be determined by the popularity in the live stream. Anyone who finds themselves in last place should brace themselves for my punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The last punishment involving Sui Yu and Boss Yang at the funeral home still haunted them. That rascal is truly capable of anything. The gender swap is expected to last a day, and now everyone may begin. With the director's command, the 6 groups were escorted to 6 separate apartments. Today, they would be filming the stories that unfold from this role reversal in everyday life. Naturally, Sui was paired with Reba. After their relationship became public, no one dared to vie for Sui Yu's attention anymore. Upon entering the apartment, they found the environment to be quite pleasant, a 2-bedroom unit, modestly decorated yet cozy. An hour into the broadcast, the viewers in the live stream were already in shock. If I have erred, let the heavens punish me. However, why must I be subjected to such scenes? My 5-year-old son inquired about what I was watching, and I replied it was a fairy tale. 4 fairy tales are often deceptive. Goodness, I couldn't bear it any longer. I had just pulled my girlfriend, who was engrossed in the show, over for a reprimand. She promptly became subdued. Do not think that I will kneel and send comments. I rather enjoy this posture. Indeed, in the current live stream, Sui Yu was reclining on the sofa, humming a tune, while Reba knelt beside him, peeling grapes for him. Suddenly, Sui Yu spat a grape onto the floor. Did no one inform you that grapes should be seedless? Are you attempting to murder your husband? Reba glared at him. Sui Yu, unable to contain himself, retorted. What kind of look is that? Are you expressing your dissatisfaction with your gaze? Are you tired of living? Please remember your current role. My allowing you to feed me is a privilege, so do not overstep your boundaries. Such exclamations erupted from the viewers. Reba, also at her wit's end, warned Sui Yu. I remind you, this role swap lasts only a day. Have you considered how you will live tomorrow? Sui Yu responded with a cold smile. Thank you for alerting me to the dangers that lie ahead. However, I have but one phrase to impart. A true man possesses courage in abundance. As a dignified young man of 7 feet, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Chapter 83. The frenzy of Reba laughed, her demeanor bordering on madness. Sui Yu, I am granting you yet another opportunity. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Sui Yu responded with a cold smile. I must remind you, do not threaten me with that gaze. It displeases me greatly. I extend to you one final chance. Should you continue down this path, I shall request a replacement from the production team. I advise you to reconsider your obstinacy. Furthermore, it was you who chose this pretentious ex-girlfriend persona. You must tread the path you have selected, even if it means doing so on your knees. Sui Yu remained unperturbed. Very well. How delightful. Reba could only manage those words through gritted teeth. She then suppressed her anger, donning an exaggeratedly insincere smile. Pray tell, dear Sui Yu, what service do you require at this moment? Indeed, I require your assistance. Come, attend to my feet. Sui Yu commanded. Attend to your feet? Reba exclaimed. Mind your attitude, and do not compel me to remind you a 3rd time. Sui Yu coldly cautioned, reclining on the sofa, prepared for his indulgence. On the screen, viewers were left in a state of disbelief. I must inquire, does Sui Yu truly believe he will escape unscathed from this? I fear we may need to prepare for a mourning ceremony tomorrow. Regardless, Sui Yu's current antics only heightened my admiration for him. Fear not, Sui Yu. Should you be absent tomorrow, I shall surely erect a memorial in your honor, and I will kneel before it. Within the confines of Sui Yu and Reba's apartment, the tension escalated. Fine, Reba seethed, yet endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Mr. Sui Yu, have you not been advised that one should always leave a margin of grace? However, this is not a matter of leaving a last testament. Please do not compel me to contemplate where I shall bury you tomorrow. She articulated the most venomous words with the softest of tones. Reba was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Sui Yu was unafraid. Let's indulge in the pleasures of today, for who could possibly threaten me? Hurry, attend to me. Consider yourself formidable, Reba retorted, marching over resolutely. What followed was an unprecedented scene of Reba attending to Sui Yu's feet, a sight that would undoubtedly remain unparalleled. Many began recording the moment, recognizing it as a rarity that might never be witnessed again. Following this episode, Reba exhibited a marked change in behavior, becoming notably compliant. She undertook cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning, essentially managing all household chores. Yet, while engaged in these tasks, she incessantly muttered to herself. 1 task, 2 tasks, 3 tasks, curse you, Sui Yu. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you repay me in full. And you wretched director, whatever nefarious schemes you concoct, may you suffer the consequences, losing your hair and becoming bald. Sui Yu, for his part, made no further mischief, content to sit on the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds and watching television. The shells inevitably fell to the floor, a sight more infuriating than any previous antics. After dinner, Reba found herself succumbing to slumber on the sofa, utterly exhausted. After all these years, she had never engaged in such a multitude of household chores. Observing Reba in her peaceful slumber, Sui Yu felt a twinge of sympathy. This girl truly harbored genuine affection for him. Sui Yu gently caressed her hair with a tender touch. However, unexpectedly, Reba suddenly opened her eyes without any warning. What are you doing? Reba seemed still half asleep, her voice laced with fatigue and a hint of petulance. Sui Yu, I'm hungry. Sui Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the clock to realize it was already 10 o'clock at night. The living room was equipped with cameras, and their current interaction was being broadcasted live. Observing Reba's drowsy demeanor, Sui Yu felt a pang of sympathy and his expression softened. Reba had indeed been exhausted today. Thus, he gently replied, Reba, I'm also hungry. Reba froze for a moment. Then her eyes widened with alertness as she suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. What do you want? You can't possibly expect me to cook for you, can you? Let me tell you, Sui Yu, it is better to be killed than to be humiliated. A smile abruptly broke out on Sui Yu's face. Oh, darling, I'm starving. I really want you to cook for me. I crave Coca-Cola chicken wings so badly that I'm unable to sleep. Reba could no longer contain herself. Sui Yu, don't push your luck. I've never been treated this way in my life. Don't force me. If pushed too hard, I can do anything. Really? You can do anything? Sui Yu asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, so you better watch out. I'm not in a good mood right now, Reba declared, disregarding any pretense of the show. She simply wanted to vent her frustration. That's great. Sui Yu sighed in relief, then continued. Since you could do anything, could you please make me some Coca-Cola chicken wings? Reba was taken aback. The audience could no longer hold back their laughter. Oh my goodness, why did I enter this live stream? I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard hurts. My neighbor even knocked on my door, complaining that my laughter is too disturbing and their dog is barking. What does that have to do with me? I absolutely adore this live stream. You really can do anything. So please, make me some Coca-Cola chicken wings. Reba lamented. What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with such a man? Ultimately, Reba did not make the Coca-Cola chicken wings. It was simply beyond her capabilities. The two settled for instant noodles as their late-night snack. Sui Yu even added a sausage to Reba's bowl. Upon seeing the sausage, Reba immediately grew suspicious. Sui Yu, do you have ulterior motives? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? You weren't like this today. Are you trying to get me to do something? You know, I, Reba, am a good girl who fears nothing. Sui Yu looked bewildered. I swear, this time I genuinely just wanted to show concern for you. Is Reba really this jumpy now? Would you believe me if I said I only wanted to care for you? He asked weakly. Hotbot shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Sui Yu, you say I can bear it. Sui Yu, feeling helpless, replied. Then can you give me a kiss? Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have let you indulge a bit more, said the food enthusiast Hotba, as she began to feast heartily. Meanwhile, the comment section was flooded with cries of despair. Why? Why do we laugh all day only to suddenly feel like crying? They were not quarreling or performing. It was evidently a display of affection. We are full of dog food. Chapter 84. Sui Yu, you are too fast. After finishing their late-night snack, the day's live stream finally came to an end. Exhausted from the day, Hotba fell asleep early. After sneaking a kiss from her, Sui Yu stepped out of the room alone. He opened his computer and began browsing the news. Tianyu Music was making a significant move, pouring all its resources into creating new songs for 3 prominent stars. Deng Ziki praised Tianyu, stating that they are the most professional music company in the industry. Deng Ziki's new song would be in collaboration with Tianyu Music, with its debut set for the hottest music variety show, I Am a Great Singer. Liu Dahua's new song was slated for the Spring Festival Gala, officially inviting songs from major music companies. According to insiders, Tianyu Music was in a leading position. Tianyu Music? It was indeed a flourishing scene. Sui Yu smirked coldly. Although he was not well acquainted with Tianyu Music, he knew that Boss Yang was certainly familiar with it. Sui Yu had heard whispers about certain events. Years ago, Boss Yang released a single, The Offering of Love, produced by this very company. It's not uncommon for actors to venture into singing. However, it seemed that Boss Yang was not particularly gifted in that regard, as she had notoriously missed notes during live performances, becoming a trending topic and the subject of much laughter. That was inconsequential, for she was an actress, and the audience could chuckle at her singing shortcomings, which would eventually fade with time. However, at that time, the rapidly growing Tianyu Music seized the opportunity. They began to maliciously tarnish Boss Yang's image, accusing her of behaving arrogantly during recording sessions, hiring a ghost singer, and belittling the staff, lacking any self-awareness. They even took many videos out of context. This incident brought Tianyu Music a significant amount of attention. Their main slogan became, "We can produce excellent songs for someone who knows nothing about music," thus establishing our unparalleled professionalism in the industry. It was a pity for Boss Yang, who was labeled a cancer of the music industry, urged to leave the field altogether. Such statements lingered even to this day, and since that song, Boss Yang had not sung again for many years. Perhaps now, as she aspired to establish a music company, she sought to prove herself. Though I may not understand music, it does not imply that I cannot create it. Little did they know, fate had intertwined their paths in this narrow encounter. Sui Yu chuckled softly, thinking that since you are currently reveling so joyously, it would be amusing to let you fall even harder. He calmed himself and began to compose the scores for 3 songs. Having decided to embark on this path, he understood that everything must progress swiftly. The system provided him with 3 songs that required mere transcriptions, allowing him to work with remarkable speed. Half an hour later, he had completed all the tasks. With a satisfied smile, he refrained from hastily sending them to Boss Yang. Instead, he picked up the phone and dialed Boss Yang's number. After a prolonged ringing, the call was finally answered. "Hello, Sui Yu. Are you out of your mind calling me at this hour? Did you have a spat with Iba? Let me tell you, if it's about her, I want to intervene. You two can sort it out as you please." Boss Yang's tone was far from pleasant. Anyone abruptly awakened from their slumber would hardly be in good spirits. "I'm quite well with Iba," Sui Yu replied with a smile. "Has our music company been registered yet?" "Not so quickly," Boss Yang snapped, still irritable. "Sorting through all this chaos takes about a week. Time is of the essence. Deng Ziki is set to participate in I Am a Singer in 3 days. Alas, it seems I won't be able to provide her with this song," Sui Yu sighed, feigning despondency. "What does that have to do with you?" Boss Yang interjected sharply, suddenly realizing something. Her tone escalated. "Wait, what did you just say? Sui Yu, are you saying you have a song for Deng Ziki?" "Indeed." Sui Yu maintained an air of nonchalance. "In fact, there are 3 songs in total, 1 for Liu Tianwang, and 1 for Wang Tianho. However, It appears that time is not on our side. In a week, they may have already selected their songs, and it will be quite challenging to make any changes. Bah, who said that? Boss Yang exclaimed, excitement bubbling up. Which fool claimed it would take a week? I swear I'll make them pay for that. Sui Yu, send it over immediately. I'll have professionals take a look. Didn't you say it would take at least a week? Are you really going to make them pay? Sui Yu teased. Me? Boss Yang chuckled awkwardly, fully awake now. Well, that is not important. What matters is your song. Do you realize how much I adore you? You're so quick that I'm tempted to snatch you from me, Ba. Get lost. Who's quick? My endurance is quite strong, Sui Yu retorted. And refrain from professing your love. I can't guarantee I'll withstand the temptation next time. Memories of their previous encounter still lingered uneasily in his mind. However, Boss Yang, our opponent this time, is Tianyu Music. Tianyu? Boss Yang fell silent, her thoughts evidently troubled by the mention of that company. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. Do you have confidence in winning? She asked, her voice steady. Absolutely. Sui Yu's confidence was unwavering. Products from his system are of exceptional quality. How could we possibly lose? Good, Boss Yang declared emphatically. This time, we must ensure Tianyu Music pays a price. Though the events of the past are seldom mentioned now, it does not mean I have forgotten. Please send the songs first. I will have a professional review them. If all goes well, the music company's procedures will be completed within 2 days. Nothing is insurmountable for those with determination. Sui Yu lightly clicked the mouse and sent 3 songs. They have been dispatched. Please take a look. Excellent. Mr. Yang eagerly ended the call. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. An hour later, Mr. Yang's phone rang again. Sui Yu, did you truly write these? His voice trembled with excitement. Such a reaction was, of course, anticipated by Sui Yu. What is this, Mr. Yang? Are you questioning my abilities? No, Mr. Yang quickly denied, then suddenly burst into exuberance. Sui Yu, we have struck gold. We have triumphed. The experts reviewed these 3 songs and merely uttered 8 words. God kills gods and Buddha kills Buddhas. Tianyu, this time, I will ensure they pay dearly. After years of grievances, I can finally vent my frustrations today. Sui Yu remained silent. The bubbles of Deng Ziki, Wang Fei's wishes, congratulations to King Liu for his prosperity. These were all songs meticulously chosen by the system for the appropriate counterparts. The results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Chapter 85. Deng Ziki's visit. Sui Yu did not respond. He ended the call, freshened up briefly, and went to bed. Tomorrow would be another day of live streaming, and he needed to maintain his energy. The next morning, as everyone rose, Sui Yu and Reba received a message from the production team. Today, the gender swap continues. Let us give it our all. Damn it. Upon reading the message, Reba erupted into a wailing shriek. For her, this was more unbearable than death. Yet Sui Yu found joy in the situation. My dear, come give a master a foot massage. Haha, such is fate. No, Reba could no longer contain herself. She was determined to retaliate, but how? Holding back tears, she pulled out her phone. Sister me, I can't go on living. Please, take this monster away. That was her lament upon the first sentence. 5 minutes later, she hung up, her tears transforming into laughter. Sister me is truly the best. Sui Yu, let us see how you handle today. Stepping outside, she observed Sui Yu's smug demeanor and suddenly smirked. Sui Yu, what was it you said about feeling unwell? Allow me to assist you. Sui Yu suddenly grew alert. Something was amiss. Observing Reba's demeanor, he sensed that this mischief was far from trivial. As Reba approached with an increasingly mischievous gait, Sui Yu felt a growing unease. He sprang up abruptly, crossing his arms defensively, and shouted at Reba, "Don't come any closer." Reba continued to grin wickedly, not halting her alluring stride, shaking her head as she replied, "How could that be? Sui Yu, don't be anxious, since we're swapping genders. Let us do it thoroughly. You know, women have those days each month, so let me take good care of you today." As she spoke, it was as if by magic, a sanitary pad appeared in her hand. "Come here, Sui baby, be good and use this." Sui Yu was utterly flabbergasted. He gazed at the sanitary pad in Reba's hand as if he had encountered a demon. Sister, I was wrong. What good man uses this? How about we switch to something else? If not, even Yunnan Baiyao would suffice. Dream on. Reba was finally delighted determined to repay yesterday's transgressions with even greater fervor. Sui Yu, this is meticulously prepared for you. I have both day and night supplies ready. If you don't use it yourself, I will personally remove your pants to ensure you do. You rogue. Observing Reba's readiness to act, Sui Yu suddenly sprang to his feet and fled in haste. In the comments, netizens were once again astounded. Is this a reversal? Sui Yu has met his match today. Huh. Why do I find his frightened expression even more amusing than when he was arrogant yesterday? It truly embodies the saying, revenge is a dish best served cold. Self-inflicted woes are inescapable. The next day, the scene took a dramatic turn. Reba, I'm hungry. I'm playing a game. Don't disturb me. Am I less important than the game? So many people enjoy the game. How dare you compare yourself to it? Do you have any self-awareness? Reba, I want ice cream too. You can't eat cold things when Aunt Flo is visiting. Be good. But I'm not in pain. Oh, right? How can you not be in pain when Aunt Flo is here? I must assist you. With that, Reba produced a rolling pin. Still not in pain? It hurts. It hurts. Put away your weapon. Just looking at it makes me feel worse. Sui Yu immediately clutched his abdomen in surrender. If it hurts, drink more hot water. If it's unbearable, I can fetch some magma for you. No need. Hot water is just fine. Sui Yu genuinely feared Reba would summon a fire to make him perform. Ah, so good. Ice-cold cola is delightful. Reba relished a sip of cola, her face radiating satisfaction. She had completely turned the tables today. After enduring a day of relentless torment, as evening approached, an unexpected visitor arrived at Sui Yu and Reba's live stream. Dang Ziki. The fish-lipped Dang Ziki knocked on the door. Are you Teacher Sui? I came specifically to visit you. I've spoken to the director, and he consented to my visit. Otherwise, I would even know the address. Dang Ziki explained in quick succession. Teacher Ziki, hello. Sui Yu was initially taken aback. Dog Sui Yu. Is my takeout here? Hurry and bring it to me, or I'll come out and take the roof off. A furious voice echoed from within. Dang Ziki's mouth gaped in astonishment. Is this really Reba? She found it hard to believe. Although she was not well acquainted with Reba, she had seen her a few times at events, and this fiery demeanor was unexpected. Sui Yu felt a bit awkward and pointed to his head. Brain malfunction, please don't mind. Then, he quickly called out to Reba. Stop playing, we have a guest. Hurry out. What guest? Sui Yu. Allow me to advise you. Do not entertain any further mischief, lest you face the consequences of familial discipline. Reba stepped out with a countenance full of disbelief, only to suddenly widen her eyes in astonishment. Dang Ziki, what brings you here? You are my idol. I absolutely adore that song of yours. The one with the last line, Reba stammered, perspiration forming as she struggled to recall. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with song titles. After a considerable pause, she resigned herself to admit. Haha, no worries. Dang Ziki appeared quite nonchalant. I also greatly enjoy the dramas you've starred in, particularly that one of Forgive Me. I also have trouble remembering titles. Their mutual flattery had clearly reached an impasse. The comments section erupted with amusement. Haha, how can they both be so insincere? The palpable awkwardness was etched across their faces. Sui Yu thought to himself, at this moment, I would gladly seek refuge in a crevice of the earth. These two are utterly embarrassing. Why don't you both take a seat? Sui Yu intervened to ease the tension. The three of them settled down, with Dang Ziki gazing at Sui Yu with admiration. Mr. Sui, the song you wrote for me feels as though it was tailor-made. I am particularly curious. Do you truly experience no creative block? How do you generate such a wealth of inspiration? As a musician herself, Dang Ziki often penned songs and understood that the most challenging aspect of songwriting is the quest for inspiration. Though she had established herself as a promising new generation creator, producing 10 songs in a year, with perhaps one achieving great success, was a commendable feat. Yet Sui Yu, with his extensive repertoire, had crafted countless classics. What a prodigious talent he was. Sui Yu chuckled softly, glanced at Reba, and gently remarked, well, it's quite simple, really. Primarily, it's because I have a wonderful partner. Don't you agree, Reba? If you're enjoying this, please consider leaving a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 86. The Thought Process of Dang Ziki. A wonderful partner? Dang Ziki looked perplexed. Indeed. Sui Yu nodded emphatically, then turned to gaze in Reba's direction. Deng Ziki followed his gaze, and aside from Reba's stunningly beautiful face, she noticed a rolling pin, a kitchen knife, and even a durian nearby. What is this? Can't you see? If things don't go smoothly, there's the rolling pin to attend to. If one is angry, the kitchen knife serves as a threat. And if inspiration eludes you, kneel before the durian. How could your creativity possibly falter? Sui Yu lamented dramatically. Deng Ziki's expression was one of utter disbelief. Is success truly attainable through such methods? Sui Yu, don't slander me. Am I really so barbaric? Are you implying that I deserve another beating? At that moment, Reba could no longer contain herself and shouted loudly. Sui Yu, with a resigned smile, turned back to Deng Ziki. Do you believe it now? Yes, I believe it. Deng Ziki replied, her eyes now wide open to the reality before her. She gazed at Reba, the angelic face concealing devilish tactics, sending a shiver down her spine. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more formidable she could be. That is not how it is, Reba shouted in protest. However, her explanation fell on deaf ears. As dinner time approached, none of the three had prepared a meal, and they decided to dine out instead. 3 individuals strolled to the roadside, engaged in laughter and jovial conversation. Teacher Sui, although I have only recently met you, you have already become the person I admire most. I must treat you to this meal today, chattered Deng Ziki. Wonderful, wonderful, Sui Yu responded with delight. To be honest, despite his current celebrity status, he found himself rather financially constrained, as neither Boss Yang nor the production team had paid him as of yet. Hence, having someone treat him was truly a delightful prospect. Teacher Sui, you are far too gracious. It is only proper that I treat you to a meal while seeking your guidance, Deng Ziki remarked, reaching into her pocket. Suddenly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Teacher Sui, there's a little issue. I forgot my phone. The realization that she had just offered to treat while having no money left her feeling quite mortified. What? Sui Yu exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Reba. I didn't keep her in mind either. Reba immediately raised her hands, pointing to her mouth as a humorous indication that she had come out with only her appetite. In a world of food enthusiasts, the sole responsibility was to indulge. Well, this is splendid, Sui Yu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. All right, I'll cover the bill. I truly feel embarrassed, but I know of a fantastic private dining establishment. It won't be too expensive, around 2,000 for the 3 of us. And the flavors are delightful, Deng Ziki suggested, not intending to take advantage of Sui Yu, but rather perceiving a meal costing several thousand as entirely reasonable. After all, being a celebrity often meant a wealth of resources. What's wrong with enjoying a good meal? However, Sui Yu furrowed his brow. Ziki, I must tell you, overeating in the evening is detrimental to maintaining one's figure. Just look at how much weight Reba has gained. One must not only consider oneself. You are the one who gained weight. Your entire family is hefty, Reba retorted, indignant. With her enviable figure, how could anyone dare to call her overweight? Indeed, you make a valid point. From now on, we are family. So if you're heavy, it means we all are. Sui Yu jested. Get lost. Who would consider you family? Despite her playful words, Reba felt a warm sweetness in her heart. The notion of being a family was a profoundly happy thought. Observing the light-hearted quarrel, Deng Ziki felt overwhelmed by affection and quickly interjected. All right, enough of the affectionate display. What shall we eat? What to eat? Sui Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Come, I'll take you to a splendid place. As he spoke, Sui Yu led them to a bustling food street, teeming with options like stinky tofu, grilled skewers, and takoyaki. I'll have one of these. I'll take 3 of those. And 5 of these. Deng Ziki exclaimed excitedly. Sui Yu, this place you brought me to is simply delectable. Upon reaching the food stall, Deng Ziki and Reba immediately revealed their true selves, their eyes gleaming with delight as they disregarded health considerations and eagerly stuffed their mouths. Slow down, slow down. There's more than enough for everyone, Sui Yu chuckled, watching the two with amusement. These treats are inexpensive. How much could we possibly spend if we let loose? Do they offer takeout? I'd like to take some home. Deng Ziki, despite having a mouthful of meat, spoke with a muffled voice. To be frank, they had not tasted such delicacies in quite some time. As a celebrity, particularly a female star, One must maintain their physique and adhere to a strict diet. And for a singer like Deng Ziqi, safeguarding her vocal cords is of utmost importance. Foods high in grease or fried items are strictly off limits, and any indulgence must undergo rigorous scrutiny. There is even a female star who once remarked that her daily existence resembled that of a rabbit, having not encountered meat for an eternity. Therefore, the opportunity they found themselves in today was a rare and cherished experience for both Ziki and Reba. Teacher Sui, she advised, I believe an occasional indulgence is permissible, yet we must remain vigilant. It is not easy being a public figure. We must maintain our physique and protect our voices. Alas, Sui Yu was quite unconcerned. You do not comprehend. Life's triumphs should be celebrated to the fullest. We must revel in the present, for today we drink. And that is life. He then lifted his gaze to the throngs of people surrounding them, exclaiming, Ziki, behold this sea of humanity, each face adorned with smiles. Regardless of their daytime burdens, be it academic woes, exploitative employers draining their vigor, or the weight of life's responsibilities, it is evident that at this moment, they're all joyous and smiling. The modest fare we are enjoying may be inexpensive, yet it has the power to make them forget their troubles, and that, above all, is of utmost significance, is it not? Deng Ziki listened intently to Sui Yu's words. Suddenly, she swallowed her food with a heavy gulp, raising her head as if struck by an epiphany, and regarded Sui Yu with newfound understanding. Teacher Sui, I see. You are truly remarkable. What you imply is that art originates from life. We must immerse ourselves in the world to foster better creativity. Am I correct? This explains the continual flow of your inspiration, as you remain connected to the people, while we seem to have distanced ourselves from society. Art emerges from life and transcends it. We have overly focused on the latter, neglecting the former. Their joys and sorrows are our essence, are they not? No wonder, when I first debuted, everyone praised my spirit, yet now, such compliments have vanished. It is because my connection to the world has faded amidst these years of celebrity. Teacher Sui, I owe you an apology. I initially thought you stingy, yet I failed to grasp the profound meaning behind your words. Deng Ziki expressed her thoughts in earnest. Chapter 87. The secret of Sui Yu. Deng Ziki had much to say, and she felt her reflections were profoundly reasonable. Moreover, she was not alone in this sentiment. Many viewers in the comments seemed to have experienced a sudden enlightenment as well. Wow, I never realized how storied Sui Yu is. Why didn't I see this before? Ziki's insights are particularly astute. Look at her. She can extract so much philosophy from a simple snack, while we merely drift through life, consuming without purpose. This is the disparity we face. Sui Yu, I apologize. Just now, I genuinely believed you to be stingy. I judged you through the narrow lens of my own character, and I was mistaken. Everyone assumed that Sui Yu was being deliberate, but he, the master, wore a bitter expression. Heaven knows, he was truly just frugal. His earlier remarks were merely a moment of candor, an emotional outburst. Are you all engaged in reading comprehension? How could a single sentence evoke such associations? No wonder my previous Chinese grades were so dismal. I simply lack the intellect. At this moment, Deng Ziki gazed at Sui Yu with admiration. Teacher Sui, do you think what I said is correct? Yes. What more could Sui Yu say? Sometimes, to accept a mistake is also a form of compromise. Upon realizing his correct guess, Deng Ziki's excitement soared. Wow, Teacher Sui, don't you think I'm clever? Could you take me as your disciple? I promise I will be very obedient, very obedient. At that moment, Reba, who was savoring stinky tofu, abruptly choked and stared wide-eyed at Deng Ziki and Sui Yu. Her face a mixture of incredulity. You want to take him as a master? Of course. Sui Yu is the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered. Unlike any of the old scholars I usually meet, I must learn diligently from him. In Deng Ziki's eyes, Sui Yu was a hero, a figure of unparalleled stature. This perception was undoubtedly bolstered by his previous songs, Long Time No See, Encounter, and the bubbles he created for her. It was rumored that he had also written songs for Wang Fei and Liu Tianwang, both of whom praised him profusely. How could such a person not be worthy of being her master? Upon hearing Deng Ziki's words, Reba immediately felt a swell of pride. Of course, my man can't be wrong. Though she lacked musical knowledge, praising Sui Yu was tantamount to praising herself, which brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, Sui Yu felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He was acutely aware of his own level of expertise. In all honesty, his professional skills might not even surpass those of a primary school music teacher. If he were to truly take on the role of a teacher, wouldn't it be revealed in less than an hour? Let's discuss this later. Sui Yu could only decline in this manner and hurriedly move forward, fearing that he might not be able to refuse later. Teacher Sui. Watching Sui Yu's retreating figure, Deng Ziki stamped her feet in frustration. Yet Sui Yu remained oblivious, eager to leave. Oof. Deng Ziki exhaled heavily through her nostrils. It must be that my sincerity is still insufficient. However, Sui Yu, just you wait. Deng Ziki will never give up, never. One day, I will kneel before you and call you master. After the three finished their meal, Deng Ziki returned to retrieve her phone and took her leave. Another day of live streaming had come to a close. Sui Yu stretched languidly. Although the show was merely a source of amusement, the truth is by the end of the day, one still felt quite fatigued. Not long after concluding, a call from Boss Yang came through. Hello, Sui Yu, how's life with the two phoenixes? Is it enjoyable? Unexpectedly, in addition to our beloved Reba, there is also Deng Ziki. When will you alter this flirtatious nature of yours? I did not. Sui Yu hastily denied. Ziki came on her own. I was unaware. Oh, calling her Ziki already. How intimate, Boss Yang teased further. However, Sui Yu felt a tinge of acidity in her words. Boss Yang, is there something you need? Sui Yu wished to swiftly conclude this topic. I warn you, you better behave. Boss Yang scolded before continuing. The company's matters are nearly settled. 40% of the shares and a completely free artist contract have been sent to your email. Make sure to check it. If there are no issues, I will arrange for the signing. So soon? Sui Yu was somewhat astonished. Just yesterday, you said it would take 7 days. This is only 1 day. Indeed, women's words can be deceiving. However, Sui Yu recalled that she had not been promised such a substantial share. But, I thought you mentioned I wouldn't receive that much? Sui Yu inquired again. What is wrong? Are you unhappy with the money? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a penalty shot. Boss Yang's words were always so blunt. No. Faced with Boss Yang's aggressive demeanor, Sui Yu felt momentarily at a loss. Sudden windfalls are not always a blessing. She needed to clarify everything. Because I have faith in you. Is that reason enough? Hurry and look at the contract. You're so talkative. Boss Yang concluded before abruptly hanging up. She certainly would not reveal to Sui Yu that she acted thus because she had promised someone else. Sui Yu opened her computer and glanced at the contract. To be honest, there wasn't much to scrutinize. The terms of this contract were exceedingly generous. Complete freedom of artist selection, veto power, shares, and participation in company decisions. Various astonishing clauses. If all capitalists in the world were so enlightened, there would not be so many contractual disputes. After sending Boss Yang a simple no problem, Sui Yu ended her workday. Although doubts lingered in her mind, she still trusted Boss Yang. Another morning dawned with gentle sunlight. Shortly after rising, the production team sent a message. Today, it was finally not about gender swapping, but rather a trip to a specific location. When Sui Yu saw the address, she was struck dumb. It was an orphanage. However, Sui Yu did not wish to reminisce. At that moment, Reba was nearly finished packing and shouted at Sui Yu. Hurry up, Sui Yu. We're going to be late. Yet, Sui Yu remained unmoved. Can I skip today? She said weakly. What is the matter? I think I feel a bit unwell. Sui Yu could only use this excuse to deflect. That place held a significant secret for Sui Yu. Chapter 88. Sui Yu apologizes. Damn Sui Yu, you liar. A temperature of 36.1 degrees, and you still deceive me about having a fever? Is it because you see we're doing charity work today and want me to go alone? I tell you, don't even think about it. Don't dream about it. After meticulously examining Sui Yu, Reba erupted with a roar akin to that of a lion from the East River. Sui Yu, however, had become increasingly lethargic. Whatever happened to the fervor he once displayed when fortune-telling for the chubby child or distributing flyers? How could such enthusiasm dissipate so rapidly? Had his kindness rendered him an easy target for others? Meanwhile, Sui Yu maintained a pitiful demeanor. Rega, itrulia Manuel. Perhaps it's a matter of the heart. Could you grant me a day off? No way, Reba firmly replied. The director has stated that today's work is arduous. It seems to me you simply wish to shirk your responsibilities. Off you go. Reba dismissed Sui Yu's feeble excuses without a second thought. Consequently, 10 minutes later, the two set off. In the vehicle, Sui Yu remained sullen and silent, while Reba diligently perused the documents. They were headed to an orphanage named Bo Ai, which had been established for over 30 years and housed more than 100 children. It was rumored that a few years prior, due to mismanagement, the orphanage had nearly faced bankruptcy, leaving over 100 orphans on the brink of homelessness. Fortunately, a benevolent individual had generously donated a substantial sum, enabling its survival. Wow, Sui Yu, that kind-hearted person is truly admirable. Let us make a donation today, a discreet one, for good deeds should remain nameless. Alright, Sui Yu weakly replied. Yet, unbeknownst to Reba, the very person who had nearly driven the orphanage to ruin was Sui Yu himself. This was a burden he could never quite reconcile within himself, and thus he feared confronting it. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the orphanage. Through the car window, they observed the director welcoming them with a group of smiling children lining the pathway. This live broadcast was intended to promote the orphanage and attract more benevolent donors, making it a matter of great significance for them. After the vehicle was parked, Reba and the staff alighted, cheerfully advancing forward, while Sui Yu remained seated, reluctant to rise. Sui Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up, Reba urged, turning back to him. Sui Yu stammered. What S with the hesitation? Just get out of the car. I'll take on extra work later, if necessary. Reba suspected that Sui Yu was merely attempting to evade his duties. Fine. Sui Yu reluctantly shook his head and finally exited the vehicle. Since we are here, we must make peace with it. Some matters must be faced head-on. Sui Yu trailed behind the group, as the director warmly greeted them. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. I am Director Wang. Feel free to approach me with any requests. He added, No need for such formality, Director Wang. We are here to work, so please direct us as you see fit. Reba responded with equal enthusiasm. By the way, Director Wang, it's mainly the two of us working today. I'm Reba. And where is he? As Reba turned to introduce Sui Yu, she found him missing, glancing around in search of him, only to discover Sui Yu hiding at the rear of the crowd, hesitant to step forward. Sui Yu, come here. Reba's voice now carried a hint of genuine annoyance. What was wrong with him today? He had never behaved this way before. Sui Yu timidly approached, gazing at Director Wang, his expression exceedingly unnatural. Hello, Grandma Wang, he murmured, his head bowed. Director Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Sui Yu for an extended moment. You're Dog Dan? Dog Dan? The utterance of those two words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Was Dog Dan referring to Sui Yu? When did Sui Yu acquire such a rustic name? Reba's eyes widened further in disbelief. Director Wang, you must have mistaken him. His name is Sui Yu, not Dog Dan. What girlfriend would allow her boyfriend to have such an embarrassing name? However, Sui Yu nodded affirmatively. It is I, Grandma Wang. Director Wang broke into a warm and affectionate smile. You've grown taller and more handsome. I can barely recognize you. When was the last time you visited? A few years ago? I've grown old. My memory fails me. It was May 18th, 3 years ago, Sui Yu replied, his countenance somber. He recalled that date vividly. Indeed, you young people have sharp memories. Many of the children here miss you. They frequently ask me, when will Brother Dog Dan return? You've achieved much. When you're not busy, do come back home to visit. At that moment, Grandma Wang resembled a benevolent elder, gazing at Sui Yu as if he were her own child. Yet, others remained perplexed. What was happening? Why did Sui Yu seem so familiar with this place? Reba looked at Sui Yu with a face full of curiosity. You are called Dog Dan. Have you been here before? No. Sui Yu shook his head. I have not only been here. This is the place where I grew up. Perhaps few know that I have been an orphan since childhood, without parents. Here is my home. Home. Upon hearing that word, Director Wang nodded solemnly. Dog Dan is the most well-behaved and accomplished child among us. He began earning money on his own since high school, and even gained admission to university. He is our pride. Director Wang prized Sui Yu. However, Reba felt a tumult of emotions within her. No wonder Sui Yu had never mentioned his parents or his family. She had inquired before, but Sui Yu always shook his head and fell silent. Because of this, Reba had felt vexed, believing Sui Yu was deliberately withholding his family from her, that he was insincere. No wonder he was reluctant to come today. He must be afraid of recalling painful memories. At that moment, Reba suddenly felt an urge to cry, especially since that morning she had failed to understand Sui Yu and had even lost her temper with him. Guilt washed over her. Sui Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't know before. She was unaware of the hardships he had endured throughout his life. An orphan without parents. Previously, she had thought little of those words, yet now they struck her as profoundly poignant. Sui Yu, from now on I will treat you well. I will be your lifelong family. The affection you have never experienced, I shall compensate for it tenfold. Even maternal love, if need be, Reba vowed earnestly, her heart genuinely aching for him. Sui Yu smiled gently, affectionately stroking Reba's head. Do not apologize. None of this pertains to you. In truth, my days here have been my happiest, and Grandma Wang is like family to me. Yet, Sui Yu could not bring himself to elaborate further. Instead, he turned once more to Director Wang, bowing deeply. Grandma Wang, I am truly sorry. Chapter 89. With a house and a car, both parents deceased. Sui Yu suddenly expressed his apologies. Anyone could discern the sincerity in his words. Director Wang promptly assisted Sui Yu to his feet. Oh dear child, why are you apologizing? I know you've been busy all these years. Come, now that you're home, let us not linger at the door. Everyone please come in. Director Wang resumed, ushering everyone inside. Sui Yu wished to say more, but upon seeing Director Wang's demeanor, he hesitated. The group followed Director Wang into the orphanage. Meanwhile, the online commentary buzzed with discussions about the earlier scene. Sui Yu is an orphan. Why has he never mentioned it? How much has he sacrificed to reach this point? Oh, my heart aches. Reba, I now command you to treat our Sui Yu kindly. Previously, they had joked about the necessity of having a house and a car, and being orphaned, yet Sui Yu seemed to have accomplished all of that. Why then does it evoke such pity? Upon entering the orphanage, many children immediately spotted Sui Yu and rushed excitedly towards him. Brother Dogdan, is that you? You finally come to see me again. You promised to bring me Ultraman, but never did. You lied, but I no longer like Ultraman, so I forgive you. I miss you so much. I thought you had forgotten me. Several children flung themselves at Sui Yu, and his eyes swiftly welled with tears. He embraced each child tenderly, whispering softly, It's all my fault. I haven't been a good brother. I promise to visit you all often from now on, all right? All right. The children chorused in unison. Brother Dogdan had been away for quite some time. In previous years, he had often visited, building a close bond with these children. Director Wang observed this scene and explained it to those around him. Reba smiled as she watched, feeling that Sui Yu was genuinely happy now. Director Wang, why are the children's clothes either too big or too small? Is there nothing that fits them? Indeed, the garments were either oversized, resembling dresses that covered most of their bodies, or akin to exercise attire that revealed their rib cages. Were the clothes in proper sizes? Director Wang shook his head. These clothes are donated by outsiders. We cannot verify sizes. We make do with what is available, and often, one garment is worn by several children. When one outgrows it, it is passed on to the next. Reba remained silent. She had never contemplated such circumstances. How could a piece of clothing cost so little that it would lead to such a situation? Yet only upon witnessing it firsthand could she truly comprehend. In the unseen corners of existence, numerous souls exert themselves fiercely, simply to survive. The live broadcast must continue. Soon, Sui Yu and Reba commenced their tasks. Initially, the production team merely requested that they assist with the children, engaging in conversation with them. In truth, most programs only offered a semblance of involvement. However, Sui Yu held an entirely different perspective. He mobilized every staff member, initiating a thorough cleaning of the orphanage. I've spent time here. Typically, the children are the ones who undertake such chores. Granny Wang, now aged, is unable to manage much. Since we are here, we should not remain idle. As Sui Yu expressed, he worked harder than anyone else, washing windows and mopping floors, never once feeling fatigued. Many children joined in the efforts. The older ones were in their teens, while the youngest were merely 4 or 5 years old. Yet, despite their innocence, they worked with remarkable efficiency. "Sister, let me help you carry the water," a little boy, appearing no older than 5 or 6, lifted a bucket that Reba could only manage with great effort. "Sister, you shouldn't clean the glass like that. You can breathe on it like I do, huff." Other children taught Reba how to work. Perhaps this is what it means for impoverished children to mature early. After a morning of labor, they finally completed a thorough cleaning and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Reba and Sui Yu sat together. Today, Sui Yu spoke little, often merely observing the scene in silence. "Sui Yu," after much contemplation, Reba could no longer restrain herself. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine," Sui Yu replied, shaking his head slightly. Still, Reba was unwilling to relent. "Sui Yu, I'm your girlfriend." Sui Yu turned, gazing at her with a hint of confusion. Reba continued, "I am your girlfriend. I know there are many things on your mind. Why did you apologize to Director Wang earlier? Why did you suddenly stop coming back for years? What happened? I want to be the person closest to you. So, Sui Yu, can we share your burdens together?" After a long hesitation, Sui Yu nodded. "Actually, a few years ago, I received investment and started a business. At that time, I made some money and thought about giving back to the place where I grew up. Back then, it wasn't as spacious, nor were there as many people. I told Granny Wang that I had succeeded and could help more people. I offered to fund the adoption of more children, just like I once was. Granny Wang believed in me wholeheartedly and agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, we rented a larger space and took in more children. Everything was going splendidly. However, as he spoke, Sui Yu's expression suddenly turned somber. Just when the orphanage was in desperate need of funds, my company encountered difficulties. I transferred the last of my money to the orphanage, and then my company went bankrupt. Yet, I knew that the funds I provided were woefully insufficient. In that moment, I was truly anxious. I sold my house and my car, exploring every possible avenue. Fortunately, someone made a generous donation to the orphanage, which spared me from a lifetime of guilt. However, Granny Wang's situation became increasingly dire. With fewer children, she could manage. But as the numbers grew, her burden intensified. Over the years, I worked diligently, allocating only a modest sum for my own living expenses and transferring the rest to the orphanage. Yet, I was acutely aware that these contributions were merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, Sui Yu wept, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse towards Granny Wang. "Not so fast. Dog Dan." Before I could receive any consolation from Reba, a voice suddenly emerged. Director Wang had unexpectedly approached them. "Dog Dan, that donation, wasn't it from you? Your name was inscribed on the check, and I had always believed it was your contribution." Chapter 90. Reba's Jealousy. What donation? Sui Yu was bewildered. At that time, his company had gone bankrupt, leaving him with nothing. How could he possibly have made a donation? Director Wang, equally perplexed, sat down to recall the events of that day. Your funds had yet to arrive, and I was growing anxious. After all, over 100 children depend on us for their daily needs. We could not afford any delays. However, I knew there must have been an issue on your end. You were never one to neglect the children. By that time, I had already begun reaching out to other orphanages, hoping they might be willing to take in some of the children. But which orphanage is thriving these days? Just as I was at my wit's end, I received a check. It stated that this was a donation entrusted to them by Mr. Sui Yu. I called you immediately, but before I could speak, you mentioned your company was in trouble and that you might not have much money left, repeatedly apologizing. I assumed it was the last of your funds, and your tone was quite disheartened, so I suggested we find a way to manage the situation ourselves moving forward. However, I always believed that money came from you. After hearing this, Sui Yu shook his head. It wasn't me. It truly wasn't. At that time, he was already destitute. Granny Wang, to be honest, I have long avoided confronting you because of this matter. I have felt nothing but guilt. When you told me about the donation, I thought it was a sign of divine intervention, but it was not from me. Then who could it be? Director Wang wondered aloud. The check amounted to 2 million. Their orphanage was not particularly large. Who would donate such a substantial sum? Sui Yu stood and gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. Who could it be? This person must have wanted to assist me. Yet, only a few knew about the donation, and those few were even poorer than myself. Who among them possessed the means and understood my story? A figure began to materialize in Sui Yu's mind. Could it be her? Yet, he quickly shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It cannot be her. Do you know who it is? Seeing Sui Yu's reaction, Director Wang inquired. Sui Yu fell into silence for a moment. Still convinced that it was implausible, uncertainty loomed. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. Sui Yu stood up, diverting the conversation. Grandma Wang, it must be time to prepare the meal. Allow me to assist you. No, no. Dean Wang waved her hands repeatedly. You all should rest. There are too many helping hands today. The kitchen can hardly accommodate us. Yet, Dean Wang seemed hesitant, her thoughts lingering unspoken. After a brief contemplation, she resolutely said, Go Dan, some matters are not as they appear. Much depends on fate. Then, she turned her gaze towards Reba, her expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions. This girl is also a good person indeed. Dean Wang did not continue and made her way to the kitchen, leaving only Sui Yu and Reba in a state of silent contemplation. The donor is Aaron. I assent it? Reba gently inquired. Though she sometimes appeared naive and endearing, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. Anyone who has thrived in the entertainment industry possesses a certain astuteness. I do not know. Sui Yu shook his head, genuinely unaware. Then what does Dean Wang's statement mean? Reba probed further. It was evident to all that Dean Wang was struggling to articulate her thoughts. I truly do not know. Sui Yu's irritation surfaced. He was reluctant to delve into this discussion any further. Reba sighed, uncertain whether Sui Yu's ignorance was genuine or a mere refusal to elaborate. Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential. Sui Yu, are you familiar with Plato? Plato? What is that, a map? Reba smiled faintly and shook her head. No. He was a person who wrote an essay titled The Greatest Ear of Corn. What is it about? Essentially, it conveys that once a person possesses something, they often pursue other desires. He deems this exceedingly foolish, Reba explained succinctly. What does that imply? Sui Yu appeared genuinely puzzled. Reba sighed again, her expression suddenly tinged with sadness. It suggests that if you've already found the largest shell on the beach, you should never return, even if that place holds all your memories. With that, she was not a generous person, particularly regarding her feelings towards Sui Yu. Her concern was not about the identity of the donor, but rather whether, if that person were indeed Aaron, Sui Yu would still choose someone else. Reba left the orphanage alone, returning 2 hours later. At that moment, everyone was enjoying their lunch. The meal consisted of buns, and the children were delighted, savoring every bite. Wow. It's been ages since we last had buns. We haven't tasted Grandma Wang's buns in such a long time. Brother Godan, thank you. If you hadn't come, Grandma Wang Wu and tea have treated us to such delicious food. If only we could have buns every day. The buns were filled with cabbage and meat. Reba took one and gently bit into it, her face immediately scrunching in dismay. The coarse flour, when swallowed, seemed to irritate the throat slightly. Although it was said to be a filling of cabbage and meat, it was predominantly cabbage, with scarcely any meat. Yet, despite this humble fare, it was something these children seldom had the opportunity to enjoy. A pang of melancholy stirred within Reba as she vigorously shook the bun in her hand. If they must endure this, so shall I. At that moment, Sui Yu reached for a leftover piece of bread from breakfast. Reba shook her head and continued to nibble on her bun. If these children could eat, so could she. After devouring 2 buns with determination, Reba stood up and requested a large bag from the cameraman behind her, filled with an abundance of snacks and toys. Children, you must eat well. Whoever finishes their meal will receive a reward. I brought you many gifts. Upon seeing the bag in Reba's hands, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so many wonderful things. Sister, I finished. Can I pick first? I saw that Barbie doll. Could you give it to me? My best friend Duo is not here today, and I wish to gift it to her. Sister, you are so kind. I love you. Instantly, a throng of children gathered around her, chattering excitedly as they selected their gifts, their laughter ringing out like the sweetest melody, as if this were the epitome of happiness. Chapter 91. The movements of an inn. After distributing gifts to all the children, Reba returned to Sui Yu's side. Did you go out just to buy these things? Reba nodded with a smile. Some debts must be repaid by me. As soon as she entered, the children clamored for their gifts. Sui Yu, Aren't you embarrassed? Reba teased playfully, reverting to her charming self. Sui Yu felt a rush of emotion as he gently embraced Reba, who nestled her head against his shoulder. Sui Yu, there is something I need to tell you. Go ahead. Sui Yu's voice was soft and inviting. I just returned from retrieving a sum of money. Quite a lot, over 3 million. Shall we hand it over to Director Wang shortly? I wasn't involved in your past, but for the future, I refuse to be left out. You mustn't keep anything from me, all right? What? Over 3 million? Sui was taken aback. He had always been poor, and to him, 3 million was an astronomical sum. Alas, he had only recently entered the entertainment industry and had yet to earn much. Reba, noticing the astonishment on Sui Yu's face, chuckled softly. Don't underestimate your girlfriend. I'm quite affluent. Boss Yang hasn't treated me poorly over the years. Would you like to know how much I have? Beg me, and I might just tell you. Sui Yu tightened his embrace around Reba. He was indifferent to her wealth. What truly moved him was her current actions. Consider this money a loan from me. I will repay you double in the future. Shouldn't we draft an IOU then? Reba pouted playfully. An IOU? Sui Yu was somewhat taken aback. You want to write an IOU? Certainly, words alone are insufficient. Let's put it in writing. I have prepared everything. Ink on paper. Suddenly, Reba produced a document from her possession and handed it to Sui Yu. Upon opening it, Sui Yu was met with the bold inscription of Contract of Servitude, owing a considerable favor to the esteemed Reba. Sui Yu felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness and resolved to dedicate his life solely to her. Should he fail in this vow, he would publicly howl like a dog for an entire night. After reading the contract, Sui Yu chuckled, exclaiming, "Isn't this a bit harsh?" Harsh? I beg to differ. Will you sign? Of course, how could I refuse? However, there is one clause missing. What if you no longer want me? Should I then also howl like a dog? Never. How could I ever forsake you? In this life, the next, and the one beyond, it is inconceivable, Reba retorted, visibly displeased. Such impossibilities must be documented. Sui Yu insisted, taking the pen to add a stipulation. If Reba were ever to abandon him, she would be condemned to consume durian for an entire night, regardless of the foul odor it emitted, her most detested fruit. Oh dear, Sui Yu, how wicked you are! Reba exclaimed upon reading it. Now that feels equitable, Sui Yu remarked, taking her hand to compel her to affix her seal, after which he also signed. Thus, a mutual contract of servitude was established. After spending another 2 hours at the orphanage, the group prepared to depart. Sui Yu and Reba discreetly placed a check into Director Wang's bag, leaving behind only a note, wishing to keep their generous act under wraps. Once the group had left, Director Wang soon discovered the check, staring at it in a daze, uncertain of how to react. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the room without uttering a word, approaching her to gaze at the check. A smile graced her lips. Is this from Sui Yu? No, he should still be without funds. It must be from Reba, Director Wang mused, nodding in agreement. Dogen is a good child. He still cares for this place. This money will sustain these children for quite some time, she reflected, being a sentimental soul. Thank you, Granny Wang, for keeping this to yourself, the figure softly expressed. Sighing, Director Wang replied, I promised you, and of course I would not disclose it. But, is it truly impossible for you? The visitor was an end. After exiting the entertainment industry, she had remained at the orphanage, finding immense fulfillment in spending each day with the children, despite the lack of salary. There was an unspoken sentiment lingering within her. She found happiness in retracing the steps Sui Yu once walked, shaking her head at Director Wang's words, and then replied, It is impossible. I have long abandoned that yearning. No matter the reason, I was the one who left Sui Yu. Knowing he is thriving now brings me great joy. Yet, I still feel that my presence here may be a burden to you. Dean Wang felt a pang of unease. It seemed rather inappropriate for such a prominent star, likened to remain by the side of a woman like herself, who considered herself a mere old crone. No, Dean Wang, I am already quite content with your willingness to take me in. With this financial support, my children may lead a more comfortable life. I must also assist Xiao Yun with her studies. I shall take my leave now. Unhurriedly exited Dean Wang's room. Some matters, though spoken of lightly, weigh heavily on the heart. In this world, how many individuals can genuinely rejoice upon witnessing an ex-partner thrive? Is the notion of settling for contentment a match made in heaven, or simply a case of fate being unfulfilled? And was uncertain, perhaps even indifferent to the answer at this moment. After a day spent at the orphanage, Boss Yang sought out Sui Yu late that night, bringing with her a multitude of good tidings. Sui Yu, all 3 of your songs have been selected. Our music company is set to soar to great heights this time. And the most delightful news? Tianyu Music is in turmoil. I heard their director shattered 5 or 6 cups in a fit of rage, berating the entire staff. I even bought him a box of cups to smash and left a note saying that if he needed more, he should just ask. Ha ha, it brings me such joy. Sui Yu, you are truly my savior. Boss Yang was undeniably exhilarated. Today, she had received calls from the likes of King Liu, Wang Fei, and Deng Ziki, each showering her with praise. Although Boss Yang had once been a formidable figure in the entertainment industry, she had never experienced such adulation. To her, Sui Yu had become an inexhaustible treasure to be uncovered. By the way, Deng Ziki is set to debut on the stage of I Am a Singer tomorrow. Would you care to witness it? Chapter 92. Sui Yu, I wish to offer myself to you. Deng Ziki, I am a singer. It suddenly dawned on Sui Yu that the new season of I Am a Singer was premiering today. The show employs a live format, meaning Deng Ziki's performance would be her debut tomorrow. As this thought crossed her mind, Sui Yu's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Boss Yang, I recall that the live broadcast of I Am a Singer is happening in our city, correct? Indeed. Would you like to attend in person? Boss Yang had already extended an invitation. However, Sui Yu's intentions were more ambitious than merely being an audience member. With a mischievous grin, she shared her plan with Boss Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Yang's interest was piqued. Is this not fraught with risk? Sui Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you doubting my professional capabilities or your own judgment? Wouldn't it be satisfying to see Tianyu humbled? Absolutely. Reflecting on Tianyu Music's past misdeeds, Boss Yang made her decision. Very well, we shall proceed as planned for tomorrow. Both were filled with anticipation for the forthcoming day. The live broadcast continued the next day. However, the allure of the Rising Star program had waned considerably compared to its initial popularity. Any show, when overexposed, tends to lose its charm. Only a dedicated group of loyal fans remained, steadfastly supporting each streaming session. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the live stream of Sui Yu and Boss Yang had already concluded. They had requested a leave of absence from the director, as they were headed to the venue of I Am Singer. The director, not wishing to complicate matters, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to revitalize the dating show and restore it to its former glory. When Sui Yu and Reba arrived at the venue, it was already teeming with people. Boss Yang escorted Sui Yu through the back entrance. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so long, he still held some sway. They were on their way to find Deng Ziki. As they made their way to the backstage, they unexpectedly encountered a figure, Hua Hua, a man imbued with enchanting charisma, a singer proficient in various mystical arts. Hua Hua strode forward with his aloof manager, naturally spotting Boss Yang and Sui Yu. Upon seeing Sui Yu, Hua Hua's expression soured instantly. The reason was simple. Hua Hua was signed under Tianyu Music, which had intended to make a grand spectacle of this event. Yet, Sui Yu had overshadowed him, stealing the limelight. As the leading star of Tianyu, how could he not be infuriated? Most crucially, this was the first time Hua Hua had laid eyes on Sui Yu, and he was taken aback to discover that Sui Yu was even more handsome than himself. Exuding an alluring coolness, his features strikingly more captivating than his own meticulously polished visage. How would he tolerate this? The four soon crossed paths. Hua Hua was the first to extend a greeting. Sister Me, you are here as well? Boss Yang nodded, harboring no fondness for anyone affiliated with Tianyu Music. Hua Hua, undeterred, shifted his gaze to Sui Yu. In his mind, he expected Sui Yu to greet him, providing him with the perfect opportunity to mock this upstart. However, Sui Yu did not even glance in his direction, simply passing by him without a word. As they brushed past one another, Sui Yu subtly pinched his nose, seemingly repulsed by the overpowering scent of Hua Hua's perfume. This gesture, though minor, was laden with insult. Hua Hua was instantly incensed. His manager, standing nearby, chimed in, "Damn it, this kid has no etiquette. He can't even offer a greeting to a senior in the music industry." Clenching his fists tightly, Hua Hua gritted his teeth and declared, Inform the organizers that I want to change my song. I will unleash my strongest performance and sing exaggeration. Deng Ziki plans to sing Bubble, and I shall trample them beneath my feet. Exaggeration, a song by a doctor from a few years back, was rarely covered. Was Hua Hua really daring to take on this challenge? Meanwhile, Sui Yu and Boss Yang paid no heed to their earlier encounter. Backstage, they encountered numerous other singers, including the sweet song queen, Wang Xinling. A seasoned artist who had enjoyed years of success, she still retained a youthful charm, speaking as sweetly as a girl of 18. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Boss Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as she watched Wang Xinling's retreating figure. You say she's older than I am, yet how does she not show her age? She then feigned a dramatic sigh. Alas, I young me, possess the skills to charm, yet I am but a woman myself. It is truly a pity to waste such a beautiful face. Sui Yu cast a cold glance at her and teased, there's still hope for you. After all, being a lily is not shameful. You big-headed fool, Boss Yang retorted sharply, then gazed at Sui Yu's handsome features, a wicked thought stirring within him. Sui Yu, in ancient times, men commonly had multiple wives and concubines. The entertainment industry is rife with fleeting romances. After today's performance, it shouldn't be too late. How about I invite Wang Xinling to dinner with us? No, thank you. Sui Yu understood the implications of Boss Yang's words all too well. The education I received since childhood forbids me from engaging in such actions. Ha ha ha. Boss Yang burst into laughter. And you claim to have no thoughts on the matter? The world is full of ravenous crows. You've confessed everything without me saying a word. You're coercing me into a confession. Naturally, Sui Yu could not concede. Nonsense. You are the one with a guilty conscience. Well, in light of your refusal, I shall forgive you on behalf of Reba. Zichi has arrived. You should prepare. Sui Yu nodded, eager to escape the clutches of Boss Yang, the enchantress. When Deng Zichi spotted Sui Yu, her face lit up with excitement. Teacher Sui, you're here. Are you really going to accompany me? I'm so thrilled. I've always wanted to share my first performance with you. Huh? Sui Yu's mouth dropped open in surprise. What is wrong with all these women today? Zichi, one can indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. What do you mean by first? What do you mean by sharing with me? Such lewd words. Deng Zichi quickly realized the ambiguity of her statement, her cheeks flushing. I want to sing Bubble with you for the first time. Not that kind of first. I understand. Sui Yu chuckled and nodded. This song belongs to you. I believe you can perform it splendidly on your own. Great. Deng Ziki nodded vigorously. With teacher Sui accompanying me, success is guaranteed. Thus, the two began a simple practice session. Since Bubble was originally given to Deng Zichi by Sui Yu, he was already familiar with the score. And combined with his proficiency in advanced instruments, their collaboration soon became seamless. Time flew by, and I'm a Big Singer was about to commence. Deng Zichi was set to perform fifth, while Hua Hua was scheduled for fourth. Sui Yu smiled at the ranking. It was perfectly timed to deliver a resounding blow to Tianyu music. Tonight, Sui Yu had plans beyond mere performances. Tianyu music. Tonight you shall pay a small price for your misdeeds. Chapter 93. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't sing. The opening of I Am a Big Singer began. The first three performers were steady and composed, all powerful singers who made no significant mistakes. Until Hua Hua took the stage, dressed in black, with a ghostly appearance. He evoked a chilling sensation in the audience. Even before he sang, the crowd was already on edge, goosebumps covering their arms. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On stage, Hua Hua slowly began to sing. Someone inquired, and I would speak, yet in the absence of an audience, I find myself yearning, resigned to the fact that my words remain unvoiced. Initially, it was tolerable. Hua Hua's performance had yet to commence, and while the singing was not remarkable, it was at least bearable. After all, during her moments of clarity, Hua Hua displayed a commendable level of professionalism. The crowd gradually lowered their guard, preparing to appreciate what promised to be a passable show. However, they all underestimated Hua Hua's true capabilities. As the song progressed, it reached a crescendo, drawing everyone into its fervor. You might perceive me as ostentatious. My exaggeration stems from a deep-seated fear. Like a wooden statue or a stone, do my words capture your attention? In truth, I fear being forgotten, magnified in performance. It is unsettling. How does one maintain grace in a world that still reveres silence? It lacks explosiveness. This is a sudden eruption, a thunderclap in a clear sky, electrifying all in its wake. It is a genetic mutation, leaving everyone gazing in astonishment at Hua Hua on stage. What has transpired? How did this seemingly ordinary child suddenly lose her mind? Just moments ago, she seemed perfectly fine. Yet, despite their efforts to accept this transformation, they still underestimated Hua Hua. During the second chorus, they were fully enveloped in a madness. Call me ostentatious, if you will. A few hisses do not intimidate me. I am present. And if there is a lull in the performance, will you watch? Is it sufficiently hysterical? Let tears rain down like petals. My sole desire is to astonish you. Did I once seem non-existent? Heightening the stakes, my veins pulse visibly. Do I exist now? Gaze upon me. Cease merely observing the ceiling. I may not be your cup of tea, yet indulge freely. Do not forget that someone is voicing their passion for you. Hua Hua has utterly lost her sanity. This is not mere madness. This is insanity. Children wail in fright, while adults question the very essence of life as they listen. Everyone is compelled to ask Hua Hua, do we truly share the same sky, the same world? Why are you so exceptional? The comment section is filled with bewildered reactions. The final notes recall the groundhog. No wonder Uncle Two did not announce a successor. It was you who could not contain yourself and leapt into action. On the day I depart this world, I wish to perform this song unaccompanied. It moves me more than those who weep for monetary gain. Remember to cover one of my ears. I fear I may rise. What is happening? Has the threshold for concerts become so low that even monkeys can perform? Of course, Hua Hua's loyal fans continue to defend their idol. I believe those who do not appreciate Hua Hua's style need not engage. After all, every artist possesses their unique flair, and she has exerted herself tremendously. Such sentiments quickly faced a backlash from the online community. Yet, I relish the spectacle. It is delightful entertainment. There are 4 levels of spiciness in this world: mild, medium, hot, and Hua Hua's frenzied spice. I ask you, if this refrigerator fails to cool, is it broken? You claim it is trying its best. I counter, but it is not cool. You dare question me, asking why I would criticize it when it is making an effort to cool? Goodness, I am left speechless. After Hua Hua's final, frantic shout, she exited the stage, utterly exhausted. The next performer, Deng Ziki, stood there bewildered. Teacher Sui Yu, is it my lack of discernment? What style is this? I cannot comprehend it. Sui Yu quickly shook his head, gently patting Deng Ziki's shoulder. Stay calm, do not be reckless. This style can be detrimental, leading to mutual destruction, with a formidable impact on those who follow. Deng Ziki wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, her mind was consumed by the haunting melody of this song, an inescapable presence. No, I must forget it swiftly. I cannot allow it to sway my emotions. After the audience cast their votes, the host briefly remarked on the extraordinary nature of the song before announcing the next performer. The host, too, was at a loss for words regarding the song's evaluation. The following piece was Bubble, presented by Deng Ziki. The stage dimmed, devoid of accompaniment or music, plunging the venue into a profound silence. Gradually, the lights brightened, revealing Deng Ziki amidst a cascade of bubbles, shimmering in a riot of colors under the spotlight. Today, I am to be proposed to. I have a boyfriend who loves me dearly. He has purchased a ring. He once vowed we would be together forever. And I believe we are on the verge of fulfilling that promise. Deng Ziki mused joyfully in her distinctive voice. Soon after, Sui Yu made his entrance, empty-handed save for a plane ticket. Upon seeing him, Ziki's excitement surged. Brother Sui Yu, I am here, ready and prepared. She extended her hand, dreaming of that eternal bond. However, Sui Yu gazed at her and slowly shook his head. Ziki, I must leave. Today's flight departs shortly. I am sorry. I deceived you, for I no longer love you. A simple breakup scene unfolded, yet it instantly enveloped the audience in the emotions of farewell. Ziki wept, raising her gaze to witness the beautiful bubbles shattering, reminiscent of promises that had dissipated into thin air. As the musical accompaniment began, Ziki, with tears streaming down her face, sang, Bubbles under the sunlight are colorful, much like the deceived me, blissful yet questioning right and wrong. Your lies stem from your lingering love for me. Beautiful bubbles, though fleeting like fireworks, all your promises too fragile, yet love is like bubbles. If one can see through them, what sorrow remains? The verses convey the essence of bubbles and love, illustrating how love, akin to bubbles, shatters at a touch. Promises are mere child-esque play, lacking sincerity. In her steady, low tones, Deng Ziki articulated the fragility of love and commitment. This experience, after all, resonates with everyone at some point. On stage, Sui Yu had vanished, the roar of the airplane carrying everything away. Ziki gazed at the sky, her expression suddenly resolute. She abruptly lifted the microphone, her face determined. As the lights flooded the stage, the once pitiful Deng Ziki had completely transformed. The moment of rebirth often occurs in an instant. Chapter 94. The proud flower all is but a mere illusion, a fleeting spark of brilliance. Your every promise, too fragile to endure. The contours of your being, perhaps I failed to perceive, resulting in this profound sorrow. How might one navigate the depths of love once more, embracing solitude? Does it not still echo with loneliness? Love, at its core, is ephemeral. It is my inability to see through that has led to this heartache. A powerful eruption, an intense outburst. Deng Ziki cast aside her earlier calm demeanor, her pitch soaring to unprecedented heights. In this moment, she transformed, emerging anew from the chrysalis of despair. Promises are delicate. If they are inherently weak, why should I endure such anguish? Stepping away from the pain of lost love, I can face life with renewed vigor. This is the essence of Deng Ziki's expression. In the comments, each listener experiences this song for the first time, yet each harbors distinct reflections. Oh, how much sorrow must one endure to craft such a melody? Is parting truly a source of regret? With not even a single photograph to commemorate the bond. Merely a collection of futile messages. What a disappointment it is to have failed to fulfill our commitments, leaving me with a need to acclimatize to solitude. One should not hastily make promises. After all, they're the most unreliable of assurances. Only when one possesses value in the eyes of others do promises hold any weight. Years from now, many will recall this day of Deng Ziki. They will say they can never forget her stunning presence, clad in a flowing white dress, reminiscent of first love, her rhythmic prowess disrupting the very essence of their youth. Yet, at this moment, the proud figure in the background shakes his head dismissively. He remains unwilling to lower his lofty gaze. It is merely acceptable, devoid of true musical understanding. Were I to score it, it would barely pass. He steadfastly believes himself to be unparalleled. As Deng Ziki concluded her performance, the venue fell silent, only to erupt into a thunderous applause moments later. Beautiful, truly enchanting. I never anticipated Deng Ziki's new song would resonate so profoundly. I declare this to be the finest song I have encountered this year, bar none. From this day forth, Deng Ziki shall be my singular idol. The acclaim flowed in abundance, as Sui Yu had anticipated. Once the crowd quieted, the host gracefully approached the stage. Thank you, Ziki, for sharing such a splendid song with us. Frankly, this year, you are the second artist to leave me so awestruck. Deng Ziki smiled charmingly. The second? Who holds the title of the first? Why, it is Sui Yu, of course. He has been a most talked-about figure in the music scene of late. It has been a while since we last met. Each guest surpasses the last in melody, and your song shines just as brightly. Truly, you both are a remarkable pair. The host's words flowed seamlessly, leaving no one offended, testament to their professionalism. Deng Ziki nodded earnestly. Indeed, Sui Yu is an artist I particularly admire, yet I take issue with your comparison of brilliance. Oh, the host's interest piqued. Do you possess an alternative perspective? Deng Ziki merely shook her head. No. What I meant to convey is that this summer there is but one musical prodigy, and that is Sui Yu. Many may not yet be aware that the song Bubble was indeed penned by Mr. Sui Yu. Upon receiving this song, I felt an undeniable connection, as if it was the most fitting melody I had ever encountered. He is genuinely a genius, the most skilled songwriter I have ever met. Such praise is not unwarranted. In a live setting, astonishment swept through the crowd. Today's performance of Bubble marked its debut, shrouded in secrecy prior to this moment. Consequently, few were aware that this song was crafted by Sui Yu. Now, upon hearing this revelation, everyone regards Sui Yu with renewed admiration. What? It was written by Sui Yu? I sensed a poignant familiarity, as if I had encountered that same melancholic essence once more. Indeed, Sui Yu's compositions exhibit a remarkable continuity. 5 years without seeing an ex-girlfriend. The initial reunion, a song representing those 5 years of emotions, sentiments felt during a wedding ceremony, the mention of guests, and eventually meeting Heba, embarking on a new chapter in life, encapsulated in Bubble. It is more a metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly. It appears Sui Yu has truly moved on, yet, but it seems to have vanished from the narrative. Many minds instinctively recall, the woman who once captivated a generation. Has she truly faded into obscurity? At this moment, the host resumed speaking on stage. It is said that Mr. Sui Yu is present with us today. Let's invite him to the stage for a moment of connection. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Sui Yu ascended the stage with a measured grace. Upon spotting him, Deng Ziki immediately approached and embraced him. Thank you, Teacher Sui Yu. She expressed her gratitude first. The host extended a handshake in acknowledgement. Mr. Sui Yu, we are grateful for your creation of such a beautiful song. May I inquire, where do you believe Bubble will ultimately rank? This question was rather pointed. A low response could imply a lack of confidence, while a high one might offend others. Yet, Sui Yu merely smiled faintly. This query was precisely what he desired. He responded softly, I am indifferent to the ranking of Bubble. My only concern lies in one aspect. Who will prevail between Ziki and Huahua? Between Boss Yang and Tianyu Music? Whose vision surpasses the others? With that, Sui Yu turned to Huahua. Huahua, who do you believe will emerge victorious between you and Ziki? However, beneath Sui Yu's seemingly innocuous smile, Huahua sensed an undercurrent of mischief. Naturally, the proud Huahua would never concede defeat. Your petty tricks are no match for the flamboyance I nearly pour my soul into. I will not lose, absolutely not. Such is the essence of Huahua's character. If Deng Ziki were a long-established titan of the music industry, a venerable predecessor, perhaps Huahua might show some restraint. Yet, faced with someone of similar standing, perhaps even currently beneath him, she would never lower her proud head. Sui Yu's smile remained unwavering. Indeed, Huahua remains the same Huahua, with unwavering confidence. Huahua proposed a wager before the gathered audience. What shall we bet on? She inquired. It's quite simple, Sui Yu replied softly. Let us stake your ranking against Ziki's for today. If Ziki emerges victorious, you shall represent Tianyu Music and donate 1 million to each orphanage in the city. Conversely, should you win, we shall do the same. Huahua, this is a noble cause. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Orphanages? Donations? Huahua momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Sui Yu continued with a tone of derision. Are you afraid? The most formidable singer of Tianyu, renowned for songs that have long captivated the medical community. Frightened by a new song from Ziki? Although Tianyu has faced consecutive defeats in originality against me, I never anticipated that you would be hesitant even in performance. Chapter 95. The Century Gamble. Sui Yu spoke deliberately, for the stakes were not excessively high and presented an opportunity for goodwill. However, he intended to pressure Tianyu into a corner. He believed that regardless of the outcome, a company as substantial as Tianyu would never concede defeat. Before Huahua could respond, a cold voice interjected. Sui Yu, you are rather arrogant. What stature does Tianyu Music possess to engage in such childish games with you? Is it truly amusing? The speaker, a man in a suit with a square face, exuded an air of authority befitting one accustomed to high office. And you are? Sui Yu inquired, maintaining his composure as he sought to ascertain the man's identity. I am LV Bai, the music director of Tianyu Music. I apologize, but we have no interest in your previous proposal. While Huahua may have been Navi, it did not imply a lack of intellect on her part. After years in the entertainment industry, he would never engage in actions that could tarnish Tianyu Music's reputation. Sui Yu furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Very well, I merely offered a suggestion. I hadn't anticipated Tianyu Music's apparent disinterest in philanthropy. I shall not press the matter further. Sui Yu aimed to leverage moral superiority against him. However, LV merely smiled slightly. Mr. Sui, your words are amusing. Tianyu Music has always been committed to charity, and our corporate culture emphasizes benevolence. Therefore, every individual at Tianyu possesses a heart for helping others. Mr. Sui, I accept your wager on a personal basis. Of course, should you lose, it is of little consequence. After all, your new company with Boss Yang has just launched. Whereas I have long been the director of Tianyu Music, losing to an experienced musician like myself is hardly a disgrace. Damn! Sui Yu's expression darkened immediately. This cunning old fox, so shrewd and calculating. Clearly, he still had much to learn. This individual has been insinuating throughout the conversation that if he loses, it is merely a personal defeat, whereas if he wins, it signifies the downfall of both Boss Yang and Sui Yu's company, an assertion that places him in a position of invincibility. As for those donations, they are of little consequence. Who among us cannot afford it? Perhaps tomorrow, Tianyu could reward him with a sum far exceeding any donation. Although Sui Yu is aware that Ziki will not falter, a sense of discontent still lingers within him. Director L's words resonate with truth. Just as Sui Yu finds himself at a loss for words, Boss Yang, seated in the front row, speaks up. Upon seeing L Bai, Boss Yang's expression darkens considerably. It was L Bai who orchestrated the affair between Yang and Tianyu in the first place. Beyond the well-known grievances, there are numerous undisclosed matters between Yang and them. Thus, when Sui Yu suggested demonstrating Tianyu's authority, Boss Yang, having been in the entertainment industry for so long, was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet she acquiesced. Boss Yang glanced at Sui Yu and then at Ziki, offering a faint smile. She understood that perhaps today was not the most suitable moment for such discourse. But having embarked upon this path, she felt compelled to continue. Gradually, she rose to her feet, cleared her throat, and proceeded. Director L, you are indeed correct. The stakes we discussed earlier seemed akin to child's play. If we are to engage in this game, let's elevate the stakes. With that, she disregarded L Bai and approached the host, addressing the audience with a gentle tone. First and foremost, I must apologize. This matter has not received the approval of the organizers, which may render a broadcasting mishap for them. To spare the organizers any undue burden, I shall refrain from wasting your time. I have but two statements to make. The first, I hereby announce that Ms. Deng Ziki has formally exited her previous contract and is now an official member of the newly established music company, MY Music, alongside Sui Yu. The second, I have heard that Tianyu Music has recently secured an investment from the entertainment mogul, Mr. Wang, who intends to introduce some cultural elements from beyond Daxia, leveraging the now-defunct reputation of Daxia Music to profit from those outsiders. Therefore, I declare that although MY Music has only just been founded, we firmly believe that Daxia Music and its national style are unparalleled. I am willing to place a wager with Director L 1 year hence. We shall see whether Daxia sings of its national style or the foreign culture you advocate. Should we lose, MY Music will disband. However, should you lose, the outcome is simple, an open apology before all, acknowledging that the national style is indeed the greatest. Boss Yang's proposition is straightforward, yet the terms appear decidedly uneven. One side faces dissolution, while the other merely offers an apology. Is her intellect lacking? Certainly not. At that moment, L Bai's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, and after a prolonged silence, he clenched his teeth and replied fiercely, "Are you attempting to leverage our influence to enhance your own reputation?" Boss Yang smiled faintly. "Am I not speaking the truth? Were those plans not indeed conceived by you at Tianyu Music?" She truly remains indifferent to the exposure of her intentions. For this is a grand scheme. What is currently lacking in the realm of music is fame. Although Boss Yang is well known, his recognition is confined to the film industry. In the musical sphere, he is relatively insignificant. Therefore, by leveraging Tianyu Music and tapping into the essence of national sentiment, she can swiftly garner admiration from a group of patriotic fans. Even some patriotic artists will likely lean in her favor. This presents an optimal opportunity for her to flourish in a short span of time. Tianyu music will undoubtedly serve as a splendid gown for her ascent. However, with benefits come drawbacks. In this scenario, the colossal entity of Tianyu music will undoubtedly endeavor to undermine her. But is it truly significant? As if ignoring them would prompt their benevolence to spare her. If enmity is incurred, it will be an enmity of the utmost severity. At this moment, Liu Bai finds himself in a state of despair. He cannot assert that Boss Yang's statements are false, as they are indeed part of their forthcoming strategy. To deny it now would raise future complications. Should they proceed or refrain? Yet, he harbors a sense of reluctance. When has Tianyu music ever endured such indignities? Chapter 96. The Sacrifices of An. What to do? Liu Bai finds himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Whether to agree or to decline seems equally inappropriate. He wishes to prolong the situation, but the gaze of the entire assembly is fixated upon him, leaving little room for delay. Music knows no borders. Good music transcends personal divides. If you wish to gamble, then gamble when the time comes. I shall ensure you plead for mercy in tears. Just as Liu Bai wrestles with his dilemma, a voice pierces through the tension. It is Hua Hua, who always appears at critical junctures. Liu Bai stifles a laugh. He has never found Hua Hua so endearing. Yet, he must maintain his facade. He feigns urgency, saying, Hua Hua, one mustn't speak carelessly. These matters are beyond our jurisdiction. President Liu, Hua Hua directly interrupts him. If the sky were to fall, I would bear the weight. What do you fear? They have already come knocking. Will you still cower? Whatever happens, I will shoulder the burden. It is not your concern. Liu Bai pretends to sigh. Yet internally he is elated. He has attempted to intervene, but failed. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, maintaining one's integrity is a duty for everyone. Boss Yang, let's set a date, 1 year from now, to assess who between me, you, and Tianyu has made greater strides. Liu Bai cunningly shifts the conversation back to Boss Yang, retaining a cautious awareness. Tianyu is a well-established music company, while Miyu has only just commenced operations. In terms of development, Tianyu holds a natural advantage. One could say that as long as Tianyu does not act foolishly, it is unlikely to lose this wager. He anticipates that upon returning to the company tomorrow, his boss will commend his quick thinking. Liu Bai feels a flutter of excitement. However, Boss Yang seems indifferent to his little schemes. Very well, 1 year hence. All will bear witness. Just be sure you do not renege on the agreement. What began as an ordinary competition has transformed into a battle between me, you, and Tianyu. This topic is sure to soar to trending status swiftly. The subsequent events unfold with a certain calmness. In the final rankings, Deng Ziki emerged victorious, while Hua Hua found herself in third last place. Indeed, one cannot win hearts through dubious means. Observing Hua Hua's disheartened expression, Boss Yang, Sui Yu, and Ziki could not help but chuckle. Hua Hua uttered not a word as she sulked away from the backstage. Yet, everyone understood that the tale was merely beginning. Within the orphanage, and was attentively watching the live broadcast. Although she was currently engrossed in self-cultivation, it did not imply that she was oblivious to the happenings beyond her walls. Upon hearing Deng Ziki sing Bubble, she smiled. Sui Yu's talent was evidently just beginning to blossom. He resembled a mountain torrent, formidable and unstoppable once unleashed. However, did this song truly reflect her own essence? And pondered incessantly, hoping for both affirmation and denial. She feared Sui Yu might forget her, yet she also dreaded the thought of him always remembering. Regarding the past, she found herself more entangled than nostalgic. Perhaps it was best to focus on her own pursuits. With that thought, and retrieve her phone and dial the number. Sister Chin, it's me. She spoke once the call connected. The matter I entrusted to you can commence now. There was a brief silence on the other end before Sister Chin let out a soft sigh. Ah, I never imagined that at my age. I would still have to continue working. And you truly are my nemesis. However, the previous singers I mentored have all achieved fame, and I cannot take them on any risks. Yet, I have recently discovered a promising talent that warrants consideration. His name is Zhou Shun. His masculine appearance paired with a feminine voice makes him an undeniable future star. And smiled. Your judgment is rarely flawed. To be honest, both Sui Yu and Boss Yang are somewhat inexperienced in the realm of music. With your guidance, they could avoid many pitfalls. This compliment brought a sense of comfort to Sister Chin. Haha, spare me the flattery. If it weren't for you, I would be too lazy to lift a finger. But, do you truly have no intention of making a comeback? Years ago, Sister Chin indeed owed a significant favor, but after all this time, her willingness to assist was rooted in more than just obligation. She genuinely believed in Anne's talent. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Having spent so long in that world, I find it quite exhausting. And gently declined. Is it because you wish to avoid seeing Sui Yu and Reba? Sister Chin spoke candidly. This was a question many had pondered, but never dared to voice. Anne's withdrawal stemmed from her own fatigue, a sense of inadequacy. Was it truly about Sui Yu and Reba? And fell silent. What was the underlying reason? She herself could not articulate it. Only knowing that each encounter with Sui Yu and Reba still pierced her heart. The call remained connected, yet both women were enveloped in silence for an extended period. After a while, Sister Chin finally spoke again. In truth, and you have accomplished much over the years. If Sui Yu were aware of all you have done, perhaps you two could still find a way to be together. You and Sui Yu seem like a match made in heaven. A faint smile graced Anne's lips at the mention of such a phrase. Sui Yu and Anne? A match made in heaven? How ironically poignant. If this is indeed a match made in heaven, why must it endure such tribulations? As Anne's mind gradually revisits the scenes of the past 5 years, she recalls how everyone spoke of her entanglements and questioned her ability to maintain her virtue. Yet, unbeknownst to them, how much had Anne truly sacrificed? The name Sui Yu is well known among those acquainted with it in the entertainment industry. There are indeed many who are aware of her existence. In the realm of entertainment, secrets are scarce, especially when one enters its vibrant chaos. In her inaugural year in this world, Anne participated in a talent competition, showcasing her exceptional skills and striking beauty, effortlessly advancing through the rounds. However, within this colorful yet murky milieu, even a novice like her encountered a myriad of sordid affairs. As the competition intensified, the narrative of Anne and Sui Yu was unearthed by those with ulterior motives. At that time, Sui Yu was merely a fledgling employee, while his rival was a privileged heir. They approached Sui Yu in search of compromising information about Anne, but failed to extract any. Consequently, they shifted their threats toward Anne, finding it all too easy to intimidate a mere junior staff member. Sui Yu, engaged in negotiating a contract, was oblivious to the pitfalls within it. The adversaries leveraged the contract to threaten Anne if she did not lose to their contender in the upcoming match. The trap would become a bargaining chip for breach of contract, resulting in Sui Yu facing substantial financial repercussions. Both Sui Yu and Anne were novices, ill-equipped to navigate such treachery. Thus, Anne capitulated, with the sole condition being that Sui Yu remain oblivious to the situation. Anne lost, yet advanced to the revival round. Mere days after her defeat, Sui Yu's company uncovered the loophole in the contract and promptly rectified it, averting disaster in a quiet manner. This was merely the mildest of her tribulations. Despite Anne's defeat appearing seamless, her backer, Mr. Wong, discerned the truth. And, regardless of your reasons, if you fail to secure the championship, I will ensure your father lands in prison, and you will be left to entertain those patrons. I speak with conviction. Do not dare to be ungrateful, he bellowed at her, trembling, and dare not retort. In those days, nightmares plagued her sleep, visions of her losing the competition, her parents imprisoned, and herself descending into a life of degradation akin to hell. Fortunately, under immense pressure, Anne persevered and ultimately claimed the championship. To prevent further scrutiny of Sui Yu, Anne officially announced her first romantic relationship through her agency's arrangements. This liaison garnered significant attention, yet both were acutely aware that, beyond the cameras, they had never even held hands. Life is but a play, and in the entertainment industry, the performances merely reflect a heightened reality. This was just the beginning. Following the talent competition, Anne's career flourished remarkably. Perhaps she was inherently destined for this path. However, Sui Yu's rebellious nature led him to encounter obstacles at every turn. Yet, both individuals found themselves in challenging circumstances. Behind Anne's glamorous facade lay relentless toil, as Sui Yu was ensnared in the grueling 996 work culture. Nevertheless, unforeseen troubles loomed on the horizon. In the second year, Sui Yu faced a crisis. This young man had never been compliant. Finally, in his second year, Sui Yu was presented with an opportunity to lead a project. However, the quality of the project materials fell short, and failure to procure replacements promptly would significantly delay the project timeline, incurring hefty penalties. If disaster struck, Sui Yu would inevitably become the scapegoat. Naturally, An, who had been closely monitoring Sui Yu, could not remain indifferent. She endeavored tirelessly to assist him, which inevitably provoked the ire of her superior, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang had long harbored dissatisfaction with An's actions, attempting in various ways to sever her ties to the past. Yet, An resolutely persisted in her attempts. Should this situation come to the attention of those with ill intentions, it would undoubtedly become a significant scandal. It was during this time that An and Mr. Wang erupted into a fierce argument, reportedly audible throughout the entire company. Ultimately, Mr. Wang relented, as An had begun to demonstrate the potential of a lucrative asset, making him hesitant to let her go. However, he laid down a final condition. This is the last time, and swear that you will no longer concern yourself with Sui Yu's fate. If you promise, I will assist him this once. An agreed. The following day, during an interview, An articulated a poignant sentiment. True affection does not lead to separation. Any breakup occurs solely from a lack of love. Yet, a woman may still feel a profound sense of loss, heart-wrenching at the moment of parting, not out of love, but from a desire to remain memorable to her former partner. When asked if she had ever experienced such a relationship, An smiled and replied, "Who hasn't acted foolishly in their youth?" It was on that fateful night that Sui Yu, having indulged excessively in alcohol, managed to resolve his material issues. His superiors praised his competence, and colleagues acknowledged his prowess. He believed that it was solely his ability that had secured the success. Yet, how many possess such ability in this world? It was merely that Mr. Wang had interceded, and others had shown deference to him. Sui Yu, are you aware that behind your triumphant facade, someone silently bears the weight of everything? That day, An wept throughout the night, understanding that her words were meant for both Mr. Wang and Sui Yu. Yet, the wounds inflicted extended beyond Sui Yu to herself. From that moment, An became like a marionette, manipulated by Mr. Wang. In the third year, Sui Yu excelled and successfully transitioned to a better opportunity, while An's popularity soared. That year marked a period of tranquility for both Sui Yu and An. Although An continued to habitually monitor Sui Yu, she did not take any action on his behalf. The distance between them seemed to widen. In the fourth year, Sui Yu aspired to start his own venture, but struggled to secure investment. An decided to invest her own money by enlisting the help of a friend to pose as an investor, enabling her to provide financial support to Sui Yu. Profit was of little concern to her. What truly mattered was Sui Yu's pursuit of his dreams, which brought her immense joy. However, Sui Yu, that unfortunate soul, exhibited a complete lack of business acumen. Despite his capabilities, he possessed a fatal flaw. He was burdened by numerous concerns. Due to the issues surrounding the orphanage, Sui Yu misappropriated company funds, triggering a cascade of repercussions that led to chaos and the company's eventual downfall, leaving him with significant debts to the orphanage as well. Anna felt a pang of frustration at Sui Yu's inability to rise to the occasion. Many urged her to let go after 4 years, to allow him to fend for himself. Yet, Anna found it impossible to relinquish her feelings. She justified her attachment by recalling that she was the one who initiated their breakup. While everyone believed Sui Yu to be the injured party, no one comprehended her own unavoidable hardships. After the pain has been endured, time can heal all wounds, but what of the one left behind? Perhaps the deeper Anna sank into the entertainment industry, the more she yearned for the memories of her time with Sui Yu. The stark contrast between the sordidness of the industry and their once beautiful relationship only intensified her nostalgia for that boy in college, swaying in the wind. Thus, Anna took action once again. She convinced the investor to overlook Sui Yu's mistakes and willingly contributed her entire savings to the orphanage. Ironically, despite her rising fame, many were skeptical about her financial situation, believing she possessed vast wealth, when in reality, her savings barely amounted to a few million. This was the truth. The oppressive contract with President Wang had stripped her of substantial benefits, compounded by her father's gambling debts. How many in this world merely project an illusion of success? As for Sui Yu, after narrowly escaping calamity, he returned to a life of ordinariness, which was perhaps his greatest fortune. He believed himself to be fortunate, able to avert misfortune, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been shielding him from the storm in silence. That year, Anna also faced a significant event. She was photographed entering a hotel with a male star, and the following day, she publicly announced a new relationship. However, few understood that this was merely a protective measure on her part. The male star, an artist managed by Jia, was already married with children. Their encounter had been orchestrated to attract attention, as such publicity would significantly reduce harassment. In the entertainment world, scandalous affairs are commonplace. Yet, regardless of the criticisms directed at her, Anna remained steadfast in upholding her principles throughout the years. Chapter 98. If you turn back. I will always be here. 5 years after parting ways with Sui Yu, Anna finally cleared all her debts. She had earned an indeterminate sum for President Wang, far exceeding what she once owed him. It mattered little now. With these burdens lifted, she could finally live freely. Humans are inherently selfish, feeling a newfound lightness. Anna's first thought was of Sui Yu. She longed to see him once more, even to rekindle their past relationship. 5 years have passed, and she remains unaware of the profound obsession that lingers within her. During that time, Sui Yu casually found a job, leading a life that was neither remarkable nor dismal. And she has undergone a significant transformation, no longer exuding the brilliance she once did. Perhaps maturity has settled in. Change is a constant for everyone. When the show The Comeback of Female Stars was launched, the production team extended an invitation to an in whose director happened to be a close friend. Anna beseeched the director for a favor. Could Sui Yu be invited to participate? After 5 years, Sui Yu and